He was reincarnated not as a simple heir, but as a madman in a sinister sect. He even feels awkward. He's a noble warrior after all. The world expected him to sow chaos, but he went his own way. Will he be able to maintain his principles, finding himself on the other side of darkness, or will his new appearance change him forever? Let's find out. The story begins in Guangsu province, where many majestic mountains rise. On these rocky and majestic mountains, the Guangmyung cult settled. With their vicious demonic arts and mysterious demon worshippers, other cultivators wanted to destroy them, and at the center of the Guangmyung cult was the strongest martial artist who was able to master the supreme art of the demon lord, who brutally destroyed his enemies. Outsiders call this place a demonic cult. If they came to the Central Plains, the world would plunge into unprecedented chaos. The protagonist, Yang Jagak, the first son of the head of the Murim Union, decided to guide these people to the right path. He was solemnly congratulated on the end of his secluded practice. The protagonist is a young master for the Murim Union. MC looked at the ghostly image in surprise, who looked back with the same surprise. After a while, Jagak knelt down, showing his respect. In the Union, he was nicknamed the 10-hit star because he was able to counter any martial technique in just 10 exchanges of blows. Thus, the protagonist began to boast of his title, the most skilled martial artist. At that time, the political situation within the Murim cult was like the calm before the storm. People's desire to take the place of the next leader increased the intensity of internal conflicts and endless conspiracies. And beyond this unrest, there was a unification of cults that deviated from the accepted teachings and began to call themselves the Union of Apostates. Unfortunately, Jagak was involved in this wave of political upheaval, and he was poisoned before reaching the age of 30. After some time, the protagonist, whose face was hidden under a hood, woke up in an unfamiliar place and screamed loudly. MC thought, where is he? The protagonist rose from the floor with difficulty and thought, clutching his stomach with his hand, didn't he die from poison? The protagonist asked, is this really a dream? After which he clenched his teeth and barely kept himself from falling to the floor. MC touched his forehead with his fingers and noted that he thought he would definitely die. However, he was kidnapped? At least he was alive. The protagonist looked around the gloomy corridor and thought that there were glowing balls here. Judging by the fact that the walls were simply strewn with these spheres, he was kidnapped by a rather rich and influential organization. Was it the Jegal clan or Manhwa? Or maybe even an association of renegades? The circle of suspects who could have pulled this off is quite extensive. It is even difficult to remember the possible kidnappers. If you think about how chaotic the political regime is now, it is not surprising that someone would want to harm him. The first son of the head of the Murim Union. After which he approached the gate and noticed that the entrance was completely blocked. The protagonist turned around and saw a bag, and then thought that these were grain balls. This should be enough for several years. There was enough air coming through the cracks in the stone walls. So they weren't planning on killing him? If so, they would release him at the right time. Right now, it was important for him to focus on recuperating. MC sat down in the lotus position and thought that he would start by circulating his chi. He would make them regret leaving him, Jagak, alive. He swears it. After a while, the protagonist grimaced in pain and thought, could this be the after effects of the poison? Where did this strange feeling come from? First, he had to quench his thirst. The protagonist noticed a source of water and then decided to wash his face. And then he saw his reflection. In surprise, MC hit the water with his hand and accidentally fell in. After which, he stared in surprise at his reflection in the water. The protagonist thought, this is not his face. Who is this? The features of this face are quite attractive. Is it a man or a woman? The protagonist quickly decided to make sure of his gender and thought, exhaling, that he was still a man. MC looked dumbfounded and said with embarrassment that he was more fortunate in this body. The protagonist shook his head and thought that now was not the time for this. This was not his body. The internal energy was too impure. He did not feel a trace of his own martial art anywhere. Then whose body was this? No matter how much he reasoned about it now, he would not be able to get an answer. Although it was a little exaggerated, he was called the most skilled martial artist. He had never been in such a state of confusion. He had to calm down. Even if his energy was now vicious, this body still had it. If he was not kidnapped, then his mind ended up in the body of someone who was currently undergoing secluded practice, which meant that there should have been some clues left here. The protagonist spent time exploring the space around him until he discovered rock carvings in the cave. MC thought that he had finally found it, although it seemed like it had been created here centuries ago, but he could disassemble the technique. So this was the art that the owner of the body was studying. This is a truly wicked and strange art. The protagonist imitated the movements from the cave paintings and thought that he was surprised. Who came up with this? Perhaps this technique is related to drachma? although this is too wicked for him. However, he has never encountered such a great martial art like this. Afterwards, he thought that it was written here, death and rebirth. This means that he can only become stronger by exposing himself to danger. Apparently, this was what the owner of this body wrote last. This person died from excess chi. He directed the energy along the wrong body flows. He needed to follow the source and control it until the energy took root in him. The previous owner of this body trained only from images, and he interpreted everything based on common sense alone, but he was wrong. This art seeks to destroy everything. This is the rebellion of the heavens. Although this is a proud name, it is truly worthy of being called an art that defies the heavens. MC used the technique to sense the energy in his body. After some time, the protagonist thought, holding the bag in his hand, that the amount of grains had noticeably decreased. At least several years must have passed. He finally learned everything that is depicted here. Unfortunately, the drawings end at the pose of the 10th star. This upsets him because he will not be able to master the technique completely. However, just by studying everything up to this point, he has already surpassed the power of his past life and achieved an irreversible transition to a new stage. He also acquired chi equal to 240 years of practice, so being imprisoned here was a blessing for him. The protagonist said that as a student, he never had the opportunity to show due respect, so he thanks him for this wisdom. He vows that he will not stray from the path of justice with his teachings. MC sat in the lotus position and thought that his father ruled the world of Murim, but he was sure that he could do more. He can say the same about the art of the senior monks. But this unknown art gave him something that he could not surpass, even if he spent his whole life practicing vulgar techniques. Therefore, he promises to serve the one who created this art hundreds of years ago as its one and only master. As a man who walks the path of justice, even if the heavens fall and the earth trembles, his decision will never change. He, Jagak, gives his oath. Afterwards, he went to the gate. The protagonist thought, standing at the entrance, that he still does not know how to open it. The protagonist thought, using his abilities, that he will take care of it himself then. He has no reason to stay here anymore. The current him will not be so easy to defeat, even if one of the 10 strongest practitioners of the Murim cult appears. MC destroyed the stone gate with a powerful blow, and his face was illuminated by the bright sun, causing him to cover his eyes with his hand. The protagonist thought that the familiar light was blinding him, after which he took a deep breath of fresh air. The protagonist noticed a sleeping man near a tree and decided to approach him. MC said, touching him with his hand, that he wanted to ask him something. The man looked at him sleepily, and then horror was clearly reflected on his face. He screamed, trying to run away from him. The protagonist thought, is he really mute? Just think, after so much time he met a man, and he turned out to be mute. The protagonist asked if he could speak. The man looked at him in horror, and then he fell to his knees and screamed, with tears in his eyes, that he had committed an unforgivable sin. He was asking for mercy from him. MC thought, was he really mistaken for a bandit? He really looked bad. The protagonist said that he should calm down. Why should he harm him? He was not that kind of person at all. He screamed, are they going to send him to the corridors of 10,000 demons? The man began to bang his head on the ground and screamed that he was asking to just kill him. The protagonist asked in surprise, grabbing him by the shoulders, why is he doing this? He has to get up on his feet. He just lost consciousness from horror. MC leaned him against a tree and asked why this man is so timid. He apologizes to him for scaring him, but he has to go. After some time, the protagonist made his way through the forest until he saw a settlement with a fortress wall ahead. The protagonist went there, going down the stone stairs. There were guards at the entrance who paid attention to him. MC felt their evil gaze and thought that they were emanating very strong energy. And such warriors were just guarding the entrance. What kind of place is this? The guards came closer to him, and the protagonist thought that they were approaching. Will he be forced to fight against them? Suddenly, they knelt down and respectfully called him young master. They congratulated him on completing his training. The protagonist looked at them in confusion and thought, did they call him young master? MC noticed a sign at the entrance that said that this is the Gwangmyeong cult. The protagonist was dumbfounded and thought, is this really the cult? This is a place hidden among countless centuries-old and majestic mountains, which cannot be left so easily if you set foot on the territory of this cult. Outsiders call this place the demonic cult. The warriors who showed respect called him young master. This means that the owner of the body was him. How is this possible? He is the son of the head of the Murim Union, obligated to strive for justice. However, now he is the young master of the demonic cult? The protagonist thought while his body was trembling, then the techniques he learned in the cave, do they really belong to this? The guards noted that he completed his training. Does this mean that he has mastered the supreme art of the Demon Lord? MC thought in horror, looking at them. Are they serious? The creator of the art he studied for several years, and the person he mourned and swore to serve as his true master, belonged to the demonic cult. Moreover, his teacher is a demon lord? The protagonist grabbed the guard by the collar and said that this could not be. The protagonist screamed loudly, bursting into tears, that he did not want to believe it. The guards tried to calm him down while he screamed. MC thought that he was the first son of the Mirim cult, mastered the highest art of the demon lord of the Gwangmyeong cult. The protagonist thought, before losing consciousness, that even after reincarnation into the body of a young master of the demonic cult. After a while, the protagonist suddenly jumped up and began to look around. MC asked if it was really a dream. The protagonist decided to wash himself, and he saw his reflection in the mirror. The protagonist burst into tears and said that it was not a dream at all. MC asked upset, what did he do to deserve such a name? After some time, in the 7th palace of the Myung cult, a dark palace, the maid noted while combing her hair that she should relax her face, otherwise she will get wrinkles. Dan Yenhwa, the princess of the dark palace and the second daughter of Dan Jonghak, gritted her teeth in displeasure. Then she shouted, should she smile? When did that scum come back? She said that she didn't need to twitch. Yenhwa noted that it had been 3 years since he left. Why did he decide to come back? She wanted him to die right there. The maid whispered that she shouldn't say such a thing. What if someone heard her? She shouted in annoyance, who else could be here besides them? Who would dare to eavesdrop? Even if they heard, what difference did it make? She really wanted him to just die. She noted that, however, she was destined to become his future wife. She shouldn't say such things. However, he really came back. She was already afraid that she was destined to remain a single maiden. Yenhwa shouted indignantly. The maid roughly began to comb her hair. Afterwards, she noticed that she had gone too far. She crossed her arms in an offended manner. Yenhwa noted that he had actually succeeded. Even the leader himself had failed to master the supreme art of the Demon Lord, but he had succeeded. She heard that he had cried and fainted. The maid said that things must have gone wrong as he had planned. She should try to understand him without paying attention to others. She indignantly shouted, why should she do that? He had achieved nothing and was simply using his status as a young master to have fun with other women. The maid admiringly said that he was handsome. Yenhwa looked at her in horror. She asked, didn't she want to forgive him everything, looking at such a face? She sighed heavily and thought that she couldn't believe that she had thought the same thing a few years ago. Her naive fantasies had been dispelled the first time they met. Then she was walking at night and saw him under the moonlight. Yenhwa admired his beauty, and then came closer to him and asked, is this the young master, right? She introduced herself, and he asked, is this his fiancée? She didn't look that bad. To her surprise, he asked her to massage his legs. Yenhwa stared at him in confusion. He asked, he can't be disappointed in her, right? The young master made a terrible face and said that she didn't have to worry, he would also give her a massage. They could even practice dual cultivation. At this moment she screamed, remembering this horror, that he was 15 years old back then. Does he really think that the supreme art of the Demon Lord is another joke? His ancestors gave their lives trying to master this technique. She even seriously wanted to applaud him when he decided to lock himself in the corridor of the supreme demons. Everyone hated him so much that no one stopped him. If he had sworn to master this art, he would have had to part with his life if he failed. Why then did he come out of the cave in tears after 3 years? They call her an ice flower. Why does she have to marry an idiot like him? She would rather die. She does not want this marriage. The maid asked if she should not go to the small palace of Myeong. Perhaps these 3 years have changed him. She shouted indignantly, and then the maid left her alone. Yenhwa clenched her fists and looked around carefully. Sometime later, in the small palace of Myeong, Gwangmyeong cult. The protagonist thought tensely that 4 days had passed since he regained consciousness. Only a few people came to visit him, although he is a young master. However, during this time, he learned something. First, the owner of this body is Ma Chunso, a minor cult leader of Gwangmyeong. His behavior was not the best, although it was simply unacceptable. The locals called him a perverted little spirit. He was very attracted to having fun with women, and he also used his status to go unpunished and do worse things than an evil spirit. People around him thought he was mentally ill, which suited him very well. He didn't have much hope for this being a demon cult, but if you think about it, this is the worst case scenario for him. And second, he found out why he could remain untouched for all the things he did. His father, Ma Taepyeong, is a demon cult leader, one of those supreme beings who surpasses even the 10 masters. Should he be happy that he can call one of the strongest people a father? Third, he learned that, being the only son of a cult leader and having such a status, he is just an empty shell. It is unknown whether the owner of the body was indifferent to everything or just an idiot, but he lived his life without putting any effort into self-improvement. Although he studied martial arts, he failed, and his social skills were completely worthless. The small Myeon Palace was the only thing he had. Hearing the servants passing by talking, he sighed. They asked, will they leave the young master alone now? Since he failed to fully master the supreme art of the Demon Lord, the cult leader will not leave him alone when he returns. If they are honest, then Yahyuljin should be the next cult leader of the Gwangmyeon cult. It will be better for everyone. Afterwards, they were afraid that someone might hear them. The protagonist thought that he had already heard them. However, he should not blame them too much. These are words that the owner of the body should hear. He is considered a person who cannot be controlled. Even if Chunso wasn't destroyed by the excess chi, he still didn't have long to live. The protagonist looked at his reflection in the mirror and thought that the only thing that was encouraging at a time like this was that he was only 19 years old, and it had only been 3 years since his death. He thought that even if he returned to the Murim Alliance, looking at his appearance, who would even dare to say hello to him? It would be extremely surprising if he was able to preserve his own life story. MC sighed heavily and thought, lowering his head, that after spending the last few days like a madman, he had no strength left to be angry. After which, he quickly washed his face with water. The protagonist thought that it was unlike him to worry about something that had already happened. Now he had to accept his new identity. He was Chunso now. It didn't matter at all how the previous owner of the body lived before. He would live in his own way as Jagak. Suddenly, his reflection in the mirror said with a terrible face that this was wonderful. He had to try hard. It's still a demon cult. And he's young Master Chunso. His reflection turned into an evil spirit, and he declared that they would see how long he could last as Jagak in this place. He would be watching him. At that moment, the doors opened and Yenwa walked in. The protagonist turned around and asked who she was. She gritted her teeth and asked irritably, is he seriously asking that? The protagonist looked at the girl in confusion, and then he thought that he shouldn't talk so politely while in this body. He still can't get used to the fact that he is now the young master of the demon sect. MC rudely asked who she even was. Yenwa was outraged by his attitude and she screamed, has he already forgotten her face? Chunso thought nervously that if they knew each other well enough for her to visit the young master's chambers so easily, then this was not their first meeting. She was wearing ordinary clothes and comfortable shoes. She was a young girl who could enter the small Myeong Palace if she wanted to. He realized she was his maid. The protagonist said that he was deep in philosophical thought. He would step aside and she could get to her job. Yenwa shouted, what is he even talking about? The protagonist was confused by her behavior and then asked, is a mere maid really asking him what to do? Is she that brave or just stupid? Either way, she is not behaving properly. She needs to clean up and get out of here. This is her job. She clenched her fists and asked in a trembling voice, did he just call her a mere maid? MC thought that he shouldn't be prejudiced against people based on their work, but he had no other choice now. Chunso remembered his conversation with the evil spirit and gritted his teeth. The protagonist asked, what's the matter? As a master, he only asked the maid to do her job. The protagonist looked at her and said, she has no right to refuse. MC looked at the crying girl in surprise. Chunso thought in confusion, was he really too rude to her? Yenwa abruptly turned away and left his chambers. She thought, wiping away her tears with her hand, that he was trash. And they wanted her to marry someone like him? This would never happen, even if it cost her her life. At this time, in the chambers, the protagonist thought that apparently, even the servants of this cult were quite impulsive. Suddenly, the protagonist's stomach rumbled and he thought, had he let her go too quickly, he should have ordered her to at least bring food, although he should collect his thoughts. First, he must find out the circumstances of the cult. After a while, MC thought, looking around his palace, that he was almost the only one living in this entire small Myeong Palace. After a while, Chunso entered the room and asked, is he here? Yultak, a courtier of the Myeong Minor Palace, asked the young master what brought him here at such a time. The protagonist addressed him by name while he chuckled and put on his clothes. The protagonist thought that this guy was Chunso's servant and the only person who had visited him in the past 4 days. Currently, they were the only ones living in this palace. Yultak noticed that he called him by name today. Are his memories returning? When he came back, he looked gloomy, so he was worried. It was all because he lacked negative energy, right? Should he book a place at the cat house? MC thought that there was a reason why people say that trash is drawn to trash. How can he be so vicious? Chunso stated that he should stop saying such nonsense. He wanted to ask a few questions because his memory had not fully returned yet. He looked at him thoughtfully and then touched his forehead with his hand. The protagonist asked in surprise what he was doing. Yultak remarked that it was strange. It seemed like he didn't have a fever. He spoke as if he was a man of a traditional cult. The protagonist looked at him dumbfounded, and then angrily waved his hand away and shouted that this was complete nonsense. MC thought tensely, did he really notice? What should he do now? Should he kill him and get out of here as soon as possible? He chuckled and crossed his arms, smiling. Yultak laughed and loudly declared that he was just joking. He was so surprised. Now he wanted to be a good guy? He remembered his behavior was a little different. Chunso hit him on the head. Then he remarked that he was a busy man, but he had to follow the orders of the young master. The protagonist asked irritably, was he seriously calling himself a busy man when he slept during lunch? Yultak asked what he wanted to know. The protagonist asked, was he really taking care of the flowers? He asked if he wanted to tease him about it again. Then Yultak shouted that he shouldn't touch that plant. MC remarked that looking at those twisted and soft leaves, one would think that this was nature's way of greeting him. That plant smelled nice. He stared at the young master in surprise. Yultak thoughtfully asked if he was really the young master. Maybe he hurt his head badly during cultivation? Chunso asked if that meant he had talked about that plant before. He remarked that his usual behavior was different. Yultak decided to impersonate him and showed him speaking rudely and threatening to kill him. Then he asked why he was looking at him like that. Actually, he was one of the worst people, but it was normal for a demonic cult representative to speak harshly. The protagonist held his head with his hand and asked him to tell him about how their cult was organized. Suddenly, the protagonist's stomach rumbled. Yultak said with a laugh that it was loud. He suggested that they have a snack first. They should go out to eat and talk. He remembers Myungchun restaurant? A white garlic meat dish. They say it's made from a freshly caught pig that's cut into pieces and then boiled to melt in your mouth. MC listened to him talk about the dish in awe. He remarked that after a serving of rice soup with egg yolk and corn from the south, it felt so warm inside. Chunso said impatiently that they should go there, if he wanted to go there so much, but just this once. Yultak chuckled and said that of course they would go there. Then he realized and said that he remembered that Myungchun restaurant was closed today. He suggested that they eat somewhere else. The protagonist shouted indignantly, "Why is this place closed today?" Yultak said that today was the meeting of the heirs of the Gwangmyung cult. The protagonist asked, "What is that?" He said that all the children of the important clan representatives would gather there today. He strongly recommended not to go there. MC thought, so all the heirs of the Gwangmyung cult would gather there? After a while, on the street, Chunso thought that the weather was wonderful. Yultak asked displeasedly, is he sure he wants to show up there? The protagonist said that he does. He asked in confusion, the young master understands that he didn't just advise him not to go there for no reason, right? The protagonist asked him to tell him about how the Gwangmyung cult is structured. Yultak asked, does he even remember that? Has he really lost his memory? He explained that the Gwangmyung cult consists of 9 palaces, which are divided into 2 cult palaces and 7 side palaces. The 2 cult palaces consist of the Gwangmyung Palace, where the head of the cult lives, and the small Myung Palace, where he is located. MC noted that this means that the 7 side palaces are additional forces from the clan. Yultak said that it was safe to say so now. However, they were a threat to Gwangmyung Palace. Chunso asked why he was saying that. He irritably noted that the leader of the cult was currently missing from the main palace. No one knew where he was, which was why there were rumors about the need to choose a new leader. He considered them scum. The protagonist thought that Taepyeong, the head of a demonic cult, suddenly disappeared, leaving only one note asking not to look for him. It was only natural for rebels to try to become the ruler of the territories, while the leader was missing. The protagonist noted that the young master was still there. Yultak asked if he was talking about himself in the third person. MC thought he had already forgotten about it. Chunso awkwardly said that it did not matter, he should continue his story. He asked who would see him as the next leader of the cult. He was incredibly weak, unreasonable, and his actions were shameful. There was nothing beautiful about him, except his cute face. Yultak sighed heavily and remarked that even he wouldn't choose him. If a dog becomes the next cult leader, what will happen to the demon cult? Their cult will become a dog cult. The protagonist thought that maybe he was right. Then he realized and noted in bewilderment that he was terribly open in communication with him. He worriedly stated that others say so. He is his eternally loyal servant. In any case, he heard that he will lose everything if he fails to master the supreme art of the Demon Lord. However, he seems to be doing well. The protagonist asked if he really wanted him to fail. Yultak stated that of course he didn't. The MC thought that after he learned the supreme art, he made an oath. He shouldn't go back on his words so easily, so he should continue to consider the Demon Lord as his master. However, he shouldn't use techniques without due necessity. After his servant asked, did he know how many people were part of the Gwangmyeong cult? Chunso guessed that there were about 10,000 followers. Yultak pointed out that he was wrong. If you count the ordinary idol worshippers in the Central Plains, then their cult has millions of members. The protagonist shouted in shock. How was that even possible? He noted that now it should be clear why the emperor was fussing. Has he ever seen the government persecute the Mirim Alliance or the Renegade Alliance? They only single out the Gwangmyeong cult and call them enemies of the country. The protagonist thought that no emperor had ever declared any cult as an enemy, whether they adhered to the traditional teachings or not. The cult seriously has millions of followers? It's like one small country. Then it turns out that it's not just a group of martial artists. MC shouted in shock, so the 7 palaces take on the role of 3 ministries and 6 ministers. Then why are they still silent? He said that 2.5 years have passed since the day the head of the cult disappeared. This period of time is enough to organize a rebellion. Yultak crossed his arms and noted that it is true that there are those who want to start a rebellion, but not all the palaces are on the same side. More accommodating, and within certain limits, cults without any connections cannot ignore the council of elders who are above them. Chunso said that it turns out that the 2 palaces of their cult, the 7 third-party palaces and the council of elders, are trying to maintain a balance between themselves. And the right to choose the next head is divided between them. He said that this is exactly it. For this, they waited for the Festival of Heaven of the Gwangmyeong cult, which is held once every 2 years. However, the appearance of the heir to the place of the head, that is, him, changes a lot. The protagonist thoughtfully said that now he understands the situation in the cult. The protagonist asked indignantly, but why are there only 2 people in the small palace of Myeong? Where are all the others? Yultak noted that there used to be more people in the palace, but he himself kicked them all out. Some for their ugly appearance, others for being too thin. Did he really want to know more? They would never come back, even if he begged them. MC exhaled and thought that the previous owner of the body was a very short-sighted person. However, now he understands more. There are many who want to become the ruler here. However, the situation is currently peaceful because they maintain a balance among themselves. Although this balancing is dangerous, if even one thing upsets this balance, a great war in the cult may begin. And after that, spears may be aimed at the central plain. Suddenly, his stomach rumbled. His servant noted that he repeated that he had nothing to gain from being there. Chunso stated that he should shut up and just bring him there. Yultak said that it was his decision. The protagonist thought that his servant was worried that they would look down on him. He had a soft side for his young master. However, he had always been taught to face injustice head-on, down with unnecessary thoughts, and act quickly, and if he encountered a difficulty along the way, there was only one remedy: change his direction or destroy all barriers. And he would do it not as a member of a cult, but as a person who followed the path of justice, Jagak. The protagonist pointed out that they should all be about the same age as the heirs, so there should be no problem. He declared that his opinion was wrong. MC pushed him forward and said that everything would be fine. Now that he had left his palace, he had the sole and exclusive right to convey his greetings to everyone. Yultak shouted in irritation that he gave up. He should not lag behind him. Sometime later, at the Myeongchun restaurant, the customers at the entrance asked why they could not enter. The guard said that all the tables were occupied, they had better leave. They shouted in irritation, "What does this mean? They can clearly see the empty seats." He crossed his arms and declared that these seats were reserved. The visitors decided not to mess with a place that was under the control of the palaces, because even the guards had strong martial artists. It was easy to lose your head because of them. Suddenly, the guard announced that the second son of the Palace of Monstrous Venom, the leader of the Steel Venom Squadron, nicknamed the Fortune of the East, had arrived. The people noted that today was the day of choosing the heir of the Gwangmyeong cult. As night fell, the streets became more lively, and people greeted the heir, while merchants tried to sell their goods. Suddenly, it was announced that the second daughter of the Palace of Broken Swords, Yenhwa, nicknamed the Ice Flower, had arrived. The people asked in surprise, was she really the most beautiful among all the cults and associations? Why was she here today? Rumor has it that she does not like such events. Yenhwa walked into the restaurant with a proud gait while people looked at her with admiration. They noted that the rumors were true, she really was beautiful. She thought irritably that the young master was not the only man in the Gwangmyeong cult. She would break off this marriage if she got engaged to someone like him. Then Yenhwa turned her attention to the other people in the restaurant and thought, why is his face so long? And what about the other one? He looks too weak. And this guy's gaze makes her feel uncomfortable. It would be better for her to go up to the second floor and wait there. After some time, on the second floor of the restaurant, Chanamu, the second son of the head of the Palace of Worldly Riches, noted that the ice flower had come to meet the heir. Today is their day of celebration, and the people who did not show up will soon regret it. Perhaps he will also have luck that evening. She ignored him and sat down at the table. He remarked with a smile, introducing himself, that the nickname Ice Flower suits her very well. He is the second son of the head of the Palace of Worldly Riches. Manhwa said her name, looking at him casually. She wondered if he was sucking up to her. However, at least this guy looked like the most prestigious among them. This was a gathering of the Gwangmyeong cult's heirs, but she didn't see any representatives from the outside palaces or anyone from the Council of Elders here. She thought that at least Yuljin would come here. Amu asked with a smile, what brought her here? Did she guess that he would be here too? The people behind him laughed at his question. Manhwa thought in confusion that he clearly didn't think before he spoke. Where did he get so many teeth? Was he a shark? She thought, as this guy pressed himself against her, that maybe she should just leave. It was announced that the only son of the head of the Gwangmyeong cult had appeared. They were shocked by this news. They shouted, why did this trash come here? Not long before, in front of the entrance to the Myeongchun restaurant, Yultak noted that he thought about it again and still didn't think it was the right decision. They should go back. Why was he standing there? He should turn around and leave. The protagonist pushed his servant forward. He almost lost his balance, but managed not to fall. The protagonist thought that he was familiar with martial arts. The guard asked in surprise, did he come to the meeting? Yultak awkwardly said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. He tried to announce it, but the young master's servant stopped him and said that it was not he who came here. The guard asked, then who came? Then he looked at the MC in shock. Visitor asked, seeing the young master at the entrance, why is he here? Most likely he is trying to do something again. Some people decided to leave the restaurant to avoid unnecessary trouble. Chunso thought that ordinary people did not bypass the demonic cult either. He thought they were all crazy, but that was just his opinion. The protagonist said that he had to tell them. Isn't this his duty? The guard loudly announced that the only son of the Gwangmyeong cult leader had arrived. They were to meet Chunso, the leader of the small palace. The customers in the restaurant greeted him respectfully. The protagonist noticed the girl leaving and told his servant that he should stay here. Yultak asked where he was going. Then MC followed the girl. Manhwa asked as she hurriedly ran away, why was he there? She asked as she turned around, did he really come for her? Then Manhwa screamed in horror when she saw the young master next to her. Chunso asked who she was talking about. She tried to hit him, but he dodged, causing the girl to lose her balance. The protagonist caught the falling girl while she was screaming in fear. The protagonist thought that this is what it means to be in a demonic cult. No matter if it is the young master's personal servant or a maid, there is no one here who does not know martial arts. Anyway, this girl is very unpredictable. They exchanged glances and then she asked to let her go. MC thought, removing his hand, that he was holding his hand on the girl's waist for too long. This is unacceptable. Manhwa, falling to the ground, screamed in pain. She screamed indignantly, has he gone completely crazy? Chunso said in bewilderment, it was an accident. She asked him to let go herself. He thought she would fall, but he decided to let go because it was very rude of him to hold her waist for so long. He really wanted to do the right thing. Manhwa looked at his hand, and the protagonist jumped up to her and asked, is she okay? She asked, was he seriously asking that question? The protagonist thought, was he being too polite again? MC took her hand and pointed out that if she wanted to continue being his servant, then she should take care of the hands that cleaned his room. Manhwa screamed angrily, pulling her hand away. Was he doing this again? MC thought that even if it was a demonic cult, her harshness in her statements was like a wild cat. He should try to correct this behavior, otherwise it would be difficult for her to survive in a dangerous place. Chunso stated that she could say whatever she wanted, but despite having such a nasty personality, he could tell that she would only cause trouble wherever she went. He didn't mind if it was in the Myeong small palace, but she needed to go somewhere else to throw a tantrum like that. The protagonist thought that the demon cult was shrouded in darkness, so it was better for her to stay in the small palace. That way he could at least protect her. She asked indignantly while pointing her index finger at him, should he worry about her? Doesn't he know what meeting is happening tonight? The protagonist asked, it's the Gwangmyeong cult successor meeting, right? Manhwa shouted, so he even knows that, but he's still here? If he doesn't want to cause more trouble, he should go back to his small palace right now, or else he might get lost. The MC asked with a smile, if a man always runs away from trouble, how can he complete anything? She doesn't have to worry about him. Her face turned red and she shouted, "Why did he think that? She wasn't worried about him." Chunso pointed out that she was worried about him. However, everything would be fine. She could go back. Manhwa shouted, blushing, that she wasn't worried about him. After which, she indignantly began to walk away from him. The protagonist wondered if she was always so inconsistent in expressing her emotions, or if she simply had no experience. Speaking of which, he wondered if she was okay now. He hoped that she wasn't too upset because of him. Yang Soye should wait for him like her brother. He promised to come back. At this time, Manhwa indignantly thought, why did he act and talk as if he had become a good person? Are you sure he didn't hit his head? Did he really think that she would worry about him? She became embarrassed, remembering his face, and shouted that he shouldn't smile at her. She was just really angry at him. Manhwa worriedly looked at the restaurant and thought, however, why did he come anyway? What was he planning? After a while, Yultak asked where he went. The protagonist noted that he had his own business. He indignantly asked why he ran away so suddenly. The protagonist said that this was the way things were. It was time for them to go. Afterwards, on the second floor of the restaurant, Amu noted that he heard that he had been to the 10,000 Demon Corridor. He wondered if he had made any progress in his martial arts training. He was surprised that the young master had decided to visit such a humble place. If he had come for women and excitement, he could find more of that on the outskirts of the slums. Yultak, annoyed that he should watch his words, Amu threateningly stated to Yultak that he was still hoping for a miracle. This was the reason his family abandoned him. Didn't he understand that? Didn't he feel ashamed that he was bringing such a disgrace to his family? He got angry and called him trash. They looked at each other while the MC calmly sat down at the table. Chunso noticed that this was the dish he was talking about. It looked delicious, and the oily sheen was pleasing to the eye. Yultak looked at the young master, puzzled. The protagonist asked if he had interrupted the conversation. He apologized. They could continue their conversation. The protagonist tried the dish and noted that it tasted quite exquisite. Amu chuckled and said that he had been watching him and realized that someone needed to see a doctor. Or did he have a different opinion? Maybe he should call a doctor himself? MC looked at him, puzzled. He asked what was wrong. Was he in a bad mood now that such a humble person like him was saying something like that? Chunso looked at him and thought, is he really an idiot? The protagonist asked, turning to Yultak, who was he? His servant introduced Amu and said that he was the son of the head of the Palace of Worldly Riches. He was no better than a stray dog. The protagonist thought, as his expression changed, what does it mean he is from the Palace of Worldly Riches? He should greet him well. MC asked maliciously, does Myungchun's restaurant even serve food to dogs? Amu got furious, his face turned red with anger. Afterwards, he threw the table aside and asked while gritting his teeth, does he not know what tact is? Or maybe he has just gone crazy? A lot has changed since he went to study martial arts in the cave. Is he sure that he can act like this in such a place? Chunso thought that he was not mistaken. The previous owner of the body was irritable and always relied on his father, and he does not have this support now. His behavior suggests that he has prepared for the young master's return. The protagonist asked, turning to his servant, what is the strength of his influence? Yultak asked puzzledly, what is he talking about? The protagonist demanded a detailed story from him. He pointed out that if they were talking about a strict hierarchy, he had the second highest position in the Gwangyong cult. And within reason, he could personally punish others on the spot. He also has the right to use the armed forces of the small palace. However, why was he asking about this now? MC thought that this meant that he occupied a position between the highest judge and the emperor. However, he could not, for example, order someone to be beheaded. Only the emperor had the right to do so. Chunso asked, so he could calmly teach this idiot a lesson? Yultak asked quietly, he wasn't going to kill him, was he? This would cause a lot of trouble later. The protagonist pointed out that he heard him perfectly well, so he should go back. And he said that he would punish him, not kill him. He shouted that this was right. This idiot should get what he deserved. The one with a big mouth like a hippopotamus's jaw and bulging eyes like a fish. The protagonist stated that he had noticed very well. Amu got angry and grabbed the cup from the table, intending to throw it. MC thought, watching him closely, that judging by the tension of his muscles and the angle of his hand, he was going to throw the cup to his left to scare him. This means that he does not want to seriously hurt him, because he will have to answer for it. Chunso grabbed his servant to take the blow from the cup. Yultak grimaced in pain and fell onto the table. The protagonist continued to eat the dish calmly. He then turned to Amu and menacingly asked, was the Palace of Worldly Riches really trying to kill him? Amu looked at him in fear and shouted that this is just nonsense. The protagonist thoughtfully said that he had just tried to kill him. If his servant had not saved him, he would have died. Or was he aiming for his place as the young master instead? He shouted that this is nonsense. It was just a cup. MC asked, so he thinks this is nonsense? Chunso turned to his servant and asked how he feels. Yultak shouted with tears in his eyes, but can't he see it himself? He is in great pain. The protagonist noted that he could see for himself that his servant was on the verge of death. There was plenty of evidence of his guilt. Maybe he should call and tell the Council of Elders about this situation, or would it be better to go visit the head of the Palace of Worldly Riches right away? The protagonist thought, looking at his frightened face, that this is exactly what he was counting on. The children of prestigious palaces are not afraid of public anger, but of their parents' anger. He does not know how the previous young master would react to this, but he is different. MC asked, turning to Amu's friends, were they in cahoots with him? They shouted in horror that they just came to have dinner, after which they hurried to leave the restaurant as quickly as possible. Chunso asked why he was still standing there. If he wanted to kill him, he had to do it quickly. This was his last chance. He would wish the Palace of Worldly Riches well in that case. Amu got furious and grabbed the hilt of the dagger with his hand. They exchanged glances, and then he said that he was asking for his forgiveness. The protagonist asked what he should forgive him for. Amu said through clenched teeth that he had gone too far. The protagonist asked if that was all he could say after injuring a man. He shouted in irritation that it was because he had used him as a human shield. The MC asked menacingly if he really thought he could hide behind his father's name. He shouldn't even try. Even if thousands of people bowed down to him, there would come a time when their blood and tears would become daggers that would pierce his wicked heart. He thought he was just lying about it? He, Chunso, would be his retribution. Amu bowed his head and said that he had committed a grave sin. He only asked him not to go to his father. Chunso shouted that he should shut up. He should go to his palace immediately, and tell him that he would visit them soon. He looked at him in fear. The visitors asked what was going on there. Was the head of the small palace declaring war on the Palace of Worldly Riches? That meant rebellion. He uses his father's name more than anyone else. He is just a small piece of trash. Afterwards, the protagonist thought that the 7 side palaces along with the Council of Elders should wait. He would come to each of them. After some time, at the Palace of Worldly Riches, one of the 7 side palaces, Jong Saemin, the leader of the Palace of Worldly Riches, smashed a cup in anger. Amu asked his father, did the leader of the small palace just want to scare them? He shouted, does he even understand what he did? He asked, is there anything he can do to them? He doesn't understand why he's so angry. Saemin shouted that he should shut his mouth. No matter how weak and stupid he is, he's still the leader of the small palace. Doesn't he understand that? Amu said that it was a misunderstanding. He hoped that he had lost his fighting ability due to the chi overload. However, when he saw him, he thought he was in serious danger. He shouted through clenched teeth, does he really dare to make excuses? He doesn't want to see his face. He should go into the demon corridors and not come back until he himself allows it. He shouted in fear, turning to his father, isn't this too cruel? What about his training? Samin shouted that he should shut up. Did he really think that he would not be punished for such behavior? He should leave. Then he grabbed his head with his hand and shouted that he should call Birung. He thought that it had been 2 years since the head of the Gwamyung cult, Taepyeong, disappeared. According to the Council of Elders and the 7 third-party palaces, it was decided to choose a new head of the cult. The new sun is destined to rise during the festival in honor of the Feast of Heaven. In any case, the young head of the small palace returned after completing his secluded practice. Samin thought that if they brought up the issue of choosing a new head of the cult, he would take the place. As long as there is no head, the young master stands above everyone in his status, no matter what the circumstances. At the moment, the head of the small palace is like a powder keg, ready to explode at any moment. They need more time to observe and take action, but his son is an idiot who provoked him. Chunbirong, the captain of the Golden Cavalry, asked, did he call him? He asked, in his opinion, did the head of the small palace do this while understanding their current situation? He noted that he was a man with a willful attitude. It was hard to imagine what his motives were. Salmon thoughtfully said that it was still strange. He was able to deal with his son so easily. Why would his son call this trash strong? Barang noted that Amu was known for his modesty. The young head of the small palace was an ordinary martial artist at his worst. Even if he was not that stupid, they should not worry about it so much. Afterwards, he stated that this was their chance. He asked, what was he talking about? Barang said that this was a great opportunity for them. Salmon looked at him in surprise, and then he asked, why did he think so? He noted that there was a balance in the cult now, so the young master was the one who could upset that balance. Or he would be on their side, or they would kill him. That was the limit of the situation changing. Salmon asked irritably, wasn't that what he was talking about? In this day and age, being accused of rebellion could destroy them all. If someone else from the outside palaces killed him, they could frame them, and they would meet their deaths that way. Birang said that was why he called it an opportunity. The head of the small palace was impulsive and impetuous. If they greeted him well and gave him gifts, they could earn his trust. He asked thoughtfully, was he offering to protect the young master of their cult? He remarked that that was exactly what he had meant. By protecting him, they could earn his favor. The Palace of Worldly Riches could rule the Gwangmyeong cult. Salmon said that was wonderful. In other words, he was offering to become the rulers of the cult until the head returned. If he returned, Birang said that he had understood correctly. He chuckled and scratched his beard with his hand, and then said that he must bring the sacred sword of demonic flame. He shouted in shock. Was he serious? This was one of the 5 divine treasures of the Gwangmyeong cult. Semin said they wouldn't do anything about it, although he himself will go and bring this weapon. In order to achieve great success, one must use the most valuable items. Sometime later, in the small Myeong Palace, the protagonist meditated in the lotus position and thought that they would think that the trouble at the Myeongchun restaurant was a rash move by the young master, and they would be busy calculating their next steps. If he had to live out the rest of his life in this body, it would be better for him to manage the demonic cult himself and bring peace to the Central Plains. Thus, the Palace of Worldly Riches was ideal as a first target. In order to carry out his plans, he needed economic support. The protagonist thought, trying to ignore the extraneous sounds, that his current problem was the lack of sufficient strength. He can't handle all the difficulties by himself. He has to find people who are not part of anyone's army. The only warrior under the roof of the small Myeong Palace is his servant. At this moment, Yultak opened the doors, and MC thought he just remembered him. He shouted in irritation, "How can he sleep peacefully after what happened?" And so pointed out that he is meditating, not sleeping. Yultak shouted, "Since when has he been doing this?" He skeptically noted that he chose a very good time for this. Yultak shouted that he should quickly go to the Palace of Worldly Riches and say that this was all a joke. He could get into big trouble if he doesn't hurry. The protagonist said that he was dead serious, and he thought he was just joking. He shouted in irritation, "Does he really want to be locked in the corridors of 10,000 demons again? Why anger 7 third-party palaces when the head of the cult is absent?" The protagonist pointed out that he had injured his servant and he cared about his people. Yultak was embarrassed, and then he realized and shouted that he was the one who pushed him. The MC said that he could not thank him. There was a more important matter now. Could he bring the records where the entire hierarchy of the Gwangmyeong cult was written? He asked in shock. Why did he need it now? He could get them, but did he really need them so urgently? Chunso said that he had to bring them right now. He had to know who he could contact to fill the small palace with the people he needed. Yultak asked in confusion. What was he talking about? The protagonist asked, pushing him. Why was he still here? He had to take him there. He asked what he wanted to fill. The protagonist pointed out that the houses at the palace. There were 11 empty houses in the palace, not counting him. Yultak shouted in shock. Why did he decide to do this so suddenly? Are you sure he didn't hit his head? MC happily noted that it was too quiet here, despite it being the place where the young master resided. And he also said that he was bored, right? Yultak angrily shouted that he provoked the Palace of Worldly Riches yesterday and now he wants to do this too? Is this his way of throwing a tantrum? He shouldn't ignore him. Chunso noted with a smile that he expected the others to throw a tantrum. He stated that this wasn't something that should be taken so lightly. They might not consider Amu, but if he interfered with the people of the small palace, the 7 third-party palaces, and the Council of Elders would not leave him alone. This was too risky. The protagonist asked, turning to the servant, who was he? Yultak shouted in irritation, is this really important now? When is he planning to stir up trouble in the cult again? The protagonist calmly said that he would ask him again. Who was he? He said with a puzzled expression that he was the leader of the small palace. MC asked if there was any need for another reason then. Yultak noted with confusion that there was no need for another reason. MC exhaled and said with a smile that he should go already. He said with clenched teeth that it was a curse. Then his servant noted that he should change his clothes. They did not need to attract unnecessary attention in the city. And he should wear a black hat. Chunso asked if this was the only clothes he had. Yultak noted that he liked the color black. The protagonist changed his clothes and looked at himself in the mirror and happily said that it looked pretty good. Sometime later, on a night street of the city, the protagonist asked if this was the night market. Yultak said that he was mistaken. He should know where they were now. It is among the countless majestic mountains. Although he himself did not count it, but the peaks really are infinite. The cult members live on only 7 mountain peaks. The palace of the leader of the Gwangmyeong cult and the small palace of Myeong are located on the largest peak, the peak of the sun, greedily accepting a good portion of the sun's rays. Then there is the peak of the moon, flame, water, wood, steel, and earth. At the peak of the sun, there is everything. The leader is content with everything he needs. However, for the other palaces, things are not so happy. Many have to go to the market here, at the peak of the waters. Some come to buy goods in the evening, others at night, and others even in the morning. Therefore, the market is open all the time. Thus, it can be said that it is a 24-hour market. MC thought that he had no idea that the people of the cult had to go through such a thing. It must be difficult, especially for those who do not know martial arts. Chunso asked why they do not just go down the mountain to buy something down there. Yultak asked, is he suggesting that they go down from the top? The protagonist pointed out that this was indeed the case. He explained that if they went down, they would be attacked by the Renegade Alliance, the Murim Alliance, and the Emperor himself. How could they go down? The protagonist pointed out that it was because the Central Plains had been damaged by the demonic cult several times. All they had to do was stop the bloodshed. He said that he meant that they might want to go down. However, the Emperor considered the demonic cult as enemies without any justification. They were simply fighting to survive. The MC apologized first and then asked if their actions were too barbaric to be considered self-defense. His servant looked at him in shock. Yultak said in fear that he shouldn't say such a thing. The whole world had heard of the disgrace of the perverted little demon. Whose side was he on anyway? Chunso thought that now that he was the young master of the demonic cult, he shouldn't say such a thing. By the way, he forgot about it, but his nickname because of the previous owner of the body is an unpleasant problem. Even if he finds someone, will they want to follow him? Afterwards, he asked, have they arrived yet? He noted that they were already quite close to the place. The protagonist thought, in any case, how can his servant not get tired of this? At this time, in the far room of the dark corridor, an old man was writing in a notebook by candlelight. After a while, Yultak said that they had arrived. This is here. The signboard of the building said that this is the library of the Gwangmyeong cult. The protagonist asked, so this is the library? He noted that this place is known to those who listen to gossip. This place is not inferior to the main palace. It is time for them to go inside. There is an old man inside. Yultak asked, is there anything to see today? The old man asked where they came from. He noted that there is light here, but it is still very dim. He will ruin his eyesight if he reads like this. The old man turned his attention to the young master and said that he did not know if there was anything to see here. Yultak said that there must be something. How are things at the market? He said that there were different markets. Which one was he talking about? He noted that naturally, this was the topic. MC thought that this was a meaningless conversation. Could this be some kind of code? The old man asked them to wait politely and threw them out on the street, locking the door behind him. Yultak shouted indignantly, knocking on the door with his hand. Why were they just thrown out the door? He does not know the small glow? They came from there. At this time, the old man opened a secret passage in the floor, where there was a staircase leading down. Then, by the light of a lantern, he went down and walked along a long dark corridor until he reached a reinforced door. The old man noted that they apparently came from the small palace of Myeong. What should they do? An unknown voice asked, did they come in person? He said that he tried to hide his appearance under his clothes, but his handsome face was hard to hide. It was undoubtedly the young master. The stranger put down his brush and thoughtfully asked, what could have happened in the Heavenly Demon Gallery? First, he had wrecked the Myeongchun restaurant, and now he had come to him seriously? The old man noticed that his aura was different from before. However, he had always been someone whose actions were hard to predict. The stranger asked what he was trying to achieve. He noted that he had requested a list of names. He asked, did he want to take the records of the hierarchical records of the Murim Union, or the unions associated with them? The old man said that he had asked for something else. The unknown voice asked, what did he want? He stated that the young master wanted to see the records of the Gwangmyeong cult. He thoughtfully said, that was even harder to understand. The head of the small palace wanted to see the records of the Gwangmyeong cult. The old man asked, what should they do? He said that he was interested. He wanted to meet him in person. He asked worriedly, did he seriously want to meet him? Would he be okay? The unknown voice noted the young master was called a troublesome scum. Even if he had eyes, he would not be able to recognize him. The old man noted that in any case, if he was recognized, it might not be very good. He stated that it would be better on the contrary. If the young master was still capable of something, they would turn it to their advantage. The old man said that he understood everything. The unknown voice said after he left that the head of the small palace was on the verge of his rotten life, or it could mean something else. After a while, at the entrance to the cult library, the The old man opened the doors, and then inside the room, Yultak asked in surprise, did that mean he understood him after all? Why did he do that then? After which they began to go down the secret staircase. They looked around in surprise, and his servants said that he was here for the first time. Were they able to hide such a place? After some time, an old man at the fortified door said that guests had arrived. An unknown voice said that he could let them in. After which they went inside and saw many leaflets with pictures of people on the wall. Yultak asked in shock what all this was. He noted that it was just his hobby. He greeted the young gentleman. The protagonist noted that he had not said anything yet, but he already recognized him. The unknown noted that with experience you learn such things. The protagonist asked what happened to him. He said that he could not stand on his own. He apologized for this, but he could only greet him like this. MC said that it was nothing. Did he make this chair himself? The unknown said that it was called a wheelchair. There was nothing in his abilities that could be praised. Chunso noticed with a change in expression that the secret room was located under the so-called library, and a man who calls himself an old cripple master, but is actually greater. How can this not be surprising? After the protagonist noted that he is a wonderful artist. The protagonist thought in surprise, noticing the drawing, that this is a list. This should be a list of outstanding Murim fighters. There are unorthodox connections. The Murim Alliance, the powers of the Emperor. They captured each of the outstanding fighters who have reached the highest stage. However, how is this possible? Who is he? He can't believe it. There is information about the mysterious monk Sorim, the 7 disciples of Wu-Tang, and the cloud dragon of emptiness. And there is even information about his father. The stranger asked, did he recognize someone? There are people from the Murim Alliance on this side. They exchanged glances. After MC threateningly stated that these are secret affairs under the control of the library. Who is he? He remarked that his hobby was collecting and spreading rumors. Chunso said that this was not something that a normal person could handle. If this was revealed, there would be bloodshed. The stranger remarked that this was why he was hiding here. The protagonist stated that this did not guarantee that no one would find out about this place. If the information was needed for evil, would he tell the same thing? The protagonist said through clenched teeth that he should not do this just for his own pleasure. He stated that the young master was worried about the central plane. He would be a wonderful ruler. Yultak shouted in anger that he was crazy. He wanted to die right here. What made him think that he could say such a thing? The stranger chuckled and asked how he could be afraid of the thought of losing his life when he was in such a situation. In any case, if he died, no one would be able to leave. Suddenly, the door slammed shut and his servant shouted in shock. What was the meaning of this? What was going on? MC noted that it looked like he wanted to kill him so he wouldn't get out. He asked how he could do that. He just hoped he would listen to his advice. Chunso said he could just repeat himself, go out and come back with more fighters. The stranger said he would be gone by then. The protagonist noted that he had a lot of self-confidence. He said that was what kept him alive. The protagonist said that was empty talk. Why did he call him? He could have just passed on a message on a piece of paper. The stranger said that he came in person. Why did the young master want the Gwangmyeon cult? MC thought that it would be difficult to deceive him. Otherwise, a weak lie would not solve anything. Chunso said that he wanted martial artists to live in the small palace. He asked, is that why he stayed at the Myeongchun restaurant? He could not find capable people. The protagonist said that they have comfortable houses, they do not need it. He hoped to gather those who do not belong to any associations. The stranger looked at him intently and then asked, while searching for something in his notes, does he mean to increase his influence in the cult? The protagonist said that he just wants to fill the empty rooms in his palace. He asked with a grin, does he not know what times are now? Or does he look down on them? MC noted with a smile that as long as he suffers, it does not matter. Whether he leaves or stays in the palace, he has no reason to do nothing. The stranger warned him that this path could lead to his death. Chunso asked, is he serious about this? He asked, does he really have a different opinion? They looked at each other in silence for a while, and then the protagonist asked what his name was. Tomjigul introduced himself, and this greatly shocked the protagonist. MC thought in horror, gritting his teeth, is he serious? A memory from the past popped into his mind, where a young Tong asked why he didn't give up martial arts and go with him to the Gukjum training school. He would go there. The protagonist, in the form of Jagak, said that he shouldn't say such nonsense. He should better hand over the Black Dragon aquaculture plan to him. He is busy now, he should finish the business here and go to Chongjin, the Ark is calling. He stated with a laugh that he has terrible manners. He conveys this to him so he should avoid killing if possible. The protagonist said that he should stop making conditions. And why are there no windows? Tong stated that asking unnecessary questions could cost him his life. MC thought that this was a man from the Secret Alliance Jaggleton. A man unmatched in intelligence. He was called the reincarnation of the first ancestor. A man who was briefly called the first scholar of the Central World due to the publications, the white paper of the Secret Alliance Murim. He was his senior who cared for him the most when he first joined the Murim Alliance in Pyeongdae. They had been friends for a long time. They had fun learning martial arts together. Currently, Chunso noticed a scar on his arm and thought that it really looked like his senior's scar. The protagonist thought in horror, is this really his scar? Why would his senior be in the library of a demonic sect, much less in a secret room? Afterwards, the protagonist said in shock, addressing him as Jaggleton, that he couldn't believe it. If it was really him, then he should be 40 years old, but his body looked much older. Tong asked, did he really know about him? Now he wondered if he was the real young master. The MC pointed out that asking unnecessary questions could cost him his life. He said that he had shown disrespect and apologized to him for that. Chunso asked, then why is he here? Tong pointed out that no one knows who will be brought to where. He is here because fate brought him here. Yultak asked in shock, does he know him? The protagonist said that his servant is mistaken. Wasn't he the one who brought him here? He said that it was true. However, this was his first time seeing him. If it was Jaggleton, wasn't it a faction? The protagonist said that it was impossible. He thinks he is the only one who could have such a surname? What faction is he talking about? He should stop joking like that. Yultak noted that if it was a faction, they would have been exposed long ago. Tong asked why the young master came here. MC looked at him puzzled. He noted that if he didn't know, he wouldn't have come here. Now, the 7 third-party palaces, the Council of Elders, and the main palace of the cult have started to monitor him. He even declared war on the Palace of Worldly Riches. The longer he stays here, the more unknown changes there will be. Chunso thought that he had been sitting here alone for a long time. This was definitely his elder from the Murim Alliance. The protagonist said, with a smile, that he was monitoring them, not they him. He chuckled and showed a hidden stand with information about the fighters. The protagonist noted that there was a list of the Gwangmyeong cult. Tong said that initially there were only 2 words written on the sheet about the young master. Does he know which ones? MC noted that he didn't know about it. He stated that it was written that the young master was a psycho. Yultak said in annoyance that he would definitely break all of his bones for such impudence. How dare he joke like that in front of the young master? Chunso asked the servant to bring him some water. He asked in surprise, did he ask for it now? The protagonist remarked that his throat was dry, so he should go and get a bucket of water. After the protagonist said that he would continue. Tong said that after his visit, he should rewrite the sheet. He thought that he knew everything, but now he thought that he couldn't stay here forever. The MC asked why he thought so. He remarked that he was told that the young master was stupid and untalented, but he was smarter than anyone. Although he was a scumbag before, a real gentleman appeared in front of him. Isn't that clear? If he is now thinking about why he mentioned treason in the 7-sided palaces, it is to protect himself. Regarding the Palace of Worldly Riches, it is because he wants wealth, not their power. Besides, if he didn't find them right away, it makes the situation dangerous. And the reason he came here is most likely to take this position. He pointed the bamboo stick at the Palak with the cult leader. Tong asked with a smirk, what would he say to that? Chunso looked at him silently. He asked, isn't that why he came here? The protagonist smiled and asked, so what if that's the case? When he becomes the leader, he will burn this place down. Tong pointed out that if he is going to become the leader of the cult, he won't do it without the help of the servants, the Council of Elders, or the old men. The protagonist stated that he doesn't have to worry about that. He said that with only a high status, he can only dream about it. His plans can be ruined by an insignificant reason. The MC asked with his arms crossed, if he agrees to his help, will he be able to become the leader? Tong stated that he wants 50%. Chunso noted that he can't do that. Then he has to do it on his own. He pointed out that it wouldn't be worth it. The protagonist said that it sounded like it wasn't worth dreaming about. Tong said that he was just telling him the truth. The protagonist exhaled and apologized to him. He was surprised and asked what he was talking about. The MC said that he wasn't going to become the leader. Tong asked if he did it to save his life. Chunso said that the centuries-old mountain looked conquerable, but it was just a small corner of the northwest. However, if you don't look from the outside and only look from the inside, it was just his greed. Even if he took over this place, everything would remain the same. However, instead, he would change this place. He asked in shock. So he wanted to change the demon cult, not become the new leader? That's very arrogant. Does he think he can do it? It can't be solved with ordinary brute force. The protagonist said that he would achieve his goal anyway, even without his help. Tong exhaled and said that he now understood that he was not crazy, but just a dreamer. At the moment, the balance in the cult is very unstable. What can he do? This is a demonic cult that worships magic. With modest strength in martial arts, he will meet his death at all. He will not be able to cope alone. He has no choice but to accept his help. He will take responsibility for him to become the head of the cult. It is much better than dying because of rebels in the cult. After all, they can do without sacrifices. He offers to make his life easier. All he needs to do is give his rights into his hands, and then he can live as he wants. The protagonist thought, his face changed, that he had such a bright future. How could he fall so low? Does he seriously want to become a regent in a demonic cult? Where did his spirit go? If he forgot who he is, then he will remind him of it. MC asked through gritted teeth, using his powers, why is he so sure that he will fail? Shinso declared while his body was covered in dark energy that he will change the demon cult with his own hands. The protagonist shouted angrily, suppressing him with his power, that he must fight against empty desires that can block his path. Otherwise, he will destroy him. Tong looked at him in shock and called him a heavenly devil. The protagonist declared that he is limited to only this place with no relation to any other place. Dares to talk about the world. This is very rude and arrogant of him. After which, MC destroyed the reinforced door using his powers. He bowed his head and noted that he received power from the demon lord. However, why does he want to change the demon cult? After all, there is only the possibility of climbing to the position of the head of the cult. Chunso said that the current magic religion is like an abyss. They push each other into the pain and pity they created. They are not even able to free themselves, trying to simply break the chain of evil. Tonji noted that the young master of the demon cult would not say such a thing. Isn't he doing the same thing? The protagonist noted by looking at his hand that this is why he became the heir of the demon lord. He laughed loudly, and the protagonist asked why he was laughing. Tonji gritted his teeth and shouted that this is funny. This is so funny. He is the heir who received the heavenly power of the devil that changes magic. This does not sound bad at all. MC wondered if he has gone crazy, or is he just tired? Afterwards, he said that he is asking for a chance. If he survives, what kind of fear will he have? He will simply spare him. Chunso asked why he had to do that. Tonji pointed out that he had unfinished business. The protagonist stated with gritted teeth that it was none of his business. He said that he would stand in front of him on his way. Although his body looked like that, he was sure that he would be able to give him some suitable orders. He knew who the Halmoon were? The protagonist stared at him in surprise and thought that of course he knew about them. They were a specialized organization created by people working in the lower classes. Because of this, they lacked solidarity, but in terms of information, they were known to be superior in openness. How did he know about them? Tonji looked at the young master with a stern gaze. Then he took out a tablet and stated that he was a 19th generation Halmunju. The protagonist thought that it was a tablet made of gold. He was right. He really was a member of that organization. The MC stated that he had been deceived. The Halmoon lived hidden on the mountain. Tonji remarked that this must have been the reason for his progress in achieving the power of a heavenly demon. Chunso asked if this meant that they should trust each other now. What did he want? He asks him to promise only one thing. In the Murim Alliance, there is a military man named Jegelman. He asks to let him go. The protagonist thought, was it really him who imprisoned him here? He wanted to know why his elder had changed so much. What was the reason? If he had a reason for revenge, then he must be the most feared one in the Murim Alliance. Leaving him alive was dangerous. Tonji remarked that it didn't matter what he was thinking now. He only wished that the plan had changed, but nothing would remain the same if he was the heir. The protagonist said that many things had already changed. He asked if the young master wanted him to be on his side. The MC remarked that if he followed him, he would have to try hard. Tonji said that he would put everything on the line and go crazy. Then when he died, he would not be able to close his eyes peacefully. Chunso said that he was a crazy person. He should get used to it. He only wanted Jagelman. He said that he was disabled. It would be better if he brought him to him. The protagonist said that this was too much. Tong noted that he was more suitable for the Murim Alliance than the demon cult. The protagonist asked what they should do now. He said that he should lift him up first. He was not very comfortable right now. He thought of it as a fight for life. MC exhaled that he would not change at all, even if he died. Then he helped him up and sit in his chair. Tong said that the current demon cult is no different from an active volcano. From the seven-sided palaces to the Council of Elders, they are quite strong, more than ever. Chunso noted that this means there are two candidates for the head of the cult. He said that this was a correct guess. Because of this, the appearance of the young master was a variable for them. If they rejected the cult leader, the minor heir would take over the power, whereas his rejection of the cult leader would be a great burden for them. The protagonist thought about the demonic cult. Tong asked if he was dissatisfied with something. The protagonist asked in surprise, why was he asking such a question? He pointed out that his friend had previously called the Gwangmyeong cult only demonic. He also called the cult only demonic. The MC thought that it was too early to reveal his identity. Chunso said with his arms crossed that he could continue. Tong pointed out that even if the young master had reached the power of the heavenly devil, it would only allow the demonic spirit to be destroyed, but it would not be possible to possess it. He then took out a box and said that it was originally created to defeat the cult leader's heart, but he would give them to him. One of them is the doctrine of the secretary of the Gwangmyeong cult. There are several copies of the original. Another book is a continuation of the Gwangmyeong cult. He must cherish it. The protagonist asked, "Is this a mask?" Tong told a legend about the roots of the Western Gwangmyeong cult. It was said that a demon god created an evil dragon, but a hero sent by God killed this creature. The mask was on the hero who killed the evil dragon. After he noted that it looked like an ordinary mask, but if he put it on, he would be surrounded by a sea of blood. This item is made in such a way that no one would recognize it. In the Gwangmyeong cult, this was used by 5 gods who were known for generations as heavenly demons. They are scattered throughout the world and their locations are unknown. It is known that one is here and is called the Mask, Holy Fire. The protagonist asked, what should he do? He said that he must hide his power as much as he can. When they find out that he has subdued the power of the demon lord, half of the Gwangmyeong cult may rebel against him, and then he will be forced to deal with it on his own. In total, 50% of the people's consent with the government was lost. The protagonist thought that in this case, no one would be able to win and everyone would only suffer losses. Tong stated that in any case, he could not worry about it too much. He had to convince half of the palaces and the council of elders before the selection of the heir began. Then, he could easily become the head of the Gwangmyeong cult. He had 4 months left. However, he had to be careful in choosing carefully who he would first establish relationships with. There would also be people who would get ahead of him. For example, the Palace of Welcoming Joe, where they use information, but they do not have enough power to do so. Moreover, his reputation in the cult is not very good. He has not forgotten about it, right? MC noted that if he is talking about the past, he regrets it very much. Tong asked who knows about it. Everyone only knows him as trash. Therefore, he must show the new him to others. The power has increased, which means that people are in danger if they continue to live there. On the contrary, the unreasonable pressure from the 7 third-party palaces and the Council of Elders increased. How could he help them? He should go outside and look around. Then he would see those who could change their lives with small things. He would continue to hide, and he should have his own cover. Could the young master do it? Chunso was taken aback by his words. Tong thought that his will to achieve his goal had already fallen, but suddenly the protagonist said that he could. He would do it. He said that it was wonderful. The protagonist asked, "Is this really okay?" Tong asked, "Doesn't he want to increase his strength?" They have unusual qualities, but they walk around aimlessly because they can't blend in. The MC noted that the houses in the small palace were empty. There were only 10 seats left. That was not enough, right? He asked, "Wasn't it about 11 empty seats?" Chunso noted with a smile that only 1 seat had acquired an owner. Tong stated that such a shabby place as the small palace, but he still enjoys its luxury. The protagonist said that he has become sarcastic now. He stated that he should take a look at it first. Then Tong said, opening the canvas, that this is old Tasik. They will start with him. At this moment, Yultak returned with a bucket of water along with the old man. He said that he knows this man. He is simply a terrible person. The protagonist asked, so he knows him? Yultak stated that of course he knows him. He was doing well, and then he lost his wife and drank poison. That is why he has a bad reputation. Tong said that his words are true. In the Gwangmyeong Palace, he was the head of the cult leader's guard, a former creditor in the palace. Now no one needs him because he has wounded. The MC turned to the servant and stated that they should go. Yultak indignantly asked, "Really right now? What about the water?" Chunso said he had a new goal. After some time at Subon Market. In Subon, outside the market, under the waterfall, there is a valley where low-class people live. The waters flowing there are like the tears of these people, so this place is called Birugol. It is obvious who can go there. People who have lost their fortune in gambling, or have become alcoholics due to lack of family. Also those who have nowhere to go, or who have committed a serious crime and are hiding. No one paid attention to them. There is nothing to take from them, and there is no way to make them repent, because of which their life, day after day, is devoted to the usual routine in a musty house. A few days ago, people bowed their heads on the shore. A boy asked his mother if he could go home. He was dizzy. The woman said that he should be quiet and not speak so loudly. An important person was coming today. If he wanted to live, he should be patient. Could he do it? He said that he would try to be patient. The man asked discontentedly who decided to come to them. Did he want them all to die so that he could walk over their bodies? His friend next to him asked fearfully, why was he saying such a thing? He should watch his words? Didn't he hear that it was the young master? He shouted in surprise. Was this scum really seriously coming to them? Suddenly he shouted that he was already here. Everyone needs to kneel down. If they don't want to die, don't look into his eyes and kneel down. At this time, a watercraft was moving along the water surface, in which the protagonist was meditating in the lotus position. After which, they sailed past a flower field, which the protagonist drew his attention to. Yultak said that he should look ahead. Quite a lot of people had gathered to greet them, and the local patrol was even there. Jiangchen, the leader of the village, greeted the young master and said that he had come from far away to their musty valley. They were glad to meet him. The people began to praise him, and MC thought that such praise was only given to the emperor. There are many things here that need to be gotten rid of. Chunso turned his attention to the people and asked if they were really hot. He looked at him puzzled. The protagonist asked if the people were hot here. Jiangchen said that of course it was not so. Who could be hot here? The people were trying to hide the effects of the heat. Yultak said that he was just showing off. It was time for them to go. Afterwards, he turned to the village leader and asked if he would take them there. He said that they needed to go here. The protagonist thought it was karma. After some time in the house, Jiangchen asked if the trip to get there was too hard. However, why did he suddenly decide to visit this place? Yultak asked irritably if the young master of the Guangyang cult needed a reason to look at the lives of people. He laughed nervously and said that he was absolutely right. However, he felt awkward in front of the young master. They didn't even have anything to treat him with. He noted that they were worse off here than on the outskirts, although they had a market nearby. Jiangchen said that there was indeed a market, but it was known to be a very poor place. MC asked if these flowers had been here before. He awkwardly said that he apologized to him, but he didn't really know this place. Chunso said that he understood everything, he could leave. Jiangchen said that then, if they needed anything, they could call him anytime. After the village leader left, Yultak asked the young master, the valley is small. He will find it quickly, right? The protagonist asked, did he feel anything strange? He asked, what are you talking about? The protagonist remarked that he felt like something was missing here. Yultak remarked that the people here look open, and the scenery is beautiful, right? The MC said that he can forget about it. He asked, has he already drunk? Chunso thought that his servant sometimes gets on his nerves. The protagonist stated that there are no signs of agriculture in the place where people live. Yultak said that now he understands what he was talking about. However, doesn't he go to the market to buy food? Even on a centuries-old mountain, agriculture is not easy. The protagonist remarked that there's a fairly warm river here due to the low location of the valley. It is a good place for farming. Besides, they have to climb up to the market from the valley. He said that there must be a reason why they live without farming. For example, just to eat well and have fun. Chunso said that they need to find out the reason. It was time for them to go. Yultak said that he had not even finished his meal yet. The protagonist noted that he had already finished. He shouted that the young master should wait until he finished. After a while, on the outskirts of the village, Jiangchen asked him discontentedly why he had come here at all. It was unlikely that he had come here for no reason. Did they really know about this? And that was why they came here? He chuckled and noted that if this was the reason, then this time he could also become the leader. And then will he be able to move to Ilban? On the other hand, he should not say this so easily. After a while, there was a building on a hill where the leader of the village had gone. Jiangchen said that he had already come here. Then he handed over the bag. The man hiding his face under a mask asked why there were fewer here than last month. Jiangchen said that it was because the young master of the Guangyang cult had suddenly arrived. He asked in surprise, was he really here? The village leader said that the young master had come to them for some reason. That's why he hadn't worked for a few days and was preparing for his arrival. He apologized for that. The masked man said thoughtfully that he had heard rumors that he had run away not long ago, and suddenly he was in Biragal. Then he said that next month he had to bring double the amount. He hadn't forgotten why he was the village leader, had he? Jiangchen asked, could he forget that? He would definitely bring it all. The masked man said that he could trust him. He thanked him. He asked, startling him, what about him? Jiangchen asked who he was talking about. The masked man said the name Taesik. He said that he didn't have to worry about that. He would definitely carry out this task. He said that it was time to give a gift. Was his daughter already an adult? Junction noted that she was already a very beautiful girl. The masked man said that they should take good care of her so that no one would touch her. He said that naturally they would not allow that. Wasn't that what he asked for? He had simply prepared a trap for idiots. However, he does not understand how he can have interest in this person. He stated that he did not need his understanding. Junction apologized for his behavior. The masked man noted that if the young master had come here on his own, then he would need to attract him with a woman. They had met before and he knew his character. He should send his daughter to him. He looked at him dumbfounded. He noted that he had not come here so casually. He was originally a merchant, which meant that he had come to save him. They should leave a hint for him. Junction asked fearfully, why would they suddenly give him a hint? What if things went wrong? The masked man asked if he really had the right to ask anything. He had to do what he was told. That was what he lived for. Junction said that he understood everything. Then he thought, Taesik must have stolen even his wife? So he raised his daughter for this purpose? He was just an idiot. However, it would not be bad for him if he was good in the eyes of the young master. At this time, the masked man said that he wanted to see the squad leader fall. That way, they would become similar. He laughed ominously and then cried out in pain, leaving behind a black cloud. After a while, the protagonist thought that the basis of the Gwangyun cult was to worship good gods and save living beings with fire. However, the fire used to illuminate living beings burned everything and became the embodiment of real fire. This place could not be illuminated. So the Gwangyun cult became a demonic cult. After some time in the settlement, the protagonist was looking around. Then Yultak asked where he was going. It was a hot day, they should just find Taesik. The MC asked if he didn't notice anything. He said he didn't see anything strange. Did he notice anything? Chunso said that was exactly it. Yultak asked what he was talking about. The protagonist noticed that there were more houses than people. He noted that if someone died, it wouldn't be strange. The protagonist asked then why most of the residents here were young. Yultak asked if that was strange. He thought that was the average age of people in Birigal. The MC asked what he thought about the weather. He noted that the sky was clear and a little stuffy. Now he was trying to confuse him with the weather. What was going on with him? Would he go berserk because of the heat? Yultak saw the angry face of the young gentleman and said that it was indeed a hot day. Chinso said that it was very hot here. That was the problem. He looked at him in surprise. The woman fell to her knees and greeted him. The protagonist noted that she had put on a lot of clothes even in such hot weather. She said in fear that she did not understand what he was talking about. The protagonist leaned towards her, and the woman cowered in fear. The MC made her look him in the eye and asked, did she really not understand this? Even he was sweating now. Was she not hot at all? She looked away and asked in fear, why was he doing this? Chunso said that they should check it out then. The woman screamed when he did this. Yultak screamed in horror. What was he doing? They were outside right now. Did he really like this? The protagonist saw her leg and grabbed a flying flower petal. The protagonist thought that it was definitely because of those miniature flowers. They looked beautiful, but that woman's legs were in such a terrible state. The MC looked around and said that they had to go. After a while, on the stone bridge, Janchun said that it was a curse. He seriously needed to prepare for the next month? Maybe he could make him the head of the cult right now? He looked around and dove into the water where there was a secret passage, and then he surfaced in a cave. He said irritably that they needed to change places. He was not a swimming rat to get here that way. The guard said fearfully that he had already returned. Junction asked if he had really lost weight. He was not working at all. He said that he was not required to do anything more. However, the casino was still open. He noted that all he could do was chat. They passed by some people who were arguing about who was cheating at a game of chance. Their argument was becoming increasingly heated. Suddenly, Junction dealt a sharp blow to a gambler, who cried out in pain. He declared that he would not tolerate cheating here. He must leave here now. And before leaving, he must return everything back. Then, Junction said, turning to the guard, that he must bring more people with him. There is work for them. The guard asked in surprise, even if the young master is here? He knows that the valley has become empty because of this. He declared that he himself will decide what to do. Or does he really not understand why the young master has come here? It is obvious. Junction said, gritting his teeth, that he must bring everyone without exception tomorrow. Otherwise, they will not make it in time for next month. The guard said that he understood him. Then he asked where Taesik is now. He noted that he is probably with his daughter now. He must be with her at all times except when she was working. Junction said that he must bring them both here. Let her wash herself and send her to meet the young master. The guard asked if he would really give her to him, even though he had previously forbidden everyone to touch her. He remarked that, unfortunately, they would have to make sacrifices for the sake of the cause. He said that this would be enough for him. After some time, in the hut of Har-young, the daughter of Taesik said to her father that he should eat well. Taesik, the former leader of the Gwangmyeong Heavenly Demon Squad, said with difficulty that she should also eat. She said that she was full, so he should eat. They said that high-ranking people from the small Myeong Palace had arrived today. It seemed that everyone was having a hard time because of this. He asked if they really came from that place. Har-young asked if he had also heard of that place. That was where the young master of the Gwangmyeong cult lived. Taesik's expression changed at the mention of the young master. She smiled and wondered if he was remembering the past again. What was her father like at that time? Her words had done this to him. Har-young remembered that the doctor had said that her father had a long-standing chronic illness. He should definitely take this medicine. She thought that it was not a chronic illness. She needed to get out of here as soon as possible. She knew what the head of the small palace was interested in. At that moment, there was a knock on the door, and Har-young opened the door and asked what had happened. The guard said that the village leader was waiting for her. She asked if he was calling her at such a time. Wasn't he with the head of the small palace of Myeong now? He noted that he didn't know anything. She needed to hurry, and her father had been called too. Har-young asked in surprise, why was her father there? The guard said that they should stop chatting. Or did she need help? She said that they were on their way. They had to wait for a while. Afterwards, he said, looking at her face, that she should wash herself. Har-young thought, closing the door, that it was strange. Then she said, turning to her father, that the village leader was waiting for them. It was time for them to go. Har-young thought she had a bad feeling. Had something happened? After a while, they walked through a dark cave, and then they came to a secret place where people were gambling. She thought in horror, could this really be a casino? Father hated unfamiliar places, but why was he suddenly so calm? Had he already been here? The guard urged them to go faster, and then he said that she needed to go on alone. Har-young asked why she should do that. The guard noted that the village leader wanted to give her father a special medicine. She looked at her father and noted that there was no need. He had already taken the medicine recently, so they would go together. He said through clenched teeth that he asked nicely. Har-young looked at him in fear and let go of her father's hand. Taesik grabbed his daughter's hand at the last moment and asked her not to go, his hands shaking. The henchman grabbed him and tried to take him away. They said that medicine was waiting for him. He said that he was against it. They showed the bag and shouted, doesn't he like it? They can give it to him right away. Taesik looked at the bag in shock, and then he looked at his daughter. Har-young watched them in surprise. The contents of the bag were poured into his hand, and he looked at it as if mesmerized. Then Taesik let go of his daughter's hand. She was shocked by this as they led him away. The guard asked why she was still standing there. The village chief was waiting for her there. Har-young could hardly hold back her tears and thought that she was asking her father to wait a little longer. She would come back. After a while, Juncheon said that she could pass. Wasn't this her first time here? She can sit wherever she wants. She lowered her head and said that she would refuse this offer. He said with a laugh that her father also did not listen at first. In any case, she was very similar to him. The village leader approached her and Har-young asked in horror, looking away, why did he call her? Juncheon grabbed her face with his hand and asked, is she afraid? Why is her body shaking like that? They will not see each other for several days. She asked, what is he doing? He asked, is she disgusted? She will experience more terrible things soon anyway. The longer he admires her beauty, the more pain he will feel. Har-young screamed, stepping back. What is he talking about? What happened to him? Juncheon asked with a smirk. Has she forgotten who raised her? It was only because of him that her father lived this long. He just wants to give her a chance to repay him. Why is she afraid? She said that he should not approach her. Juncheon shouted that she was ungrateful. Even though she knew that her father was getting worse, she was turning away from him. Wasn't he right? She wanted to run away from here with her father, right? He would give her that chance. Har-young asked if he was telling the truth. He said that it was natural. In any case, he didn't care about them. They could go wherever they wanted at any time. However, not today. She had to meet the head of the small palace. She was shocked by this news. Har-young thought that the head of the small palace was a body hunter who caused trouble for others depending on his mood. She thought that he was a sick pervert. She asked if she refused. Juncheon asked with a laugh. How could she make money otherwise? Her father was indebted to him, so he should at least sell her. Har-young shouted that she was against it. He pointed out that her father had been receiving medicine until today. Did she know how much it cost? She didn't think that they were given away for nothing, did she? Wouldn't it be hard for her to get out of here with her father? Then she wouldn't see life at all. What if he liked her and she became his concubine? Har-young burst into tears, trembling all over. Jong-chun asked what she would do if her eyes were swollen from crying. Did she really want to see her father suffer? Could she do it right now? He shouted, calling his henchmen. She said fearfully that she agreed, but they shouldn't touch her father. Jong-chun pointed out that she should have agreed right away. Her time would come soon, she needed to prepare, and it would be even better not to say anything unnecessary. She knew who he was. He didn't like it when people just chatted. She had to remember this if she wanted to save her life. This was enough to reach his heart. He couldn't wait for tomorrow. If he could sell all things for one price, he would become rich. Jong-chun laughed ominously. After a while, the maid led the protagonist to the house where he would have to rest. The protagonist looked around and thought that it was impossible to get enough water in this place. But there were luxurious rooms. There was nothing to even rob here. Is it possible to return the money here somehow? Maybe with the help of prohibited substances? According to the set of rules, the production of prohibited substances is only allowed in the Poison Palace, and violating this entails a number of consequences. If they force workers to take these substances, then everything fits. If he guessed correctly, Taesik is in second place. He cannot forgive the village chief. However, he cannot find it. After all, he walked around the entire valley. To send 1,000 villagers, a whole mill would be needed, but there is no suitable place here. After that, Har-young asked for permission to enter. MC said that she can enter. Chunso looked at her in surprise. Har-young introduced herself, and the protagonist thought, were there really a lot of young beauties in the demonic cult to begin with? She really is beautiful, she asked him about it. The protagonist looked at her in shock. The MC thought that the village leader had definitely sent her. What should he do? It looks weird. A person who is known as a pervert let a girl in. It is impossible to make mistakes in such a case. Suddenly, Chunso used his ability to dim the lights in the room. Har-young asked what happened. The protagonist whispered that she should be quiet. The protagonist thought, looking at her expression, that she herself suggested it, and now she's looking at him with such eyes. He is not that kind of person. The MC asked if she is afraid. She said, with a trembling voice, that she is not afraid. Chunso noted that he has a different opinion. Har-young shouted with horror on her face that it is true. She is not afraid at all. The protagonist exhaled and sat down on the bed with his back to her. The protagonist asked if she knew who he was, so that was why she came. She pointed out that he was the young master of the Gwangyong cult. The MC pointed out that he was also known as a pervert. If she knew that, then she should have prepared herself. They should watch this. Har-young asked fearfully, what was he talking about? Chunso asked, why was she asking him that? If she came here to do her business, then she should do it. She cried out in embarrassment, saying that she didn't understand what he was talking about. The protagonist pointed out that everyone knew what a man and a woman could do in the same bedroom. Or did she not come of her own free will? Har-young said with a trembling voice that he was wrong. Then she cried out, what is he doing? The protagonist asked, why is she so scared again? If she doesn't do anything, that means he should start. She said that she needs time. The MC said that she suggested it herself, and now she needs time. Is she just making fun of him? Har-young said sheepishly that she had no experience at all. The MC let out a heavy sigh and said that she should go back. She stared at him in surprise. Chunso pointed out that she should leave. He didn't like women with no experience. Suddenly, Har-young grabbed his hand. The protagonist asked what she was doing. Was she trying to make a big deal out of it? She said that he was wrong. The protagonist asked, then what was the matter? Har-young said sheepishly that she wanted to ask him something. She yelled, blushing, why was he acting like this towards her? Isn't he just a pervert? MC reminded that he already said that she was not his type. Har-young asked if she just needed to look right. She rushed to hug him. Chunso yelled in irritation, gritting his teeth and pushing her away. What was she doing? Har-young said that he asked for this himself. The protagonist yelled that she should let him go. She screamed that she didn't want to do it. She could do it herself. They struggled for a while until they ended up on the bed. They looked into each other's eyes. Har-young noted, embarrassed, that she wouldn't resist. The protagonist thought, was she really trying to make him look like a pervert again? The MC said that if he didn't like it, he would have to get rid of her. This applies to anyone. Isn't she afraid? She said with tears in her eyes that she was very afraid. However, she wanted him to do it, although he was even obliged to do it. Chunso said that he would agree if she wanted it herself. The protagonist used his abilities and made her lose consciousness. The protagonist thought that a demonic cult was not a simple organization at all. After a while, Har-young woke up in shock and screamed, after which she began to look around. The MC said that they would end it here for today. Chunso thought that she didn't remember what he did. but she shouldn't worry. He didn't do anything to her. The protagonist pointed out that he did everything as she wanted. Is she happy now? Haryung stated that she has something. The protagonist thought, so that's what it takes to do such stupid things? The MC asked, is it really that serious? She said with tears in her eyes that it's important to her. Haryung burst into tears, muttering something under her breath. Chunso thought that, although nothing happened, she didn't know about it, so she will suffer. Afterwards, she thanked the young master. The protagonist stated that she should thank those who hurt her. The protagonist thought that she was really an honest girl. Haryung said that she came of her own free will, so she asks him to save her and her father. The MC asked, so her father is here? She said that she begs him to save them. Chunso remembered the rash on the woman on the street and asked if she was so naive or hadn't heard of him at all. Haryung looked at him in horror. The protagonist asked why she thought he would listen to her. She asked what else she could do. She was asking him for help. The protagonist noted that she was a very material girl to come to him with such thoughts. Haryung burst into tears, clutching the blanket with her hands. The MC asked if they even knew how reckless and frivolous the actions and judgments of the former owner of this body were. Chunso noted that, however, he was willing to listen to her. If she did not satisfy his interest, he would destroy her. She could begin. She stared at him in surprise. The protagonist asked, pointing his index finger at her, was she really deaf or mute? Should she be destroyed right now? Haryung said that her father was sick. If she was not by his side, he would not be able to live a day. The protagonist asked, so what? She shouted that the people living here are very humble, some of them can't even touch their toes. She wants to live with her father. The MC noted that he now understands her situation in general. Haryung wanted to say a few more arguments, but realizing his answer, she looked at him in surprise. Chunso asked what her father's name was. She noted that he had the same last name as hers, and his first name was Taesik. The protagonist was stunned by this news, and he asked, she said his name was Taesik? Haryung confirmed that her father's name was that. The protagonist thought that it was much worse than he expected. The MC stated that he understood her. She could relax and have a good rest here. After which, Chunso noticed the bag and thought that it was the medicine that Taesik took. The protagonist quietly ran out of the room, and then went into the room where his servant was sleeping. The protagonist woke him up. Yultak opened his eyes and asked what he was doing here. He then asked why he wasn't sleeping at this time. MC placed a bag on the table and asked if he knew what this was. He should take a look at it himself. Yultak noticed as the contents of the bag spilled onto the table that it looked familiar. Where did he get it from? It looked very expensive in color. Chunso asked if it was a banned substance. He noted that it looked very similar to this. He had used to do this himself. Because of this, the head of the demon cult banned severe punishments, and now it can only be found in the Palace of Monstrous Venom. The protagonist thought, was this really because of him? The previous owner of the body knew no boundaries at all. Yultak laughed and said that when he was 14, he set fire to the Palace of Monstrous Venom, and then the head of the palace came out in his pajamas. The protagonist thought that his servant knew too much about him. MC said that he should try it. He asked why he would do that. Chunso ordered him to try it. Yultak chuckled and stated that it was the third thing he would never do. The first was gambling, the second was drinking, and the third was illegal substances. So he refused to follow that order. The protagonist asked if he couldn't even do that. What was the point of him? He had to try it right away. He stated that he refused to do it. The protagonist pointed out with a wave of his hand that he had no other choice then. Yultak grabbed his throat with his hands and clenched his teeth. He then laughed and turned to the young master. The MC thought that he was Jagak before, and this wasn't revenge or anger. Yultak burst into tears and said that he pitied the poor young master. Chunso pointed out that the effect was immediate, which was dangerous. The protagonist used his ability to knock out his servant, and he said that he could rest. He apologized to him. The protagonist thought that he had burned the entire effect with his inner power. He would not have any consequences from this. Chahun took a path that should not have been chosen. MC got angry and took out his mask. At the same time, Taesik was lying on the ground in the cave and calling out for Haran. The two guys looked at him and called him a stupid old man and said that he didn't know yet. They should tell him. He should worry about himself. The young master will take care of his daughter. He grabbed one of them by the legs and asked him to give her back. He started hitting him with his fists and asked if he still had any strength after eating so many substances. He was just a pathetic old man working in a gambling house. Why hasn't the village chief ordered him killed yet? What good is he anyway? It's because of his daughter. However, since she was sold to the young master, it means his death hour is approaching. He didn't like him from the start. However, that old man always had that look. He heard that he was an important person in the past. Unless he was a small business owner in a trading house or one of those hanging around with the priestesses of the Palace of Sacred Flames. The guy looked at Taeshik, who was looking at him with a very serious expression, and asked if he should kill him himself. They said he should calm down. Did he really want to be punished by Jiang Chun? They could say he died of an illness. He should look into that old man's eyes, that insolent look again. He started crawling on all fours towards them and said they should give him back his daughter. One of them grabbed him by the hair and with a very displeased look loudly called him a stubborn old man. He slammed his head on the floor really hard and knocked him to the ground. He started kicking him and loudly said he would kill him if he did that again. He would rip out his eyes if he dared to look like that again. Started to leave and asked if he would die if they left him like that. Would he? He had lost quite a lot of blood. What difference did it make to him? There would just be one less old man in this dungeon. He just slammed his head on the floor and died. These scum are just living out their days. Although, the children of these prisoners can be quite useful. They produce substances day and night in the hopes of saving their parents, not knowing that they are buying it. They will never know that their parents are taking what they produce. They probably think that their old people are getting treatment in the hospital and living a good life. Anyway, if Jiang Chun and the young master get along, they will finally be able to leave this wretched place. They continued walking down the corridor, but suddenly one of them lost consciousness and fell to the ground. The second guy was about to say something, but at that moment, Jagak hit him from behind with his palm. He looked around with a dissatisfied expression and said that opening a gambling house under the valley was not enough for them, so they are also holding and poisoning these old people. He crouched down next to the unconscious guard and thought that, however, that is not all. There remains the place where the substance is produced. Maybe it is behind the door he passed. He took out the keys and thought that he can't save these people now. Since they don't even have control over their own bodies, releasing them will only make things worse. He will definitely come back for them. He heard Taeshik crawling to the cage and continuing to call out for Heron. He walked up to him, examined him, and thought that he looked bad, but there was no mistake. In front of him was the former leader of the Demonic Arts Masters Squad, Guangmyang. He saw him in the book. He opened the cage, walked up to him, and asked if he was okay. He started examining his face and thought that he was in a terrible state. His channels were seriously damaged. Is it because of the substances? The external damage is serious, but the biggest problem is his mind. Several of his points were sealed. There was barely any life left in him. Taeshik looked at him and said that he had a request. The protagonist was surprised by what he heard and wondered if this was his last wish. He was really on the verge of death now. He called out loudly and said that he shouldn't give up so easily. He asked him to fulfill his request and said that no one should know about his death. He gritted his teeth in anger and thought that he wasn't asking for salvation or revenge. He just wanted his daughter not to know about his death. So this is where he will meet his end? He could save him even if the chance was slim. Infusing life force, so he could restore the channels of his energy with his chi. Restoring his channels wouldn't be that difficult, but the internal chi. He had to stop hesitating. He didn't have time for this. He concentrated his energy in his hands, directed it at Taeshik's back, and thought that all the arts of the demonic sects use the art of the heavenly demon god as the basis. Since the martial arts he had mastered belonged to one of those sects, he thought with a slightly surprised expression. Was he absorbing his chi? So his dantian wasn't destroyed. The problem was the lack of chi. In fact, his dantian is very strong. How is this even possible? It absorbs his chi very quickly. The question is regarding the amount of his chi and the size of his dantian. If his energy is not enough, then he himself may die. However, it is too late to stop. He will give him all the energy without a trace. He continued to direct his energy and thought with a worried look. Is he still absorbing it? He put even more of his energy into it, and thanks to this, Taeshik recovered and stood up. MC looked at his shaking hand and thought that almost all of his chi was used up and there was very little left. If his dantian was even a little bigger, then he could die. He looked at him and said that it turns out he's already at the awakening stage. The old man looked at him and asked this young man, who is he? He raised his hand and said that he should let him catch his breath a little. After a while, they sat opposite each other and Jagak thought that despite his humble origins, Taeshik had risen from the bottom thanks to his strong body. He always took care of those around him even after he became an important person. That's why he was followed and respected. When he became the leader of the squad, there were many people from the 7 palaces and the Council of Elders who wanted to work for him or get to know him better. But he chose an old friend with whom he grew up. There was even a period when he was called one of the Great 5 Guangmyang. the pillar of the palace, but he chose to live a quiet and happy life in seclusion. At that moment, it seemed like the happiness would last forever. However, everything collapsed when he decided to go to train to achieve the awakening stage. His wife asked if he really had to leave them. He said that he was sorry, as the leader of the Gwangyang Demon Art Masters, he had a duty to achieve the awakening stage. Worried about his wife being left alone with their daughter, he asked people he trusted to take care of them while he was in seclusion. However, while he was away, they were kidnapped by bandits. He was forced to end his training early. He gathered his squad of Gwangyang High Demon Art Masters and went to look for the kidnappers, searching with all their might. However, when he found them, he saw that his wife had been killed with her daughter in her arms. Currently, Taeshik said that he doesn't even have anyone to blame for what happened. The blame lies only with him. If only he hadn't been so recklessly greedy, if he had chosen a different place to train. The protagonist asked, "Is that how he went crazy?" He said that he simply couldn't bear it. Why does he need these martial arts now? He wanted to die many times, but his daughter would be left all alone after his death. In the end, he stopped practicing martial arts and started using substances to dull the pain. He felt like he had lost all his internal energy by not practicing. He looked at him and said that it turned out that he had blocked his own channels. He regretted that he had saved his life. Taeshik said that his mind was clouded, but he remembered everything that had happened and was grateful to him. He would remember this for the rest of his life. He wanted to ask him one question. After receiving permission, he asked, "Didn't he come from the small palace of Myung?" MC was surprised by this question and thought, did he give him a fake? How did he know that if he was wearing a sacred fire mask? He said that he could not answer if it was difficult. However, he had transferred a lot of his energy to him. Only in the martial art of the Myung cult is there the energy of the sacred fire that will never go out. Besides, there was only one martial art that could merge with his bloody heaven art, Asura, and that was the ultimate demon lord art that only people belonging to Gwangyang Palace or Myung Small Palace could master. Taeshik knelt down, said his name, and said that his humble servant would follow him until death. Even if he ordered him to raze Tai Mountain to the ground or swallow it whole, he would do it. He was about to say something about his poor daughter, but MC said that if it was about Haran, there was no need to worry. She was fine, nothing happened to her. He was not stupid enough to lie to a master who had reached the awakening stage. However, he felt a little ashamed that he had used her acupuncture point to put her to sleep. Taeshik said that if she was with a man like him, he couldn't wish for anything better. The life he had saved was now his. One word from him, and he will do anything for him. He looked at him and thought that he is a very straightforward and honest person. He hopes that he will become someone he can trust his back to. Jagok said that tomorrow, Jongchun and the young master will arrive here. He could do with them as he saw fit. He agreed and said that he understood him. He was about to leave, but he stopped, turned around, and said with a smile that he should let the young master live. He came out of the cage and thought that all that was left was to wait until tomorrow. After a while, he was sitting in his room. A servant called the young master and said that Jongchun had arrived. He let him in, and Jongchun asked him with a sly grin if he liked his gift. He agreed and said with a happy expression that he liked the one he sent. He laughed and said that he knew he would like it. After all, he was saving it for a special occasion. He hoped that he liked what they sent along with it as well. He asked what he was talking about. He gestured to him towards the substances she had brought. The protagonist said that his gray life had regained color. Not be an exaggeration to say that he had sent him an elixir of happiness. How was he able to create something like this? Jongchun said that on his way here he must have noticed flowering plants. It was opium poppy, the main ingredient. It was a premium plant with red flowers, as beautiful as a young bride. If you cut it about 10 days after it ripened, you could extract the extract, and if you held it over a fire. He was surprised that he had told him everything himself and said that he should tell him more. Jongchun said with a smile that it was something interesting that you can't find in any ordinary market. They called it Devil's Dust. The name suited it perfectly. MC thought that the name was quite telling. Was it a hint that it was worthy of the devil himself? The village elder said that if he liked it, they could provide any amount needed. He thought about it and said that it wasn't proper for a talented person like him to stay in this small village. He said with a big smile that he was flattered that he thought so of him. However, the cult's rules wouldn't allow them to expand their network beyond this village. He noticed that there were a lot of beggars in the village who had nowhere else to go, didn't he? As the village leader, it was his responsibility to take care of them. For the sake of the suffering people, he started doing all this. Jagok squeezed his leg with his hand out of anger, but still smiled and said that it was very noble. He never thought he had such motives. Now he looked at it from a different angle. He thought about it, so in order to help these sufferers, he put them on substances and made them produce this. The village elder agreed and said that if he could sell their product outside the village, these people would get a second chance. He thought about it and said that he had an idea of what they could do. He would take a look at the place where they produced devil dust and then think about how to solve his problem. He was happy about this and asked if he could help him. The protagonist said with a smile that he was a young master after all. Even if his authority was not that high yet, he was quite capable of solving such a problem. The village elder laughed, agreed, and said that one day he would become the head of the entire cult. He remembered something and said that it would not be good to leave him here. Would he like to go to the small Myung Palace in the future? He was very happy with this offer and said that he thanked him for this favor on behalf of his descendants. They stood up. He said that in that case he should take him. After some time, the two of them came to the bridge. The village elder laughed and said that they were more concerned with inconspicuousness, so he stood nearby with a calm expression and said that they should leave already. He immediately dived under the water while he stood looking at it from above. He thought that in the daylight it looked very ridiculous. They had made a shelter right in plain sight. He dived after the village elder and emerged in a cave. He looked at what was there with a serious expression and thought that they had settled in quite well. The village elder apologized to the young master and said that they should make sure that they would not be discovered. Why were they still standing there? They should get a towel immediately. MC with a calm expression said that he really was a genius. It seemed like it was quite difficult to build a shelter like that. He agreed and said that he was a jack of all trades. He should come here. They were taking precautions, but it was still better to hide his face. He put on his hat and mask. They went inside, and the village elder said that these were all people who had come to their village. They were mostly criminals who had decided to lie low in this area. Jagak looked around and thought that he had prepared a good show and had not given himself away yet. He said that he had heard that the girl's father was also here. He turned to him and asked, was that what she had told him? He agreed and asked, wasn't he the village elder and should know about it, right? He thought that he was pretending well. If he didn't know the truth, he would believe him. The village elder laughed and said that many people came and went from the village, so he didn't know, but he could look for him. The protagonist said that he could forget about it, they had more important things to do. He looked at him and thought that she was ungrateful for telling him about it. Luckily, the young master didn't suspect anything. It was okay, he would make her learn common sense. He followed him and thought that he was hiding Taeshik. If he was going to show him the secret storage, he should have revealed other secrets too, since he decided that he would be his ticket to a rich life. Sooner or later, he would find out about everything. Something was wrong here. They walked further, and the village elder asked what he thought of it. MC took off his hat along with his mask and said that it was impressive. He said with a smile that he put his all into building this place for 3 years. He looked away with a calm expression and said that they did a good job. Those people who just came, are they mercenaries? The village elder said that they were not. They reported to him personally. He recruited them from different dark sects. He pointed to the other side and asked, what about those people? He looked at them and said that they were just stupid people trying to help their loved ones. He asked what he meant. The village elder said that he wasn't sure if he had noticed it, but many of the villagers were addicted to their substances. They gave them a small amount and then slowly reduced the amount. It made them hallucinate. They scratched their skin trying to get rid of non-existent bugs and went crazy. If they took a little devil dust at that moment, they would feel better. They thought they had taken the medicine and asked for more. So they were ready to follow his every order. The lives of their loved ones, meanwhile, were slowly fading away, thanks to the medicine. Jagak clenched his hand into a fist out of anger and said that in this way he was making them his loyal slaves. It meant they didn't even realize they were addicted to the substance, right? The village elder agreed and said that if they started dying from it, they would become perfect test subjects for dark cults. It was good business, right? He smiled with a very displeased look and thought that there would be no forgiveness for this freak. How many people died because of him? The village elder was embarrassed by his reaction and asked if something was wrong. The protagonist very quickly made his smile more friendly and said that he was just thinking. He thought that it was time for the hero to go on stage. At that moment, they heard loud sounds that attracted their attention. The rest abruptly turned to one side and asked what was going on there. The sound was coming from the dungeon. At the same time, someone hit very hard in the dungeon, causing a large cloud of dust to rise. 2 guards were caught in this attack and asked what was going on. It was very powerful. They both turned around and asked with a worried look, what is Taeshik doing here? Is he really not dead yet, and how did he manage to get out of the dungeon? He walked towards them with a very serious look and radiated a powerful aura. The man, perplexed, asked why he had changed so much. He had barely realized that it was the same old man. His comrade agreed it was hard to recognize him, but he shouldn't worry, he was poisoned after all. Then he stopped and asked, was it he who had destroyed the wall? Taeshik said, little mongrels, they've made themselves comfortable here, huh? The man replied, was he back in his right mind? But how? His comrade asked, does the dust no longer work? He was puzzled. Damn, how did this happen? Taeshik came closer and said that they should worry about what was going to happen now. He didn't know what the master would say, but he couldn't help himself. He promised that they would not die an easy death, and they should not expect mercy from the bloody demon Asura Ul Taeshik. Then he swung his fist, and the spirit of a furious tiger appeared behind him. He attacked the man in front of him, tearing off his arm, and then attacked the second one, then turned around, looking at them with fury in his eyes. There were screams. Those present were confused. What is this? What is going on here? The sounds of the struggle continued behind the closed doors. The next second, the doors flew off their hinges. Sean, trying to dodge the door, shouted, what the hell? Then he saw Taeshik coming out of the room and falling to the ground, said, he is. But before he could finish speaking, he said that 10 years had passed. 10 years this stupid father continued to live. He sincerely wanted to die, thought about it over and over again. Only thoughts of his daughter kept him in this world. He would not allow anyone to harm her. The man was surprised. Taeshik, have you gone completely crazy? He started to rage here. Sean, getting to his feet, said, what happened to him? Did he go to Huatao or something? In one day, he got rid of the poisoning and got back into shape. What a pity. They had already given his daughter to this young master, so he was too late. So what was he going to do now? The protagonist and Taeshik's gazes crossed. Pointing his finger at him, he told him to go away if he didn't want to die. The protagonist agreed with him and went in the opposite direction. Sean asked him to stop. Where was he going? Turning around, he replied that he was sorry that they didn't notice the obvious. Greed had blinded them and deprived them of common sense. Sean grinned. What a fool. What was he afraid of? He was the leader. In the name of heaven, everyone would be rewarded according to their deeds. Taeshik said that he promised that they would like the reward. Sean pointed his finger at him and shouted, you old idiot. What are they standing there for? He doesn't have any chi. Get him. His subordinates agreed with him and ran to attack. One of them swung his weapon and shouted, he's just an ordinary addict, an old man. He should try to escape instead of digging his own grave. He cut the shadow in front of him, but was surprised. He felt the presence of the real Taeshik behind his back. The next second he hit the man, using Asura's bloody skies, explosion. From such a powerful blow, the man in front of him seemed to dissolve. And the others were perplexed, saying what he did. Did he recover his energy? Taeshik clenched his fists, a powerful aura enveloped him, and he said that everyone, he will tear them all apart. His eyes were burning with rage, and his teeth were clenched. The others shouted, he is alone, although strong. They will all attack at once. He must die, old man. Then they ran to attack, and he ran at them, thrusting his fists forward. The next second, the attackers' bodies crumbled and he finished off the rest. Sean put his hand on his subordinate's shoulder and shouted, useless idiots. He must do something to him. He replied that he only came to solve problems. At that moment, Taeshik approached him and he shouted that he had a profitable offer. He took out a bag and asked, does he know what this is? What he likes so much, right? Then he tilted the bag and powder poured out. He added, top quality devil dust. He didn't forget, did he? Taeshik intercepted his hand and he said, yes, that's it. He can take it. The next second, he swung his sword, but Taeshik stopped it with his hand and added that he didn't forget about what this substance did to him, about everything they did to him and Heron. After that, he attacked his opponent's hand with a powerful blow. He screamed in pain. He added that they won't die so easily. He dealt another blow. Sean staggered and thought in fear, damn, what's wrong with him? He thought he was just an addicted old man, which is probably why everyone tries to be more polite with him. The next second, a tiger was reflected in his pupil, and he fell to the ground in fear. Meanwhile, the protagonist stood on a hill and looked to the side and said, we need to find out. But Taeshik clearly won't let him live. Then he put a mask on his face. The highest demonic arts do not include specific techniques. It is simply a method of cultivation using a person's internal energy. But there are recordings that help reproduce some techniques. For example, he spread his legs to the sides. It was covered with a powerful aura. He used the highest demonic art, fire step. He quickly ran forward past the burning village. The residents screamed in horror, great heavens, fire, flowers are burning. The protagonist, looking at them, thought, it seems they are in despair or cursing him. How long have they been living like this? They don't even realize that, because of these flowers, they were losing their strength and will. Are they that stupid? But who will say that it is their fault? They only wanted to save their loved ones. They didn't see any other way. They worked here, forgetting about techniques and cultures. He would like to know, demonic sects, mired in luxury, forgetting about the teachings of the sacred fire, and the orthodox, justifying any actions by saying that they serve justice. Can any of them be considered right? What should he do next? His eyes lit up, and the villagers stopped in a prayer pose. He rose into the air and thought, according to the teachings of the sacred fire, he must burn them all in order to purify them. Save through purification by fire and show them the forgiveness of heaven. After that, he directed the fire at the flower beds. The villagers screamed. The god of the cult, Myung, condescended to them. He thought that this was the origin of the Myung cult. The villagers said with tears in their eyes, their god, O Myung, who with his sword gave them the fire of purification. Myung! At that moment, Taeshik approached him and lowered his head. The protagonist realized that it was all over. He could not just leave, but he could change something. The next second, an explosion thundered in the sky, replaced by the light of the setting sun. The villagers shouted, Myung! MC thought, because there are people who really need him. Valley of Scoundrels the next day. A crowd of villagers gathered near the building. They shouted furiously, has Myung Palace really turned away from its followers? Where can they go then? At that moment, Yultak was in the building and, nervously biting his nail, asked where the hell he was. He's going to go crazy here. If this continues, they will break in and destroy everything here. Then he looked at Haran and asked, does she know where he is? She said she doesn't know. He grabbed his head and started shaking it. He shouted, damn it, there hasn't been a single peaceful day since he came back. Maybe he's just... The next second, his eyes widened in surprise when he saw the protagonist sitting at the table continue his sentence. Just what? Leave Myung Palace? He can settle in this village, he doesn't mind. He cried out in bewilderment. Young master? How did he get here? Did he even see what was going on outside? He should wait, now is not the time, they need to hide quickly, or... The protagonist asked, why? After that, he walked forward, and Yultak, walking behind him, told him to look at what's going on outside. If they see him, they will tear him to pieces too. MC ordered not to panic here. Then he opened the window and saw the villagers shouting, it's the young master. He has finally arrived. He must come out, he who betrayed his followers, the tyrant. After that, the protagonist returned back to the table and sat down. Yultak looked out the open window and wondered why they were quiet. The next second, the doors in the building suddenly opened, and they were scared. Taeshik entered the room, dragging a bloody bag behind him. After that, he threw it on the floor. Haran looked at him in surprise, and pressing her hand to her chest, approached him. Tears appeared in her eyes, and she, perplexed, thought, Father? Then she lowered her head and apologized. She thought that this could not be. He said that he did not believe it either. He swears that she will never live in fear again. He put his arm around her shoulders and apologized. She must forgive the old fool. Tears were streaming down her face. She looked up at him and asked, is it him, father? Is it really him? He said that from this day forward until the end of his life he would protect her. Yultak, watching this, asked, Sir, what is going on? A family reunion, right? In response, he told him to be quiet and not to ruin the moment for people. Father and daughter hugged each other with tears in their eyes. After a while, Myung Cult, Water Peak Market. The old man filled out the paperwork and then leaned back in his chair and sighed heavily and thought that the amount of information had doubled and the amount of documents he had to study was now about 5 times larger. After that, he rose from his seat and walked to the door. Yultak, walking forward, said, but what is taking him so long to open it, young master? He is asking. The old man asked, why are they in such a hurry? Patience is a virtue. Yultak adjusted his hat and asked, can't he see that they are soaking wet? Haran walked behind her father and told him to come in. He agreed with her. After that, Tong Jagal said, young master, how can he understand all this? Will he not bother to explain the situation to the old man? While the others began to study the books on the shelves, MC thought that they were behaving like they were at home. Then he took off his wet clothes and said that they were coming from the Valley of Scoundrels. They were heading to Myung Palace, but a downpour began. They had to look for shelter. He asked if he hadn't understood his question. He didn't think that he could come here uninvited and expect a warm welcome. He answered, but he had opened the door for him. Their eyes met, and Tong, clutching his head, laughed and said that was true. After that, he introduced himself and added that as they could see, he had health problems, so he couldn't greet them properly. Then Haran and Taeshik also introduced themselves. Taeshik asked if he was the one who told the young master to look for him. How did he even understand? He replied that he had been watching him for a long time, even when he came to this village. Turning around, he was indignant. He hadn't answered his question, so he had been hiding, watching him, and had been doing so even when he came to that hole. Tong replied that there was no reason for that, since he had been in the Valley of Scoundrels for 10 years. so he will continue to watch him to make up for it. He replied that he can watch if he does not die of old age. He replied that he will not die. Another reason to live a little longer. Taeshik asked, or did he think about dying early? The protagonist thought, a warrior and a scholar are like water and oil, they will not find a common language. And then he put his hand forward and said, enough. There is no need for those who practically live under the same roof to quarrel. They agreed with him. And he said, they are like rivers that flow into the same ocean. Once they were separated, but now they are gathered here, in this palace. He hopes that the new members of the cult will be imbued with common ideas so that Myung Palace can be reborn. He put his hand on his chest and added that he swears that he will not stray from the path and will achieve this goal. Such is the promise of an adopted son. He wanted to trust these people who were about to become part of the Myung Palace and go with him to the end, as he was. Haren and Taeshik agreed with him. Yultak said in surprise. Goosebumps ran down his spine. Young master, doesn't he think that now is not the time and place for such speeches? Tong laughed loudly, and the protagonist thought, promises are made to be broken, right? After that, they all sat down at the table, and Tong said that the people of the Valley of Scoundrels had finally calmed down. There was an awkward silence, and then he added, great, everything is fine. So they should focus on the 7 palaces. Young master, perhaps he would like to gather those who do not belong to any palace, but they do not have time for that. In 4 months, the great festival of heaven will begin, and they will need to do one of 2 things. Either increase their influence, or weaken the influence of others. The 7 palaces of the Myung cult. The 7 palaces of the Myung cult. Each of them owns a serious-sized squad of fighters and is on par with the 10 great orthodox sects. Their leaders occupy high positions in the Myung cult, assuming that they are the oldest members of this union and have reached the highest stage of exaltation. Then the demonic cult is simply incredibly strong. Yultak asked why they were even sitting and discussing this. The protagonist noticed that he seemed bored. He looked at him and asked, but is this really boring, no? He replied, nothing. It will be more interesting soon, he must continue. After that, Tong lowered his gaze and continued. From the outside, it seems that the palaces are cooperating, but in fact, they are competing with each other. If not for this, the Myung cult would have been ruled by a new leader long ago. Taeshik folded his arms and thoughtfully said, if they decide to upset the balance of power, the palaces will be very unhappy. He noticed that it was true. The 7 palaces of the Myung cult were planning to make a fuss over the absence of the cult leader. During the great festival of heaven, the heads of the palaces would fight over who would become the next leader. But the young master had returned. That would change the situation. There would definitely be those who wanted to kill the young master, and those who would take advantage of him. Taeshik placed his hand on the table and declared that as long as he was alive, no one would dare harm his master. Tong said he wanted to believe it, but he couldn't handle them alone. The only option for the young master was to join the opposition of the palaces. He could try to become the new cult leader. Yultak pointed his finger at him and asked in surprise, what? Why? To die valiantly? He was telling him to just go and die there. He shook his head and replied that the path to ascension was always thorny. Yultak added that it was true, but it was a lost cause. The protagonist thought that he could at least try to support. Then he looked at him awkwardly and told him to let him ask him a question. He was surprised. What kind? He asked if they could return to the High Demon Corridor. But before he could say that, MC pressed a point on his neck, and he cried out in pain. Tong continued. At the moment, there are 3 candidates for the position of the next leader. The leader of the Palace of Dancing Blood, Ya Yulchan, the leader of the Palace of Murders, Gu Yanren, and the oldest, Hong Raksan. Taeshik thought about it, and he added that they are all the strongest masters who have reached the highest stages of cultivation. There is only one plus. They do not intend to give in to each other. The Palace of Worldly Riches seems to be helping both the Palace of Dancing Blood and the Palace of Welcoming Joy, as well as the Palace of Murders. But in reality, they are only pretending, and their influence is growing. And it is only a matter of time before a conflict breaks out due to some minor reason, and a confrontation begins. And when that happens, he will have the opportunity to take advantage of the confusion and take over as the head of the cult. Taeshik was indignant. A mere librarian was acting as if he knew everything about the Myung cult. He replied, how meticulous must he be to study all the documents about the Myung cult? Taeshik said that they did not need to weave intrigues and come up with strategies. The master could just take over the Myung palace. He replied that this would have worked a year ago, but now everything has changed. The moment the young master takes over the Myung palace, 4 palaces will immediately attack them and destroy them. Taeshik clenched his fist and shouted, no way, as soon as the Myung palace squad. But before he could finish speaking, the librarian raised 2 fingers and said, 20%. He was surprised. What? He explained that this was their chance to win, even with the condition that they were supported by the Myung Palace. Taeshik thought about these words, and then Yultak shouted, "Old man, I think he was wrong. Not 20, more like 2%. Myung Palace has weakened considerably in recent years, and the current head of the cult has been missing for a couple of years. How does he plan to fight them?" Taeshik scratched his beard and said, 20%, hard to believe. He shouted that he was talking about the same thing. Taeshik folded his arms and asked if they had really become that strong. Yultak looked around and shouted that they had. Tong also confirmed this and added that if Myung Palace were to stand against them alone, they would have almost no chance at all. Yultak raised his index finger and shouted, and who would think of helping them for the sake of a tiny increase in chances? Tong, he didn't. Before he could finish speaking, the protagonist pressed his fingers on his neck again, and he shouted in pain. Tong said, "That's how weak Myung Palace has become." Taeshik said, "And how did the Myung cult become like this?" Tong added, "Again, although the power of the masters grew, there was still no one who could competently manage them and the cult as a whole. The result was before their eyes." The protagonist thought, it seemed that the demonic cult in the Central Plains were not that different. A storm was coming. After that, he again extended his fingers to the neck of Yultak, who shouted, seriously, he wanted to say what? Do they really have to act like this? Can't they just lie low and wait for the leader to return? Why are they trying to do something they can't do? The slightest mistake, and they will all be finished. The next second, Heron raised her hand and said that she didn't really understand the situation, but in the Valley of Scoundrels, she had lived in the shadows for a very long time because she couldn't change anything. But over time, things only got worse. She smiled sheepishly and added that she thought that if they had to do this anyway, it would be better to face the problem head on. Then she apologized for what she might have said that was irrelevant. After that, the protagonist lowered his gaze and said that it was true. He thought that it was as she said, if they did nothing to change the situation today, it would remain the same tomorrow. After that, he said that he wanted to achieve only one thing, to turn this place into the Myung cult. Yultak, looking at him, asked in surprise, "It seems like that's what it's called, no?" The protagonist stood up from his seat and, taking the stick from the librarian's hands, said, "But it looks more like a demonic cult. The path to the goal, they will start with this person." He pointed his hand at the leaflet pasted to the wall. It depicted the 12th most powerful in the Myung cult, the head of the Palace of Worldly Riches, Jong Salmon. 2 days later, Myung Palace. MC sat in a meditative pose, concentrating energy inside himself. He thought, 1 star, 3, 7 stars are only enough to reach the peak phase of the ascension stage. With 8, he can reach the awakening stage and overcome the limitations of the human body, and when this becomes 9. The next second, a powerful stream of energy burst out of his body, and he thought that he should be careful with this art. He only has 7 stars, he hasn't mastered it yet. Once he reaches 9 stars, his Beihu acupuncture point will be overflowing with demonic energy, and strange feelings will appear, spreading throughout his body. At that moment, he will become a heavenly demon, and whether he wants it or not, the whole world will know about it. After that, he went outside, and Haran came up to him and, smiling, asked if he was unwell. He looked at her and, nodding, looked at the flowers. Her face turned red with embarrassment. He asked, "What is it?" She bowed and apologized for not understanding his motives. He even gave her and her father a separate house. He thought, Taeshik seemed to have explained everything to her. After that, he waved his hand and said, "No need." She lowered her gaze and said, "Okay." Then he turned around and said that from now on she can live as she wants. So they live here, in Myung Palace. She smiled shyly and thanked him. He could give her some task if there was one. At least this way she would repay his kindness. He thought, like father, like daughter. Then he said, "Okay," he understood. After that, there was a shout. Palace of Worldly Riches requests to meet the young master. Palace of Murders requests to meet the young master. He thought, they have arrived. The south gate of Myung Palace. Chan Amu looked angrily at Chi Hami, who was standing in front of him. The residents gathered at the bottom of the stairs wondered, isn't this the forbidden squad of Palace of Worldly Riches and the ghost squad of Palace of Welcoming Joy? What are they doing here? What trouble are they planning to cause? Amu thoughtfully said that he thought it smelled bad here. She should have been wagging her tails in the cat house by now. What is she still doing here? The young palace leader replied, Isn't this the toad who tried to harm the young leader by bringing him to the Golden Sky Gallery? He got out safely? Amu, angry, pointed his finger at her and shouted that she should shut her filthy mouth. How dare she say that he tried to harm the young leader? She should get out while he was in a good mood. If all went well, he would invite her for a drink. She asked mockingly, did he have money? Was the alcohol that toad sold still expensive? He, approaching her, said, thieving fool. She asked, did he mean himself? They glared at each other. When at that moment the door next to them opened, Yultak and Taeshik appeared in the passage, looking at them seriously. Hami, noticing them, asked, "Who was there?" She had not seen them before. Amu, gritting his teeth, said, "Yultak." Then the protagonist came out to them and asked, "What are they doing?" Hami said, "Young leader," he thought, "Palace of Welcoming Joy and Palace of Worldly Riches." Then he said, "How insolent." Yultak shouted indignantly, "What are they, idiots, doing? Aren't they going to pay their respects to the young leader?" Then the people present bowed and said that they were paying their respects to the young leader. Both palaces paid their respects, and then Hami, looking at Amu, thoughtfully said that he really was a spineless toad idiot. Yultak, folding his arms, walked up to her and asked what she was doing here. She replied that she had no business with him, please. He should step aside. Then she smiled slightly and said, "Young leader, she is glad to meet him. They haven't seen each other for a long time. Is he feeling well?" Yultak, looking at her with disdain, asked why she was acting so flirtatious. Amu said that he realized that they could be on the same page today. He might have realized it already. He then raised his fist and shouted indignantly, "Hey Toad! If he's going to talk to himself, he should go talk to the wall." Hami put her hands on her waist and shouted, "They're idiots, seriously." The MC looked at them and wondered, "I wonder if Namgunyi, Chungai, Danpayon, San, and Mojongvi are all okay?" He then told Yultak to lead them inside. He agreed with him. After a while, the male lead was standing at the table, and outside the door to the room, Yultak turned to Hami and said that she would go in first. She then walked into the room and said, as expected of the young leader, "Palace of Welcoming Joy is much better than Palace of Worldly Riches, isn't it?" He folded his hands in front of him and asked, "Is it hot in here?" She was surprised. "Sorry, not at all." He said, "In that case, she shouldn't wave her skirt everywhere. She should have her say and leave." She replied, "It seems he's been interested in literature lately." She was so surprised to receive such an elegant letter from him. He asked, "An elegant letter?" It sounded like she wanted to say that he couldn't write elegant letters before. She replied that she wasn't sure about that, but he interested her anyway. After that, she came closer and said, "I wonder if he's also elegant at night?" Taeshik stood in front of her and told her to stand there. She peeked out from behind him and said she'd been wondering for a long time, "Who is this?" "The new employee he hired." The protagonist asked, "Does he look like a servant?" She thoughtfully replied that she'd never heard of young leaders hiring bodyguards to accompany them before. If he'd told the Palace of Welcoming Joy about this earlier, they might have sent him young and beautiful girls. What a pity. He thought, it seems like she forgot about her original obligations and was talking nonsense. She has a strong sense of pride, but she is frivolous. After that, he told Taeshik to let her pass through telepathy. He agreed with him and then stepped aside. She, seeing this, smirked and said that he was just a simple servant. After that, she leaned over the protagonist's table and ran her hand along his cheek. The protagonist grabbed her hand and pulled her towards him. Getting closer to her face, he asked how long he should be patient with her. She replied that if he came to the Palace of Welcoming Joy, he would not have to hold back any longer. He said she was serious now. She replied, "Of course he wants her, right?" He replied, "Should he kill her?" She froze in surprise, and then moving away, she laughed lightly and said, "Young leader, he is really nasty. It seems like he is confident in being able to kill her, huh? But she still hasn't gotten engaged to a partner, so please, he should be gentle with her. Anyway, they can talk about the pleasures between men and women another time. She'll get to the main topic, please. He should visit the palace. They'll welcome him with open arms." He asks why he has to do that. She says if he wants to live a long life, he should definitely do that. After all, that way of living is the only one that suits his status, or who knows what might happen to him someday. At this point, Taeshik was already burning with rage and mentally asked if he could kill her. The MC replied that he should just teach her some manners. He then asked if she wasn't the representative of the Palace of Welcoming Joy here. Was it a frivolous conversation about her just having desires for the Palace of Welcoming Joy? She looked at him indignantly and asked what? What did he just say? Did she misunderstand him? Doesn't he know who she is? He replied that he thought she was here as a messenger from the Palace of Welcoming Joy who came to meet the young leader, but it seems she is just someone who came here to sell her body. She was indignant. Is he finished? He asked, should he continue? And then she looked at the protagonist and said, apparently her young leader disrespected her. How should she take it? Taeshik said, disrespect? Could there be anything more disrespectful than her impudent words? She is a serious criminal who went against their cultural laws. First, she touched the young leader's face without permission. Second, she dared to threaten his safety. Even if they executed her now, they would still be justified in doing so. She, angry, said, does he really want to die before he comes to his senses? After that, she took out her blades and ran to attack Taeshik. At this moment, the protagonist thought, Myung Palace really has almost zero power? What kind of restless individuals are these? Was the demon cult always like this? Taeshik looked at Hami, and the protagonist mentally told him not to kill her. Her blade was already approaching his face, and he released a powerful aura. Yultak turned around, hearing strange sounds behind the door, and shouted, "Young leader?" The next second, several girls appeared in front of him, and he told them to get lost. They just looked at him with a smirk, and he, taking out his weapon, repeated that they should get lost. Damn fools. Meanwhile, Amu was using the abacus. He thought that if the young leader died here, it would also be a plus for him. Then a sound was heard from the room. No need to make a fuss. Nothing happened here. Meanwhile, outside the door of the room, Hami's blade broke into 2 pieces. She fell to the ground and asked how he was. She looked at Taeshik approaching her and said that she was sure she touched him. But how? MC thought, this is a martial art that temporarily attracts internal energy and then explodes it. Since it comes from a heavenly demon's divine art, the strength can't be average. It's worthy of being called a demonic art, but the longer it goes on, the more disadvantageous it becomes for him. But it's only applicable in one case, if he manages to meet a much stronger opponent. It temporarily gives him overwhelming power, but he can't use it permanently yet. After that, Hami stood up and asked what the hell he did. An indestructible physique? An impossible hidden weapon? At that moment, the protagonist stood up from his seat and asked, "Is this all that Palace of Welcoming Joy is all about?" She looked at him in confusion, and he crouched down next to her broken blade and took the broken piece in his hand, saying, "How dare they send some girl who doesn't even know how to wield her sword here?" "He's disappointed." She shouted indignantly they wouldn't. Before she could finish speaking, the protagonist walked up to her, grabbed her chin, and came closer, asking what he should do with her after this. She asked what he was going to do with her. He replied that since she dared to come for his head, maybe now it would be worth hanging her head in the Palace of Welcoming Joy, or... With that, he threw it on the floor and asked if he should punish her right there. Then he turned around and told her to forget it. Why should he waste his time on people like her? She should tell the manager of the Palace of Welcoming Joy. They should call the next one. She stood up and said that he would regret it if he treated her like that. He asked what she was going to do with her skills. Tears welled up in her eyes, and he told her to get lost. After that, she walked towards the exit, and Taeshik said that he finally had a chance to ask who he really was. The protagonist replied, "Who knows?" Then his eyes widened in surprise, and he asked, "What is he doing? He should get up quickly." Taeshik knelt down in front of him and asked him to forgive him if he had offended him in any way. He replied that it was fine, he just shouldn't do it again. He said, as he wishes, he will never ask about it again. The MC thought that it wasn't that, but it didn't matter. Taeshik then said, "While the owner of the Palace of Welcoming Joy looks meek, she is actually cruel and has a hotter temperament than anyone else. He is sure that she won't let this go." He replied that he assumed so. He was surprised. Did he know? Is it too late to call Hami back to calm her down and make her feel better? No, it's only a matter of time before they run into each other. The next second, Taeshik released a powerful aura and declared that he would get rid of her. Even if they let her live, it would only drag things out. Perhaps it would be better to just do this now, and then take the initiative and settle things with the Palace of Welcoming Joy. The protagonist looked at him silently and thought that he had completely forgotten that this man was a demonic creature to the core. He then said, "Squad leader, he wants to make sure that he never kills anyone unless he orders it. Do you understand?" Taeshik bowed and replied as he orders. The protagonist understood that there was no point in just killing and getting rid of someone. All he was doing was building a sandcastle with mountains of corpses. He then said, according to the ranking records, the owner of the Palace of Welcoming Joy seemed to treasure her family very much. So he shouldn't make any moves first. There's no need until he makes the first move. He thought, the owner of the Palace of Welcoming Joy, is he someone that can be changed? At that moment, Hami walked out of the room in her torn clothes. Her subordinates were confused, shouting, "What? The young leader of the palace?" They surrounded her and asked if she was okay. Yultak wondered, what did they do to her? However, Hami is the young leader of the palace, but how far did they go? Amu thought, the little lecherous pervert, he is a good-for-nothing idiot. He must have seduced her with some kind of witchcraft, right? Yultak looked at him and thought that he had a feeling that there would be a funeral for him if this guy walked in now. The next second, MC walked out of the room and said that they were going. Yultak apologized and asked, but where were they going? He replied that he had smelled enough perfume. Now was the time to smell money. He walked up to Amu and looking into his eyes, said that they were going to the Palace of Worldly Riches. Myung Cult, Peak of the Earth, 7 palaces of the Myung Cult, Palace of Broken Swords. Yenwa screamed, "Nanny!" The maid asked in surprise, how could a grown lady raise her voice like that? What if the palace master heard her? She asked indignantly, "So what?" Can't a lady even scream in the Myung cult? She asked why she was so angry. Yenhwa sat down at the table and sighed, saying that she didn't know. Nani stood next to her and laughed lightly, asking what was wrong. Didn't she call her because she wanted to talk about it? Was she meeting the young leader? She folded her arms and told her not to mention him in front of her. She asked again, what was wrong? Was it because she hadn't lived here for a long time? Sad because she was separated from him? Was she indignant? Was she sad? Because of that annoying idiot? How ridiculous. She doesn't know anything anymore. She's actually going to shave her head and go back to the mountains. The maid cried out, please, she shouldn't say such things. It's common for people to marry each other to preserve their bloodlines. Doesn't she know how lucky she is? She was able to find out who she was marrying in advance. Yenhwa cried out, this is so ridiculous. Who said she was going to marry him? She chose to marry someone she'd never met before. Nani said, he's from a respected family and looks handsome, although he doesn't have a single flaw. On top of that, he's better at martial arts than her, so there's no need to worry about her being captured by others. Yenhwa asked, a respected family? The cult leader's whereabouts are unknown, so they're more like a family that will drag them down. No matter what, she's not going to do it. Marry him. The maid asked her to speak more quietly in case the palace master heard her, but she did not listen to her and shouted, let him listen to what she was saying. She did not think that the cult leader was nearby, so what was there to be afraid of? Why marry this good-for-nothing man? Nani cried out, Miss. At that moment, Dan Junghak entered the room and shouted, who dared to say such a thing? They cried out in surprise, the palace master. After some time, they went into the training room. Junghak, holding a weapon in his hands, told her to take out her sword. She took the sword out of its sheath and shouted, does he really think that she would not dare to draw her sword? He replied that she was right, and she shouted, what about her? She will repeat herself. She is not going to get married, she does not want to. He shouted, is she really going to let simple emotions ruin the biggest event in her life? Yenhwa shouted that it wasn't just her emotions, it was reality. This guy was worthless. Didn't he always say that? What if someone gave their guilt to their training? They wouldn't be able to protect their family. But now he was trying to sell her to this weakling? He shouted in anger. She swore an engagement to the leader of Yoling in the name of the god of the sacred flame, or had she forgotten about it already? She replied that she thought he hadn't heard yet. The god of the sacred flame said that she didn't have to do it if she didn't want to. He retorted, nonsense. And she shouted that she didn't want to marry a brat like him. He replied, if she really wanted to, then she should try to cut him. They would see if she could still talk about it after that. But before he could finish speaking, she rushed forward, cutting the fabric on his sleeve. Turning around, with tears in her eyes, she shouted that she was not going to do it. And she had already said that she would not. After that, she threw down her weapon and ran towards the exit. Junghak, looking at his hand, thought, she trained hard, right? Has she already reached the highest level? Then he asked, squad leader, is he here? Den appeared behind him and, kneeling down, asked what he needed him for. He clenched his fist and explained that she was still his one and only daughter. He had to bring the young leader here. He replied as he commanded. After that, he disappeared, and Junghak, looking ahead, thought that this was all he could do for her. She had to make sure that the young leader's art was at a level that she was happy with. This would be his gift to her, just like he had given it to her father. Meanwhile, the protagonist, sitting on his horse, thought, a Fergana horse. This breed is hard to find even in the Gu Mountains. It looks like they put a lot of effort into getting it. He then stopped the horse and sat down on a rock nearby, suggesting that they stop and rest for a while. Amu, smiling, said, young leader, we're almost there. They don't really have to rest here. He thought, it looks like he still didn't understand where he was. Then he folded his arms and said, he said he was Chan Amu, right? He confirmed it. He seemed to remember his name. The protagonist replied, of course, he was the one who tried to kill him. Amu put his hands in front of him and said he wasn't trying to hurt him. The MC replied he would hear the details from the culprit himself. He was the heir to the palace of worldly riches? He asked in surprise. What did he mean? He had an older brother. He then scratched his head thoughtfully and added, of course, if he were the successor, he could have achieved much more success than him, but unfortunately, luck was not on his side and he was born later. The protagonist thought, someone who disrespected him was sent here. Does he look down on him? No, that's not true. Ever since he sent the Fergana horse. Then he smiled and walked up to the horse and asked, so he can kill him, huh? Amu, confused, asked why he said such a thing so suddenly. He replied that he was going to die anyway. Wouldn't it be better to use him to relieve his boredom? He fearfully told them not to come near him. The protagonist then told Yultak to detain him. He grabbed his arms, and Amu shouted that he was a freak. He should let him go. Forbidden Squad, what are they doing? Are they just going to let him kill him? MC answered, I think, exactly like that. After that, he took his blade out of its sheath and said that he would just cut it a little. After that, ran away screaming, and the protagonist thought that he knew it. Someone else was in charge here. After that, he mentally told Taeshik not to answer him. He turned to Amu and told him to stop making noise. He hadn't even done anything yet. First, he would slit his noisy throat. Amu shouted, "Birang, what is he doing? He must get these idiots away from him immediately." At this moment, Chun Birang took off his hat and said, "Young leader, please, he must stop." Turning around, he asked who he was. He bowed in response and said that he apologized for not introducing himself earlier. He was Chun Birang, the man in charge of the Forbidden Squad in the Palace of Worldly Riches. After that, the protagonist returned the sword to its sheath and turned to Amu, telling him to remember once and for all, if he overstepped his boundaries again, then. After that, he patted his chest and added, "The Palace of Worldly Riches likes to spy, huh? What a vile group of people." Barang said he simply remained silent to protect him in case of an emergency. The protagonist asked, is he sure he was not just spying on him? He replied, making sure that he never shows his full capabilities is part of the basics. There are times when he has to fool his allies in order to fool his enemies later. MC thought he was completely different from the newbies like Hami and Amu. He said, "So he means to say that he did it for him?" Birang replied, "If something happened to him, the Myung cult would really be in big trouble." He asked, "Is that so?" Well, he is grateful. But is he sure it is not because the situation could become dangerous for the Palace of Worldly Riches? He replied, "Not at all. He will make sure that he is safe." The protagonist climbed onto his horse and said that he will believe him this time. Oh yeah, he said his name was Birang, right? He should never try to fool him again. He is not going to forgive him a second time. He bowed and said that he understood. The protagonist asked, "Really?" And he was surprised. The protagonist said that he will take his word for it. After some time, the Myung cult, the Water Peak, the Myung cult's family palace, the Palace of Worldly Riches. Birang, looking at the protagonist, asked how he liked the merchant palaces. It was his first time here, right? He replied that he didn't think there would be a sea under the heavenly mountain. He replied that it wasn't a sea, it was a river. It was formed when the endless snow melted. The protagonist was surprised. Was it a river? He confirmed it. The name of this one was the Hot Sea. In the past, this river was mistaken for a sea, hence the name. There is a tribal nation over there known as the Oirats. Haren, looking ahead, said, "Wow, so beautiful." Taeshik noticed that the Palace of Worldly Riches hadn't changed at all. She, turning to her father, asked, had he been here before? In response, he remained silent, and Birang rode up to him and said, "Now that he thinks about it, he does look familiar." Could he recognize his nickname? He replied, "Bloody Asura." MC thought, "Bloody Asura, so suits him." After that, they reached the gate and heard a shout. The young leader has arrived. They rode ahead, and the villagers said they can collect their wages. Over there, no need to go there anymore. We need to wait a little longer. We need to buy grain here. Yultak looked ahead and said that it was really far. Will they really reach the palace? Birang replied that they were almost here, but... The next second, Yultak, perplexed, said, "Hyungnim." The protagonist thought in surprise, "Hyungnim? Myung cult, Palace of Worldly Riches, the Hall of Fortune." Jung Samin said in surprise, "My lord, should he ask why he is here?" Yuljan stood in front of him and said that his father was worried. He was wondering if he had forgotten what he promised. He was the eldest son of the Palace of Dancing Blood. Samin asked, didn't he know that the Oirats were currently experiencing a sandstorm? He didn't really like the tone of his voice. It was not easy to make a living right now. Did he expect them to move forward in such a situation? He replied, well, he heard that Amu had an unpleasant incident that happened at the Mungchan restaurant. As the leader of the association, he regretted it and would like to meet him. He replied, he was a busy man, there was no need for that. But if he wanted to meet him, then he would just ask him to contact him. Yuljan asked, wasn't he at the palace? He didn't go to Myung Palace, did he? If he was there and something went wrong, it might cause misunderstandings between him and the young leader. Summon looked away and said that he wasn't sure since he just did whatever he wanted. Yuljan then turned around and said that in that case, he would go look for him. Summon said there was no need to go to him. The next second, a bright flash of light flew from Yuljan, cutting off a leaf of the plant. He then put his sword back into its sheath, and Samin quickly leaned back, catching the pot of the plant. Yuljan said, plants with spotted anthracnose can still survive if they are caught early. You can just cut off the affected leaves, but if the plant is left alone for too long, you will need to cut it off by the roots. In order to apologize for his rudeness, he will take care of the Oirat's problem. Samin thought, it seems like he is not very far from reaching the Supreme Demon Realm. Huh? He thought he was an idiot. Meanwhile, Yuljan walked out of the building. The White Fighting Seven, the commander of the support squad, Taewa, approached him. She put a cape on his shoulders and asked, is he just going to leave the Palace of Worldly Riches? The oirats were just an excuse. They are cutting back on the amount of money they gave them before. He replied that she should refrain from asking unnecessary questions. She bowed and said as he wished. At that moment, a bird flying in the sky landed on his hand, and he asked if anyone he knew had come here. After that, he heard Hyungnim and looked away. The protagonist looked at him and thought, Yultak's older brother, are they in the Palace of Dancing Blood? I wonder if he is on his side? Yuljin passed by Yultak and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. The protagonist asked, what business could there be in the Palace of Dancing Blood? He asked in return, is there any reason why he should not be here? What about him, the young leader? What is he doing here? He replied, the same thing applies to him, he has no reason to be here. Yuljin walked further and said, since it seems they do not intend to explain their reasons to each other, he deviates. Yultak said worriedly, Hyungnim. He asked, is he still so pathetic, isn't he? And then he turned to Amu and asked to talk for a while. He agreed with him. Then he sighed and put his hand on his chest and said, but, Lord Yuljin, why is he here, next to the support of the White Fighting Seven? He's not here for him, right? MC thought, according to Yuljin, he is the eldest of the Palace of Dancing Blood, so Yultak. Meanwhile, Taeshik looked at the image of Yuljin and said that Yultak is currently ranked 15 in the Myung cult, the eldest son of the Master of the Palace of Dancing Blood, and also leads a separate force, known as the White Fighting 7 Support Squad. Rank 15, he doesn't even look like he's been doing this for years. Impressive. Harren looked at the image and added, the Palace of Dancing Blood has the most powerful force among the 7 palaces of the Myung cult. The protagonist folded his arms and said, the Master of the Yulchon Palace. Yultak, isn't he hungry? He asked in surprise. Why is he asking him this? He replied, just like that. Yultak stood up from his seat and said, what's with the atmosphere? This tension needs to stop right now. The protagonist thought that he was the only one who was tense right now. Yultak then spread his arms out to the sides and said, there's nothing special about it. The man who is the master of the Palace of Dancing Blood and the second rank is indeed his father. But since he is the son of a concubine, he has never received any recognition from him. Although in the Myung cult, this is nothing unusual. His family may be known for being cold-hearted, but his older brother never treated him like he was the son of a concubine. He even taught him martial arts and showed concern for him. The protagonist thought, but his martial arts skills are not that great. And then he said, he was only not so cold to him, because he was disappointed in him ever since he started wasting his life hanging around with the young leader, visiting brothels and other dens. The MC thought that he didn't want to hear any more of this. Then he added, well, even though the young leader is still good for nothing, he is much better than he was before. He was sure that his brother would soon look at him differently. The protagonist said, Palace of Dancing Blood. He was surprised. Why? Is he going there or something? Everyone knows that the Palace of Dancing Blood has connections in the escort business and the Palace of Worldly Riches. It would sound like he was speaking well of them because they were his family, but the Palace of Dancing Blood was actually very well connected to him. The protagonist thought the fact that they had influence in the Palace of Worldly Riches meant that they were both on the same side. He then said, okay, in that case, they should go and get more information from them. They should check if there were any signs that they were against them. Yultak said that he understood. They would rest today first, and then, before he could finish speaking, the protagonist said right now. He was surprised. What? Right now? The others grabbed his hands and led him to the exit, and he continued to wonder, what? Meanwhile, MC looked at the flyer. It said name, Jong Semin. Nickname, Demon Who Chases Big Money. Duties, one of the 7 martial artists. Rank, 12. Estimated level, highest. Note, someone who moves according to what brings him profit and is really good at it. While he does not like making deals, his emotions fluctuate greatly up and down. After reaching a higher level, he began to neglect his martial arts. Children, Chan Jasang. The protagonist thought that the Palace of Worldly Riches and the Palace of Welcoming Joy were 2 places he should go. It is not because of the information regarding Silk. It is so that their group can advance, since he needs capital and transportation. That is why the Miram Alliance does not only have martial sects within it. They also have many banks, shopping malls, and escort establishments. And that's not all. When they go out on business, they notice that most of the drinking establishments and inns are closely connected to each other. However, in the demonic cult, the merchant and the Palace of Welcoming Joy monopolize all of these. The problem is that the only card he holds is the title of Young Leader. For someone to want to be on his side, instead of going over to the master of the Palace of Dancing Blood, who is being considered for the position of the next leader of the cult, he must have his own ambitions. But anyway, he has nothing. No matter what they offer, it will be difficult to make a deal with him. Although this time, he was able to easily get a lot, but it will not always be like this. They first need to find a way to completely isolate the Palace of Worldly Riches from the rest. At this moment, Birong entered his room and said that the master of the palace had finished everything he needed to do and asked if he could meet him now. The protagonist asked, has his youth been restored? The face he sees now is very different from what he saw before. He replied that he was sorry for disrespecting him. Please forgive him for that. The protagonist thought perhaps he really did use a mask made of human skin. He then said that he was sure that he had already told him never to deceive him again. Right? He apologized again. The situation had gotten out of his control. The MC furrowed his brows and asked, does he think he is joking, huh? He thinks that everything he says is a joke, since he looks down on him. Birong retorted, that is not true. The protagonist then said that he only came here because of some insincerity, since he said that he would pay for all the sins his son committed. It seems that he should not have come. Birong exclaimed, oh no, the leader. He lowered his head, apologizing to him. Please, he should be at peace. He asked if this was his real face. He replied that this was how he looked originally. The protagonist explained that he couldn't trust him. How could he if he didn't know what might be in that room? How could he trust them and meet their palace master? He returned to Myung Palace. Birong felt like he was being electrocuted by these words. He bowed and asked for forgiveness. He asked him to reconsider his decision. He would make sure that nothing like this happened again. The protagonist walked forward and said that he had already done this twice. Who was to say that he wouldn't do it a third time? How could he trust his words? He had to tell the palace master that he would never have any business meetings with him again. Birong asked what he had to do to earn his trust. The protagonist turned around and thought, the commander of the Forbidden Squad, Birong? He was not usually the type of person to allow such treatment. The reason why he shows this side of himself so easily is because he is good for nothing and can run away to an unknown place alone. Maybe then they will drive him even more crazy? After that, he put a piece of paper on the table and told him to write it down. He wondered what he should write. He replied, who knows, maybe he will sing another song later. He should write it all down. After that, he began to dictate. He is the commander of the Forbidden Squad, Palace of Worldly Riches Birong. Definitely. Birong looked at him and asked, is he going to ask him to protect him? The protagonist smiled and said that he was going to destroy the entire Myung Palace. Birong was indignant. This is absurd. He asked, what? He asked in return, does he know how many people want to harm him? They are just trying to protect him from them. MC replied, so that's why he hid his identity from him. Just to test him. So why did the son of the merchants try to kill him? In his opinion, he is a more dangerous person. He shouted that it wasn't so. The protagonist said, if it wasn't so, then he might as well just write it down, right? If his thoughts were right, then even if he didn't die, he still wouldn't be able to survive in the end. He silently continued writing, and the protagonist told him to forget it. He shouldn't have come to such a dangerous place. He turned around and headed towards the exit, adding, he should have just gone to the Palace of Welcoming Joy instead. Birong gritted his teeth in irritation and shouted that he would write it all down now. Is that enough? The MC turned around and said, okay, he should write the rest down too. The Myung Palace would serve as evidence. If he broke this promise, he could be considered a traitor. A tablet with an image of the sun. A plaque issued by the Myung cult instead of the imperial family. The intensification of the demonic cult. It could be said that it was something as important as someone's life, since it was the only way for the people of the demonic cult to identify each other. Birong placed the tablet on the table, and the protagonist thought, the only reason why he would agree to such a ridiculous idea was definitely one of two things. Either he is very confident in what he is doing, or he thinks that Myung Palace is just a joke. But whatever it is, Birong, he must protect Myung Palace no matter what. After a while, they were walking in the courtyard, and Birong, entering the room, said, the master of the palace, the young leader, has arrived. Samin, looking at the protagonist who entered the room, asked him to be calm. He asked to meet him later because he was afraid that he would be too tired. He hoped that he did not mind. He replied that he thought it didn't mean he couldn't understand what he had done since he had put so much effort into preparing. In response, he laughed and said, of course, he had prepared a gift for him ever since he heard he had returned to the world. But he hadn't been able to find it before because he had been busy with his own affairs. The protagonist said that he had been to the Heavenly Demons Gallery a few days ago. Small gifts wouldn't be enough for him. He laughed again and said that it wouldn't be hard. They could just share a lot of these small things to make up for the lack. The protagonist stated that he wasn't sure about that. He had never really shared his things with anyone before. Samin smiled and said that it was because he hadn't tried it yet, but after he tried it, he would understand. They just needed to share things just once. The protagonist looked at a few swords and a chest of gold. Samin said, it seemed like he needed a lot of things. He could give it all to him if he wanted to, of course. The protagonist looked at him and said, "It seems he was wrong about the owner of the Palace of Worldly Riches all along. If he knew how magnanimous he was, he would have come more often." Saman laughed again and said if he wanted, he could stay here forever. And then the MC sat down next to him and put his hand on the table and said, "It seems he lives a happy life." He asked what he meant. He replied, "There is a saying that sometimes parents are so preoccupied with loving their children that they don't even notice their own actions. And since he has such a precious son, it is impossible for him to live an unhappy life. However, had he become too ignorant, if he didn't even know about his own actions, he should have rushed to beg for forgiveness. But instead, he ordered his subordinates to lock him in the guest room, and now he is sitting in a higher place, talking to him. He's admitting to plotting against treason or something?" Saman shouted indignantly, "Young leader!" And he repeated again, "He's admitting to plotting against treason or something." Saman glared at him, then laughed and said as expected of the young leader. Considering how much he'd grown, the future of the Meng cult was undoubtedly bright. Since he covered up his immature son's mistake like this, he'd be very happy if he stayed with them. "This way, please. He should sit here." He stood up from his seat and said that it was better that way. The protagonist then walked across his desk and sat down at his place. After that, he looked at Samin and he walked forward with a light laugh. The protagonist thought that he had dealt with people like him before. The leader of the richest organization in the Central Plains, the leader of the Full Moon Trading Group, and the leader of the Beggars Sect. He once asked the leader of the Beggars Sect why the two of them were so similar, despite being on completely opposite ends of the spectrum. A brat. Everything was the same. The one who had everything and the one who didn't need it at all. And strangely enough, this man was like both of them. When you deal with people like them, you just have to scratch them where they want to be scratched. Then he said, "Hey, the master of the Palace of Worldly Riches, he hates to complicate things." After he finished his isolated training, his father disappeared, and after that, he had no other family. It's just not like the past. He gets a headache just thinking about it. Samin asked in surprise, "Is that really true?" He pointed his finger at him and replied, "As he surely knows, he doesn't care about what they want. He means that he doesn't really care. He was simply the one who sat in the cult leader's place, as the position had been vacant for a long time." Did he understand what he was talking about? He thought that they might have been on the same wavelength, which is why they came here to visit him. But not only did they target his life, but they were also so rude in their greetings. What a disappointment. Saman's eyes lit up with rage, and then he spread his arms out to the sides and laughed, saying that it seemed like he had disrespected him, because he had been worried about many things lately. He hoped that he would generously forgive him in his heart, which was as wide as the sea. He was also worried about what he should do about his son's impoliteness. He had really thought about it. After all, he was his loyal servant. The protagonist asked if that was really the case. When it was time to listen, he should tell him what conclusion he had come to after much thought and worry. He stroked his mustache and replied that he had prepared a gift for him. He was surprised. A gift? Samin confirmed it. It was a very special, precious gift. He was sure he would like it. He then clapped his hands and called out to Birang. The next second, he appeared in front of them and, kneeling down, placed the box on the table in front of the protagonist. He, surprised, asked, "Is this a dagger?" Samin asked, "Has he heard of the 5 sacred weapons before?" The protagonist, perplexed, thought, "Could this be the same one of the 5 divine weapons?" Samin said that it was. It was one of the 5 sacred weapons that he had specially prepared for him. It was a demonic dagger of sacred fire. What did he think of it? Did he like it? This was something that even he could not have foreseen, and he was going to give it to him specifically. And that's not all. He would make sure that tons of gold bars were sent to him every month at Meng Palace. He would build him a palace that would be much bigger than the Palace of Worldly Riches. But, the MC asked, "But," he continued, "what does he think about making a deal? Naturally, he should take the place of the cult leader. The Palace of Worldly Riches supports him." He then put his hand on his chest and added, "He, Samin, will help him in his ascension to the throne." The protagonist asked, "Is he asking him to become the cult leader?" He raised his hands and asked in response, "Isn't that natural? The significance of the imperial family. It would be meaningless if someone other than him took that position. It would be betrayal, treason, and the gods would be angry." The protagonist thought, talking about the imperial family in a demonic cult, how ridiculous. This is what they call treason. He then said that he thought it made so much sense. With that, he knocked on the table, and he responded as expected of the young leader. He was able to understand what he was getting at. The protagonist then said that he was amazing, but based on just what he knew, he was supporting the master of the Palace of Dancing Blood, Yulchan. What would he gain by doing something like that? He laughed in response and said, "That's an interesting question." The MC asked, "What is it?" He replied, "The fact that he was interested in such matters." He thought about it, but he wasn't the type to think that much. The protagonist thought, "What about Chunso with his life before?" and then said, "Is he a corpse?" or something like that. "Is he incapable of thinking?" He replied, "It's not that he can't tell him, it's just that there are things he doesn't understand." He asked, "What is it?" Samin replied, "Come to think of it, he heard that he had a new bodyguard that no one had ever seen before. He also heard that he was absent from Myung Palace for quite a while after returning. Perhaps he visited one of the other 7 Myung Palaces before coming here? If he made a deal with them and maybe they gave him a bodyguard to turn a blind eye to him, that was really amazing news. It was strange that he came all this way just to visit him in person, and that he was so calm after finally seeing him. But if someone had sent him here, then it would all make sense." The protagonist thought that he really did go to the Bay of Tears village. After talking to him in front of others, he realized that he was definitely Amu's father. He then continued, "A place suitable for organizing such a plan, the Palace of Murders or the Palace of Welcoming Joy? Could it be this Palace of Dancing Blood?" With that, he pointed his finger at the protagonist, and he thought it was the commander of the Assault Dragon Squad, Jan Jagak of the Miram Alliance. He then said that he had no idea what he was talking about. Salmon released his aura and told him not to pretend that he didn't know anything. Then why was he looking for him? He replied that he had already told him why. Salmon then laughed and released a powerful energy. The floor beneath his feet cracked and he shouted, "Does he think he will believe his words?" The protagonist thought, did he increase his internal energy with elixirs? How much did he eat? He has a huge amount of internal energy. Since he used money to increase his internal energy, he naturally put it above martial arts. Salmon then said while pacing back and forth, if they had all made a deal among themselves, then why is the young leader here? Are they all involved in this? Looks like he will have to wait and look around before he decides to get on the boat. The protagonist thought that he was just staring at the wall and speaking so seriously. He then continued, "Before that, shouldn't they decide who the owner of the boat is?" MC leaned his face on his hand and said, "However, the Palace of Worldly Riches is not the only place where there is money," he asked. "So he is going to go to this Palace of Welcoming Joy?" he asked. "The Palace of Welcoming Joy is probably better at gathering information, right?" The protagonist thought, while each of the 7 palaces of the Myung cult has their own martial arts powers and exerts a powerful influence, it would be a different story if they looked at the roles they play. The Palace of Sacred Flames is in charge of governance. The Palace of Dancing Blood is in charge of military affairs. The Palace of Murders and the Palace of Broken Swords are in charge of punishment. The Palace of Monstrous Venom acts as a large medicine warehouse. The problem lies with the Palace of Worldly Riches and the Palace of Welcoming Joy, since they are both in charge of finance and diplomacy. Now that war is looming, the others are probably trying to join forces with these 2 palaces, since they want to get money and information. But since the roles of these 2 palaces overlap, they are also at each other's throats. The same with the information on the silk. That's why he has no choice but to meet these ladies, for the sake of the real information that would come from the cat house. Chancho, there are actually times when what he said becomes useful, right? Then he said, okay, he is sure that he has many boats that he can board. He should just choose any one. But depending on which boat he boards, determine his future, since it will already be decided whether the boat can move or not. He thought, the owner of the Palace of Worldly Riches, it seems he still can't trust him. He will let him believe what he wants to believe. Then he added, this is what that person told him to tell him. Samin turned around and said, okay, he will believe him this time, but now is not the time. He needs to meet that person first and then make a decision. After that, the protagonist clapped his hands and said, well, he can take his time, since he put so much effort into this gift, he will accept it. After that, he put the daggers in his belt and walked past and said, just for your information, the boat fee will be 30% of the assets of the Palace of Worldly Riches. It is very cheap. He gives him a month, he must send this Nyung Palace. Also, he needs to think about that boat that will offer him a better deal. And now he is deviating. He has some business with the owner of the Palace of Welcoming Joy. After that, he waved his hand, and Samin gritted his teeth and shouted, today. He must rest here before heading out. He took it upon himself to prepare for the fact that he will stay here. The protagonist asked, should he do that? He will stay here for a few days just for everything he did back then, and he can go and take care of his business. After that, the door slammed behind him and Samin slammed the table and said, after all, he's a very capable person. 30%? Ridiculous. How dare this lecherous pervert ask for that? Burong bowed before him and said, Palace Master, please, he must remain calm. He slammed the table again and was indignant. Calm? How does he think he can remain calm? How dare they pull such dirty tricks? How can they be so unethical? He replied that perhaps this is not one of the palaces either. He was surprised. What? What does he mean? Who else besides the palaces could do such a thing? Birong replied that he did not know about the Central Plains, but such a thing was impossible here because the palaces tried to avoid such a thing. Moreover, didn't the young leader mention that person? Salmon looked to the side and said, in that case, was it the Elders Association that did this? Birang replied that he felt that there was a high possibility that it was them, but it might not necessarily be a bad thing for them. He wondered why? He replied, in any case, if they left things as they were, they would end up supporting the Palace of Dancing Blood. Aren't the Oirat's requests and abuse of power getting worse? He heard that they even imprisoned their accompanying bodyguards recently. Didn't Yuljin say that he would take care of this matter? Salmon told him to just let him go. Birong said, if these things were happening every day, then they might get an even bigger request when the master of the Palace of Dancing Blood became the leader of the cult. The Oirats kidnapped that person last year. Then even the powers of the Northern Plains were growing. The master of the Palace of Murders would probably join forces with the master of the Palace of Welcoming Joy, and the Elders Association would join hands with the young leader. This meant that a big war was coming. Wouldn't it be fine if they just profited from all of this? Simon stated that they had a lot to lose. Didn't they just hand over the demonic dagger of the holy fire? He replied that this was just a game played by the young leader, who was himself a puppet. Although he had grown a lot, his nature would not have changed in this time. Before coming here, it seemed like he had already laid his paws on Hami. Simon, perplexed, shouted, what? Why is he only talking about this now? He should tell him the details. What does he mean? He replied that he didn't know for sure since it happened in the room, but the young leader was known as a lecherous pervert. He was sure that something indecent had happened in that room as well. Simon sat down on his desk in surprise and laughed, then said, in that case, the owner of the Palace of Welcoming Joy would not let it go unpunished. For him to be so reckless, he didn't even know what he was getting himself into. He said that the Palace of Worldly Riches wasn't the only place where there was decent finance. He would only save him if he knelt down and prayed for forgiveness. Or should he let him die? Birong said he didn't think that was the right thing to do. They should save him and bring him back at the right time. He wondered why. He said they had no reason to let it all go to hell. Salmon said, wouldn't it be a good idea to take advantage of the situation and get rid of the Palace of Welcoming Joy? He said he didn't think that was the right thing to do at all. He thought if Myung Palace was destroyed, it would be the end for him too. Salmon then said okay, then he should sneak into the Palace of Welcoming Joy and bring him back at the right time. He shouldn't die since their goods need to be in the best condition to get a good price for it. He said he understood, and then Salmon added since they would have to pay for the boat anyway, he would give in first. He then extended his hand forward and shouted, send the gold bars to Myung Palace. Birong said that he understood. Meanwhile, the MC was walking down the street and thought, the owner of the Palace of Worldly Riches, Salmon, if he suddenly saw a mountain of gold, he would definitely drop everything he was holding. Meanwhile, the protagonist's comrades were walking through the courtyard, but stopped when they heard one of the residents say, damn. He thought he was going to die on the way to the horse market. His comrade asked what happened. Did he meet Shaolin monks? He said yes, if they had stood in his way, they would have been smashed to pieces. The man said, never mind. Does he know what he saw there? He just shouldn't be surprised. He was going to a brothel, and on the way he saw that the entire top of the hill was pitch black. He thought that he was just tired because his wife was bothering him. He closed his eyes, opened them again, and there was an army of 10,000. He couldn't believe his eyes. His comrade was surprised. Seriously? 10,000 troops? Bullshit. Most likely, it was some small fry from the beggars sect scavenging the leftovers from the Myung clan's celebration. He countered that he had indeed seen them. The Minister of War, Wu Gaium, was there. He had blocked off the horse market and the outskirts of Beijing City. He thought it was because the emperor was not around and his brother had decided to take his place. Anyway, that was why. His comrade interrupted him and waved his hand, saying, enough. He didn't want to hear anything about it. Yultak folded his arms and asked, he couldn't become emperor just by taking the throne, right? Haran had said, by the way, what was happening in the Oirat tribe now seemed to be quite serious. He asked if she believed what he had said. What could the Oirat want from the Myung cult? She replied, but everyone was talking about the recent Oirat attack. He waved his hand and said that they were all talking nonsense. You can't believe what those guys from the brothel were saying. She wanted to object, but then she noticed the man sitting under the fence. She apologized and asked if he was okay. He said he was okay, and then suddenly shouted, does it look like he's okay? Damn her. At that moment, Taeshik got angry and said, There's no need to pay attention to people like him. His daughter objected, but father, Yultak said, doesn't she know that she can't afford to show compassion inside the Myung cult? Besides, he looks like a member of a nameless squad that resigned. Most likely, he was injured because he got carried away. The man shouted that he should shut up. If it weren't for those Oirat idiots, he said, old man, he should be more careful with his expressions. What about the Oirats? He might lose his head without even noticing if he doesn't choose his words. He put his hand to his chest and replied, the Oirats are blocking the Silk Road and killing anyone they don't like. They wouldn't have dared to raise their heads before. They're only acting like this because the head of the cult is away. What the hell is the Palace of Dancing Blood doing? Yultak asked. What? And the man looked at him and asked, did he want him to repeat it? He was talking about how the Oirats were the first to start swinging swords. They stabbed him just because he looked at them. Yultak, perplexed, shouted, and why the hell do they need that? He shouted back, and how the hell does he know, the bastard? After that, he got up from his seat and walked in the opposite direction. Yultak, scratching his head, shouted, where is he going? And he walked forward, putting his hand on the post, said, all the warriors who had only recently turned 30, said that those at the top would rather listen to the brothel natives than to them, told him to just run. They most likely did not know. Those at the top do not care about the old cripple and the brothel natives. What else can they do, since the Palace of Dancing Blood is already doing nothing? He has to do at least something, even if he goes alone. He's going to save those who were captured, or go and slaughter as many Oirat idiots as possible before he dies. The others looked at him in surprise, and at that moment, the main character came up to them and said, so this is where they were all gathered. They turned their attention to him, and he said that he had already found out about the situation on the way here. After that, he explained that it was better to discuss everything at the inn. After some time, they left the establishment. Yultak said, so the Oirats killed more than a couple of people. There's no way they could do something like that. Haran asked, can he guarantee it? He was indignant. They would not do something like that, and that was it. She folded her arms across her chest and asked, so he had no proof? He leaned his hands on the chair and shouted that this was madness. Maybe she saw it all herself? She shouted that everyone was talking about it. Hadn't he heard? He pointed his finger at her and shouted, but what about him? What about what he said? At that moment, Taeshik stood up to his full height behind him and indignantly asked what he thought he was doing. He replied that he was doing nothing. And he asked again, so what? He replied, okay, everyone needs to calm down. The establishments present turned their attention to the protagonist. They asked, young master? Is it him? Isn't it the young master? We need to leave. After that, the protagonist ordered everyone to sit down. The people present sank abruptly into their seats, and then he looked at them and thought, weren't they going to leave? Yultak continued to be indignant. Even if these Oirat idiots allow themselves a lot, they are not that bad. Haran asked, and how would he know that? He asked, how would he know? He grew up because of them. She was surprised. What? He looked away and explained that he had already said that he was illegitimate. He knows because his mother is an Oirat. She shouldn't misunderstand him. He's not saying that the Oirat tribe is great, but why would they and the Palace of Dancing Blood suddenly get involved with the Myung cult? He would understand if the Orthodox sects were talking about it. The protagonist thought, what's wrong with the Orthodox sects? Saman doesn't want to become the leader of the cult, so he doesn't try to harm them, but he wants them to be at odds with the Palace of Dancing Blood. If they are at odds and the Oirat tribe is involved, then the Oirat are most likely collecting prisoners on the orders of the Palace of Dancing Blood. They must save them. Even if they are a demonic cult, the way of a warrior is not in political intrigue. Then he said that they were leaving, and they left the establishment. The people present were asking, damn, when can he get up already? He probably hid outside and was going to cut off their heads as soon as they got up. He is more than capable of such a thing. The next day, Yultak entered the room and yawned and asked, young master? He scratched the back of his head and asked, where did he disappear to again? Then he noticed the note on the table and picked it up and asked, what is this? What kind of nonsense is he talking about? Is he going to go there alone? Haran went to the room and asked, is the young master awake yet? He replied that he thought he had become calmer, but it seems he is still a psycho. Then he handed her the note, which said, did they guys sleep well? He could not sleep and thought a lot. It was quite a long night for him. He left because he realized a lot. They do not need to worry about him. They should return to Myung Palace. They may face a storm of criticism if they do not return periodically. He apologizes for suddenly disappearing. They should take care of themselves, Machunso. Yultak, clutching his head, asked, what is he talking about? What kind of words is he using? It seems like he studied literature, not martial arts. In any case, it doesn't matter now. Their young master has disappeared. Haran looked at the note in her hands with admiration, and Taeshik thoughtfully scratched his beard and said that it was a work of art. Yultak turned around and said that now was not the time to admire it. Their young master had disappeared. He replied that there was no need to worry about him. He pointed at him and asked in surprise, was he not worried about him at all? How could he say such a thing? Could he guarantee that he would return safely? Taeshik then showed the note and said that this was his master's order. They were going to Myeon Palace. After that, the note in his hands became covered in fire. Yultak, perplexed, thought, did he use the purifying fire of Samadhi? Did he regain all his internal energy? Was that why he was acting so defiant? After that, Taeshik walked to the exit and asked, is he coming? He ran to the door and said, yes sir, squad leader. Meanwhile, MC put on his mask and landed on the hill and looked around and thought, it seems like these mountains are really big. Can someone really die looking for a demon cult? Didn't they say that the Oirat tribe is in the northwest of the Hot Sea? He thinks he will know when he gets there. Then he quickly ran forward. Oirat, Great Plains. Many birds were circling in the sky above the yurts in the field. The Oirats were standing near the main yurt. Yuljin came out to meet them. Wanansu put his hands in front of him and told them to stop. What is a person from the Han clan doing here? The next second, Taewa took out the swords from her back and walked forward, telling them to let her pass. He shouted, how dare she? Who does she think she is? She said that if he wants to live, he should put down his axe and cover his neck with his hands. He shouted back, arrogant fool, take her. Several Oirats ran into battle, and she swung her sword, wounded one of them. The next second Nansu swung for a blow from behind, and she put her blades back, blocking his blow. Then she swung this, wounding him. He ordered them to take out their bows, and she said, fools. Several archers aimed at her, and the next second a voice came from the yurt, saying that they should let them pass. The next second Taewa bowed, and Yuljin told her to raise her head. She answered as he ordered. After that, she put her swords back in their sheaths. They went inside. In front of them sat the leader of the Oirat tribe, Grandmaster Jason. Holding a bow in his hand and looking at the guests, he said, quite a while has passed, Yuljin. He replied that he was worried that something had happened to him, but it seems that he is fine. The leader of the Oirat, Grandmaster Jason, in their language they call him Yensen Taishi. He is the head of many tribes with an impressive power, comparable to the Tang dynasty and the northern plains. He then said, Grandmaster, does he think this title suits him? He stood up from his seat. Yuljin, looking up at him, said that to him it sounded like he was going to become a Khan. He pulled back the bowstring and replied that nothing was impossible for him now. He replied, now that he has said what he wants, he should stop making all this useless noise. He looked at him and asked, is he talking about the palace of worldly riches? He asked, does he already know? Jason replied that he thought he should pretend he didn't know anything. He asked, is this what his father wants? Jason asked, does he own a bow? It is said that the commander made a bow out of ivory and used it just like this one. As someone who has the blood of the Khan in his veins, doesn't he think that this bow suits him the most? He was surprised. He asks him, who does this bow suit the most? The next second, Jason concentrated energy in his hand and said, what is the difference between them? Who live far away in the mountains, but have the blood of the northern imperial Liao dynasty in their veins, and them, who are unable to continue the great Yuan lineage. Then he turned around and told him to go to his father. The next second, Yuljin took out his sword and cut the string of his bow. He said that if someone is unable to take something, then they should know when to retreat. It is said that the Minister of Military Affairs, Gayam, has established a defensive line. He is going to block all the entrances to Beijing. Grandmaster, by wounding their emperor, he gave them a reason to increase the number of their army. He is going to become the Khan of the Northern Plains? He can do whatever he wants. The Myung cult will take care of the Central Plains. After that, he turned to leave and added, on the condition that he releases the followers who are being held captive, he will tell his father about it. As for the rudeness they showed today. The next second, he swung his sword, wounding both of Taiwa's arms. Then he turned his gaze and said that he proposes to stop here. After that, he said that they are going back. Taiwa replied as he ordered. Then they left the yurt, and Jason thought, the tiger that does not listen to anyone, Yuljin. He also has a hard life, huh? And then he called Nansu. He came inside and asked if he called him. He replied that he would terrify the world once he became Khan. To begin with, they would use the emperor as an offering. They would go to prison. He replied, yes, sir. Meanwhile, Yuljin sat down on a rock near the cliff and said that he was going back to the palace. Taiwa stated that she would accompany him. He told her to sit down. She was still bleeding. She looked surprised and then replied that she was fine. He asked, was she trying to show everyone where they were? She should naturally stop bleeding. She then lowered her gaze and thanked him. He replied that it was for the good of the emperor's family, no need to thank him. Passing on crimes is a curse and a foolish way to preserve the bloodline of the Northern Imperial Liao family, a family that would rather have their subordinates take punishment for them. Father, how far would they go? The next second, one of his subordinates shouted, "Who is there?" Yuljin turned around and saw the masked protagonist approaching them. He thought, is he lost? Of all the places on Earth, he ended up on the hidden path of the Heavenly Mountain located on the borders of Western China. He is also wearing a set of unique clothes. The protagonist then came closer and asked, "Can he rest here for a while before heading out?" Yuljin thought in surprise. A Korean? One of his subordinates grabbed the hilt of his sword and told him to take off his mask and show them his identity. He replied that he was just an ordinary traveler on a long journey. He thought, Yuljin, to think they met again in a place like this, interesting. The subordinate then shouted that he looked suspicious. How can he trust his words? He replied that he had a scar on his face. Yuljin then said, "Let him stay." The MC thanked him and then turned his attention to Taewa. He thought, Yuljin, the phantom killer. Someone who would kill anyone without hesitation, even if his opponent was an old dying senile, and now such a man would allow his wounded subordinate to rest to recuperate? How strange. Then he sat down on a rock near him and asked, where did they come from? He thought, he was a man of few words. Had he been to the Oirats? Then he asked, did he like this river? Tawa told him to shut up if he didn't want his tongue cut out. He thoughtfully asked if she could do it in this state. She asked if he had a death wish or something. Then he walked up to her, and she frowned, reaching for her weapon and shouted what he was trying to do. But he grabbed her hand. The next second, his subordinates pointed their weapons at him. Yuljin asked, didn't he say he was just a wanderer? What did he even think he was doing? He noticed that his subordinates were rather impatient. Her wounds were deep. On top of that, the yellow sand got inside and caused her to get tetanus. Her skin was covered in necrosis and began to rot. If this continued, she wouldn't even be able to hold knives, let alone a sword. Even if a famous doctor was here now, he wouldn't be able to do anything either. She should have at least drunk the medicine from the golden spear instead of ignoring it. She bit her lip, scared by those words, and then shouted that he should shut up. She was fine. Yuljin told him to say what he wanted. He replied, clean water and a cicada stalk. He needed needles to stitch the wound. He would start with the treatment. They would deal with the payment later. After a while, he disinfected his hands. Taiwa walked forward with bandaged hands and said, stupid freak. The protagonist replied, how rude. Yuljin then asked, is he from the Orthodox sect? He wondered, why did he think so? He replied, only people from the Orthodox sect are so hypocritical that they would save someone for the sake of jerky. He thought, he is so adamant when it comes to his subordinates. How does this work? He bit off the meat he received as a reward and replied, okay. Then he thought, was he considered a representative of a demonic cult or an Orthodox sect? Yuljin said that he had nothing to worry about. He had not gone so far as to start killing his benefactors. After that, he asked, what was the Central Plains like? The protagonist thought, had he never been there before? He thought that the demonic cult would not care about the Central Plains if it were not for the war, invasion, and massacre. Then he looked at the setting sun and said, if he left Sichuan and followed the Yangtze River to the southeast, then soon a huge lake like this would appear in front of him. This is Dongting Lake. If he looked at the sunset from Yueyang Pavilion, he would find that this place is really beautiful. There are many people there who are different from those here. The martial artists, who came from all over, were talking to each other and asking each other about their affairs. Sometimes they would share stories about how they lived and drank wine together, and the stories they shared could cross the river and spread throughout the Jianghu. The Central Plains were like this. A place where people gathered and shared their stories. All sorts of people gathered and sometimes quarreled. But in this place, everyone understood each other's situations and enjoyed the time they spent despite knowing how short life could be. This was the Central Plains he had heard of. Yuljin looked at him silently and then said, what a luxurious lifestyle. Are they people who claim to live by loyalty or chivalry, or do they agree to live in such a world once they have encountered the miserable reality? The protagonist chuckled, seriously, and then said that he should not come to such a conclusion himself. He should look at the Central Plains. He needed to talk to the people there and try to get along with them. He turned away and asked, is that possible? He replied, even if it wasn't, he had to make it possible. Many people had sacrificed their lives to overthrow the Yuan dynasty by allying with the Ming dynasty. At that point, it didn't matter whether he was from the Orthodox or unorthodox sect. As long as he was a martial artist, he had to hold a sword and fight alongside everyone. A world where scholars would despise martial artists, and the masters would then gather in their own world known as Murim. And then as they grew stronger, the Murim Alliance and the Orthodox Assembly would endlessly fight each other. He thought that the same thing was true for the demonic cult. As the number of people with the same mindset grew, the same thing would soon happen. Everyone would try to force the other to belong to them. Yuljin, would he be able to change? Then he said to tell him when he needed anything. Although this conversation was absurd, it was quite interesting. He would reward him for it. The protagonist stood up silently and then said, someday he would fulfill his request. Indeed, what an absurd person. Yuljin replied, okay, what is his name? He replied, another time, he will tell him another time, he will leave him first. Walking forward, he thought, another time is the right choice. Yuljin, since then, whether they drink wine or fight, it makes no difference. There is no way to know what will happen in the future. After a while, MC walked through the desert. His face was covered in sweat, and he thought it was not worth it to be so cruel. He should have at least asked for directions. If not for those tracks left by the Oirats, he would have gotten lost. Then he saw a forest in the distance and shouted happily, meadows! Fortunately, he is on the right path. After a while, he made his way through the forest and saw a yurt surrounded by Oirats. He thought, are they warriors from the Oirats? In a yurt in the middle of the forest? I wonder who's inside? How strange. If they're trying to protect this man, why would there be guards inside too? As if they were keeping someone locked up, he needed to check. At that moment, a girl was kneeling in front of the Oirats. One of them, with his arms folded across his chest, laughed and said, the ladies of the Central Plains certainly have good skin. It would be such a shame to just kill her. She desperately begged for mercy, and he, leaning towards her, grabbed her chin and said that the Grandmaster would arrive soon. Then there would be no need for her. She would die soon anyway if she pleased him. He would give her a painless death. The protagonist, peeking out from behind a tree, thought, damn, he should have learned their language. Maybe he was from Han? The girl's body was shaking, tears were streaming down her face, and the next second she stabbed herself with a hairpin and fell lifelessly to the ground. The Oirats, perplexed, said, damn, she stabbed herself with a hairpin? How infuriating. With her last strength, she uttered words of apology. She really can't do this. She won't be able to serve them until the end. The protagonist looked at this in horror. While one of the Oirats put his foot on the girl's body and was indignant, she stained it with her blood. Now the clothes are dirty. The protagonist's face distorted with anger. He looked at the corpses lying around and, clenching his teeth in anger, said, how can you be so cruel? The Oirat, pulling the fabric of his pants, shouted, damn, she stained all my pants. His comrade sat down next to the girl's body and, laughing, said, idiot, you should have lied, saying that he would save her life. At this point, the protagonist asked, are they even humans? They looked at him in confusion as he approached and asked, what? Who is he? His body was releasing powerful energy. He asked, why did they have to go so far? One of the Oirats asked, Han tribe? He didn't look like a person of the Myung cult. His partner asked, where is he from? MC asked irritably, but why does it matter? He replied that he didn't think there was much need to know. Now that he had seen everything, they would have to kill him. The next second, they ran to attack. Rain began to fall over the forest. The protagonist was indignant. How dare they? After all the atrocities they had committed. One of the opponents pointed his axe at him, but the protagonist concentrated the energy in his fist and, swinging, shouted, they find this funny, right? After that, he hit his opponent, who flew into a tree, knocking it down. The others shouted, go ahead, kill him. He is not as simple as he seems. The next second, the protagonist pushed off the ground and flew into the air. The archer tried to aim, and then released his arrow. MC easily dodged and used a series of Supreme Emperor martial strikes, Secret Art of the Claw, Absolute Claw of the Heavenly Wolf. His fist pierced the body of one of the Oirats. The others looked at it in fear and began to scream, evil spirit. This is an evil spirit. The protagonist said, they will all die. After that, he began to attack everyone he saw on his way. They tried to fight and screamed in fear. After some time, the protagonist stopped near the remaining man. He desperately begged for mercy, but the protagonist put his hand on his hood and told him to disappear. After that, a powerful stream of energy burst out of his hand, which literally burned the Oirat. He thought that he had lost control of his emotions and committed massacre. Heavenly Demon is the embodiment of the devil himself. You need to increase the skill to 10 stars. It was too dangerous to use it until he mastered it. After that, he went to the yurt and looked inside. Ju Qijin was sitting on the chair and asked who he was. Did he come to kill him or save him? The protagonist shook the rain off his clothes and replied, neither. Was he captured and dragged here? How long has he been here? He asked in response. Shouldn't he know better? MC was surprised. How would he know? He was just passing by and accidentally wandered in here. Qijin asked, came here without suspecting anything? He thinks he will believe this? He asked, What's wrong? So much effort just to find a child here. He was indignant. How disrespectful. Then the protagonist turned around and scratched his ear and said, he just wasted his time. Chijin, pointing his finger at him, shouted, he didn't let him go, and he said that he was going. If he wanted to live, he had better get out of here. And then he turned around in surprise, seeing the irritation on the boy's face. He thought, maybe he was a very important prisoner? He needed to find out. Then he sighed and said, okay, he'll ask him just one question. Are there other prisoners here? He heard that the Orats had taken a lot of people with them. Please, he should tell him everything he knew. He thought about it. Then the protagonist said, okay, let's say he believes him. And he shouted, in the north. If he moves north along the Chu River, crosses the mountain range and comes to a stone prison. The protagonist was grateful to him, and he put his hand forward and shouted that he must stop immediately. He did not allow him to leave. He asked, well, what else? Does he want him to stay here to live? He needs to go. He has a lot to do. Chijin said, if he really ended up here by accident, then he should take him to Beijing. The protagonist waved his hand again and said that he needed to go north, stay happily. He was indignant. He would go with him. The protagonist was surprised. Why all of a sudden? He thinks he is in a position to make conditions. Who the hell is he? Chijin introduced himself, and he waved his hand again and said that he is a black meteor. Then he stopped and thought, Chijin? In the Myeong Kingdom, it is forbidden to use the surname Ju. And anyway, since this surname can only be used by the imperial family, could he really be the emperor? Emperor Chijin of the Myeong Kingdom? Then he said, seeing his confusion, he dared to assume that he realized who he was. That's right, he is the emperor of this country. After that, MC waved his hand again and smiled and told him not to make him laugh. Then the emperor added, did he really not know that he was being held captive here? He asked in response, how many more times should he repeat this? He really didn't know anything, okay? Chijin lowered his gaze, his hands trembled, and asked to save him. He clenched his fists and added, it's okay if he doesn't believe him. He can even disbelieve him. He allows him, but he must survive. He definitely needs to meet one person. Then the protagonist headed for the exit and said that he had other priorities. If he could follow him until he sorted out his affairs, then he would help him. He could go with him. The emperor was surprised. Weren't there Oirat warriors outside? They went outside, and he replied that there really were. There were many bodies lying on the field in front of them. After a while, the emperor stopped near one of the bodies and said, Wangjin, so he met the end he deserved. MC asked, did he know him? He replied that he did, but now he will have to forget about it. At this moment, the protagonist took off the shoes of one of the warriors and said, ouch. Chen was surprised. Oh. He asked him not to speak to him so casually. Then the protagonist threw him a shoe and told him to catch it. He was surprised. What is this? And he, shaking his hands, replied, is he going to climb the mountain barefoot? And besides, it is raining. He should at least put on these. Then he folded his arms across his chest and asked, what? He does not want to wear the shoes of the dead man? The emperor put on his shoes and replied that this is not so. The protagonist thought, it seems that this suits him. Then Chijin asked, is that all? Can they go? He replied that it is still early. He thought that they could not have come on foot. There should be horses here. He knelt down on one knee, put his hand on the ground, and closed his eyes, after which he said that he had one good news, one bad news. He found horses. The emperor said that this is good, but what is the bad news? He replied that a herd of war horses is rushing towards us. He asked in surprise, what? But MC grabbed his hand and ran quickly, shouting, if he wants to live, he must run. He grabbed him by the arm and told him to shut up. There are horses over there. He knew it was close. After that, he saddled the horse with a smile and shouted, wonderful. He must quickly climb on the horse so that they can get out of here. What is he doing? Quickly. On the horse. The emperor sheepishly said that he does not know how to ride a horse. He should bring him a sedan chair. The protagonist was indignant. Has he completely gone crazy? Chen shouted, why should he ride a horse? Isn't this the destiny of pathetic savages? The protagonist covered the horse's ears and shouted, pathetic savages? But then let him walk on his own 2 feet. Meanwhile, a scream was heard from the forest. The emperor has disappeared. Find him. MC grabbed him by the clothes and threw him onto his horse. One of the Orats pointed his finger at them and shouted, there he is. The protagonist rushed forward and told the emperor to duck. Several arrows flew towards them. He turned around and thought, Yuan and Joseon archers are considered the best, but the weather is on their side. But how many forces are being thrown into pursuit? It can't be that they are chasing him. He then turned to the emperor and shouted, who the hell is he? He clicked back that he already told him he is the emperor of the great Myeong Empire. The protagonist thought, is a guy who can't even sit properly on a saddle really the emperor? He went to save all the people, and ended up trying to escape from pursuit with a random person. He's really in trouble. He He shouted at him to hold on tight. Damn, can he stop twitching? The Emperor sat behind him and grabbed his body, shouting that he already told him that he doesn't know how to ride a horse. The protagonist told him to put his foot in the stirrup and try to keep his balance, adjusting to the horse's gait. He should tense his lower body and relax his upper body. Then he thought everything was lost with him. He was holding on pretty well. After that, the Emperor turned around and screamed in fear. Behind, Jason rushed forward, rapidly approaching them, and screamed, "The Emperor!" He thought he could escape from them? The protagonist thought that he was not an ordinary warrior, a general or higher. After that, he told Chizhen to hold the reins. He got to his feet and, jumping over the Emperor, landed on the back of the horse. He screamed, "What just happened? Where did he go?" The protagonist screamed that he was behind him. He should hold the reins tightly. Jason shot a fire arrow at that moment. MC began to concentrate energy in his hands. After that, the arrow flew towards him, and he thought, a very powerful force. If he makes a mistake, they will die. He used the 6 stars, the ultimate art of the Demon Lord. With his hand covered in energy, he grabbed the arrow and thought, it seems he won't be able to catch it in that case. He pushed off the horse and, turning over in the air, thought that he would change the direction of this, add yang energy. He threw it back and shouted for it to receive. In front of him, from the rising cloud of dust, Jason appeared sitting on the horse, and the protagonist, perplexed, thought, did he manage to dodge? He turned around, looking at the horse leaving with the Emperor, and thought that they would be satisfied with the fact that they at least managed to break away from them. Then he pushed off the air and flew forward rapidly. Jason, looking at this, thought, are there still people who want to save the abandoned Emperor? To deflect an elephant tusk with his bare hands, and he is very strong. His subordinate shouted, is he okay? He looked at him and replied that they were heading towards the prison. They would move there and wait for them. At this point, Chizhen, controlling the horse, screamed in fear. What should he do now? He saw that they were approaching the cliff and screamed in fear, this must stop, stop right now. At this moment, MC flew up to him and shouted for him to pull himself together. Turning around, he was surprised. He came back? What should he do now? The protagonist jumped on the horse and thought if he were alone, he would just jump over it, but with this guy, it would be better to stop. After that, he grabbed the reins and the Emperor shouted, what is he doing? Why are they accelerating? Then the horse pushed off the ground and they quickly flew forward. Chizhen screamed, he is a murderer, right? He was indignant. What nonsense. After that, he let go of the horse and used an ability called Heavenly Demon, charging with sacred fire. He flew down quickly, and the horse managed to catch its front hooves on the edge of the cliff, but began to fall. The main character grabbed it by the back hooves and threw it up, after which he himself flew down. The Emperor, with tears in his eyes, extended his hand to him and shouted, no, for what? He got off his horse and, approaching the cliff, shouted, why did he do this? Why did he do this for the sake of pathetic him? He knelt down and continued shouting. What should he do to bring him back alive? Not only did he neglect his duties to the throne, he survived because the commoner he was supposed to protect sacrificed his life. He was no better than this beast. He would not make such a mistake again. He survived, an unknown commoner. At this point, the protagonist was hanging, plunging his hand into the stone wall, and then he rose up and the Emperor continued, his noble death will not be forgotten. He stepped back in surprise. MC asked, why was he so surprised? He approached the horse and, stroking it on the muzzle, thanked it. Now it can go its own way. The Emperor shouted, what happened? He was sure that he had been crushed to pieces. Was he a ghost? He stood up and walked towards him and asked, was he really alive? How did he do that? Didn't he fall down? He replied that he should stop talking and come here. He only had to pass this area, right? Chizhen, still shedding tears, said, what a relief, he was really so happy. The protagonist thought that he couldn't understand him. Although he may act arrogant and selfish at times, he can be truly innocent and naive. Is it because he is still a child? Or is this something he learned from the previous Emperor? The Emperor then said, how insignificant. Why did he let go of the horse? Did he forget about him? He should have seen, he was covered in mud. And he thinks he will walk along this muddy road? The protagonist thought that he could forget everything he said. Then he turned around and suggested that they just walk silently. He replied that he shouldn't have let go of the horse then. Just because he showed mercy to a pitiful animal, he was forced to walk. How could he be so impudent? MC raised his index finger and explained, if it weren't for this pitiful animal, he would have lost the life he was so proud of long ago. The Emperor was indignant. Wasn't this just a savage's horse? He replied, a horse can't blame what its masters were like. Even a sword cast from iron can only rely on its master. It could be a sword of life or a sword of death. Chizhen asked in surprise, why did he suddenly stop talking? He thought, was his unforgivable actions against the demonic cult any better than what these savages did? As the son of the leader of the Miram Union and the head of the Steel Poison Squadron, the demonic cult was an enemy he had to kill. That's how he was taught. That's how he grew up. But did the followers of the demonic cult deserve to die just because they belonged to the cult? The demon cult that he had seen and experienced was completely different from what he had heard about it. Just because they had mastered the demon arts didn't make them bad. And just because they didn't follow the higher laws of the Myung Empire didn't mean they didn't have spirituality. The 7 palaces of the Myung cult were like martial arts sects, and the believers were like family members. Wasn't it because their lifestyles were different, but they were all similar? Then the emperor sat down on a rock and told him to forget it. He didn't want to talk. No need, he would just sit down and rest for a while, and he was thirsty, but he had to drink this water first. He was surprised. What should he do? He asked. What if it was poisoned? The protagonist thought irritably, damn, if he wasn't the emperor then. Then he asked, is this how he lived? He was surprised. What do you mean? He replied, he had always lived like this, talking to himself and couldn't drink water on his own. He wondered, what was so strange about that? What about him? How did he live that he turned out to be so uncouth and rude? The protagonist wondered, uncouth? Yes, he fits all the Muram standards perfectly. The emperor clarified, Muram? So he is a Muram martial artist? He wanted to know more about it. What is this place like? There are a lot of eccentric guys there, right? Like monks and Taoists who practice martial arts. And he heard that even the vagabonds were able to build up their power there, right? The protagonist asked, is he talking about all the vagabonds, right? That's right, they all belong to a sect known as the Muram Union. He added that he heard that they have a lot of freedom. He heard that even before reaching the age of 20, they travel after other martial artists in the Central Plains. MC said thoughtfully, freedom. Well, that's not quite true. They have to acknowledge the rules of the Muram, but also follow the rules of their own sects and cults. And that's a lot, if you go into detail. Then he confirmed it, however, unless they are part of some group, they won't have complete freedom. The Muram martial artists have more choices since they have mastered this very martial art and all that. Perhaps this is why they needed politicians and the emperor, so that their fields of choice would expand. The emperor thought about it and then asked why he was here. He replied that he had already said that he was looking for those who were imprisoned. He noticed what a noble man he was. The protagonist asked, is it really so? Then he thought that he himself wondered if he was doing this out of nobility or just out of habit. How different is he from a demon who goes crazy at the sight of blood? Then Shizhen asked, so he was part of the Muram Union? He replied that he was a believer. He was surprised, what? And he replied that he was from a demonic cult located on a heavenly mountain. The emperor reeled in fear and shouted, demonic cult, aren't they traitors? Why is he here? The protagonist stood up and asked, what does he see in him? In his opinion, he looks like a demon thirsty for blood. Traitor, demonic spawn, he can call it whatever he wants, but he must save those who were captured just like him. That's why he is here. As night fell, they lit a fire, and as morning came, they set off. And after a while, MC said that they had arrived. He hid behind the bushes, looking at several cages located on the field. Chijin asked in surprise, royal generals? They are wearing royal uniforms. The protagonist looked at the men locked in the cage and thought, are they the emperor's secret guard? He noticed that they were really alive. He was about to go forward, but the protagonist grabbed him and told him to stop. The emperor was indignant. What was he doing? They should save them. He replied that there was something wrong. He thought, is there no one guarding them? He used detection energy. After that, he concentrated and saw a group of people hiding behind the bushes further away. He wondered, that person. He was stupid. It was too easy for them to figure out which way they were going, besides Chishen. The emperor asked, what's wrong? He replied that it was a trap. They were being chased. He said this is how far it has come. After that, he adjusted his clothes and asked, so how does he look like an emperor? Even though he is not wearing a dragon robe, he is still the emperor of this country. Even though he is a traitor, he seems to be an upright person, since he saved his life. When he was 9, he became the emperor, although he did not understand anything about politics. Under the influence of the eunuch Wang Jin, he sentenced people he did not even know to death. He also led an army of 50,000 to repel an attack by the Oirats, and lost with heavy losses. MC thought, Wang Jin, the eunuch who had his legs chopped off because of his abuse of authority. And then the emperor said that many months had passed since those people kidnapped him in Hebei. And does he know what he was doing all this time? He fed their horses and took care of them. He tried to escape a couple of times, but eventually gave in. While taking care of the horses, he wondered if he was an emperor or a groom. And then he added that he never wanted to be an emperor, not even once in his life. He was just made one once. He had no freedom, no choice. That's why he always wanted to give up the throne. But now that things have gone this far, he wants to be an emperor. Funny, isn't it? The protagonist took his hand and asked him, and what does he intend to do? He replied, even if he could go back, there was no place for him there. He was surprised. What? He added that now he was probably just a former emperor. He was sure that Zhu Qiu was sitting on the throne, just like he dreamed. He just wanted to go back because he believed that there was someone who was desperately waiting for him to return. She was waiting for him, but now he knew. This was the path he should have always taken. The subjects he had to protect. It didn't matter whether he was sitting on the throne or not. What was more important was who he really was. He would show them who he was. MC looked at him in confusion, and he turned around and asked if he could tell him his name? And could he show him his face? What a pity. If there was a chance, he should tell the Empress that he was very sorry that he couldn't go back. After that, he pulled his hand out of the protagonist's hands and ran to the prisoners. They shouted in surprise, "His Highness?" He spread his arms out to the sides and shouted that he was here. The Oirats came out from behind the cages and prepared their bows. Jason stepped forward and asked, "Did you come after all?" "Right to your death. What a stupid emperor." He stroked his neck and asked, "Have you completely lost your mind?" He replied that he could think that virtue was much more important than profit. In any case of danger, he had to sacrifice his life. He had to follow what he considered right for himself, and give his life if duty required it. This was exactly how it should be. They had been making a fool of him for over a year. They were not afraid, because he was right here. The man with tears in his eyes shouted, "His Highness?" Jason folded his arms over his chest and, smiling, said that they had no reason to refuse him if he himself offered them his life. Kill the Emperor. His subordinates accepted the order and ran to attack him, and then the Emperor closed his eyes and thought, his wife. At this moment, the protagonist, radiating powerful energy, flew forward and stood in front of the Emperor, asking, did he really think that he would go against them alone? He thinks that he can forgive himself for this? Not long before, the protagonist thought, as soon as they killed the Emperor, they would immediately leave here, and as soon as they left, he could calmly free the prisoners. All he had to do was leave the Emperor. The next second, he remembered his words and thought, yes, now he is just a former emperor who was betrayed by his own brother and vassals. No one will save him. He is just a stupid child who is asking for trouble, thinking himself a hero. In fact, he is nothing. He remembered his smile, and his teeth clenched in anger. In the present tense, the emperor, perplexed, asked, did he come to save him? But why? He asked in response, why else? He promised that he would save him. Jason noticed that he was that warrior. Maybe they would see how good he was. He then waved his hand and gave the order to the archers. MC thought, what? They were going to shoot arrows from such a distance. Jason then commanded, fire! Many arrows shot straight at the protagonist, and he concentrated energy in his legs and used the ultimate demon lord art, the Heavenly Demon Legion strike. Many of his spears shot forward. Jason asked, who is he? The protagonist thought, the Heavenly Demon Legion strike is another addition to the ultimate demon art that allows you to create multiple versions of yourself. When he was training in the corridor of the Supreme Demons and reading the murals on the walls, he had an epiphany. Chijin looked at him and asked, who the hell is he? Even the commander of the Royal Warriors is not as strong as him. He replied, a traitor, a martial artist, Murim, something like that. He shouldn't ask any more questions, and should just retreat. If he did, he would spare their lives. Jason stated that he was curious to know who was hiding behind that mask. To think that he would meet such a warrior in such a remote place, he would like to exchange greetings with him. He then introduced himself, and the protagonist thought that he couldn't understand what he was saying, but did that mean that he didn't intend to retreat? Then he said, that's right. He had no choice anyway. He had to fight. He concentrated energy around himself, and Jason walked towards him, giving orders to his subordinates. The protagonist thought, are they being surrounded? Hell, arrows would be flying towards them, and he wouldn't even be able to tell from which direction, and the prisoners could get caught in the crossfire. Jason then stopped, holding his weapon out in front of him, and said that Chijin was no longer an emperor. To him, he was just another victim. Nothing more, nothing less. He was like recycled material to him. What would he say? If he fights him and wins? Before he could finish speaking, MC said, he really does talk a lot. He can talk to his heart's content. With that, he ran forward and thought that he would deal with those annoying archers first. He used the Heavenly Demon Legion strike. Many copies of it rushed forward. Jason thoughtfully said, so he decided to forget about him and deal with the archers. This must be understood as somehow looking down on him. Then he swung his weapon and, swinging it, cut down several copies of the protagonist at once. He thought, Has he really reached the highest realm of cultivation? No, this is his internal energy. It comes from brute force. How can one achieve this with only internal energy? The highest art of the Demon Lord uses internal energy to transform the devilish flames to demonstrate demonic power. That is why it is called demonic art. A person can use his energy and physical body to the limit of his capabilities. He had heard something like this before. Among the 5 emperors of the top 10 of the Central Plains, there is a general from the Yuan dynasty who leads a squad of archers with devil flames. After that, he said, the archer emperor dried up the flames, Jason. He was surprised. Did he know him? He thought that judging by his reaction, he was right. Then he smiled and added that he originally did not plan to fight him. Jason in response suggested that he focus on their fight. If it was difficult for him, then he would help him focus. After that, he kicked off the ground and swung his weapon, shouting that he just needed to pay full attention to him. His weapon struck very close to the protagonist, and he jumped to the side and thought, how can an external energy martial artist directly use internal energy enhancing arts? If that is the case, then very soon it will become a problem for him. Then he must smash him with one blow. He concentrated the energy in his hand and used a series of surviving imperial martial strikes, the first of the 3 palms, destroying the palm. He hit his opponent, and he, having slowed down on the ground, moved back. The protagonist thought that John Jagak devoted his whole life to studying the highest martial strikes. Since these are not real imperial martial strikes, he uses demonic art to create a semblance of it. His powers are limited, but the strike should still be strong enough. His opponent suddenly laughed and said that the world is really big and unknown. He got to his feet, and the protagonist, perplexed, thought, how is he? He took a direct hit from the destroying palm, but his strength only increased? Jason smiled and noted that he was very surprised, but even a battering ram cannot defeat him. After that, he took off his breastplate, and MC asked, did he withstand his attack? And he, thoughtfully looking at the breastplate, asked, is this not going to fade away? How interesting. He dares to assume that he is from the Heavenly Mountain? He doesn't think he came from the Palace of Dancing Blood. With that kind of flame, is he from the Palace of Sacred Flames? Oh well, they'll try again then. They both charged. Jason slashed his axe in front of him. The protagonist kicked off the ground, flipped in the air, dodging his attack, and then attacked his shoulder with his foot. At this moment, the prisoners were confused. Who the hell is this man? How can he fight back against the Oirat's leader, Jason? At this moment, he laughed loudly and shouted that he really is incredible. How can he do this? With that, he swung his fist. The protagonist put his hands in front of him, trying to block the attack, but was sent flying into the tree behind him. He cried out in pain and fell to the ground. Chizhen shouted in alarm. No. MC realized 3 things. First, this body has a certain limit to using the Supreme Emperor martial strikes. Although he remembers this technique in his head, it does not suit his current body. And if he were to try to use the orthodox martial arts through the demonic arts, he would not be able to use even 30% of this power. Second, if the Supreme Demon Lord art does not manifest in the Heavenly Demon, it means that the incredibly powerful internal energy is simply using Yang energy. And third, this person is different from an ordinary martial artist. With this level of strength, he did not even leave a scratch on him. Jason walked up to him and asked, is he already exhausted? So fast? He thought, if this continues, he is lost. After that, Jason swung his weapon and commented that it was not a bad fight. The protagonist admits that he was too arrogant. He tried to hide his mastery of the demonic arts so as not to reveal the young master within, but he didn't even think about ways to balance the forces. That's why he had no choice but to do this. The next second, he put his hands on the ground and used a series of Supreme Emperor martial strikes. The dragon spirit burst out from him and rushed towards his opponent's chest. He used the secret technique of 6 strikes, the Wind Dragon Strike. The next second, Jason crashed into a tree and shouted, he thinks he can be defeated by such an ancient technique? Then the protagonist added a kick with his leg, but he swung it away and threw it into a tree. And then he saw how the enemy gathered himself again and rose into the air. He indignantly shouted, where is he going? He sent a powerful kick forward, passing through the forest. MC dodged, stopping on the ground. Jason again went to him and asked, is he running away like the last rat? Why lure him into the forest? Is he trying to save his life, or does not want everyone to see in his death? The outcome of the fight has already been decided. He will put an end to this. After that, he swung his weapon again and sent a powerful kick forward, destroying everything in its path. The protagonist crossed his arms in front of himself, creating a barrier, and thought that this is too dangerous. Just think, he is able to create a blow of such power only with external energy. The slashes continued to come at him and he thought, there are no other cultists here, so it's okay. The demonic sword of the holy fire as a demon lord's weapon, it will definitely obey the supreme art of the demons. He then took out his blades and sent a slashing attack forward. Their powerful attacks met, but the protagonist's attack flew forward, hitting the opponent's axe. He shouted in confusion, "But how?" And then he swung his axe, dissolving the protagonist's attack. He thought that the sword's name suited its power. It can absorb the art of the demon lord, although he shouldn't rely too much on a weapon he doesn't know well. But in the end, this is all he can rely on. The supreme power of the demon lord, the incarnation. Jason looked at him in confusion and shouted, "Is this his last try? He will finish him off." With these words, he grabbed his axe again and ran to attack. The most powerful energy of the protagonist spread throughout the forest, creating a huge tornado. Meanwhile, the old man, breathing heavily, sat near the tree, looking at the sky. He asked in bewilderment, "What the hell?" A huge tornado scattered the oirats in different directions. The emperor fell to his knees in frustration and repeated, "No." At the sight of the fight, the trees were destroyed. Jason sat on one knee. The fire of the protagonist still burned on his body. He asked, "The demon lord? He is clearly unlucky. He must kill him." The protagonist sent several clots of energy towards him and said that he would ask him only one question: why he didn't dodge the blow. At this moment, his subordinates ran up and shouted, "Great Grandmaster, is he okay?" MC thought that it was all about them. They saw the demon lord. If he let them live, then there would be no end to troubles. He had to kill them. After that, he walked forward, dissolving his flames. Jason turned around and shouted in confusion. What was he planning? If he didn't kill him now, he would regret it. Then the protagonist turned his gaze to him, but after that, he continued to walk forward again. Jason threw his head back and laughed loudly, shouting, "Fascinating. How fascinating this all is. Is this a sign that it's still too early for him to become the Khan? But he can't retreat anymore. He will become the master of the Yuan Empire." After that, he raised his hand and his subordinates prepared their bows. He threw a plate to the protagonist and told him to take it. This is the price for sparing his life. He doesn't want to deal with them anymore. With the appearance of the demon lord, the outcome is already clear. He put his hand on the protagonist's shoulder and told him to be careful. This was all the work of the master of the Palace of Dancing Blood. He was dangerous. The protagonist asked in surprise, did he know his language? But more importantly, what did he say? The master of the Palace of Dancing Blood? Jason, without answering, walked to his horse, and the protagonist thought that the master of the Palace of Dancing Blood was Ya Yulchan, the father of Yuljin and Yultak. But what was wrong with him? The next second, Chizhen rushed into his arms and thanked him with tears in his eyes for saving his life. He saved them. He was sincerely grateful to him for his life. MC, looking at him with a slight smile, thought, is he crying? How can the emperor be such a crybaby? What a strange guy. Then he said, he happened to see such rare tears. Perhaps it was all worth it to intervene and save them all. He looked up at him and said how mean he was, but it was okay. He was his friend, so he could do it. After that, the protagonist smiled and suggested that they go back. He directed his powerful energy at the cages with prisoners and thought, following the teachings of the cult, he was freeing them. Then the cages dissolved, and the prisoners looked around in surprise. An old man came out onto the field and shouted, "Oh Myung!" The others picked up and started shouting too. They all ran to embrace him. The freed prisoners ran in different directions. The protagonist told the remaining soldiers of the Myung Empire about fighting with the Orat's leader Jason. Chizhen's situation was quite sad. He had nowhere else to go back to, and even if he did, he would be exiled to Kyu. Then he looked at the emperor and asked, would he really be okay? He could go with him to the Heavenly Mountain. He replied that he had already told him, even if everyone had abandoned him, there was still one person who was waiting for him. He was going to meet the Empress. Even if he had lost his status as an emperor, he still had other duties to fulfill. Even if he was exiled, he would still do what he had to do, right? The protagonist agreed with him, and he asked, would they meet again? The next time they met, he should take off his mask. MC replied that they would look at his behavior. He then thanked him, and the protagonist walked in the opposite direction, then took the form of a powerful energy flash and flew forward. The capital. After returning to the Forbidden City, Chizhen was unable to enter the Hall of Supreme Harmony, nor was he able to pass through the South Gate and the Gate of Heavenly Peace. He had to go through the East Gate alone, since everyone had abandoned him, and his brother had taken the throne. There was not a single person who was happy to see him return. Now the Palace of Heavenly Purity was replaced by a modest and unpretentious dwelling. But perhaps this was only the beginning for him. His brother had set him up, made him out to be a traitor to the country. That was why he found himself in a new prison for himself. At that moment, he opened the doors and saw the Empress, who was busy sewing. She looked at him in surprise. He said that he had returned. Tears appeared in her eyes, and he asked how she had been doing all this time. She rose from her seat and ran to embrace him. Tears appeared in his eyes too, and he said that he had missed her very much, so much that all his thoughts were only about her. She said, as if in a dream. She was also waiting for the moment when he could return to her. It was like a dream in which she did not want to wake up. He said that he did not care if people considered him a useless ruler or called him a pathetic emperor. She was his everything, and even after death he would look for her. He had returned only for her. She said, His Majesty. Then they touched foreheads. The 6th emperor of the Ming dynasty, Shizhen. As an abdicated emperor, he retired to the southern palace and led a miserable existence. But at that very moment, he was the happiest man on earth. The Ming cult, the palace of bloody art. Zuzia walked deep into the palace past the guards, then he entered the light pavilion and, shaking off his robe, said that he could not get used to this place. At that moment, the master of the Palace of Dancing Blood, Yahello, was sitting on a chair, turning the pages of a book. He asked what had happened. He replied that according to his instructions, the preparations for the highest heavenly festival of the Ming cult were almost complete. He replied that as he heard, the young master had completed his recluse training and was released. He spread his arms out to the sides and, smiling, said that at the moment, he was not a hindrance. They could do it at any time. However, an unpleasant incident occurred with Jason, apparently declaring himself the Khan of Northern Yuan. Yulchan said that it was high time to do so. He said in response, it seems that he took it too calmly. However, it is not that simple. He received the heavenly dragon plate. At these words, he frowned and kicked the floor. He added that a certain man nicknamed Myung appeared. He appeared out of nowhere in the Oiret's camp and saved the Emperor Qizhen, and also defeated Jason. Yulchan gritted his teeth in irritation, and then said, handing over the heavenly dragon plate means that he cuts off all ties with him. Jason, is that what his answer will be? He must call everyone to a general meeting between the courts. He answered as he wishes. After that, he said, Jason, does he think he will let him get away with this? After some time, the protagonist came to the palace. Taeshik broke away from training and greeted him. He asked how things were. At that moment, Yultak's scream was heard. Screaming, why did she wake him up? Haran was indignant. Didn't they promise to take care of the weeds in the garden today? He shouted, why should he do this? She replied, in his opinion, it is better to sleep and do nothing all day. He must quickly go out. And then they appeared in the courtyard, and he, pointing his fingers at her, shouted that he was really going to hit her now. She grabbed his hand, confused, and shouted, what? At that moment, MC said, but what's with all the noise so early in the morning? They said in surprise, young master. Yultak walked up to him and asked, what's wrong with him? Did someone dare to throw stones at him? Was he right? Can he see? He said he shouldn't have gone alone. Did he hit puberty? Or is it because he didn't have it? The protagonist frowned and thought, what a fool, he's incorrigible. Then Heron walked up to him and asked worriedly, what's wrong with him? Is he really okay? He replied, nothing special. She wanted to object, but he raised his hand and said that he was fine. Taeshik pointed at himself at that moment and told him to just give the order and he would handle it. He thought in surprise, handle it? With whom? How? He then replied that everything was fine and thought that he still had a lot to change. After that, he looked back and said with a sigh of relief that he was back. The others looked at him happily. He thought, well, he was back anyway. Moon Peak, Myung's summer cat house. Shival, the leader of the floating ghost team, knelt down on one knee and announced her arrival to the palace master. Then the master called her and she said that she was listening. She asked if she could pass on a message to the third room, let them take a stroll to Myung's small palace. It is said that the ice flower is truly beautiful. The third room is currently inhabited by 3 merciless steel demons. They were assassins for the Palace of Murders. They have no names, only numbers that they were called by in the Palace of Murders. They are truly strong individuals. Asking them to take a stroll literally means killing everyone. Ice flower, does this mean that the target is the lady living in the building next door? Then the master asked, is she scared? She replied that she was not. She was scared, because the palace master would only be satisfied when he took revenge on everyone who had once wronged her. But she shouldn't have targeted Myung Palace, because if she did, the other palaces and the Council of Elders would not let it go so easily. She had to stop her. She had to stop her, but then the master said that if she were in her place, she would do the same. Even if she was a simple woman with a weak character, there were still boundaries in her life that should not be crossed. She replied that this was true, and thought that she should be the one to go to Myung Palace. Then she asked how that girl was. She replied that it was probably because of the shock she had experienced, but she had not left her room at all yet. She remembered her words, lady, a member of the young master's retinue did this to her. And the master ordered her to go with them too. She was surprised, and she too? She added, If she kept retreating in the face of trouble, she would never be able to change her life. Shivul thought that she wanted to repay herself. Then she said that she obeyed, and the master said, "Okay, right. What about the other girls?" Shivul answered, "There were 32 people in total." She said, "It must be hard for them now. They had to go through a lot. She should feed them and send them to sleep." She said that she obeyed. After a while, the windows in one of the towers opened, and a group came out. Haimi, adjusting the mask on her face, thought how they stunk. Have these demons of merciless steel never heard of a shower? Should she admit the truth already? It seemed like everything had gotten completely out of control. Never mind, there was no lie in her words. She would just get it from the young master and that annoying idiot again. At this moment, Biran, hiding behind a mask, watched this and said, "The fat man, the weak man, and the short man, 3 demons of merciless steel. And Hami behind them?" He thought that he heard that they were among the top 20 best art masters in the Palace of Murders, but they ran away after breaking certain rules. Could it be that they were hiding in the Palace of Welcoming Joy? Even if both palaces supported each other, it seemed that sometimes hiding under the enemy's very nose could make it difficult to find. And where were they going? Leaving the palace through the window instead of the door? Wait, in that direction? Are they heading towards Myung Palace? At this moment, he remembered what he had written on the note. He thought, the master of the Palace of Dancing Blood should not wield power. The palace master said that the current Palace of Worldly Riches absolutely must take over Myung Palace. That's why he obeyed the young master's stupid instructions. If those guys found out about the secret letter, then all the blame would definitely fall on him. After that, he went up to the roof and whistled. His subordinates followed him, and he thought that he had to save the palace. After a while, Tong said, "Jason?" The leader of the Oirets and the Grand Master of the Northern Yuan. He clenched the plate in his hands and added, "But that was yesterday. Today he proclaimed himself the Supreme Khan and the ruler of the Northern Yuan." The protagonist, perplexed, thought, "The ruler of the Northern Yuan? He screwed up where he shouldn't have?" Then the librarian asked, "He said that he got it from him, right? But this is strange. The language does not look like Yuan, more like Western Chinese, Eastern Thai." So Jason, looking at how skillfully it was broken, the protagonist interrupted him and asked, "So he's not the only one?" He replied, "It seemed so." He remembered Jason's parting words, and Tong stroked his beard and said, "What a great story." The Palace of Dancing Blood is very closely related to the Oirots, and he told him to be wary. The MC asked him to help find out what this thing meant and why he warned him. He replied that he would fulfill his request, but now that he had become the Supreme Khan of Northern Yuan, it would not be easy. He replied that he did not have much hope, and he needed martial arts techniques. Would he help him with that? Tong looked at him and laughed slightly and said, "Is he not satisfied with the Demon Lord's supreme art?" He thought that it was because he destroyed everything around him when he used the demon's supreme art. Then he told him to stop mumbling. He would help, right? He did not need the orthodox techniques. The demon ones would do as well. Tong thoughtfully asked, "Should he do this?" He asked, "Was he refusing?" He replied that he just wanted to say that the Myung Palace was full of books on martial arts. Was it worth going somewhere else to master it? The protagonist thought, why didn't he think of this himself? The Myung cult is a place where demons gather. Of course, they have the knowledge of all the highest martial techniques. Then the librarian said, since he was going there anyway, he should look into the library of the Supreme Ruler. He agreed with him, and then he suggested moving on to another pressing topic. Even the Hao clan would not be able to find out what he was talking about with the master of the Palace of Worldly Riches. After that, he laughed loudly and exclaimed, 30% of their assets. He grabbed his head and added, the palace master probably had no choice but to team up with them. The protagonist put his hand to his chin and said that it was true. Someone as greedy as him would definitely not miss a chance to grab gold that was right under his nose. It seemed that their relationship with the Palace of Dancing Blood had already cracked back then. Hong then picked up a brush and suggested thinking about it. The 7 palaces had a truly strange relationship with each other. The Silk Road was the main lifeline for the Palace of Worldly Riches, so they were so careful with the Palace of Dancing Blood, which had connections with the Oirots. The Palace of Dancing Blood had the highest martial arts techniques, so they kept the Palace of Sacred Flames, which enforced the law, in check. The Palace of Welcoming Joy had allied with the Palace of Murders to provide their cat house with protection throughout the Central Plains. Although the Palace of Dancing Blood and the Palace of Murders were trying to get rid of the Palace of Broken Swords, which consisted of a small group of elites, the Palace of Myung and the Palace of Sacred Flames did not allow them to do so. The Palace of Worldly Riches and the Palace of Welcoming Joy were always waiting for an opportunity to devour each other. But the Palace of Monstrous Venom had always remained neutral, and thus the 2 palaces formed alliances, competed, and complicated their relationship. Although the amount of money the palace poured into the Palace of Dancing Blood from trade was quite large, now that their own soldiers had been captured, shouldn't they rebel? They wouldn't mind having more support from the archers. But now that Jason had become the Supreme Khan of Northern Yuan, the Palace of Worldly Riches needed to be reasonable, and if the Palace of Dancing Blood attacked them, they would definitely not help them. That's why the Palace of Worldly Riches isn't just throwing money around, they're probably investing it to be able to make a bigger deal in the future. The protagonist said thoughtfully he still wouldn't completely side with them. He thought that there was a high probability that he was deliberately pitting the two sides against each other to make the conflicts worse. The librarian then added, but if they tried to subdue him by force, he would immediately run away and come up with something else. No, it is the Palace of Dancing Blood and the Palace of Murders that are different. The biggest weakness of the Myung cult is that it does not have many reliable people willing to collect information. The protagonist added, and finances to feed the cult members. If he is excommunicated, then it can be considered that he was on a desert island, isolated from the rest of the world. Then Tong looked at him and said that he is someone who seems to be aware of what is happening, but at the same time does not know anything. He looks like he does not understand anything at all, and then suddenly pours out such brilliant ideas. MC was indignant. Stop teasing him. It is better for him to say what is on his mind. He replied that it is quite obvious what the master of the Palace of Worldly Riches is pursuing, but you cannot expect much from him. He is not that brave. The only reason he was able to get to power is because of his eldest son, Chan Jasang, and the leader of the team, Birang. The protagonist added that he heard that Jasang was currently on a mission. The librarian raised a finger and said that it was true. They needed to bring Jasang and Birang together. He recalled his interactions with him and thought, is he really that big of a deal? The librarian then added, his skills are not that important. What is more important is that the master of the Palace of Worldly Riches trusts his words. Birang is someone who values the current reality. If they show him the power of Myung Palace, they can lure him over to their side. The protagonist thoughtfully said, so they will get him and deprive the master of the Palace of Worldly Riches of his eyes and ears? He replied that it was true, and MC thought, Birang, since he has already bound him to himself in some way, perhaps it will be much easier. Palace of Worldly Riches, if you think about it. After that, he took out his blades and said that Samin gave it to him. He said it was a demonic sword of sacred fire. Did he have a reason for handing over such an important item to Myung Palace? Or maybe he was so confident that everything would work out since he had the palace on his hook. Tong looked at the weapon in confusion, then laughed loudly and said that it was because the 5 sacred weapons were useless to him. The 5 sacred weapons could only be used by those who had mastered the Demon Lord arts. He didn't want to give it to anyone, but he knew that there would be a massacre if others found out that he had the weapons. His only option was to give it to the worthless young master. The reason he told him about the weapons was because he just wanted to befriend him. To think that he had gotten hold of 2 sacred weapons at once by pure luck, the protagonist looked at the weapons and thought, of all the weapons, it definitely had to be the dagger. He never learned to use it, even when practicing high-level combat strikes. Moreover, he used it for other purposes as well. And then the librarian said, the third elder has knowledge of the martial art technique of Western China. Would he like to go and find it? He's always been quite careful in sharing his knowledge, so now he can teach his followers the technique for the rest of his life. He currently resides at the Fire Peak. MC replied that he understood. He would look into the matter, and he should let him know how to find the Hao clan, since he cannot return here every time for information. Then Tong handed him a tablet and said that the Hao clan is nowhere, and at the same time, everywhere. He should just throw this plate on the ground when he needs help, and they will find him right away. The protagonist took it and replied, okay. Then the librarian asked, is he currently on his way to the Myung Palace? He replied that he does not know yet, and he added that some unflattering rumors regarding Hami had recently surfaced here. The protagonist replied that there was nothing like that, they just needed to talk to her. It was time for the Palace of Welcoming Joy to give him an answer. Tong guessed that he did it on purpose? He replied that he could call it a strategy to meet the palace master. Tong remained silent, and then rode forward, picked up a book and began to flip through it, pronounced, Snake Time, Palace of Welcoming Joy, the opening of 4 people. It seemed that they had an answer. The protagonist asked, it seems that they are heading to Myung Palace, right? He replied that he thought that the master of the Palace of Welcoming Joy would be capable of such a thing. The protagonist asked, perhaps this is how they seek reconciliation? He replied, more like murder. He guessed that they might be carrying an invitation. He asked, didn't he already reject it? The MC sighed and thought, the Palace of Welcoming Joy sent out assassins. After that, he turned around, and Tong asked again, is he going to Myung Palace? He replied, the Palace of Welcoming Joy. The librarian said that he would prepare. The protagonist thought, Master of the Palace of Welcoming Joy, so that's his answer. Meanwhile, Yultak folded his arms and looked at the empty table, noticing that he had left again. Haran, looking at the note, asked why he always did this. Perhaps he didn't trust them? He replied that he had told them that he was going through puberty. Why would he leave when he had just returned? He couldn't be serious. Taeshik thought that if he had followed him, Haran would have been left here alone. He certainly didn't want to make him choose. Still, he couldn't drag his daughter around with him all the time. Then he looked at Yultak, who said, "It's better for them. Maybe they could have some fun and drink tonight." Haran, she should bring the drinks, she asked in confusion. Was he completely crazy? Taeshik thought that he was completely useless as a warrior, and he couldn't always cover for him in that case. Then he put his hand on his shoulder and he asked in surprise, "Team leader, does he want to have a drink with him?" He knew he would understand. In response, he suggested having fun. Yultak asked in fear, "Team leader?" He replied that starting today, he would train with him. Yultak asked in fear, "What kind of nonsense is this? What does he mean?" He squeezed his shoulder tighter and replied that he was unable to protect either the young leader or his daughter. Therefore, he would train with him. After that, he led him to the exit, and he screamed, "To hell with it. And why does he need this? He came here to avoid this. He will not train. Only over his dead body." Taeshik added that refusing him would mean death, and he continued screaming for him to let him go. He understands why he should protect the young leader, but why should he also protect her? Sometime later in Mayun's summer cat house. The people sitting inside said that ever since the young leader finished his secluded training and came back, there hadn't been a single quiet day on the Heavenly Mountain. He heard that he had caused a commotion at Myung's spring pavilion. It happened just recently. He went to the Sun Peak to participate in the exam for the position of the highest cult member in Myung's courtyard. There he saw Madame Hami from the Palace of Welcoming Joy. Most likely she came to greet the young leader. After she left, he decided to wait for her near Myung's small palace to see her again. And an hour later she appeared again, but she had completely changed. All her clothes were in disarray. Later he heard from his friend from the Palace of Worldly Riches that the young leader had done something to her in the reception hall. A girl came up to him from behind, called out to that warrior and asked, "It seems he thinks he has 10 lives, right?" They all turned to face her and saw the Palace Master of Welcoming Joy, the White Snake Flower, Han Soso. They all knelt before her and loudly told the Palace Master that they paid their respects to her. She said with a smile that they could stand up. Their misdeeds could not be paid for by bowing their heads. They must pay for it with their lives. The warrior said in a very frightened voice that he was only retelling rumors that he had heard. She walked towards him and asked if perhaps they could talk then. He should tell her what she wanted to hear. He continued to kneel before her and loudly said that he had committed an act worthy of death. She folded her fan, from which a blade emerged, and with a displeased expression said that he must die then. With a sharp movement of her hand, she threw her weapon at the man's head, who was very frightened by this. However, someone threw a vase that hit his head, causing him to fall to the ground and the dagger to fly past. The one who did this asked, "Does this establishment really put poison in their own alcohol?" He became drunk very quickly. Jugok lifted his hat with a small smile and asked, however, "What are they doing here?" All the people who were in this establishment were very surprised when they saw him, knelt down and loudly told the young master that they were paying their respects to him. He threw away his hat, walked to the center and sat at another table. He poured himself some alcohol and thought that about 10 years ago, an unusual incident occurred when bodies were discovered in the Taiking Pavilion, which was located in Shanxi. The messengers, commanders, and all the people who were there were found dead. At that time, the Miram Alliance was shocked that one of the elders of the Hua Mountain clan was one of the dead. They deployed a heavenly net. However, they were still unable to catch the culprit. It was only after some time that everyone learned that the murderer was a girl named Han Soso. She inherited the technique of transmitting internal energy from the previous palace master and became a master herself at the age of 20, reaching the highest level of proficiency. She likes to make bets, and her bet is always someone's life. This is the information that Chunso obtained. However, it seems to him that he was looking for information on her only because she is pretty. The protagonist drank a cup of alcohol and said that he never thought that the lady of the Palace of Welcoming Joy herself would be here. Soso took her fan and said that he should have notified them of his visit, and she would have met him in person. He said with a small smile that the girl they sent to him was not his type. She started walking towards him and asked how he was feeling now. Had his anger subsided a bit now that he had met her in person? He thought that it was hard for him to control his anger since they had sent assassins after him. However, saving this man's life was more important. He said that, however, That could change now that he was in her abode. So said with a smile that when a girl prepares to meet a young man, the preparations always take the proper amount of time, so she asks him to wait a bit. He asked with a smirk, what if he doesn't want to wait? She started emitting an icy aura and said that then they could start now. She waved her fan and directed that icy energy at the warrior who was standing next to her. His legs started to freeze, and he loudly asked for mercy. MC looked at what was happening with anger and said that he didn't know that her power allowed her to kill cult members who didn't serve her. And in the presence of the young leader, she said that he had become much cuter and more talkative since he came back. She was genuinely proud of him. He said with a serious expression that she had better not change the topic and answer. She sat down on the chair next to him and said with a small smile that she would also ask questions. Why did he feel that the palace master was not allowed to touch the cult members? He asked if she had forgotten the teachings of the Myung cult. So laughed and asked if he thought that was the case. She didn't think that he himself was so pure and innocent. Maybe she should tell him already? It's all about pride. Because if he treated her people badly, that meant he treated her badly too. It's not about protecting the cult members. It's about respecting the palace master. However, that person dared to insult her, unfortunately. Come to think of it, someone else had also insulted her and broken her heart. Maybe he knew who that was? He asked with a calm expression how he would know about that. She looked at him with shining eyes and said with a smile that he simply had to know this. Jagak looked at the frozen man next to him and thought that he was still alive. She started emitting her energy again, called out to him, and asked if he would like to make a bet. Because of what was happening, the cup of his alcohol started to freeze, and he thought that this was the highest level of mastery. It seems that she had achieved more. Miriam Alliance is not comparable to the real world. To think that such a person was only ranked 8th. If the Myung cult decides to conquer the Central Plains, the entire world will fall into chaos. He said that as he can see, the title of young leader means nothing to her. She said that of course it is not so. However, according to the 3 main commandments, everyone should be equal and act fairly, right? He thought with a serious expression that this woman is different from Jong Samin and does not care about the opinions of others. She only cares about herself and the palace of welcoming joy. Said that he would then bet on her bet if that was what she wanted. So said with a smile that she liked knowing that he hadn't changed at all. She closed her fan and called Shivol. Several girls came down from the 2nd floor and one of them asked if she had called her. She said with a smile that they were closed for today, so she should ask their guests to leave. She agreed and they all started chasing away the people who were sitting nearby. They all said goodbye and quickly left the building. So said that he wasn't often seen here. She couldn't just let him go so easily, so he should spend at least 2 days here in comfort. The protagonist asked if this was her bet. She agreed with a smile and asked if it was easy, right? He asked what would happen if he refused. Hearing this, the girls next to her immediately took out their swords. He said that he seemed to have gotten her answer. However, what would change after 2 days? She laughed and said that maybe he would enjoy staying here and would leave here alive. She would remind him of what happened in the past. He agreed and said that in that case he would stay longer. However, since she mentioned it first, he would also suggest something. She knew about the 3 commandments so that everything would be fair. She looked at him calmly and said that he should continue. He said that in 2 days he would subjugate them all. He looked at her with a smile and thought that he would destroy everyone along with the palace of welcoming joy. So reacted calmly to this and said that he was going too far with his jokes. He said that she should just wait for him to arrive. She stood up from her chair and said with a smile that, of course, she would look forward to it. She would wait for him like a spouse and prepare a bath for him, only if he managed to get to her chambers. She and the girls started to get up and said that she hoped he would have a good rest. MC asked if she would just leave him there. He wouldn't want to spend the night in someone's burial place. She waved her fan and encased the man in a large ice crystal. She said that he should come as soon as he finished his drink. He will need to go up to the 6th floor and she will prepare a room for him. He looked at her with a serious expression and thought that he will definitely come for her. The lady of the palace of welcoming joy. At the same time, in the small palace, Myung, Yultak was holding his leg because of the pain and cursing loudly. Taeshik stood next to him with a stick in his hand and asked if he thinks he will be able to save his life being so slow. He won't even be able to protect the young master, let alone Haran. He started hitting him on different parts of his body and named the places he was going to hit. He grabbed his arm and asked with a displeased expression why he should protect her. He did not answer this question. He didn't answer this question. He swung and warned that he was going to hit him on the head. He immediately covered his head with his hands, but he changed the trajectory of the blow and hit him on the torso. Yultak was very angry about this and said loudly that he was talking about the head. Taishik asked if he thought the killer would tell him where to hit. Heron came out of the palace, called her father, and said that he should drink some persimmon tea. He went up to her and took the potato she brought. Yultak watched from the side and said with displeasure that he only loved his daughter. Do they think he has no father? She came up to him and said that he should eat some food before training. He sat down on the ground and asked why he needed this training at all. Was this his last meal before he died? If that was really the case, then she needed to cook something better. She sat down next to him, put the potato in his mouth and said that he should just shut up and eat, otherwise he might get sick. He took a bite and said that he felt like he had internal injuries. His whole body hurt. If she was so worried about him, she should give him a massage. His injury made her angry, and she hit him hard on the back of the head with her hand. He got angry because of this and asked loudly, was she completely crazy? Haran said loudly that he should stop acting like a child. How can a man be like him? They started arguing with each other, but she stopped when she noticed something. She stood up and asked her father where he was going. Taishik said that he was going to visit the smithy, and he should continue training. Yultak stood up and said loudly with a displeased expression that he could barely lift a stick. What else was he going to buy? He shouldn't buy anything. He ignored him and left silently, closing the door behind him. He fell to his knees, called the young master and said that, even though he was a worthless man, he would follow him everywhere, even to the farthest wilderness, if only he would return quickly. He raised his hands and started crying and loudly begging him to come back. At the same time, a squad of ninjas came to Mung's summer cat house, hiding their faces. Jagak started using his energy on the ice crystal and thought that by using the art of heavenly blood and the art of the demon lord, he could feel a slight reaction. Even though it was the art of ice, he hoped that his luck had not yet left him. With his energy, he was able to melt that large piece of ice and free the man. He gently sat him down on the floor, then hit him hard on the back with his palm. Thanks to this, the man was able to come to his senses, and he thought that it seemed like he was very lucky. The warrior was about to say something, but he covered his mouth with his hand and mentally told him that if he wanted to stay alive, he should remain silent and hide, and if possible, escape from here. If he understood everything, he should nod. He removed his hand and the warrior immediately nodded to him. The protagonist left him on the first floor and started to climb the stairs himself, and thought that the Myung Summer Pavilion is also known as the Palace of Welcoming Joy. To be precise, up to the 5th floor, the place is considered the Myung Summer Pavilion, and only from the 6th floor, it is already the Palace of Welcoming Joy. He opened the door, behind which there were several girls who said to the young master, "Welcome." He looked at them and wondered, what kind of joke is this? The girls went to him, and the room began to fill with transparent gas. They came up to him and said that he should play with them. They had been waiting for him for so long. His consciousness became clouded and they began to take him away. He plunged into memories, where Chungai called him and asked if he knew that women from the demon cult are much more dangerous than Kumiho. He was lying in the forest and asked if he even had other dreams. He looked at him and asked how dare he not listen to his older brother. By the way, does he have any alcohol left? He replied that he had nothing left, and even if he did, he still wouldn't give it to him. He should sleep, because tomorrow they would have to fight the Dark Evil Clan. Chungai said with a smile that if he just joined them, the illegal insects would get into trouble. By the way, has he ever heard of a charm technique? He looked up while lying on his back and said that he should just shut up and sleep already. He didn't listen to him and said that in his dreams, the maidens from the demon cult used this technique. It gave such a pleasant feeling that he gave in. At present, MC came to his senses and thought that the purer his internal energy, the easier it would be to fall into this trap. If he were in his previous body, it would be difficult for him to get out. If he hadn't studied the art of the demon lord. The girls who stood in front of him asked, didn't he miss them? He had been gone for so long. He thought that only 5 floors were available for guests of Myung's small palace, but she spoke as if he had been here often. Could it be that this was not his first time coming here? He was surrounded by 12 girls and another girl was playing an instrument behind that screen. That girl was the heart of the charm technique. One of the girls continued playing her instrument while the others asked when did he become so bold. She was cold, he should hug her. They would be sad if he was so cold. Jagak used his energy and the girl playing the instrument stopped because of great surprise. He very quickly appeared behind her, which surprised her very much. At the same time, on the top floor of Myung's summer cat house, Soso was holding a snake in her hands and called out to Shiwol, who was sitting next to her. She asked with a calm expression what she thought of what was happening. She said that it was not easy to understand. She agreed and said that a lot of time had passed by then. However, this was very strange. She didn't understand her and asked what she meant. So turned to her and asked why he was acting like it was his first time here. Perhaps the cult leader did something to him when he sent him to the High Demon Corridor. Shiwol was very surprised and thought that she was talking about the cult leader, Ma Taepyeong. They were forbidden to talk about him. It was an unspoken rule. Why did she suddenly talk about him? She said that it didn't seem to matter, since the young leader came here himself. They should give him the best service. She said that now that you all had stepped in, it wouldn't take long. Soso looked at her with a small smile and said that it was good. She was sure that they were happy to see each other after so long. How were things in the Myung small palace? She said with a calm expression that she thought they would hear about it from themselves soon. She said that it was such a pity she could leave. When Shivol left, she laughed and said that he barely got out last time. However, he can't change that since everything was decided on his birthday. She has already prepared a gift for him. All that's left is to wait for it. At the same time, the protagonist stopped in front of the girl and thought that it was strange. He is sure that the girls from the Palace of Welcoming Joy studied the Yin Demon ice art, but they were very easy to defeat. The charming atmosphere disappeared. He asked, "Is she the one who used the charming technique?" The girl turned to him and called out his name in a frightened voice. He was a little surprised by this and asked, "Does she know him?" You've all said her name and said that it's been so long since he was gone. He thought about it, however, he only slightly immobilized her. Then why did she blush so much? He asked, "How does she know him?" She asked, "How can she not know him? After all, they have spent so much time together." MC guessed that something like this was possible and said that he would ask one more question. Had she done this to him before? She agreed and said that they had a lot of fun. He felt a little embarrassed by this, turned away and thought that something happened 3 years ago before he went to the corridor of the higher demons. This means that a girl who was not even 16 could use the charm technique. At the same time, a squad of 4 ninja reached the small palace and climbed inside. Yultak noticed this and at first thought that it was the young master, which he was glad about. He felt embarrassed when he looked at them and asked who they were. He looked at them and asked, "Is she Hami?" She felt embarrassed by this and said that he was mistaken. He asked what was wrong with her voice. Maybe her nose was blocked? Is there another crazy woman who would choose such shoes with a completely black outfit? She was very upset about what happened and said that she really wasn't who he was talking about. He must have mistaken her for someone else. He said with a displeased expression that they were completely crazy anyway. However, what were they up to again? Not only did they cross the walls of their palace under the cover of night, but they also hide their faces behind masks. Haran asked why they came here. Yultak said that he wasn't sure for sure, but he thought he knew the reason. The last time she was here, there was such a sparkle in her eyes. So what was she up to? Hami asked what he was hinting at. He said that she had been looking at him like that from the beginning. She had always admired him. This made her angry, and she asked if he had gone completely crazy. He said that with all the passion, she had a desire to steal him and possess him. However, he cannot return her feelings. This is because his main mission in life is to stay close to the young leader and protect him. Hami got even more angry at him, loudly called him a frog and said that he should shut up. Neither now nor later will she have anything to do with him, so he should leave here. Besides, he is not calling her by her name. She does not know who it is, so he should stop calling her that. Yultak turned away with a smile and said that she gets embarrassed very easily. That is why she acts like this. He looked at her and said that she should stop pretending. If she wanted to get his attention, then she succeeded, so she should stop it. He was very surprised because they all pointed their weapons at him. He began to worry about this, laughed and said that it looks like she is not here for him today. Hami called Haran and said that she should kill her. She was embarrassed by this and asked why she should do this. He asked, "She is a person without a clan, but she dares to live here? Her presence insults the honor of this place." She said that they are in a small palace. Do they seriously think that they can get away with this? She smirked, looked at the other members of the squad and said that she must have already established her connections here. The rest of the squad said that they should quickly kill her and leave, otherwise he is hungry. Are they going to kill again? They have never met before, but he gives her a sacred gift, an eternal night of pleasure. Haran was scared by this and said that they should leave here now. Hami asked how some pathetic girl dares to threaten her. Does she even know who she is? Yultak called her name, which once again angered her, and she asked loudly, "Did he want to die?" She turned to the others and asked why they were hesitating. They had to kill her immediately. They all ran very quickly together towards the frightened Haran. She closed her eyes out of fear, but all the ninjas stopped because one of them got hit in the head by a vase of flowers. He was surprised by this and turned around abruptly with a displeased look. Yultak, who did this, said that this vase accidentally slipped out of his hands. Hami looked at him with a displeased expression and called him by name. He said that since the young master returned, not a single day has passed peacefully. Did he really come to the small Myung palace for such a life? He even felt a little ashamed. He called Haran, who was standing nearby, and said that this was the last time he would save her. She became even more worried about this and was about to say something. He said that he had been trying to understand her after that incident. However, doesn't she think that she's going too far in choosing her targets and methods? What harm has she done to her? All of the squad members began to emit an ominous aura. Hami called him a crazy idiot and said that they should kill the two of them. They all ran towards Yultak very quickly. He called them poor freaks with a serious expression and asked whose sons they were. His father, that is Yulchan, the master of the Palace of Dancing Blood. The girls looked at him with confused expressions and said nothing. However, the rest of the team stopped and looked at each other. Hami asked why they stopped. They should just grab him and kill the girl. He pointed behind him with a displeased expression and asked, "They continue to look down on her, but do they at least know who her father is?" She asked why she needs to know the lineage of a mere girl. He said with a serious expression that she should know better. She still started to worry and wondered, is this another daughter of the palace master? He said that, by the way, here he is. This is her very scary father. They all turned around and saw how the big gate was knocked down. She saw him in a cloud of dust and with a frightened expression on her face was about to say something. Taeshik clenched his teeth in anger and asked, "What do they think they are doing?" She asked loudly in a surprised voice, "Isn't he that warrior bodyguard?" At the same time, in Myung's summer cat house on the 7th floor, Jagak got up and the girls who were training with swords were surprised when they noticed him. He calmly asked, "So is this where the team of floating ghosts lives?" One of them asked why he was here. He asked, "What are they so surprised about?" After all, they themselves asked him to come up here. Are they scared of something? She said that she was asking him to wait here for a while. He agreed, and they went their separate ways. He stood there and thought that she must have gone to find out what happened so that she could report back later. However, she wouldn't be able to find out anything, because only the Kingdom of Sleeping Maidens was waiting for them there. He looked around and noticed little girls standing nearby. He looked at them and wondered if they were the children of the Palace of Welcoming Joy. One of them grabbed his sleeve and greeted him. He did the same and she said with a kind smile that her name was Sayumi. He patted her head with a small smile and thought that she was so fearless. She continued to hold him and said that she would be 9 years old this year. He found her behavior strange, but he told her his name and said that he was 19 years old. A girl came up to him and said that he could go upstairs. He started to leave and Sayumi waved goodbye. He continued to think that she was strange and simply left with the girls to the next floor. At the same time, the girl said loudly with a surprised expression that the young master had reached the 7th floor. The 6th floor had been defeated. He would soon reach the 8th floor. Shival was shocked by this and wondered how he was able to do this. When someone was defeated in the Palace of Welcoming Joy, it meant that she had surrendered to the enemy. Could it be that the corridors of the higher demons contained knowledge about the art of lovemaking? This was some kind of nonsense. The reason why the Palace of Welcoming Joy was weaker than the other palaces in terms of strength was because in addition to the art of combat, they had to rely on the art of lovemaking and use a whole range of other tricks. Moreover, among the maidens they had sent out, there was no tail spirit. There were only 12 soaring spirits and 6 moons in total, which belonged to the moon spirits. However, he definitely wouldn't be able to withstand this time, since they had sent out another 5 to 10 soaring spirits and 3 moon spirits. The hovering spirit can defeat 10 men, and the lunar spirit can defeat 100. This time, they will definitely succeed. At this moment, another girl came up to her and loudly called out for the leader. Shival looked at her and asked where her manners were. She apologized and said that, however, it was urgent. She said loudly in a worried voice that the 8th floor had also fallen. They had failed. She was very worried about what she heard. Her face turned pale and she said that she was fine. How did this even happen? He was able to defeat them in less than 2 hours. Did she see it with her own eyes? The girl said that she went to see because she did not believe what she heard. None of them were able to stand on their feet. There is one more thing that should be noted. Not a single trace of the young leader could be found. Shiwol was very worried about this and thought that if they could not capture the young master this time, then the Palace of Dancing Blood would mercilessly deal with the Palace of Welcoming Joy. If so, then on the day of the beginning of the highest heavenly festival of the Myung cult, she remembered that he had promised to subjugate them all in 2 days. This made her even more tense, and she thought that if this continued, then the mistress might also be dragged into it. She must prevent this. In order to protect the inhabitants of the palace, she always had to do everything alone. The young master could not be allowed to get to her. She said that they should send male spirits. No matter how skilled a lover he was, he would not be able to subjugate a man. It was necessary to make it so that he could not rise even 1 step higher. The girl agreed and left. Shiwol thought that if he rose 1 more floor, he would reach her, the 10th level. If he were here, she would risk her life to protect the lady of the palace. At the same time, Taeshik walked towards the ninja, giving off an ominous aura, and said that he was told to expect guests, but he never thought that they would come from the Palace of Welcoming Joy. He thought that the white snake flower Soso, once she became the master of the palace, she got rid of everyone who supported the former master under the pretext of creating a new generation. He never thought that she would get involved with the small palace of Myo. Earlier, on the way to the smithy, a man passing by gave him a note that said that they might have guests coming very soon, so they should be prepared. The young leader asked him to pass this on if the need arose. If they don't want their guests to be treated badly, they should call the young master along, the leader of the Hao clan. Currently, Hami looked at him with a very scared expression as he walked towards them. One of the gang members turned around and said that he gave off a completely different aura. He could be dangerous. She asked, do they think they will be safe if they fail the task and turn back? 2 of them can deal with the warrior while the 3rd kills the girl. 2 of them stood in front of Taeshik, and the 3rd turned to Haran. He swung his fist filled with energy and said that no matter what they did, they will all die by his hands. 2 warriors ran towards him very quickly from different sides, but he delivered a very strong punch to the largest of them and threw him into the building. The shortest one jumped up from behind him very quickly. He took out 3 small knives and threw them at him. The ninja who was just thrown into the building very quickly recovered and quickly ran towards him to attack. Taeshik stood still and did not move while he was attacked from 2 different sides. Unexpectedly for them, he did not dodge, but simply grabbed both of them by the throat, and the thrown knives stopped due to his powerful aura. He squeezed them very hard with his hands, and they could not believe what was happening. He called Haran and said that she should close her eyes. She did what he asked, and Hami watched with a worried look, standing next to him. They asked to spare them, but he did not listen to them, used his energy, and their heads burst. What happened surprised the rest of the squad very much. The ninja got very angry because of this, and loudly asked, how dare he do this to his brothers? He turned to Haran, ran to her, pointing his sword, and loudly said that at least he would have time to kill her. Yultak took out his sword and stopped his attack with a frightened expression. He asked if he could deal with them himself. Why was he forcing him to do this? Taeshik calmly stood next to him and said that for him, this was a real training battle. The ninja got very angry because of this and loudly asked if he was preventing them from having a small talk. He started to throw many quick punches, and he warned him about the places where the enemy was aiming. Yultak parried all the punches and said in a scared voice that he knew it himself. He dodged the attack and struck back from below upwards. With this punch, he cut his belt, causing his pants to fall off. Haran screamed loudly in fear, and he said loudly that she should close her eyes if she wanted to live. Taeshik, with a worried look, said loudly that it was too early to relax, he had to protect his body. The ninja actually ran towards him and swung his sword to attack. He was surprised by this, was unable to block, and the blow hit his torso. However, due to Yultak taking a step forward, the sword strike missed him and he pinned his arm. He kicked him in the leg and stabbed the sword into his body. The ninja was surprised by this and asked if there was a demon hidden inside him. He fell to the ground due to being badly injured, and Yultak looked down and noticed that there was a small cut on his side. He started to panic, running in circles, and said loudly that he was bleeding and was dying. Haran said loudly with a displeased expression that he barely touched him, so he should stop panicking. Taeshik looked at him and thought that he was really hard to figure out. Even though he acted like a third-rate warrior, he managed to defeat a top-level mercenary so easily. React as the situation developed and step on the opponent's feet after seeing how he moved? This can't be learned just by studying martial arts. This can only be done if he already has a lot of experience in killing. He will learn more about this when he trains him. He turned to Hami, who was standing next to him, and she was very worried about this. She asked him to stay away from her with a frightened look. He walked up to her very quickly and said with a scary expression that if she took even one step, she would die. She became even more scared because of this and said that she was asking to spare her and not to kill her. He would do whatever he said. He said with a very serious expression that in that case she should kill herself. She looked at her sword and wondered when it all went wrong. Maybe inviting the merciless steel demons was a mistake? Or was Yultak to blame for buying him time? He stood between them and said that they should spare her. She became surprised because of this and called his name. He turned around and asked, he told her not to go that far, right? Why did she have to make things so complicated? He admits she really is crazy. At the same time, Jagak went up to a new floor and heard a male voice saying to the young leader, "Welcome." He finished climbing the stairs and saw several rows of men. He started looking around and wondered if there were men in the palace too. They were probably needed to run errands for him. One of them said that it was an honor for them to serve him. He turned around and said that they should show their respect. They all bowed to him and said loudly that they were paying their respects to him. He said that he didn't expect the men to be so happy to see him. He thought that it looked like he wouldn't have to use any nasty things this time. The man standing in front said that he was the leader of the male spirit squad. His name was Zhawang. Fog started to appear in the room, and he said that today, they, the male spirit squad, would make sure to satisfy every part of his body. His face turned red and he started licking his lips. The protagonist was very surprised by what he heard and thought. So they weren't errand boys? His body was engulfed in powerful dark energy because he started using the Supreme Demon Lord's art at 50%. He used a series of 10 Supreme Emperor strikes, 6 Enlightenment strikes, and a Hurricane strike. He defeated all the men on this floor very quickly and went upstairs. Cheval was very surprised when she noticed him and asked worriedly, "How did he get here? Did that mean he managed to defeat the men too?" He tried hard to hold back his anger and asked if this was all the Palace of Welcoming Joy could do. Didn't it seem a little depressing? She said that there was no way he could have dealt with them so quickly. What did he do to them? He said that now that he thought about it, 2 days seemed like too long to him. Where was the Palace Master now? She said with a slightly tense expression that it seemed like he had come prepared. He asked if she could call the Palace Master. Cheval continued to sit still and said that she couldn't do that. She won't ask how he managed to get here, but asks that he leave the palace after 2 days. MC said with a serious expression that he was not satisfied with that. She said that it was not a request, but an advice. He asked why they were trying to kill him. She said that if there was a way to stop him from making a mistake, she would definitely try to do so. He sat on a rock next to her and asked how she would stop him. She asked, since they couldn't defeat him in bed, what else could they offer? She took out 2 daggers in front of her and said nothing. He looked at this with a small smile and asked if she was confident in her abilities. She said that she didn't know where he learned the art of lovemaking, but even if he knew martial arts, it would be difficult for him to defeat her. He asked what would happen if he went on the offensive. Cheval said that she would have to stop him, but she strongly advised him not to do so. He looked around the room and asked if it was too much space for her alone. She looked at him and asked if he was unhappy with something. He looked out the window and thought, there were 4 hours left before the 2 days were up, right? He lay down and said that he would wait until the 2 days were up then. He closed his eyes and decided to take a nap. At the same time, Taeshik said that he would count to 3 and they would go inside. Yultak was surprised by this and asked what he was saying. Was he offering him to take her as his wife? He hadn't said that. She was certainly not normal at all, but she was definitely not a bad person. He started counting and asked the bloody gentleman if he was rushing things too much. Marriage is an important event in every person's life. If only she agrees, it is not right. Hami was indignant at what was happening and asked loudly, what is he even talking about? He turned to her and said that she should just shut up. Taeshik continued counting with an angry expression on his face. Yultak was worried about this, turned around and said that he can't do this. He apologizes, but she still has to die. He finished counting and at that moment a large squad came to them, one of which loudly said that they got there. He was surprised when he saw the forbidden squad and asked, did they also come to kill her? Biran loudly said that they came here to save her. He looked at him and asked, did they already manage to fight somewhere else? Why do they look so shabby? He was a little indignant because of this and wondered who they thought beat them up like that. Some time ago, they reached this place and Taeshik asked, so they are the guests they are waiting for? First, he will disarm them. They tried to explain everything to him, but they did not have time because he defeated them all. After that, he went inside and said that they should wait. Biran thought that they should have left back then. It would have been a good decision to use all the remaining strength to escape to the Palace of Worldly Riches and report the situation. However, he was curious to know who this person was. Then he saw everything. Just imagine, he defeated 3 merciless steel demons with the highest cultivation sphere so easily. The only one who is capable of such a thing at this time is the leader of the Supreme Demon Squad, Myung, B's sake, but he would have definitely recognized him. The former commander of the Heavenly Demon Squad, Myung, has returned. The people who support the young leader are Myung Palace. However, he heard that he became crippled and somehow returned. Now is not the time for recklessness. Need to get out of here as soon as possible. He felt his powerful aura, got scared of it, and thought that he was going to die now. If he moved even a little, he would die right away. At the moment, Taeshik asked, so they came to save them? This is very unexpected. Maybe they ate something wrong? Biren said that they were worried that the young leader might be in danger. Yultak asked, did they know that he might be in danger? Taeshik noticed his worry, put his hand on his shoulder, and asked why he was so scared. He apologized and said that he was not scared at all. Nothing like that happened. He was even more scared because he said that he should look at him. He knows who he is, right? He started radiating his energy and said that he should answer him. Buran was very scared of him, looked down and said that he did not know him at all. He continued to hold his shoulder and asked, is it true? He will ask him again. He should think carefully before answering. Does he know who he is? He looked down with a very tense expression and thought that this was a disaster. What is the Supreme Demon Squad Myung? A group of martial arts warriors who guard the cult leader and can kill people inside the cult. Each member of the squad is a warrior with the highest realm of cultivation, while the leader of the squad is a warrior with the highest level of skill. This is especially true when it comes to him, the former leader. No matter how many days he fought, his energy would not run out. He was incredibly cruel and always clearly divided his likes and dislikes. Adding to this, the letter he wrote to the young leader, he made a decision and said that he knew him. Taeshik swung his fist filled with energy and said that he should die then. He was very scared because of this and said loudly that he did not know anything. Or rather, he would forget about it for the rest of his life. He promises 3 generations of his clan, otherwise he will become a dog. He raised his hand, clenched his fist, and lifted the entire squad into the air. Biran was scared by this, and said that he was a simple layman who did not belong to anyone else. He looked at him with a serious expression and asked, did he understand him? He loudly agreed, and said that he would definitely remember this. Hearing this, he let them go to the ground and turned around with a frighteningly serious expression. Hami was very worried when she saw him looking at her. Taeshik pointed his fingers at her and said that they should take her under arrest and he would go to the young leader. The squad members immediately approached her, tied her up, and she loudly said that they should take their hands off her. Baran, with a serious expression, loudly directed his squad, who took her away from the palace. Taeshik said that they would make some minor adjustments, and then she would be useful. At the same time, Jagak woke up, looked away with a small smile, and thought that she was still here. He stood up and said that it seemed like 2 days had already passed. Shivul said that he could leave now. He said with a calm expression that he was still being held here by some business. She asked if he was still insisting. She had already warned him that he would not be able to pass through her. He called her by name and asked why she gave him 2 days. She found it difficult to answer this question, and he said that he would ask the question a little differently. Does she know why he waited for her for these 2 days? She was a little surprised by this and asked the young leader if he was waiting for her. This is amazing. He suddenly stood up from the rock, which made her worried. She became very worried about this, immediately grabbed her weapon and stood in a fighting stance. The protagonist looked at her with a calm expression and called her by name. Suddenly, there was an explosion behind him, causing a large cloud of dust to rise, which surprised her very much. His face became serious, and he said that he was offering her to place bets. When the dust cleared, she saw Taeshik behind him, holding a tied-up Hami with one hand. She called out loudly for Shiwol with tears in her eyes in a frightened voice. She was very surprised by what happened, and loudly asked the young leader how he did it. He looked at her with a frightening expression and said that whoever moves will die. Taeshik threw Hami to the ground, and the blood of the opponents he killed was dripping down his fists, which caught her attention. Jagak also noticed this and mentally asked, he didn't kill them all, right? He also said with his mind that he only killed one, no one else was hurt. He asked if he should praise them for this. He said that he did the best he could. Shivol called out loudly to the young leader with a worried expression and asked what the hell they were doing. He walked up to her and asked if she was asking because she didn't know. He said with a wide and scary smile that this was the bet. She said loudly that in that case he lost. Didn't he move first? He looked at her with a calm expression and asked, so what? She wanted him to die? He called out to the bloody master with a calm expression, and he responded immediately. He said that there were 3 above the ceiling and 4 in the bushes. If any of them moved, he should act without hesitation. Shivol was very surprised by this and wondered how he knew the location of the floating ghost squad on the 10th floor. He started to come closer to her and said that he had been waiting for 2 days. He did all this so that they would understand who they were dealing with. She decided to attack him, quickly ran towards him, and swung her daggers to attack. The protagonist began to emit his energy and said that she should see it for herself and feel it. They both stopped because the stairs behind her suddenly descended with a loud sound. Soso said that from now on, she asks that all conversations be conducted only with her. He immediately stopped demonstrating his aura, and she turned around abruptly and loudly told the lady of the palace that she cannot allow her to do this. She called her by name and said that she must let him pass. Shivol, although she did not want to, still followed the order, and he passed her. He went up to the 10th floor, where she was already waiting for him. He said with a small smile that he promised that they would see each other again. She agreed that he said so, and asked, however, did he come here alone? He said that he came to the abode of the palace master. Why do they need all this extra crowding here? She said that it seemed like he wouldn't even mind if she closed the door. He gave her his permission, and the stairs between the floors immediately closed. She looked at him with a smile and said that she thought he was just wandering around mindlessly. MC was worried about what she heard and asked if he really acted like that before. He thought that the way here had caused him a lot of trouble. Soso said that it was true, but she didn't expect him to come here harboring a grudge. Did someone order him to destroy the Palace of Welcoming Joy? He sat down on the carpet and thought that she thought the same way as the master of the Palace of Worldly Riches. She said that she heard that he dealt with all of her people. It was impossible to achieve this through the art of lovemaking alone. Maybe the cult leader taught him some kind of art? He asked her to continue speaking and wondered if she was talking about the Supreme Demon Matapyeong now. How did she even come to that conclusion? She said that at first she thought that he had attacked them with the support of the rats from the Palace of Worldly Riches, since his behavior since the events at the Myung Spring Pavilion had been strange. However, it seemed that she was still wrong. He chuckled and asked if she was so sure about that. Soso said with a smile that if the Palace of Worldly Riches really had a warrior with such power, one of them would have already died. Jagak thought with a calm expression that she was really straightforward and intelligent. She asked if he knew the exact number of people from the Myung cult who had reached the Supreme Demon Realm. He thought that the Supreme Demon Realm was the same as the Supreme Realm of the Faithful. As is known, in the Central Plains, only 10 Supreme World Masters and 3 Supreme Ones have reached the highest cultivation realm. If you add the 5 Border Emperors to this number, the total is no more than 20 people. Unexpectedly, she said there were 8. Since she was the last one to reach this level, it seems like she would be more accurate, right? The total number of Orthodox, Non-Orthodox, and Border Masters is only half of the total number of Supreme Cultivation Realm Masters in the Myung cult. Even if they just look at the Supreme Cultivation Realm Masters, the Orthodox and Non-Orthodox are all insects that don't dare to do anything. The cult has more than 20 Supreme Cultivation Warriors. Since more than 10 have reached the Supreme Evolution Realm, which is also known as the Immortal Ascent level, there is no one stronger than the Myung cult. However, now this number has risen to 9 because a new member has appeared. He said that he didn't expect that she would be able to reach the Supreme Demonic Realm. It seems like this is very good news for the Myung cult, right? Soso said that she was sorry, but this was very bad news for him. He said that since they hadn't seen each other for a long time, he suggested that they talk some more. She asked if they could continue their previous conversation. Bringing a fighter like that to them, they were his target from the beginning, weren't they? He said that they started this in the first place. Soso was surprised by this and said that she couldn't believe that he still dared to lie in a situation like this. She hoped that he wasn't trying to make her believe such nonsense, right? This was disappointing to her. He was surprised by this and wondered if she really believed that he had harmed Hami. What kind of baseless rumor was this? This was just what that Chunso would do. He said that she would know it when she saw it. Now it was his turn to ask questions. Why did she think that the cult leader had taught him the art of passion? She was surprised by this question, after which she began to laugh very loudly. She calmed down a bit and asked, did he lose his memory in the Greater Demon Corridor? Of course, that was the only option she could think of, considering that the cult leader was the one who brought him here. That's not all. As far as she knew, the cult leader also ordered him to be sent to the Greater Demon Corridor. MC thought that Chunso was living an idle life in the Palace of Welcoming Joy. After the cult leader saw this, he ordered him to be sent to the Greater Demon Corridor for self-improvement, where he met his death. Thus, he was reborn in his body, and it was at this time that the cult leader left Meme Palace. He asked with an ominous expression, didn't she have any other suspicions? For example, about him having mastered the ultimate demon art? She asked, what kind of stupid joke was this? He said with a calm expression that she seemed very sure of it. He wondered how untalented he was. Soso said that it was obvious to her. He was a hopeless successor from the start. He said that she really does say whatever she wants. She said that, however, he told her that himself. He asked why he had to do that. She looked at him silently, and he wondered why she was looking at him like that. Why did she have to say that he was a hopeless successor? She took a deep breath and asked, he had lost his memory, hadn't he? However, that didn't change anything. Jagak said that everything definitely changed with time, and she could change too. She looked away and said, however, there were people who shouldn't change. He asked if she was one of those people. She looked at the candle burning next to her and said that it was a long story. Maybe they should change the topic already? Does he know what 2 mistakes he made? She released an icy energy in his direction and said that the first mistake was he dared to mess with her people. If she reacted dismissively even once, it could happen again. So she has to pay him back for what he did, no matter who he is. This is the world they live in, and after all, this is the only way a woman can survive in the Mion cult. The second mistake is that he came here alone. He did say he would get her, right? He should only try to do it if he can survive. The protagonist sat quietly in place as his body was covered in ice and called out her name. Soso looked at him and said that he didn't even have to try to beg her for mercy. She was impressed by the change that had happened in him. However, she was incapable of such a thing. He asked, did she mean to say that all this was just for the sake of protecting the palace? That's why she killed her guest on the first floor just because he dared to say something unnecessary. Let others die. What's wrong with that, right? She said that it was supposed to be a lesson to the others. The one who is stronger is always right. Isn't that the teaching of their cult? He gritted his teeth in anger and said that of course, it was only because of the teachings she created that many people lost their lives, and it would continue to be like this. She said with a serious expression that it was unusual for him to say such things. She released a wave of energy and said that it was time for them to begin. Because of this attack, his entire body was trapped in an ice crystal in an instant. However, she was very surprised when she noticed that his hand still continued to move. The Yin Ice Demon Art. Another variation of the Supreme Demon Art that was created for women. That was why the maidens who learned the Yin Ice Art had a tight bond of submission to their master. It was a martial art created for their Supreme Demon Master. He shattered the ice crystal with a bright flash of light, causing the shards to fly in all directions at high speed. Soso was very surprised when the MC, emitting a strong aura, stood in front of her. He asked. She said that only 9 people reached the highest realm of cultivation. Right? She was wrong, and wondered why he came alone. She looked at him with a shocked expression and he said that he just had no reason to bring anyone else. He swung his hand and said that if she couldn't change, then he would destroy her with his own hands. She couldn't even move because of the surprise and wondered, is this the highest art of the Demon Lord? He released his stream of strong energy, but she managed to come to her senses and put a wall of ice in front of herself. It couldn't help her. He destroyed the wall, grabbed her by the neck with one hand and lifted her off the ground. Soso looked at the highest demon who was behind him with a shocked expression. She asked with horror in her eyes, so they didn't have a chance to win from the beginning, right? He called her by name with a very angry expression and asked who the Palace of Welcoming Joy was for. She said of course it was for the Supreme Demon. He agreed and said that however her gaze had not changed at all. She said that it was because everything had remained the same. If he became the Supreme Overlord, he would be able to take over the Myung cult. However, what would be the difference then? Jagak asked if she felt it was unfair. She agreed, and asked why a woman should drag out such a miserable existence. He became very angry and said that she was a martial artist first and a woman second. Did she have a reason to kill? She looked at him with a calm expression and said that he said so. He looked at her with a very angry expression and thought that she was a dangerous woman and should be killed. He was very surprised when Soso, unexpectedly for him, said that she was asking him to spare the others. He asked why he should spare them. She held on with all her might and said that all the people in the Palace of Welcoming Joy had previously been sold to someone, or kidnapped by someone. She was also a child born in the Northern Sea, not in the Myung cult. He thought that if he remembered, the girl named Yuwol, judging by her appearance, was of mixed blood. There was something foreign about her. So, the kids he saw with the floating ghost squad. He said that he thought he understood what this place, the Palace of Welcoming Joy, was like. Kids who were in similar situations teach and raise each other. It was a place like hell. Soso said that she would do anything to break this cycle. She chuckled and asked with a small smile, "Did he just call them evil?" Although he was probably right. However, if not them, then who would have been able to endure everything they went through? The protagonist looked at her with a very angry expression and thought that this was so twisted and wrong. However, he was sure that all of this was started for the sake of the Palace of Welcoming Joy. He asked, did she want to save them? She said that if he was going to throw out some pathetic suggestion, he should refrain since he already knew her answer. He thought that she hated and despised the Myung cult more than anyone else. He said that he was going to change this place. He wanted to create a place where everyone could live together without breaking the higher and lower commandments. He would do this by turning the demon cult into the Myung cult. Soso thought it was stupid and asked if he seriously thought it was possible. He said that even if it was impossible, he had to do it. Even if he had to destroy the heavenly mountain. He let her go, and she asked in surprise why he would go that far. He said that he was giving her a chance. She wanted to break the vicious cycle of the Palace of Welcoming Joy, right? Then she had to help him. It was her only chance. He thought that he could save her from this hell. She fell to the ground. Her body started shaking, and he said that it was a game, and he wanted her to bet on him. He extended his hand to her and said that if she believed in him, then the strained relationship between the Myung cult and the Palace of Welcoming Joy was in the past. Soso looked at him with disbelief and asked, what if she doesn't believe him? He asked with a serious expression. Should he explain it more clearly? She thought about it for a few seconds and said that she remembers the first time he came here. His eyes are the same as that day. MC said that's not true. The previous him died. She decided to trust him, extended her hand, and he said that he will keep his promise. She said her name along with her title and said that she welcomes the Supreme Demon. At the same time, on the 9th floor, many girls who were hiding in different places came out of their hiding places and were affected by Taishik's ability. They were shocked that they couldn't move because of his energy and asked loudly, how did this even happen? He stood in the middle of the room and said that if they move, they will die. They looked at him with worried faces and wondered who this guy was. She can't move because his energy is so powerful. Yultak went up to this floor and said loudly that they have dealt with the lower floors. He was surprised when he saw what happened here and said that he made a terrible mess here. Shival was very surprised when he saw Biran and asked loudly why he came here. She called his name and title with a very displeased expression. He was surprised when he saw her, turned away, and said that she was mistaken. She asked loudly, did he think that if he put on a human mask, she would not recognize him? So this is all the work of the Palace of Worldly Riches? Yultak walked to the center of the room and said that there was a depressing atmosphere here. However, more importantly, where is the young master? Shival silently raised her sword and pointed upward. At this time, on the 10th floor, Soso asked if he could turn away for a moment. Jagak agreed, turned away and stood with his eyes closed. She asked, didn't he say that he would free the Palace of Welcoming Joy, right? He said that he would do it when he completed what he had planned. He heard some sounds, and she said that she wanted to take a chance and trust him. He was confused by the sound he heard and wondered what she was doing. He decided that she was starting to undress, so he turned around abruptly and said loudly that she should stop. Didn't he say that the previous him died? She sat with the clothes in her hands, and they looked at each other in silence for a few seconds. He said that she was just changing clothes. She said with a calm expression that he seemed upset. He said that was not true at all, and that she was mistaken. He turned away with an embarrassed expression and said that, by the way, besides that, he had a question. She mentioned that he had been here before, right? Soso said that it seemed that he really had lost his memory. She had heard such rumors, but she did not believe it. He said with a serious expression that the rumors were not far from the truth. That was why he was asking. Had they already used the charm technique on him? She said that on the 6th floor, there was a girl playing a musical instrument who looked like a foreigner. He immediately realized that she was talking about Yuval, and she asked if she was the one who used the charm technique. The protagonist said with a thoughtful expression that it seemed like that was the case. She was surprised by this and said that she could not have done such a thing. The charm technique is a forbidden demonic art. He said that he can't say that everyone here is so strict about the rules. She said that there is no charm technique in the Palace of Welcoming Joy. The Yin Ice Demon art is already enough. Why do they need another technique? He asked, so they never used it on him? She agreed and said that he was just an idiot. He said with a slightly dissatisfied expression that the past was best left in the past. What is her connection with the Palace of Murders? He wants to warn her in advance. He doesn't care whether it's the Palace of Murders or the Palace of Dancing Blood. Anyone who refuses to change will end up badly. So thought about it before answering, but looked at him and said that the master of the Palace of Murders is Guyan Ren. If he wants to change the Myung cult, then he needs to get rid of him. She can say that, right? He asked. Why is she asking this? She said that the master of the Palace of Dancing Blood, Yeyulchan, the master of the Palace of Murders, and then there is the chief elder Hong Raksan. They are united by the desire to become the next leader of the cult. But each has their own ways of achieving their goals. MC thought with a serious expression that this was expected, since even in the Murim Alliance opinions differed. She said that Yanren does not want to be the leader. He asked, then what does he want? She said with a serious expression that he is eager to wipe the Myung cult off the face of the earth. He is a simple psychopath who gets pleasure from killing. He wants to fill the Myung cult with bloodthirsty demons and take the path to the Central Plains. He has nothing but ambition. At the same time, in the territory of the Myung cult, a wooden peak, the Palace of Murders, a guy with a frightened expression was running away from something very quickly. However, Yanren was standing in his way, looking at him with a smile and asked why he did not run further. He asked with a frightened expression to spare him. He raised his dagger and asked if he wanted to run some more. He put the dagger to his head, and he was very worried about the place they were in. He asked with a serious expression, does he not want to go? The guy knelt down in front of him and said that he was begging for mercy. Yanren asked, does he not want to go back, right? So that means no, right? He threw up his dagger and said that it was very boring. He started to strike his weapon many times very quickly and asked, how dare he say that he does not want to? Did he treat him badly? Why does he not want to go back? He killed the guy and with a serious expression said that they should get rid of him. At that moment, a troop of several people ran up to the corpse very quickly. Yanren stopped and asked, didn't he mention Mo Youngwi? This guy should be more cheerful, right? Sometime later, in the Palace of Worldly Riches, Samin was lying in his room and reading a message that said that his master was Biran. He found the young master and rescued him from the Palace of Welcoming Joy in time. He would stay with him for a while and take advantage of the opportunity to introduce himself. The key to fishing is to be patient, and then you might be able to catch a bigger fish. In any case, he was currently at the Myung Minor Palace. He needed funds to buy the young leader's trust, so he had to send them to the Myung Minor Palace. With all due gratitude, the leader of the Biran Forbidden Squad, Samin, chuckled and asked, has this idiot already entered the inner circle? He laughed loudly and joyfully and said that he had done a great job, he had raised him properly. He would trust him and make a generous donation. At the same time, he and his squad were standing on their hands and they loudly said, a hastily made decision, 100 years of retribution. He wondered with a dissatisfied expression, how much longer should he do this? More accurately, why would he even do that? He looked at Hami, who was standing in the same position, and asked why she was here too. She remembered the past when Shival asked the junior palace master with an indignant look, how could she let this happen? Now the palace master, and they will have to suffer this humiliation? Taishik looked at her and asked if he could take this child away. Soso, with a calm expression, said that she had no use for her anymore, so they could kill her if they wanted. Jagak asked if he could find out why he needed her. He looked at him with a calm expression and said that a guy asked for her life. At the moment, Hami with a displeased expression said that she didn't know that it would be better to just kill her. Who gives their guests energy dispersion poison and then makes them train? Taishik walked up to them and asked, isn't it obvious? Maybe the young leader trusts them, but he doesn't. So as long as they are here, he will keep an eye on them. She asked with a worried voice. However, how could he treat a girl so rudely? He said with a serious expression that it seemed like she still didn't understand anything. They still had 50 more approaches to do. He walked away from them and said that she was a martial artist first and a woman second, so there would be no exceptions. They had to curb their body mass. After some time, evening came and he said that they were done for today. Tomorrow the meeting was at 5 in the morning and they were free for today. Biran sat down on the ground and said loudly that he never thought that warriors with the highest sphere of cultivation should do some third-rate exercises. Yultak sat down next to him and said that it was really hard, but when the training was over, he surprisingly didn't feel any loss of strength. He really felt stronger. He looked at his hands with a surprised expression on his face and thought that he was right. Being able to fight using the internal destruction technique is the foundation. When he uses it, it's hard for him to maintain the rhythm he needs, so there's a limit to his powers. Maybe that's the reason he can't break through that limit. His body isn't strong enough for the level he wants to reach. Is it possible that the leader of the Myung Supreme Overlord Squad is giving them this kind of training to help them achieve enlightenment? In this way, he became dependent on the Myung Minor Palace. At the same time, in the Myung library, So said her name and said that she didn't expect their meeting with the Dark Shadow to happen like this. Jaegul said his name and said that he didn't know that the Lady of the Palace of Welcoming Joy would join them today. She said that this place has always been like this. It's quite possible that yesterday's enemies will now be drinking tea together and laughing. Likewise, the Heavenly Sower remains in the Myung cult. He agreed, and they said that he was the one behind what happened at the Palace of Welcoming Joy. He's just helping the young leader. He wants to argue with her? The protagonist said with a slightly dissatisfied look that he was glad that they found a common language, but they needed to move on. They needed to resolve an important issue. After all, he had been at odds with the Palace of Welcoming Joy before. There were too many witnesses back then, so rumors might spread. However, they might spread other rumors. So said with a smile that perhaps a new rumor has already emerged about him. Jaegul said that in fact it was good if there were many rumors, the more the better. She said that she thought so too. Considering that both the Palace of Welcoming Joy and the Palace of Worldly Riches were keeping quiet, it would be hard for people to tell if it was true or not. MC looked at them and thought that his self-esteem was already at rock bottom, so they could do whatever they wanted. He recalled what happened earlier and thought that the one the Bloody Master had found was Yuwal, the girl who had used the charm technique without the So Palace Master's knowledge. Shual said that she was deeply saddened by Yuwal's death. Even though there were still many things that were suspicious, it would be better if he didn't poke his nose into it. She said that fortunately, the Palace of Murders hadn't found out anything yet. How could they not know that the young leader was here? Jagal asked if it was possible that it was because of that incident. She agreed and said that it was probably because of the request she had recently fulfilled. This caught Jagak's attention, and he asked what request she was talking about. She said that the Palace of Murders always had only one request: the assassination of high-ranking people. The Murim Alliance has been making various attempts lately during the extermination of the demon cult. That's why the Palace of Murders is doing everything it can to show off its strength through the Murim Alliance. He was surprised by this and thought, the extermination of the demon cult? Has that time already come? They call it the time of unity. Many are willing to sacrifice their lives for the sake of unity, but in reality, it's a political ploy to spur the people within the alliance to unite. That's why the faithful insects couldn't climb the heavenly mountain. They only went as far as the Xinjiang River, and then retreated after the Myung cult responded to their advances. If the extermination of the demon cult has already begun, then the Dragon Storm Squad he belonged to will be here before anyone else. He's not particularly worried about Mo Yonghui, Namgung Yena, Chungae, Tan Pyeongsan. Even if he's no longer there, they are. He said with a serious expression that he needed to find out what the Murim Alliance was doing. The Dragon Storm Troop would definitely be at the forefront. He gritted his teeth with a very serious expression and said that even if the Palace of Murders got involved, they wouldn't be able to defeat them that easily. He guaranteed that. He was surprised because So asked the young leader what he wanted to say by that. They all looked at him and waited for an answer for a few seconds. The protagonist suddenly stood up and asked loudly if they shouldn't use more forces. Wouldn't the Murim Alliance be able to be defeated that easily? She said that he didn't have to worry about that, since the master of the Palace of Murders himself would be joining the expedition. He was surprised by that, and thought that the master of the Palace of Murders was ranked 6th in the ranking of the highest Demon Realm masters. If he was there, the representatives of the Dragon Storm Troop would be few. She said that she had told him before, he was the type of person who would only do something as long as it brought him pleasure. MC was really nervous because of this crazy freak. He said that they will go to the Palace of Murders then. They must not know everything yet. Jaegul said that there will be a bit of noise in the small Myung Palace for a while. He looked at him and asked why he thinks so. Did someone send mercenaries to them again? He moved away from the table and said that not really. Since the Palace of Worldly Riches and the Palace of Welcoming Joy have their tails between their legs, it will be more difficult for them to operate now. Besides, they have lost interest in them. However, since it will be difficult for others to understand what happened, they will come here very soon. That's why he invited someone here, so if there will be noise during the construction, he asks for your understanding. Jagak thought about it, so he was saying that someone was going to the small Myung Palace. But is this construction really necessary? He asked. Then rumors might spread, right? Jigal said that he would not let that happen. Not a single ant in the small Myung Palace would escape his sight. So asked, could they move the Palace of Welcoming Joy to the Sunny Peak as well? How about that? The protagonist said that it was too early. There would be no benefit. It would only attract unnecessary attention. Instead, he would leave her the adjacent building so that she could come over at any time. He stood up abruptly and said that they couldn't give them time to prepare. They had to spread rumors so that it would be difficult to distinguish truth from lies, no matter what kind of rumors they were. As long as they could stir up the followers' interest, anything would do. At that time, he would get rid of the 7 palaces. At the same time, in the Myung cult, Earthen Peak, the Palace of Broken Swords, the Palace Master's eldest son, Dan Jiho, loudly asked his father, "Is he really going to send Yenhwa to this person?" Junghak asked, "What's all the noise so early in the morning?" He said loudly, "Of course he would make a noise. Does he seriously think his plan will work if he just sits back?" He thought he would at least change a little after training in the Great Demon Corridor. But what happened? He said with a calm expression that he should stop before he says something stupid. He didn't want to listen to him and loudly called him father, which made him really angry. He pulled one of his swords and caught it with his hand and said that he asked him to stop. Jiho loudly said that he can't back down and asks to cancel Yenhwa's wedding. He got even more angry because of this, and they both hit each other with their swords without taking them out of their sheaths. He asked with a displeased expression, "Is he still a child to him?" He is actually the leader of the extermination squad. Junglehak got even more angry because of this and loudly asked, "Does he dare to block his strike?" He loudly asked, "Doesn't he feel sorry for her? Has he really not heard anything about him?" Just a few days ago, he was having fun at the Palace of Welcoming Joy. He may be the young leader, but for his own good, the good of their palace, and for Yenhwa, he can't do this. He thought back to the past and thought that his father was crazy about swordsmanship, and since he wasn't talented enough, he trained day and night. When he looked at his sister, who inherited their father's talents, he thought that she had everything. However, what did she really want? She called her brother and asked if he was going to train today too? What she wanted was her family, her brother, and her father. At this time, he said loudly that he can't do this to her. He thought with a very displeased expression that he would never forgive him for this. Even if his father wasn't going to do anything, then he would. After that, he left and Junghak was left standing there. He looked at the sword in his hand and thought, did he overcome his lack of talent with hard work? He had almost reached the highest realm of cultivation. He expected nothing less from his son. He called the squad leader and asked, "Is he here, right? Is what his son said true?" After receiving a positive answer, he thought that he should bring him to the palace right away. The guy standing on the roof of the building said that he would carry out the order as the leader of the extermination squad. He ran down the street very quickly and thought that although he had tried to bring the young leader as per the master's order before, he was not in the palace. So he returned empty-handed. However, this time would be different. After all, there was a difference between simply bringing him and bringing him by force. MC walked to the window and thought that the Palace of Murders, Palace of Dancing Blood, and May Palace were different from the other palaces. They were created for war. He wondered to what extent he could do business with them at the moment. They were inferior to them in numbers. If they went to war with the Palace of Murders, they would definitely lose. Yanren and his assassins had to be kept away so that they would have at least some chance of winning. He heard that the elders were coming, but there was no news from them yet. Every now and then, he hears strange sounds coming from the underground. However, he can't figure out where exactly they are digging the underground tunnel. He heard someone loudly calling the young leader and saying that he should come out immediately. He looked out the window and saw Jiho standing at the gate with his squad and loudly said that they were the sword-fighting squad from the Palace of Broken Swords. He should open the gate because they came for him. Haran looked out from behind the slightly open gate and asked what was going on here. Hami came up to her and said that they were very noisy. What else can they do? They introduced themselves. They know who they are, so they just need to open the gate. She asked why they had to open the gate. She thought that the small Myung Palace was some kind of institution. She said that if they really tried to do something stupid, they would introduce them to her father, right? She doesn't see any problem here. Haran asked loudly with a displeased expression, "Do she think they are all little children here?" She said with a calm expression that someone who is weak is always considered a child. Yultak came up to them and asked what is going on here. She said that she doesn't know. Some idiots from the Palace of Broken Swords say that they have come for the young leader. Unexpectedly for them, he came to the gate and calmly opened it. He looked around and said that it seems like quite a lot of them have gathered here. Jiho said with a serious expression that they have come for the young master. He got angry because of this and loudly asked that idiot, "Is the cult leader some kind of friend to him? Doesn't he want to show respect when he addresses him?" He didn't react to it at all and asked, did he think he could scare him? Yultak asked with a displeased look, "Does he even know who he is? Does he seriously think that it is okay to treat him like this?" He said with a smirk that to him he is nobody, and he won't repeat it twice. The young master has an obligation to meet his sister, so they should let them through. He asked, "Isn't he that guy, the untalented heir of the Palace of Broken Swords?" Jiho said that he heard that he became a gatekeeper at the Myung small palace, but he felt that with a tongue like his, he wouldn't be able to live long. Yultak got angry because of this, said that it seems like he is here because of the ice flower. He shouldn't be an idiot and not interfere with the personal life of a man and a woman and just say what he needs. Why does he want to take the young leader? He clenched his teeth very hard in anger and said that he would ask him this. Is it true that the young master had been to the Palace of Welcoming Joy? He was confused about this, but Hami came up to him and said that he had indeed been there. However, why was he asking that? Did he also want to go there? Since he was the heir to the Palace of Broken Swords, she could entertain him. He became even more angry when he saw her and called her name. Yultak stood between them and said that he should listen to him. Everything was not as he might have thought. There was a misunderstanding. She was expelled from this palace. Jiho did not listen to him, very quickly drew his sword from its sheath, and with a strong blow cut the door next to them. He loudly called out to the young leader and said that he should come out immediately. They were very worried about what had happened, and he said that they should move away. They turned around when they heard Jagak ask what was going on here. Now the Palace of Broken Swords has sent out their assassins? Jiho looked at him with a very angry expression and called out loudly to the young leader. He asked loudly, how dare he do this to his sister? Does he seriously think he can get away with what he did? He was surprised by what he heard and wondered, did that idiot, who was the previous owner of this body, do something to her? He said loudly with an angry voice, he can't pretend not to understand anything. What he did was tantamount to declaring the Palace of Broken Swords his enemy. Yultak said loudly, his sister may be the young leader's fiancée, but the reason he did this was because he had something to feed his passion. The protagonist asked in a surprised voice, does he have a fiancée? Jiho asked loudly with a very angry expression, is he kidding me now? He didn't answer this and thought with a surprised look that he really did have a fiancée. However, in his past life he could never imagine such a thing. Even if this guy was the young leader, who would want to give their daughter to a freak like him? He asked loudly with a displeased expression, how dare he do this? He is not allowed to do everything. How could he forget that his sister is his fiancée? What is this going to the Palace of Welcoming Joy? Doesn't he think this is too much? Yultak with a worried expression told the young master that they don't even need to worry about him and he shouldn't listen to this rude guy. He turned to him and asked loudly, in his opinion, is the young leader some kind of idiot? He should call the old man, the bloody master, here and show him what he is capable of. MC covered his face with his hand, called the bloody master, and said that he asks him to deal with him. He agreed with him, grabbed Yultak's head, and dragged him back. He asked what her name was. He meant he wanted to know his fiancée's name. Jiho walked up to him and said with a surprised expression that her name was Yenhwa. He forgot his sister's name. He looked up, repeated her name, and said that he was going to the Palace of Broken Swords. At the same time, she was at the Palace of Broken Swords and called the nanny and asked where she had been. Does she even know how worried she was about her? She apologized and said that she should definitely tell her next time. She agreed and said that she would be leaving soon. This surprised the nanny very much, and she loudly asked where she was going if she had just returned. Does she want to completely ruin her relationship with her father? Yenhwa turned away with a displeased expression and said that he was the one trying to ruin her life, and it's not like they even had a relationship. She said that she shouldn't say such things. She already can't sleep because she's worried about her. She was a little surprised by this and asked, is it really because of her? She said with a calm expression that she was just worried about her. She was old enough, it was time for her to find a life partner. She said that if it was just that, then there was no need to worry. She had already found one. She had found her man. The nanny was surprised and asked with a happy look, did she finally see a man in the young master? She was indignant because of this and asked loudly, has she gone crazy? Of course she wasn't. Why would she marry someone who saw her as a servant? She could just break off the engagement. The nanny immediately tried to shut her up and said that she shouldn't say such terrible things, in case anyone found out. Yenhwa broke away and said loudly that she didn't care, let them know. She had heard about how much fun he had at the Palace of Welcoming Joy not long ago. Can't she do the same? She will also date a guy and marry another. She was surprised by what she heard and asked who she was talking about. She said that she should not be too surprised and listen. He wears a mask and a cloak and very often appears suddenly, as if from underground. In order to save Emperor Zhu Qizhen, who got into trouble and free the warriors of the Myung cult, he became a hero who defeated the Khan of the Northern Yuan, one of the 5 emperors of the borders. Then, like the wind, he evaporated. His name is the Black Sun. He managed to achieve what even the masters of the Palace of Dancing Blood and the Palace of Worldly Riches refused. The nanny said that she was talking about a person she had never even met. She asks her not to go anywhere and stay here. Besides, the young leader will be here soon. Yenhua was confused by this and asked why he was brought here. The nanny got angry because of this and loudly asked what her question meant. Of course he came to meet her. So she should forget about the Black Sun, okay? They heard the warning about the young master's arrival, and she said with a smile that it seemed like he had arrived just in time. Jagak entered the building, and the servant said that he could stay there. He didn't even have to think about going inside. He had to wait for the palace master to come to him himself. He sat at the table with a calm expression and thought. Even though he knew a lot about this palace, what was the point of all this? Yenhua was named his consort, but he didn't know anything about her, right? He got angry and thought, however, why didn't Yultak tell him anything about her? He would have to deal with this guy. He looked out the window and noticed Yenhua, who was trying to cover her face with a kerchief and nervously looking around. Their eyes met, and she immediately started to walk away in the other direction. He caught up with her very quickly and put his hand on her shoulder, causing her to start screaming loudly in fear. She turned to him and said loudly that he should let her go immediately. The protagonist asked how much longer she would act like this. He came all the way to the Palace of Broken Swords. He didn't get to finish his sentence because she asked loudly what he just said. Why on earth did he even have to come here? Last time he spoke as if he didn't want to see her. He felt confused by this and said that it wasn't her at all. Why does she always get mad at him whenever they meet? Does she hate him that much? Yenhua said loudly with a displeased expression that she hated him with every fiber of her being, so he should leave her alone. He removed his hand and said that, overall, he didn't really like himself either. She walked away from him and asked what the hell he was even saying. He said that he didn't hate her though. She was embarrassed by this, turned around and asked what he meant. He said that she had studied martial arts, so there was no need to worry too much. However, she simply shouldn't go anywhere without a reason, and it would be better to stay in the small Myung palace. She asked loudly, what was he saying? Why would she even go anywhere? He asked with a calm expression, maybe because that's where she belonged. She walked away and asked in a dissatisfied voice, what did he even mean just now? She had been thinking about his words all this time and thought that she had heard that he had learned the art of lovemaking. He definitely had a charm effect. She would just go to the village of tear streams. Someone said that they saw a black sun there. She would be able to meet him there. That's all she had to do. The MC returned to the room after this conversation, looked at the weapons hanging on the wall, and thought that he understood that the situation was not going well for him. However, isn't meeting in the training area a bit too much? Junghak entered the room and told the young leader that they hadn't seen each other in a long time. He heard that he had finished his training and asked to meet him to talk. He looked at him and thought that this was not how he imagined meeting the sword demon. Now that he met him in person, he understood why he was given such a nickname. He walked closer to him and used his ability to take out one of the many swords, which he stabbed into the floor between them. He asked with a slightly confused look, what was the meaning of all this? He said that he just wanted to see how strong he was. Jagak called him the palace master and asked if he didn't want to talk. Junghak asked, instead of wasting time talking, wouldn't it be better to exchange blows? He said with a calm expression that he was very sorry that he did not pay due attention to his betrothed, but he did not think so. He did not have time to finish because he raised his sword and said that he would be able to judge whether he was telling the truth or not, only after the battle. He looked at him with a serious expression and thought, does he want to say that they still have to cross swords? He still raised the sword, stuck in the ground, and his opponent got into a fighting stance. He looked at him and thought that it felt like he was confronting a mountain. He looked at the blow he began to deliver and thought that this mountain was powerful and indestructible. This man is a true master of blue-blooded martial arts. He took this fight seriously and immediately struck back. Because of this, both of their sword blades broke, stood opposite each other, and looked at each other. Junghak was very surprised by what happened and thought, is his sword skill level the same as his? He pointed his broken sword at him and said that he will not marry his daughter. He remembered that he had said the same thing before and thought that it turns out that he had not changed his mind. He said that unfortunately it is not up to him to decide. The main character asked, then, what does he expect from him? He should let him meet his betrothed since he wanted to give her his sincere apologies. He said with a serious expression that first of all, it is up to them to decide what to do with this engagement. Such decisions are not made so easily. Or does he want to make the sword squad his enemy? He said that he must have heard a lot about him. However, it seems that he did not have the chance to find out where he was until recently. Junghak began to leave and said that he should stay here and spend some time with the Battle Sword Squad. He will give him an answer in a few days. MC looked at his broken sword and thought that he managed to stop the splitting destructive strike. He is confident that he would have been able to block it even if he hit with all his strength. I wonder how things would have turned out if he had used the strike of the Supreme Emperor cultivation technique. Jiho entered the room and said with a serious expression that he was asking him to follow him. He came to a place where many people were training with wooden swords and they surrounded him, and he wondered why they were looking at him like that. He said that the young leader would be part of the extermination squad for a while. The others were very surprised by this and asked loudly, "What is the meaning of this?" He ordered them to be quiet and said that this was the order of the palace master. They will live together for a while. Jagak asked with a calm expression, "Should they at least say hello?" Jiho looked at him with a small smile and said that the extermination squad was full of unrestrained people. They have explosive personalities and don't hold conversations with spoiled idiots. He started to leave and said that he should follow him. He chuckled at this and said that the Dragon Storm troop also acted like this at first. At the same time, in the Myung Small Palace, Taeshik said that he was wondering when the Myung Small Pavilion was built. Does his clan remember this too? It seems like he can survive anywhere. The young leader went to the Palace of Broken Swords alone. Jaegol laughed and said that events were unfolding faster than he expected, but it was still below his expectations. Soso said that it was all because rumors spread too quickly. Even the sword demon couldn't just stand by and watch. He asked, so the two of them knew about this? She agreed and asked, did he really let the young leader leave alone? This was very unexpected. He said with a calm expression that the young leader was stronger than anyone else. If he was the master of the Palace of Broken Swords that he remembered, he would not treat the young leader badly, but would instead follow him. Jaegol said that the sword demon Junghak was completely unprepared to fight others. Besides, the young leader and his daughter would be getting married very soon, so there was no need to worry too much. The main problem was the Palace of Murders. They needed to take care of it until they found out that they had teamed up. She said that if he did make the first move, the conflict would escalate. He said that their chances of winning in an open confrontation were slim. She asked with a smile, however, what if Yanran did make himself known? He said that he didn't just come out of the shadows that easily. Was she thinking about giving him a commission? She said that if they did, Myung's summer cat house would go hungry for half a year, since they would have to pay him a lot. He asked if she had any other reasonable ideas. She closed her fan and said that the Palace of Dancing Blood was calling everyone to a meeting of the palaces. Now that the Oirats, the fetters that restrained the Palace of Worldly Riches, had disappeared, the master of the Palace of Dancing Blood would not sit quietly. However, perhaps drawing a line under the Palace of Dancing Blood is what the master of the Palace of Worldly Riches desired most. He was probably desperate that the leader of the Forbidden Squad was being held here. Taeshik, with a calm expression, said that he was not holding him back. He had decided to stay. Soso said that first they needed to weave new paths to bind the impatient master of the Palace of Worldly Riches. The bloody master would have to go to the Palace of Worldly Riches with Byron. At the same time, the extermination squad came to the dining room and sat down at their tables. The cook slammed a ladle on the pot and said that they had run out of side dishes. He should come later or just eat the beef jerky. The protagonist said with a calm expression that there was still a lot left. Doesn't he think he was going too far with the food? He got really angry about it and broke the ladle and asked loudly how such a logical person could be so tactless. He felt very confused about it and thought that the beef jerky was cooked well, and he liked it. The party members laughed at it and asked if he had any pride left. If he didn't like the food, he could just run away to the Palace of Welcoming Joy and have fun there. Why was he making a fuss over such a trifle? He sat down at the table with a calm expression and thought that he just needed to hold out. It wasn't easy for him to stand up to these guys, but he learned their rank. This big guy is Dan Yuckman's 4th rank. Next to him is a freak with long arms. It's Dan Bong, the 3rd in rank. 2 guys with dissatisfied faces walked past him, looked at him and asked until when should they stay with him. This idiot won't be able to find out anything about them, even if he sits here. He's too lazy to even kick him. They better leave him alone. Let him see for himself what this world is like. MC thought that these guys were the 1st and 2nd in rank, Dan Shigen and Dan Taeyong. Apart from Dan Jiho, they are the most influential people in the extermination squad. How high do they think of themselves that they can say such things? It's better not to mess with them. Shigen walked out of the dining room and with a dissatisfied look, loudly called out to Dan Yarong. A young guy who was carrying many wooden swords immediately ran towards him. As soon as he approached, he kicked him, causing all the swords to fall to the ground. He asked loudly, "Does he really have to call him every time?" He ordered him to finish everything a long time ago. He sat on the ground and asked for forgiveness with a worried look. Shigan looked at him with a displeased look and said that he should do everything right. Or was he going to be the only member of the extermination squad to disgrace them? He knelt down and said that was not the case. He turned away and said that he should remember that they would not treat anyone special, regardless of status or age. Jagak looked at this and thought that he should not have done this. No matter if he was in the cult or the Murim Alliance, it was the same everywhere. After that, Yarang went to the well and took a deep breath with a slightly tired look. He walked up to him and asked if he needed help. He turned around abruptly and said with a surprised expression that it was okay. He could handle it. He was scared when he saw him, took a step back and fell to the ground. He extended his hand to him and told him that he should get up. He stood up on his own, dusted himself off, and said that he was fine. He walked over to the swords lying on the ground, and the protagonist said that he was asking to be allowed to help him. He picked up one wooden sword, but Yarang immediately grabbed it and said that he should leave it. He asked what would happen if he didn't make it in time. He wouldn't get away with it that easily. He said that, however, it was his job, and he had to do it. He gave him the wooden sword and told him to do as he pleased. He stood there and said that from what he had seen, he was too respectable. He handled wooden swords so carefully, they weren't even real weapons. He said that it was all because his older brothers used them. He said that if he could, he should ask for new ones. These swords were so old that there was no point in cleaning and painting them. Yarang turned around with a displeased look and asked how long he would be standing there. He started to leave after that, and he continued doing his thing and said that they would see each other again. He called his name and said that he didn't seem to like him either. He, without turning to him, said that he had done a lot of harm to the believers and taken a lot from them. He was also engaged to their mistress, but he dared to go to the cat house. MC chuckled and asked, was he telling him this without fear? Hadn't he thought that these words could cost him his life? Yarang, with a calm expression on his face, said that he had been taught that the extermination squad does not grovel before those in power, even if the answer is death. He smiled and said that he had indeed learned his lesson well. He looked at him with a surprised expression on his face and asked, "Is that all he will do?" He asked, would he be happier if he hit him? Yarang said, "That of course it is not so. He is just not at all like people say about him." He started to walk away from him and said that he wasn't so sure about that. He thought with a small smile that he liked what he was taught. At the same time, in the Palace of Murders, located on a wooden peak, where several people were tied to the ceiling, Yanren asked Mo Yonghui if he could tell him when the others would come. He said that he would definitely pay for his sins. Even if he couldn't, one of the faithful would definitely do it. Even if they couldn't, there would be someone else who would kill them all. He promised him that. He looked at him with a smile and asked, did he finally decide to start talking? He had been silent for a long time. He had almost killed everyone already. Yonghui said that he never thought that the master of the demon cult palace would be a child. His life is so pitiful and worthless. Yanren took out his dagger and asked with a wide smile, make his life as pitiful and worthless as well? He left a cut on him, which made him feel very painful. A man came to him and told the master that he had a letter from the master of the Palace of Dancing Blood. He turned around, called number 3, and cut off his hand with one blow. He asked with a very angry look, is a letter from the Palace of Dancing Blood really worth distracting him? Get out of here. He immediately left the building, and he picked up a letter that had bloodstains on it. He read it and said with a smile that it was so funny. So Yulchan won against Semencheon. He said with a big smile that he must leave him. He must not die until he comes back. Yonghui was left hanging in this hall and asked Jagak for forgiveness. At the same time, in the Palace of Broken Swords, Junghak, with a very displeased expression on his face, asked loudly, where did Yonghui go anyway? The squad leader asked. Should he go look for her? He said that he can forget about it. Maybe it's even for the best. For now, we need to focus on the young leader. By the way, how is he doing? He said that it was difficult for him to answer this question. He remained silent and endured all the insults. Some openly pointed at him and said nasty things. He asked, is it all because he lost his memory, or is he just hiding his true identity? He asked, does he think the young master is capable of such a thing? Junghak called out to him and began to attack with the same blow that he used earlier on the protagonist. The squad leader was shocked by this, looked at it in horror, and closed his eyes, expecting his death. However, he managed to stop his blow, and the squad leader asked with a worried voice, "What is he doing?" He looked at him and asked how he thought he managed to block the blow that he just couldn't block. He sheathed his sword and said that he should ask the extermination squad to visit the Peak of Beauty. He was surprised by this and asked, "Then what about the young leader?" Junghak said that of course he should take him along. He thought that if the young leader ascended to the Peak of Beauty, he would be able to recover his memories, just like the first time he came to this place. After a while, they all walked in a row, and Yarang said, "There are 3 units representing the Sword Squad. The first is the Bloodfire unit. It consists of elite warriors who act on behalf of the squad leader or palace master. Next is the 100 Warrior unit, which is where the majority of them belong. Last is the Extermination unit, which is the vanguard. They destroy enemy squads, track down, and finish off their opponents." The protagonist thought, "Are they like the Dragonstorm squad?" He asked. The average age of the warriors of the Extermination unit seems to be younger than the others. Why is that? He said with a slightly sad expression that the Extermination unit consists of those who do not have a family. They are all orphans who came to the unit and took the last name Dan. That's why the lady who treats them like family is so important to all of them. He thought with a calm expression that he seemed to understand now. No wonder everyone hated him so much. He looked at him and asked, however, now that he knows the whole story, should he stop talking to him? Shigen turned to them, laughed, and said that from what he saw, these 2 outcasts were getting along quite well. He should remember to give his lordship a nice tour of their old neighborhood. Yarang, looking worried, loudly agreed to this. MC looked at him and asked, "Did he once live here?" He said that this was the part of his past that he didn't remember. He said that it seemed like each of them had a past that was somehow related to the Myung cult. Jiho loudly said that they should stop and pay their respects. Jagok noticed the sword stuck in the ground and asked, "Are these graves?" He asked with a calm expression. How did he guess? Those people died, victims of the fog and smog of Peak Beauty. He asked, "Is that why they treat Yarang like this?" Because this child grew up in Peak Beauty, which took the lives of their family members. He said that they just needed someone to hate. He said that, however, it was wrong to do so. Jiho, with a displeased expression, said that he and the others knew about it. That's why they don't throw him out even though they treat him badly. He asked, "Don't they think too highly of themselves?" He became even more angry because of this, and asked loudly, who is he to tell him such things? He shouldn't forget what he did to his sister. The protagonist said with a calm expression that just because he had committed an unforgivable act against his sister, it did not mean that he should not notice the injustices that were happening before his eyes. He said that he had heard that he had isolated himself from the higher demons in the corridor. Was he repenting his sins there? He said that any person was capable of starting over. He hoped that he could look at it from that side. Jiho said that their further journey would not be easy. He would not tell the palace master about this, so he should stay here and wait for them to return. He said that he did not like to be left in the dark. After a while, he stopped with the others in front of the cave and said that they would spend the night here tonight. Shigan climbed out of the hole he had climbed into, called out to the leader of the squad, and said that it seemed that all the badgers had been exterminated. The others said that it looked like they would have to starve for 2 days. MC thought with a calm expression, the purpose of this training is to abstain from water and food. It seems that badgers are the only source of food here. Shigen asked what they should do now. Jiho said that they have no other choice. They will have to overcome their hunger and go to sleep. Jagok approached him and asked, "Is that all? Didn't he say that there will be dangers? Is he going to train on an empty stomach?" He said with a calm expression that they can use their spirit and inner energy to endure this. Did he come here without even a little bit of determination? He started to leave, and the squad members asked what he intended to do. Didn't he hear the leader's order to go to sleep? This is interesting, so we should leave him alone. It seems that he considers himself too noble to starve. He went down into the pit, and after a few minutes said that he found them. They were surprised by this and asked, "This can't be right, right?" Shigun went to the edge and with a displeased expression on his face said loudly that there was nothing there. He was very scared when the protagonist showed him the snake he found there. He fell back out of surprise and asked loudly, what was he doing? He said with a confused look that he just found food. They looked at him with a frightened look and he said that first he should remove it, and then they would talk. More precisely, it would be better to kill it. He said with a slightly crazy smile that if they wanted to eat, they should go down and get some snakes for themselves too. There were quite a lot of them there. They looked at him with a worried look and said that this can't be. Shigen said that he was sure that he had thrown stones at them. The MC said with a calm expression that at least he cleared everything out. They need to eat something, right? Jiho called the young leader and said that if that viper bites him, all of his internal organs will evaporate within 7 minutes. His body will be filled with poisonous energy, and he will die. He said that he doesn't care, they have to give him a rope. He tied the rope near the snake's head and said that the viper's venom is produced from the poison glands and released through the fangs. If you tie up the viper's head, it will lose all of its venom and become quite nutritious food. He tightened the rope, causing all of the venom to pour out of the fangs, and he said that however, the smell is certainly not the most pleasant. A scared Shigan looked at him and asked, "Does he want them to eat it?" Jagok with a calm expression bit off a part of the snake and asked, "Are they scared?" They said that of course it wasn't like that. He should go and get the snakes. He wasn't that hungry, he could wait. He said loudly with a dissatisfied look that he should shut up and catch them all. After all, it was their special food. They all went down into the pit together and started catching these snakes. He looked at them with a smile, wished them a pleasant appetite, and said that special food was good. The next day, Jiho said that now they would climb the mountain. If it was too hard for the young leader, he could just unhook his arms and legs and not hold on. It would probably be even more useful. He did it right away and said that then he would do so. He got a little angry about this and said that if he had known that he was so obedient, he might not have tried to bring him to the Palace of Broken Swords. He walked up the mountain with a calm expression and asked if he would try to deal with it himself or something. He agreed and said that he didn't know what the Palace Master thought, but he would never accept him. He thanked him and said that this was exactly what he expected from him. He started shaking with anger and asked what he just said. The protagonist said that he meant that he wasn't particularly happy about this engagement either. He had already told the Palace Master this and asked him for some time, that's why he was here. Jiho turned away and asked what was the reason. He said with a calm expression that she wasn't suitable for him. He asked loudly with a displeased look, "Is he kidding me now? He has nothing but the title of young leader. How dare he despise her?" He said that he knew this, that's why she wasn't suitable for him. They looked at each other silently for a few seconds, after which he crawled further up and said that it was not up to him to decide. He knew this, right? He continued to follow him and said that he could do whatever he wanted then. Closed his eyes and thought that it looked like he had to apologize to 2 fiancées now. Yena, he should apologize to her first. And since he was not Ma Chunso, he couldn't marry Yenhua. He needed to give her a sincere apology. Maybe he was destined to be alone forever? His face suddenly became more serious and he looked to the side. He noticed a gust of wind and asked if there was a cavity there. Jiho looked in the same direction and asked how he knew. MC realized that he was right and said that they should continue. The squad leader didn't understand him and he repeated what he said earlier in a worried voice. A very strong wind blew towards them and he said in a surprised voice that, however, it was too early for the winds from the hills. He said loudly that they didn't have time to discuss this. Jagok noticed that the squad members were starting to fall because of the wind and asked loudly if he could withstand it. Jiho held onto the ledge with all his might with a serious expression. He looked down and thought that he was sure it would be able to hold up if the weight was removed. The only problem was that no matter how strong the rope was, it would still snap under the strain. There was only one way out. He took out his sword and held it against the rope, which Yarong noticed and asked the young leader loudly with a scared look. What was he doing? Was he really going to abandon them all? The protagonist looked at him with a sly smile, which scared him even more. He cut the rope, and all the party members who were behind him started falling down, and he loudly called him a terrible person. The fighters fell quickly and screamed loudly. Yarong turned around and screamed, "Guys, did they all pass out?" He pursed his lips in fear and thought, it would be better if he passed out too, but he does not want to die like this. Suddenly they were hanging in the air and began to rise up. The warrior thought, "Is he being pulled up?" he asked. Sparks, a bright glow illuminated everything around, and at the top hovered Chunso, who was pulling the rope. He smiled and said that the terrible person has returned. At that moment, somewhere in the middle of the cliff of Beauty Peak, a loud scream was heard and the warrior looked down, saying that it was coming from below. He thought, the squad leader is there. Shigan pushed Taeyong and screamed, and what is he still doing here? Idiot, they have to go down and save them, Taeyong thought. The local winds come in intervals. They caught up with them earlier than they thought. Once they start blowing, it will take about an hour before they calm down. The fog is also spreading quickly. It won't be long before it gets thicker. Taeyong looked down at the other fighters and thought, if they thoughtlessly rush into the fog, they only had one way out now. He ordered everyone to listen to the command. They would have to wait it out. Shigan asked irritably, is he serious now? Taeyong replied that they had no choice. The squad leader would have to survive on his own now. Shigun pressed his forehead against him irritably and asked, "Idiot, what did he just say? Survive on his own? Maybe he could do it if he was alone. But now he has 5 other squad members with him, and that irrepressible young leader too. If they are swallowed up by the fog, they are all corpses. He wants them to leave them to die? Idiot, is he making fun of him? Then he will go alone." Shigun cut the rope and flew down, along with the rest of the team. Taeyong gritted his teeth in irritation and said, "Battle Sword Squad, Extermination Unit. They have a new mission. The goal is to ensure the survival of all squad members, including those who are missing." He cut the rope and ordered to find everyone, search every corner. The guys answered, "Yes, Commander." At this moment, MC was moving along the cliff, and the assistant asked, "Young leader, can he see anything?" Chunso answered that he couldn't really. Maybe his eyes are no good either? He can't see anything. Yarong asked, "Is he still offended? He already apologized." MC thought that in this state they should be able to reach the top. The guy asked, "What should they do? They say that once you get into the haze of the beauty peak you won't get out alive." MC answered, "Yes, I think that's how it was intended." He turned around and said, "But he's pretty good at climbing rocks, right? Why does he even tie himself up with a rope?" Yarong stood quietly next to him, crossing his arms over his chest. He ruffled his hair and replied, "Well, he didn't think he should show it to others." Chunso looked at him carefully and thought, he was bullied by others just because he lived at the peak of beauty. Is he really acting like this so as not to scare people with his abilities? Yarang asked. But the young leader, why does he hide his powers? If he shows everyone what he can do, no one will dare to look at him askance. He just asked not to tell him that he likes to hide his powers. Does he get a thrill out of seeing others' weaknesses? Chunso yelled in irritation. Does he think he's some kind of pervert? He hit Yarong on the head and said that mastering the art doesn't solve all problems. Of course, he can make people obey him. But it won't be because they are on his side or because they trust him. Yarong grabbed his head and said with tears in his eyes, "He doesn't understand. Isn't strength all he needs? After all, only strength makes others trust him, no?" MC activated his mana and said, "Someone told him himself that he doesn't grovel before those in power." Yarong said, "But this. MC directed the energy flow to the side and said, "Guangmyung cult is a place that strives to create a world without divisions. But they still have room to grow. There is a difference between following and protecting." At this moment, Taeyong said in annoyance, "Shigun, this idiot. How could he just jump down like that? The one who wants to follow must submit to the one in power, and the one who seeks to protect others must oppose those in power." Shigun advanced while holding on to the mountain and said, "The horror, the leader of the squad, please let him live." Jiho also continued to advance and said, "Yarong, the young leader, he hopes that they are all alive, and use their lives to save the lives of others." MC waved his hand and activated mana, thought that this was the basis of the lawful, and proof of his existence. He sent a huge energy flow to the side, which illuminated everything around. Jiho asked in surprise, "What kind of horror?" Shigun looked out and asked a question, "What kind of nightmare is happening?" Taeyong frowned and said, "Did the fog clear?" Chunso said that this is the supreme goal. After using mana, everything around was illuminated by the sun's rays and took on its true form. Yarong said in surprise, "This place." MC interrupted him and added where someone once lived. He ordered him to wait here, and Yarong asked where he was going. Chunso thought it was strange from the beginning, a haze that he could not recognize even using the highest demon art. An unpleasant density of air that was approaching them, and a familiar feeling that he felt as soon as the fog swallowed them. It definitely smelled and felt like a charming technique. Is it possible to set a top-tier trap in such a wide area? MC opened the door and entered the dilapidated building, saying that the valley was completely abandoned. Suddenly, he turned around and looked at the wall in surprise, where uninterrupted constancy was written. He thought, this handwriting, he knew it. The words he saw in the corridor of the higher demons. This is Ma Chunso's handwriting. At this moment, Yarong dragged all the fighters up the mountain and asked, "Brothers, were they definitely knocked out badly?" He was sure that even in his dreams he could not imagine what kind of person the young leader turned out to be. Will they be able to go back? He sat down on the ground and asked, "They don't think that they are all dead, right?" Squad leader. At this moment a scream was heard. "Yarang, Yarang!" He got up and saw a huge hand which made him scared and screamed loudly. "Squad leader." Jiho climbed up and said, "He's alive!" Yarang grabbed his hand and said, "Squad leader, he survived too." Jiho sighed and replied that he was genuinely glad to see him alive. Yarang said that they were all alive thanks to the young leader. Jiho frowned and asked again, "Young leader? Did he die after saving them?" Yarang thought, "Oh." He pointed his finger towards the house and shouted, "No, he's alive!" He went to that house. Jiho spoke up, but he said that he saved them. Did he really cut the rope to save them all? Yarang smiled and thought, even if he told him the truth, he still wouldn't believe him, right? He asked, but Commander, how did he manage to get here? Jiho replied that after he noticed that he was missing, he immediately followed them. He's just glad that they all got out alive. But this place. Yarang asked, Commander, he didn't know about this either? He thought that this secret dwelling was built by the commander of the battle sword squad. Jiho clenched his jaw and replied that he had been to the Peak of Beauty countless times, but he had never heard or seen anything like this. What a horror. Although there is no need to worry. He folded his arms and said, because the squad members should already be heading to the Palace of Broken Swords. Yarang asked, Are you sure? They can get out of here too, right? Jiho happily replied, Of course, only fools would want to stay here. They just need to get there before the Palace Master arrives. Suddenly a shout was heard. The squad leader. Shigen climbed the mountain and asked, What are they doing here? Yarang, he also survived, he should have just died. Apparently his life will really be long. Yarang cried out, Elder brother Shigen. Jiho frowned and asked him to wait. Where did he come from? The guys climbed the mountain and shouted that they were here too. Yarang shouted, Danbong, Dan Yukman, even them. Jiho froze in confusion and said, Wait, it can't be. He thought it was impossible. He was sure it was because those yours were honest to the point of being outrageous. He was sure they were just acting impulsively. The shout rang out again. Squad leader. The fighters climbed the mountain and started asking, Are they alive? What is this place? They were worried about where they went, and they're building a house here? Dan Taeyong smiled and said, He sees that Jiho is okay. Jiho frowned and shouted, Dan Taeyong, even him, the extermination squad is assembled. He frowned and shouted, They are all such idiots. The training at Peak Beauty will resume after the route is changed. At this moment, MC stood inside the hut and thought that no matter how much he thought about it, something about those words was bothering him. It didn't seem like Ma Chunso, the black sheep of the flock, had a philosophical view of the world. Ma Chunso, what kind of person was he? Was it possible that? Chunso began to throw the sheets of paper in different directions and thought that he had to get rid of these incomprehensible words. He's sure there are other traces here besides the words on the wall. He found a paper and clenched his jaw thinking, This is it. On the paper was written, Palace of Murders. MC went outside and heard a scream. Young leader. He thought, why are there so many of them here? Chunso asked a question. What happened here? Yarang said that they came to save them. MC asked again, to save them? Yarang screamed, yes. He put his hand to his lips and whispered, Young leader. He didn't tell them about him and his abilities. Chunso looked around and thought, they're not that bad, huh? He thinks that the constant consistency here will be that both the demon cult and the true believers stand up for each other. That's right, let them all laugh heartily. They deserve it. Jiho came up to him and asked why he did this. Chunso asked again, what exactly? Jiho asked why he came here without a plan. How did he manage to save the squad members? MC winked and replied that his responsibility as a young leader meant anything to him. Jiho screamed loudly. He was begging him. He treated his sister like trash. He thought he had a point. Chunso frowned and replied, okay. He was going to abandon them, but he got tangled in the ropes and had to drag them along. Is this okay? Jiho screamed in displeasure. He knew it. MC looked at the commanders' faces and thought, these idiots. Why are they so happy? Dan Yukman smiled and said, regardless of whether it was an accident or not, it must have been tough. Dan Bong spoke up. Now he looked at him with a new look. He didn't think MC was that brave. Dan Taeyong folded his arms and said that although he was grateful for what he had done, he shouldn't expect them to trust him. Shigen cried out that they wanted to tell him not to get too cocky about it. Chunso smiled and thought that he thought they had gotten a little closer. After a while, when it was already dark, the warriors lay down to sleep on the floor of the hut. Yarang sat on the edge of the cliff and said, this is so strange. This fog seems familiar to him. Shigen came up to him and asked why he wasn't sleeping. Yarang cried out in surprise, Shigen's senior comrade. What's wrong? Why isn't he sleeping? Shigen sat down on the ground and told him to sit up too. He replied that it would be even stranger if he could sleep in this situation. Who knows, maybe they were destined to die of hunger here. He frowned and thought that he shouldn't have come out here. It was getting so hard to breathe. He said, what's the situation? They say, like father and son. He didn't think he'd die like his father. Yarang lowered his head and paused for a moment, then said, his father. He heard that he died at the Peak of Beauty. He knows why the squad treats him like an outsider. Every member of the extermination squad had someone die at the Peak of Beauty, but he managed to survive here. Not only does he not belong to the Palace of Broken Swords, but he also came from foreign lands. Of course, they won't be able to befriend him. Shigan looked at the thoughtful and sad Yarang and then asked, what's wrong with him? Does he feel guilty? He grabbed his head and said, what nonsense. as if he could do anything about it. He's just the youngest among them, the one who can't stand up for himself. So he should get rid of these arrogant thoughts about himself. Yarang said, will they be able to get out of here alive? Shigen asked, how? Yarang thought about it. They had a young leader with them. He would think he was crazy if he said that, right? Shigen said, he sees these people lying there without a single thought in their heads. Even they know that they might die here one day, just like their predecessors. Everyone knows, they just don't show it. Yarang asked, who are they not showing it to? Shigen asked, who else? He's the only one here like a child. Yarang asked, why are they doing this? Shigen frowned and replied, because they are ashamed, because they are the sword masters of the extermination squad. How can they, the older comrades, shake in fear? Stop acting like an adult. Yarang should go and be afraid in a corner somewhere. Whether they get out of here or not is none of his business. Shigen waved his hand and turned around and started to leave. He said not to follow him and not to spoil the atmosphere. And don't sit here any longer, it's time to go to bed. Yarang thought, it's really hard for him to understand him. He asked if he should go scouting? Even though there might be nothing here, it's the younger brothers' job to protect their elders. He walked around the hut and looked around thoughtfully. He saw a dark silhouette with glowing eyes and wondered what it was. He narrowed his eyes and saw a pumped-up body, which made him turn around and get scared. What kind of horror was that? Should he wake up his older brothers? No, it's okay. He can handle it himself. He's part of the extermination squad too. Yarang started waving his arms and screaming loudly, then narrowed his eyes and asked if it seemed to him. A silhouette appeared in front of him, spreading its arms out to the sides, which made Yarang scream loudly, spreading its scream across the entire hill. After a while, he was kneeling in the hut, and with tears in his eyes, saying that he was telling the truth. He really saw it. MC was sitting on a chair and asking, he's saying that someone jumped out of the fog at him? Yarang pulled the fabric of his kimono and shouted, yes, he saw it with his own eyes. He asked to see. His clothes were torn. The skin looked red, as if it was not skin at all, and his nails were so long, like protruding bones. Jiho asked if this could be a white hand demon art. Chunso spoke, but he said the skin was red. White demons have white skin, also known as white hand JD. The warrior asked a question, what about the blood art? MC said, only their energy is red, not their body. Based on the claws, it looks more like a 9-yin white bone claw. Since they can't get out of here anyway, it's better if they check it themselves. Jiho waved his hand and said, Taeyong, Shigan, Yokman and Bong, they are coming with him. The rest will stay here. Shigan said displeasedly, squad leader, yes, he might have imagined it out of fear. Jiho replied that they would still try to explore the area. What's the point of just sitting and waiting? He raised his head and read the words, continuous constancy, and asked, isn't he the only one who finds this strange? These words are somehow ominous. He has never seen such terrible handwriting. Doesn't this seem scary to all of them? He is sure that this is the work of a person who committed a mortal sin in a cult, so he had to hide and live here. Chunso said thoughtfully, if you think of it as abstract art, it is not so scary. The spaces between the words are quite meaningful. Jiho pointed his finger at the wall and shouted, young master, what does he even know? He is wrong. They say that you can tell a person by their handwriting. This literally screams of a dirty, disgusting and terrible pervert. MC said, screw him. Jiho asked again, puzzled, what? Chunso replied, nothing. A shout was heard, squad leader, can he come with him? Jiho looked down and said, Dan Yarang. He yelled back that he was listening. Jiho said, he ran away out of fear before he could get a good look at the enemy. And that's not all. He had the nerve to talk nonsense about what he saw. Yarang asked regretfully for a chance to make amends. Jiho asked, isn't he ashamed of himself? He should just stay here and not interfere. Yarang looked at MC like a little kitten. Chunso thought, he knows what he wants, but... He looked down and said, no, he already knows what he wants to say. Something like, he's asking to be taken along, or they can't do this to him, right? Yarang said that he was asking. MC interrupted him and said, no matter how much he asked, nothing would change. He was telling him that he had to be responsible for his actions. But what else could he do in a situation like this? If he feels unfair, then he should remember today and become stronger. He should prove it to others. Chunso came out of the hut and said, go ahead. The soldiers followed him. He must see with his own eyes if Ma Chunso was hiding in this place. Suddenly, a shout was heard. Get him! The soldiers grabbed MC by the arms and he asked what they were doing. Shigen turned around and asked, does he think they were going to a picnic? Not everyone can follow them. Yokman replied, he is a real man, but he won't survive there. Bong shouted happily, and Jiho turned around and said that he doesn't know how he managed to save the squad members. He won't be lucky twice. He asks to know his place. MC asked puzzledly, did they leave him out of the picture? Why did they do this? The soldiers looked at him in surprise and asked, why? He's just a weakling. They ordered him to sit in the corner with Yarong and wait for them to return. And don't even think about doing something weird. Chunso put his head down and Yarong asked, "Is he okay?" MC replied, "Of course he is fine. He is fine. Even if he is ready to kill everyone here out of shame." Yarong turned to him, the young leader. MC sat down on the ground and asked, "What?" Yarong asked a question. If he belongs to some group, then he should follow their rules, right? Chunso asked again, "Is he teasing now?" Yarong replied, "No, not at all. Miu's just so ashamed. And he feels like he's going crazy. He wants to do something he shouldn't. What should he do?" MC looked at him carefully, and then remembered the conversation. The master asked, "Does he think he can get away with it just because he's the Union leader's son? It's the Taiking cult leader's 70th birthday celebration. The Union elders will be attending." The master yelled, "And he wants to ruin everything?" MC slammed his hand on the table and screamed. Didn't he see what the message said? This weirdo grandpa was desperately asking them to save the boy. They're going to sacrifice a 16-year-old's life today. The master replied, "He saw everything, but it's not time yet." MC ran out of the hut and rushed forward, and the master yelled in annoyance, "He, a crazy idiot, let him stop right now." Chunso ran forward and said that if he wanted to stop him, then let him try to catch up. They are all corpses. MC was currently thinking that things had gotten really bad a couple of times when he tried to put the Taiking clan leader in the storm prison. Come to think of it, he was really bad at following orders even before he became the leader of the Dragon Storm Squad. Maybe Yarong wants to know the reason why his seniors hate him so much. He wants to see it with his own eyes. MC said that he might die. Yarong said that he had already accepted it. Chunso said that even if he managed to come back safely, he would be punished for disobeying. Yarong said that he would accept the punishment. MC thought that if he wanted to save those who went into the mist, he would still have to go there. He needed to know too. He ordered Yarong to pack up, and Yarong said, "Yes, sir." MC remembered the writing on the wall and wondered what Chunso saw in that place. At that moment, the warriors were standing on the street of a dilapidated settlement, and Yokman was asking what Chunso had seen in this place. Shigen frowned and asked, "Were there people who lived at the peak of beauty?" Taeyong put his hand to his chin and asked, "Could it be that all the members of the squad who had disappeared had lived here all this time?" All the guys turned around and looked at him in surprise, and Jiho said that they would split up and inspect everything here. In case of danger, they must immediately give a signal. Everyone answered, "Yes, sir." After a while, Shigen turned the corner and said, "This is some kind of wildness. Are there really ghosts here?" He frowned and remembered the words of Taeyong, who asked that all the members of the squad who had disappeared had lived here all this time. Jiho walked forward and said, "It cannot be that his dad, this freak, was in such a place. He would not have lasted a day here. He would have died immediately." Suddenly he stopped and said dissatisfiedly, "Horror." Sand got into his eyes. Shigen wiped his eyes from the sand, and behind him there was a dark silhouette. He thought, "Is there someone there?" Shigen grabbed his sword and screamed, "Nightmare, who is here?" He swung his sword several times and asked, "What? Where is he coming from?" Taeyong was walking down the street and also felt someone's presence. He quickly turned around and waved his sword and ordered them to get out. In front of him stood a monster with long arms and burning eyes. Taeyong frowned and let fire on his sword and said, "It seems Yarong was right. Is this Jiangxi from Palace of Monstrous Venom? How did he get here?" Jiangxi began to shake his head and then stretched his neck and rushed towards Taeyong, screaming loudly. Taeyong swung his sword and thought, "He is fast." He struck, but the creature remained intact and crossed its arms. Taeyong thought, did he block his sword chi? He started to move back, and Jiangxi continued to attack. Taeyong swung his sword and shouted, "They'll see if he can handle this." He used the Tiger Explosion sword and aimed it towards the creature. Their battle continued, and Taeyong tried to stab the monster's chest and thought, "Is this not powerful enough?" He dodged and kicked Jiangxi aside. A hole appeared in the monster's body, and Taeyong stepped on it with his foot. He swung his sword and said, "If this is not enough, they'll keep going until it works." He used the Tiger Explosion sword and stabbed Jiangxi's chest. Suddenly, a loud scream was heard. "Taeyong, step aside." He saw Jiho running and asked, What is he talking about?" At that moment, the dead man's body began to glow and swell, causing Jiho to yell, "Taeyong!" There was a bright explosion, illuminating the surrounding area. At that moment, Shigen asked, "What is he doing here?" "Young leader." MC asked why he pulled out his sword when he saw him. Yaron came out from behind him and asked with a smile on his face, "Big brother, is he okay?" Shigen screamed, "He little idiot, does he know how dangerous it is to be here? Has he completely lost his mind?" Chunso passed by him and asked where the others were. Shigen replied that this place seemed to be quite large, so they split up to look around. If they had known that this place was so vast, they would have called everyone. MC ordered them to wait. That's not important now. He asked them to get down to business. Looking at how these houses were built, with equal gaps between them, you'd think whoever built them used a lot of labor. And if that's really the case, then there's a good chance that people had a reason to live here. And it also means that the fog here was created artificially to hide something. But is it possible to create a mystical trap on such a large scale? A mystical trap is a kind of barrier that combines reality and illusion. If anyone could construct a mystical trap of this level, there was only one person who came to mind: the heavenly sower, Tong Jiggle. Shigen asked, "Is he out of his mind?" He started rushing towards him and screamed, "Has he lost the last bit of his brain? Is this all a joke to him? Why did he come here?" Yarang said, "Big brother, don't do that. He is the young leader after all." Chunso sighed and thought about the fact that the squad members were treating him like this because of Ma Chunso's past deeds. Perhaps he was acting like this because he was truly worried about him and Yarang. He understood this very well, but Shigan punched Yarang in the face and screamed, "So what, you idiot?" He hated him from the start. He has nothing but his title, but he dares to look down on others. He's just a crazy, worthless idiot. MC was covered in mana and said in annoyance that he was overstepping his bounds. Shigen asked in surprise, "What?" MC hit him, causing Shigen to drool from his mouth. Chunso unleashed a series of 9 martial emperor punches, 6 explosive punches. Shigen was sent flying, destroying the wall of the building. He screamed loudly, "Horror!" He ordered to go to hell and pulled out his sword. Chunso said he knew that he didn't like him. Shigen thought it was impossible. He stopped his sword, charged with energy with his bare hands. MC held the tip of the sword with 2 fingers and spoke. But he shouldn't have behaved like that to his juniors. He knocked Shigen's sword out of his hands and slammed his fist into his stomach. Shigen fell to the ground and opened his mouth wide. The sword fell between his legs, barely missing the main point. Yarang rushed towards him and screamed in fear. "Big brother." Chunso ordered him to take his sword and follow him. After a while, Shigen asked why he hid his fighting skills anyway. Does he mean that this is a mystical trap? MC replied that he was partly right. Shigen asked how that was even possible. There was no way that the people who lived here were capable of such a thing. Chunso turned around and asked who he thought lived here. Shigen guessed the missing members of the Battle Sword Squad. MC asked if the entire Battle Sword Squad had disappeared. Shigen had one eye that was closed and his cheek was very swollen. He replied that it was not quite so. It is known that about 10 years ago a large-scale search was organized for the missing. At that time, the members of the squad. MC said, "Well, if he can recognize them." Suddenly, Yarang joined the conversation and asked to forgive him. It was just his feeling. He thought there was something in the northern part of this abandoned village. Shigen screamed, "How should he know?" Yarang looked down and said, "It just seems like this is how he lived." At this moment, Yokman was fighting 2 undead and asked, "Is this the day he will die?" He smiled and said, "Big brothers, he thinks he will be able to outrun them." The Jiangshi screamed loudly, and Yokman was covered in mana and thought, "Alone, he will only kill 1. He screamed loudly, "Terrible idiots." At this moment, Shigen appeared and struck at the monster which extended its hand towards Yokman. He thought, "Big brothers?" Shigen ordered Yokman to chop off its head. He pushed away from the monster and rushed towards the next undead. The creature growled in displeasure, and Shigen said, "Horror, this is so heavy." "Are they Jiangshi killers?" Yokman asked. "Big brother Shigen? How could things turn out like this?" Shigen frowned and said that he himself did not know, but first he would get rid of these weirdos. Yokman said, "But they seem so strong. Can he handle it?" Shigen ordered him to just step aside. Yokman asked what he was going to do. The undead roared loudly, opening their toothy mouths, and Shigen screamed, "Now!" Yokman closed his eyes and asked him to hold on for a while. He rushed to run away and said that he would call the others. Suddenly MC appeared in front of him and asked, "Was Yarang right? Jiangshi and ghosts are similar." Yokman stopped and shouted, "Yarang, young leader? They need to get out of here immediately. Shigen can't hold out for long." Shigen was currently slashing at the dead men. Moving forward, he swung his sword and ordered to die. He frowned, and another Jiangshi rushed towards him and growled. He injured him, and Yokman shouted, "Horror, they don't have much time. We need to run, now." He ordered the rest of the squad to be brought here. MC said, "Dan Shigen, does he need his help?" Shigen shouted in irritation, "Idiot, is he just going to stand there and watch?" Yokman cried out in displeasure, "Horror, Shigen, what kind of nonsense is he talking about?" He looked in surprise at the place where Chunso had just stood and thought, did he just evaporate? MC pushed off the ground and swung his sword, heading towards the dead man. At this time, Jiho cut off the Jiangshi's head and asked if he was okay. Taeyong stood by the wall and answered, "Yes, thanks to him, he survived." He remembered the moment when the monster's body exploded and Jiho's loud cry was heard. At this time, Jiho asked, "Do they explode if you hit their head?" It is very difficult to imagine that these are explosive Jiangshi, and that there is more than one. Taeyong looked at his thoughtful face and asked, he wondered if the palace master knew about them too? Jiho said that he did not know what is more important. They should hope that these are not the missing members of the squad. Taeyong frowned and said, he is sure that they are not them. Such a thing is impossible. The rest are in danger. After all, they are separated from each other. Jiho clenched his jaw and said he did not think that they would be set on fire by Jiangxi here. This was his mistake. Taeyong said they should not have gone far, if they go looking now. Suddenly, they froze and stared in surprise, looking at each other. They quickly rushed forward, pushing off the ground. At this time, MC was fighting the undead, striking them with rapid blows. The monster's body began to inflate, and then exploded. Yarong and Yokman screamed in fear. Young leader. At this moment, Chunso looked at the fire that engulfed his body and asked, are these really simple Jiangxi? Shigan looked at him in surprise and asked, is he really just a human? MC asked with displeasure, what kind of nonsense did he just say? Shigan asked him to forget and asked, just why did he live like this all this time? MC asked, what was he doing? Yarong ran up to him and asked, young leader, is he okay? Yokman ran up after him and said, if he showed others what he was capable of, he would not be despised. If the palace master knew that he had such powers. Chunso interrupted him and asked, would he kill him? Suddenly Yarong's eyes widened in fear, and MC pointed Shigan's sword at him and ordered him to kill. Shigan asked fearfully, what did he say? MC put his hand on his shoulder and said, he said to kill him. Shigan asked, is he serious? Chunso asked, what good is he if he's so weak? Shigan said, he brought him here himself. MC smiled and asked, didn't he despise him? And besides, he's weak, so he should just kill him. What's wrong with that? Yarong asked, Shigan's older brother? Shigan flinched and asked him to wait. What was he up to? Chunso asked, is something wrong? Can't he? He snatched the sword from his hands and asked, in that case, maybe he should kill him? MC put the sword to Shigan's throat and ordered him to stop talking such nonsense. The weak are the despised and the strong are the respected. To follow someone means to learn new things from them and to act together. He ordered them not to dare to stutter in front of him about respecting the strong and disdain for the weak anymore. If he said that again, he would really kill them all. Chunso turned around and ordered everyone to go. They needed to find the others. Shigan looked at his reflection in the tip of his sword and asked, learn from each other and work together? The horror, why is he trying to be cool? At this moment, Jiho looked up and said that he definitely heard explosions from here. But the door, is the fog trying to confuse them? Taeyong touched the wall and said, leader, this place looks like a fortress, and judging by how the fog hides it, it's quite a big fortress. Jiho asked, fortress in Jiangxi? Opened the gate and he said, maybe the others have already gone in there. It's time to check. The guys went inside, and Jiho said that he couldn't believe that in such a gloomy place there would be flowers on the walls. It seemed like the people who lived here wanted to see flowers, at least in their dreams. The fighters walked down the hallway and came to a tomb. Jiho asked, was this built by people from the Western Edge? The Western Edge, or Shiyu, was a term most often used to refer to Central Asia, but sometimes it only meant the eastern part of it. Taeyong placed his hands on the tomb and replied, it looked like it. Jiho spoke, an ancient tomb. He mused that he didn't know who was buried here, but it must be someone extremely unusual. He turned to Taeyong and suggested that he open it. He mused that his gut was against it, but if the tomb had been here for a long time, perhaps it held clues about the missing squad members. Taeyong replied that he understood and reached for the lid of the tomb. He activated his mana and began to lift it up and push it aside. His hands began to shake from the strain when suddenly Jiho told him to stop. Taeyong looked at him puzzled and asked, what? Jiho spoke up. He felt like they had disturbed something they shouldn't have. The dead appeared from the other end of the corridor, roaring loudly. They quickly rushed towards the guys, after which Jiho screamed, horror. Taeyong swung his arm and delivered a powerful tiger blow. The Jiangxi weren't even scared by this, causing Taeyong to ask, Commander, what should they do? Jiho told him to hold on. These Jiangxi will blow up if their heads are hit. Let him just think about what would happen if they all exploded in such a small space. Taeyong's eyes widened in fear and he remembered the explosion that had happened, and Jiho said that everything here would blow up. Jiho ordered him to brace himself. He needed to focus on strength, not speed, and rush at them. If you completely blow off their heads, they won't explode. Taeyong dodged the blow and said that he understood. But there are too many of them here. The Jiangxi continued to attack, not reacting to the blows. Jiho frowned and turned to Taeyong, saying that he would hold them back while he should get out of here. He needed to find the other members of the party and get away from this cliff. As they went down, the fog would recede. Why should they go to the palace? Taeyong asked him not to joke like that. He wanted him to get out of here. He wouldn't leave without him. Jiho pressed his back against him and said how stubborn he was. Taeyong smiled and said that he was just giving stupid orders. Jiho said, then they should make their way to the exit. Sword Mountain. Burst destruction. The guys started hitting the monsters while Taeyong sent all the monsters. A dead man hit Jiho, after which he screamed loudly and thought, if only they had one more person with them. At that moment, Bong's scream was heard, who did a somersault and hit the monsters. He laughed loudly and happily, and the guys screamed, Dan Bong! He landed and said that he can't believe that he let those weirdos corner them. He's embarrassing the entire healing squad with this. Jiho thanked him for getting to them. He suggested that they retreat slowly. They will move in formation towards the exit. Dan Bong, he goes first. Their heads are their weakness. Bong spread his swords in different directions and screamed, he knows. He crossed his swords, and Jiho screamed, no matter how many Jiangshi can rush here, only one or two can attack them at a time. Team waiting strategy. They hold back their forces, trying to deal with the enemy slowly. The guys rushed into battle again, and Jiho screamed, Sword Mountain, first destruction. After a while, the corpses of the dead lay in the tomb room, and the guys continued to fight them. Jiho said that it was like a nightmare. He looked around and thought that they could well be the former warriors of the squad. Taeyong turned to the commander and asked to take a look. A hand reached out from the tomb, and then a creature burst out from there and landed on the tomb. The Jiangshi girl opened her mouth and screamed loudly, spreading her strongest energy everywhere. Taeyong closed his eyes and asked, what, is this the art of sound? A Jiangshi that can control internal energy? Jiho screamed, horror. This Jiangshi is like alive. All the monsters that the guys had previously killed suddenly came to life. Jiho removed his hands from his ears and said, people. The guys turned around and started to run away quickly, when suddenly they saw several silhouettes ahead. Jiho asked, horror. Are there more? The fighters approached them and looked at them in surprise. Jiho screamed, Shigan, Yukmon, the young leader, and even Yarong? Horror. The young leader, he asked him not to stick his head out. He needs to go back now. MC replied that it was too late. He looked at the running monsters and thought, so this is their leverage? Jiho put his hand on his shoulder and said, young leader, he must take Yarong and go back where he came from. Now. Shigan frowned and shouted, Commander, if he doesn't want to die here, then he should end this mess. Jiho asked again, what? Shigan replied that they would all be dead if it weren't for the young leader. Chunso turned around and said with a slight smile on his face that he didn't know he could be a suck-up. Shigan shouted, whether he was a suck-up or not, he said as best he could. Now please let him save them all. MC replied that he liked his honesty. He took out his sword from its sheath and ordered them to let him pass. Shigan and Yokman began to fight the Jiangshi, and Jiho asked in surprise, what are they doing? MC walked forward and covered in energy, mentally counting 10%, 20%, 30%, 40%, 50%, 60%. The dead man rushed towards him, and Chunso quickly headed upward, holding his sword in front of him. He thought that he would bring down the heavens and smash the earth. He used a series of 10 Emperor strikes, the final smashing and destruction of the world. MC swung his sword and sent mana towards the monsters, who roared loudly and dissolved in an instant. The huge energy dome burned the monsters in seconds and illuminated the surrounding area. The boys covered their faces with their hands, protecting their eyes from the bright light. After it was over, Shigen asked in surprise, since when did he know how to do something like that? This is too crazy. Chunso looked at his scorched sword and thought, he thinks it wouldn't have been able to withstand such a blow if it wasn't a sacred fire sword, right? And he hasn't even been able to release the full force of the 10 Emperor strikes yet. This was just an imitation of the absolute power of the Demon Lord's art. This won't work against martial artists who have reached the highest level of cultivation. The maddened Jiangshi appeared in front of him again, screaming loudly while spreading her mana everywhere. MC thought, just like it didn't work against that monster. The monsters awakened again and rushed towards the boys. Chunso frowned and thought, she needs to be destroyed. This is the fastest way to finish off the rest. He ran and kicked the lead Jiangshi, sending her flying. She hit the wall, but immediately got up and screamed loudly. MC kicked her in the chest again and pushed her into the tomb with a loud scream. Chunso turned around and ordered to take care of the squad. He thought that if he fought her, the others would be in danger. Jiho fearfully asked the young leader to wait. It was too dangerous to get involved in this alone. Young leader. MC jumped inside the tomb and flew down. He thought that he couldn't see anything. Is this a trap? There was a foul stench in the air. Since he was fighting an unknown evil in an unknown place, he needed to be fully prepared. He used the Demon Lord art and flew down with his arms spread out. He landed and said, so that's where the stench was coming from. Chunso thought it was a tomb. There was a huge pile of corpses under his feet. He thought it was a hollow grave with a whole mountain of bones. He looked towards where the loud scream was coming from. MC saw Jiangshi sitting by the wall screaming loudly, covering her face with her hands. Chunso wondered, is this how she reacts to the Demon Lord? He came up to her and said that he wanted to ask her something. Who is she? Who did such terrible things? Jiangxi screamed loudly again, and MC spoke. It seems to him that she does not know how to talk. She jumped up and rushed towards him, swinging her hand. Chunso swung his hand and hit Jiangxi, throwing her aside. She hit the ground, and then looked at him with her burning eyes. Jiangxi screamed and awakened all the monsters around her. MC looked at them and asked, Explosive Jiangxi? Does she create them with her scream? Jiangxi hit her chest with her hand, after which the monsters' bodies exploded. MC said in fear, This is crazy. Did she give them an order? There was a huge explosion that lit up everything around. The smoke began to settle and a silhouette could be seen through it. MC stood in the fire and said that she was a monster that must be destroyed. He used the ultimate art of the Demon Lord, which at first surprised Jiangxi and then caused a violent reaction. Chinzo grabbed her head and ordered her to shut up. She started screaming again, and MC slammed her head against the wall. He slammed her head against the floor a few more times and ordered her to disappear already. Chunso hit her against the wall and then let go, leaving a trail of blood. He carefully looked at Jiangxi's body when suddenly everything around him began to shake. MC turned around and asked, What? He saw an inscription next to the monster's body. He will not forgive them all even in death. He continued to tear them apart until he absorbed every single one, until the last of them dissolves inside him. Ma Chunso, Demon Cult, Earth Peak, Palace of Broken Swords, Beauty Peak. After a while, the commander ordered the fighters to search thoroughly. They need to find them, dead or alive. The fighters replied that they would obey. The commander thought he couldn't believe that both the young master and the young leader had disappeared. This situation could lead to chaos throughout the entire Guangmyung cult. If rumors began to spread, the entire Palace of Broken Swords would be in danger, considering that they could be accused of killing the young leader. Suddenly, a scream rang out. They had found them. The commander's eyes widened in surprise, and he saw silhouettes and a flag in the distance. A fighter was waving a flag, and the squad was approaching. The commander exhaled and thought that he was already preparing to leave the sword squad and take full responsibility. The guys put their fists to their palms and shouted, Squad leader, the extermination unit has returned in full force. The commander folded his arms in displeasure and said, Extermination unit leader Dan Jiho, the unit is behind schedule and he didn't even report it. He's sure he knows what this means. Does he have anything to say about this? Jiho frowned and replied that he had nothing to say. He took full responsibility for failing to fulfill his duties. Taeyong cried out, Commander. The commander spoke. From this moment on, Dan Jiho will lose his title of Extermination Unit Leader. The Extermination Unit will obey the 100 Warrior Unit until a new leader appears. At this moment, MC entered the dialogue. He said, even if it was good to just maintain discipline, he still had to explain what they did wrong. Their crime was insubordination. They dared to stop him. He thought they were joking, not wanting to set foot on the territory just because of some fog, but they dared to hold him back when he tried to go further. How dare they stop him? The commander shouted loudly. He said he was trying to enter the fog territory. It's too dangerous. But more importantly, how did he end up getting there when they tried to stop him? Chunso asked again. How did he get there? He left when everyone was sleeping, but he didn't find anything interesting there. And when he tried to go back, for a moment he thought he was lost because he had never been there before. And these guys made too much of it and followed him. They acted like idiots and couldn't get him out. They had to wander for a while. MC asked to add another crime to the list. The crime of complete helplessness. Shigen cried out in displeasure. Stop, he an idiot, what is he talking about? Taeyong quickly covered his mouth with his hand and thought he was thinking about them, shifting all the blame onto himself. The commander looked at Jiho and asked, is this true? Jiho frowned and looked at Chunso, who asked him why he was standing there. He has an obligation to clearly report his misdeeds. The commander looked at MC and thought what an arrogant idiot he was. He really didn't have a single chance to start over. He closed his eyes and said thoughtfully, the palace master is looking for him. He needs to go to the palace. The extermination unit will await further instructions. The commander turned around and entered the territory, and MC followed him. Shigan and Yaran looked after them in surprise. Shigan remembered the words of MC, who ordered him to stop talking this nonsense. The weak are despised and the strong are respected. Following someone means learning new things from them and acting together. He shouldn't stutter in front of him anymore about respecting the strong and contempt for the weak. The one who wants to follow must submit to the one in power, and the one who seeks to protect others must oppose those in power. And they are ready to sacrifice their lives for the good of others. This is life for a higher purpose. At this time, Shigan and Yaran looked at each other in surprise and stretched out their hands and shouted, Commander! Jiho stood in front of them and looked ahead with a frown. MC followed behind the commander and thought that he didn't want to go through all this snotty talk. It's better to take things easy rather than hold on to them. Besides, this isn't a healing unit problem anymore, because everything that happened at the Peak of Beauty is related to Ma Chunso. Ma Chunso definitely stopped at the Peak of Beauty. The Jiangshi were created in this place, and the one who controlled them hated Ma Chunso. MC frowned and thought that there was only one answer that came to mind. Ma Chunso participated in the creation of the Jiangshi. Perhaps he wasn't the only one. After all, he's just a worthless idiot. He's sure that there are people who want to take advantage of him because of his position as the young leader. In this situation, the most suspicious person would be the one who sent them to the Peak of Beauty and ran this place. After a while, Chunso stood in front of Junghak, who was sitting on the floor with his eyes closed. He opened his eyes and asked him how he liked Peak Beauty. MC thought it was the sword demon, Dan Junghak. MC walked over to the sword rack and took one out. He asked, were they worried about him? He thought they just wanted him dead. Junghak asked, did he see anything there? Chunso asked again, was he that interested? He could go there himself and see everything, or was there something he wasn't supposed to see? Junghak asked, wasn't he the one who entered the mist territory then and now? MC looked at him carefully and thought, surely he knew something. He asked, was he aware of his previous visits to Peak Beauty? It seemed his memory hadn't recovered yet. Chunso asked, what did he mean by that? Junghak frowned and looked at him from under his brows. He asked him to come back another time. As long as he doesn't remember anything, he has nothing to tell him. MC said that his patience lasted only so long until he opened his eyes while sitting there. He needs to hear the answer now. Junghak spoke up. When a warrior wants an answer, he must show his opponent what he deserves to know. MC looked at the tip of the sword that Junghak was pointing towards him and thought, if this man is behind what happened at the Peak of Beauty, then he is no longer the father of his bride. He is a demon who will bring great chaos to all of the Central Plains. He frowned and asked, he is asking if he deserves to know? But does he know? Chunso gripped the hilt of the sword and fired a mana at it, saying that he is actually the Supreme Demon Lord. He quickly approached Junghak, who screamed that it was impossible. He tried to attack MC, but was forced to jump back. Chunso looked at the sword that was starting to crumble and thought, even a sword of such incredible power can't stand up to the inner energy of a Supreme Demon Lord? He swung his sword and said, Palace Master. He will lend his weapon for now. Chunso spread his arms out to the sides and covered all the swords around him with his mana. He swung his hand and lined up the swords in a circle, and then moved forward and began to attack. Almost all the swords were destroyed, and Junghak stood in front of him and struck the swords. MC thought, he's fast, and his strikes are powerful and unpredictable. He's reached the level where speed, body mass, and unpredictability have merged into one. Chunso pushed off the floor and headed upward, and the swords followed him. Junghak screamed, is he going to keep running away like this? MC thought, this is it, the heavenly darkness of sword flight. He's seen the extermination squad use this before. Chunso smiled and replied, no way. He thought that the sword demon, if he is the supreme master of the demon sword. Junghak rushed towards him and screamed, how did he manage to change direction in mid-air? MC, the star of 10 strikes, screamed that it was his turn now. It would be good if he could catch at least 10 of his attacks. Chunso used a series of 10 Martial Emperor strikes, Supreme Secret Break, and then Lightning Dragon Fury. Many swords struck Junghak and he screamed loudly. Small cuts appeared on his arms, and MC continued to use his mana and screamed loudly. The mana stretched across the room and disappeared, and the smoke dissolved into the atmosphere. Junghak, with burning eyes, swung his sword and screamed. Chunso looked at him and thought that he could not believe that Lightning Dragon Fury did such a small damage to him. Junghak raised his sword above himself and accumulated mana in it, which intertwined with MC's energy. Chunso thought, does he want to finish the battle with a single strike? However, he still had one sword left. MC grabbed it and swung it and thought, it doesn't matter to him whether he is the sword or the sword is him. It doesn't matter if it's a Supreme Emperor cultivation technique or a Supreme Demon art. Nothing comes to mind. Chunso used transfusion, and then closed his eyes and thought that the reason why he couldn't fully use the Demon Lord Supreme Emperor series was because of the cultivation technique. If the Supreme Emperor cultivation technique is like the Yangtze River, then the Demon Lord's Supreme Art would be a 9-dragon waterfall. The Supreme Emperor series slowly accumulates its energy and transforms into a tsunami, and the Demon Lord art that pours out like torrential rain doesn't really go with it. The Supreme Operator cultivation technique is a rightful art that accumulates energy over a long period of time. More importantly, even if it is compatible with the Supreme Emperor series, there was a reason why MC could only remain at the Supreme Cultivation realm. Even if he had reached the final level of the Supreme Martial Slash series, his internal energy was not deep enough, so he could not reach the evolutionary realm. On the other hand, while MC had reached the evolutionary realm, gaining depth with his energy, he did not know any martial art that would allow him to control and fully utilize his internal energy. That was why Sword Demon was able to block his Dragon Lightning Fury. But the Demon Lord art is an art that goes against the heavens and destroys all principles. If Chunso uses the Supreme Demon art to destroy the limitations of the Supreme Emperor cultivation technique and uses the Supreme Emperor Slash series, then he will not have to fear the waterfall. He can become the tide of it, and a lord that will resist the heavens, right? Therefore, he will try. MC gripped the hilt of the sword and then opened his eyes, which lit up with a bright light. He rushed forward and pulled out a huge stream of mana. He swung the sword and cut Junghak's body in half. Chunso's eyes widened in fear and thought, what did he just do? The art of the Supreme Demon Lord that was raging inside him was now silent. For the first time, he was able to fully use the Supreme series of combat strikes. The sword crumbled in MC's hands and he turned around and looked back in surprise. Behind him sat Junghak, who gritted his teeth and said that this was truly incredible, the Supreme Lord. Chunso looked at him and thought, his spirit is still resisting. He spoke, although he does not think they are finished. Junghak said, the one who asks the questions and the one who answers them. The meaning would be lost if even one of them was gone. He has proven his worth. MC said that using the sword won't give him all the answers, but he knows one thing for sure. Junghak frowned and asked what he meant by that. Chunso said that he wasn't the one who started everything that happened at the peak of beauty. He looked at Junghak's displeased face and thought, he has no connection with Jiangxi. If they had a connection, he would have used the ultimate technique with enhanced sword energy and tried to kill him. MC asked, didn't he say that he had been to the peak of beauty before? Junghak replied that he had. MC asked when that was? Junghak replied when he turned 16. Chunso put his hand to his chin and wondered, was it a year after Chunso went to the corridor of the Supreme Demons? Junghak said, that time he got lost the moment he stepped on that land. After all, the combat sword squad was mobilized to search for him, but they didn't succeed, only after a while. Based on Dan Junghak's words, Chunso came to the Palace of Broken Swords to annul the marriage. But for Dan Junghak, he refused and Chunso went to one peak of beauty and disappeared. He disappeared without a trace for 10 years. Chunso, who showed up much later, was seen in the small palace of Myung, not the Palace of Broken Swords. In the present, MC asked why he sent him to the extermination squad and then sent him to the peak of beauty. He already refused him once, but he doesn't think it's all about his daughter. Junghak replied that he wanted to know his true intentions. He always felt like he was hiding something, but he thought he just had no other choice, because maybe he had his own trials to go through as a young leader. If he has lost his memory, he hopes that it will return. Junghak sat on one knee and said that if everything he saw was true, then the reason for refusing to marry wasn't because he didn't like her. MC asked, but his memories didn't have anything to do with the extermination squad or the peak beauty? Junghak replied that they did. He was the one who brought Dan Yarong and entrusted it to him. MC widened his eyes in surprise and thought, Chunso brought Dan Yarong from the peak beauty and entrusted it to the palace master? Why did he do that? And even though he had more questions, that was all Dan Junghak knew. Junghak frowned and asked, what was he going to do now? Chunso asked, what else could he do? He had to atone for his past sins. Junghak replied, okay. MC turned around and asked, was that all he would tell him? Junghak smirked and said that his son-in-law was about to embark on the greatest journey of his life. He wouldn't be able to stop him. He can go. MC thought, is he so openly calling him his son-in-law? He looked at him in surprise when suddenly the whole squad appeared at the door. Jiho frowned and shouted, Father, Dan Jiho, is asking him for the first time in his life. He asks him not to act against the young leader. If he refuses, he will have to deal with all of them too. Junghak stood up and asked how he taught him to act when he wants something. Jiho shouted, extermination unit, everyone prepare your weapons. The boys grabbed the hilts of their swords and pointed them forward. Junghak asked, boys, what about their hatred for the young leader? Jiho replied that he was part of the extermination unit, and the extermination unit does not grovel before those in power, even if they are destined for death. The young leader, from now on they serve him. He MC stood with a dissatisfied face and thought that they should not do this, but just leave. Jiho shouted, extermination unit, battle formation. Chunso thought that he should just take his father to the Palace of Monstrous Venom. Can't you see the blood on the floor? Junghak shed a tear and said that he knew it. His eyes did not deceive him. Chunso thought that he was wrong. His eyes have long been terrible, a sword demon. He chose this stupid Chunso as his son-in-law. Junghak said, Extermination Unit, from today on, they are prohibited from using internal energy. They will block the access themselves, and they will train for a month without internal energy. Whoever fails will be kicked out of the Palace of Broken Swords. Jiho frowned and asked, so does this mean that he will not oppose the young leader anymore? Junghak waved his hand and said that the young leader is the only authority in the demonic abode. From today on, the Palace of Broken Swords will follow the will of the small Myung Palace. MC looked around and thought, what an interesting development. All the boys shouted with tears in their eyes, yes, master. Chunso looked at their happy faces and asked, should he be touched or what? The boys told him to keep calm and laughed. MC thought that he prefers something simpler to clingy ones. Yokman said, even if their young mistress lacks a lot, he will still realize that she is a good girl in the end. Shigen folded his arms and asked, whose side is he on? He asked the MC to take good care of their mistress. Bong shouted loudly in joy, and Taeyong said, young leader, he is definitely trustworthy. Yorong smiled and told the young leader to come to the Palace of Broken Swords more often. MC widened his eyes in surprise and thought, he will do it again. Chunso smiled and thought that he hates clingy ones. Junghak smiled and then fell to the floor. The boys shouted in fear, Palace Master? Palace Master, is he okay? Someone asked the Palace Master to wake up. MC went outside and thought, what awaits him next is the Palace of Murders. After a while at the peak of beauty, among the ruins of the past city, a huge and long Jiangxi hand appeared. Meanwhile, in Xinjiang, Bohu County, the elder of the Du clan of the Murim Alliance, Du Chengsu, walked down the street with a dissatisfied expression and wondered, what kind of demon village is this? Not a single cult member. How dare they send him to such a remote place after sucking out so much money? Do they want to know where the Dragon Storm Troop went? He will definitely complete this task and show what he can do. He rushed into the Sea Goddess Pavilion and loudly called out to the waiter, asking if there is anyone there. Inside, he saw a round table where the heads of the palaces were sitting and a young man standing nearby. He immediately ran up to him and said with a smile that they are closed now, let him come another time. The man didn't like his manners and asked, does he take him for a fool? If this bunch of people are not his clientele, then who are they? Yanren remained silent, then gave him a displeased look and repeated that they were closed. Wondering why this little bastard had such angry eyes, he decided not to press him and showed him the portrait of Mo Yonghui, asking if he had ever met him. He took a closer look at it, and after a short pause asked with a smile, so he was from the Mirim Union? All those people on the street too? His words made the man nervous, because those on the street were from the Du clan. They moved unnoticed. How could this guy notice them? He decided to ignore his question and asked with a nervous smile, so he saw this guy? He confirmed it and he laughed, noting that everything was going so well. Let him take him to him and he will reward him generously. For some reason, Yanren tilted his head to the side, looking behind him, and said with a smile that he was late. The elder immediately turned around, thinking that he could no longer sense anyone's presence. Who was behind him? That person turned out to be Ya Yulchan, who ignored the intruder and walked up to the table, inviting the others to begin the meeting. The man was very surprised when he learned that the master of the Palace of Dancing Blood had come here, and Yanren ordered him to go to the Palace of Murders. Mo Yonghui would like this, and then he would make up for lost time. His gaze became mad and fierce, and then he ordered his subordinate to get rid of him. The right hand of the leader of the Palace of Murders, number 2, grabbed the man by the hair, and then, under the loud laughter of his lord, dragged him outside. Elder Du fearfully asked them to let him go, and then his eyes widened in horror. All of his people outside had already been killed. He stretched out his hand to them with tears in his eyes, cursing the demonic cult, and then screamed loudly, and number 2 dragged him into the forest. Finally, the meeting began. Yulchan said that Grandmaster Jason had become the Khan of Northern Yuan. However, the trust they had built with him over a long period of time had collapsed in an instant. Their cooperation with Tibet was over. Now they had enemies from the Ming side and the Yuan side. Since the situation was unstable now, shouldn't they reveal the presence of the demonic cult as soon as possible? That's why the Guangmyung cult was holding a heavenly festival next month. Soso was indignant and exclaimed, how dare the Palace of Dancing Blood act as if he had already become the leader of the cult? The cult's heavenly festival could only be held by the Palace of Sacred Flames. He told her that the Mung Palace and Sacred Flames had already given their consent, but she still didn't agree with it and jumped up from her seat, slamming her fan on the table. The Lord of the Palace of Murders and candidate for the cult's leadership, Gu Yanren, asked, is there something wrong? This is good. He actually likes the idea. This was good. He actually liked the idea. Yulchan said that he didn't intend to resolve any more issues before the festival began, so in order to reconcile with Grandmaster Jason, Each palace would send them 1,000 kilograms of food. The master of the Palace of Monstrous Venom, Il Dongbang, asked with displeasure if it was too early for such a gesture. It didn't look like the Northern Yuan were preparing to take any action. Yulchan said that in such troubled times, they shouldn't make new enemies. The Murim Alliance and some Yuan troops were already hot on their tail. They needed to make their presence known, and then it wouldn't be too late to take back what they had already given. The old man asked, so he proposed that they first choose a leader, and then, having relieved themselves of these worries, deal with the Murim Alliance. He was sure that they would be able to get back what they had given. He replied with a smile that he was confident that he could keep his word if he became the leader of the cult. Besides, they just needed to punish the culprit who had brought them to this state. Noticing him looking at him, the owner of the Palace of Worldly Riches indignantly asked why he had looked at him right away. Soso asked, what responsibility were we talking about? Shouldn't he be held accountable for this? She knew that the Oirats were in cahoots with the Palace of Dancing Blood. Samin happily slammed his fist on the table and agreed with her, saying that she had surpassed her teacher, and Yanren pointed out that if it was the Palace of Dancing Blood, then they were talking about the captain of the Iron Cavalry. Should he kill him? Yulchan confirmed this and said that it was the Palace of Dancing Blood's responsibility. However, he had heard that there were some interesting rumors circulating among the cult members. Someone named Black Sun had defeated Jason and saved the warriors of Zhuqizhen, the abdicated emperor. The master of the other palace said that there was no point in discussing some groundless rumors. An end to further fables. Yulchan agreed with him and said that he had a feeling that someone had deliberately made up and spread these rumors. But the abdicated emperor was indeed released, and the warriors returned to the Palace of Worldly Riches. If this was the will of Grandmaster Jason, then he did not regard them as his enemies. Dongbang asked if he meant that someone else had released the prisoners but made them think that the Black Sun had done it. He told him that he thought that was a more pleasant explanation for everything, and then the old man exclaimed indignantly, "Who the hell would do such a thing?" The master of the Palace of Dancing Blood turned his gaze to Salmon and asked, "Wouldn't it make more sense if a palace was behind this?" He became worried and asked him to wait. He wasn't trying to put all the blame on him, was he? Yulchan asked in return, "Isn't that so?" Then he'll ask something else. What do the warriors of the Palace of Worldly Riches say about the events of that day? Samin nervously clenched his teeth and remembered their words about the Black Sun saving them all. But how can he tell him about it? He'll immediately be made an accomplice to the nonsense that Ye Yulchan is spouting. Without waiting for an answer from him, the master of the Palace of Dancing Blood noted that he couldn't even answer, because it was he who made his warriors say that the Black Sun did it. He shouted that it was nonsense, but then fell silent, noticing the looks of everyone present. He wondered if they really suspected him. Yulchan looked at him with displeasure and asked why he was doing this. He was the one in charge of finances in the cult, and he would continue to do so. He promised so. So let him just admit it. Samin was nervous. He didn't know what to do, and at that moment, a warrior of the highest realm, named So Wangyi, entered the pavilion and knelt before them, saying that the deputy captain of the Iron Cavalry Squad, also known as the Spirit Commander, was paying his respects to them. On top of that, Wangyi was also the brother of Commander So Hido, who was ranked 21st in the Guangmyun cult. Yulchan stood up from his seat and looked at Samin with a smirk, saying that even if he had committed a serious crime against them, they should give him a chance to live. Chanbiran wouldn't be able to stand up to Hido, so how about he fight Wangyi? Now the master of the Palace of Worldly Riches realized that Biran was right. He remembered how he offered to replace himself and thought that he was trying to get rid of him, but he was no longer the Zhang Salmon he used to be. Let him enjoy the moment while he can, because he was going to ruin his life. He jumped up from his chair and shouted while drooling that since he sent his brother instead of Hido himself as a replacement for the punishment, he also sent someone else. He could definitely stand up for himself. He could promise him that. Yanren asked in anticipation. If they got really bored, he could just finish off Chanbiran, right? Soso said with a smile that she didn't mind. She was even interested in seeing who would be Biran's replacement. Or was this a ploy to distract them from the current situation? Yulchan thought it was so stupid, but still allowed the replacement, and then Samin ordered him to come in. Taeshik appeared in the pavilion, and when he took off his hat, the master of the Palace of Dancing Blood was surprised and asked, "Is he a bloody master?" The aura of this warrior was literally burning, and everyone stared at him in shock. And then Yanren laughed loudly and exclaimed that it was so interesting. Taeshik looked down at Wangyi and asked, "Is this small fry his opponent?" His words made the boy angry and thought that he was an arrogant idiot. How dare he call him a small fry? He would tear him to pieces and destroy him. One of the palace masters said that he didn't think there was any point in delaying it any longer. Why don't they start right away? Yulchan meanwhile was nervous because he couldn't figure out the man's level, and when he heard that the others were also interested in seeing it, he became even more nervous than before. Gritting his teeth, he said Wang Yi's name and ordered him to begin the punishment. Dongbang laughed and asked, "Are they really going to see how good the spirit commander is?" Meanwhile, Soso took a closer look at Taishik and remembered her meeting with Tong Jegol not long ago. They discussed that the Palace of Dancing Blood would insist that the Palace of Worldly Riches hired the Black Sun to fight Jason, but Yulchan would most likely disagree with that. They even thought of telling them that the Palace Master hired a person who could defeat Jason. Meanwhile, Wang Yi began to circle around his opponent to catch him off guard and attack. He pulled several arrows at once, then released them at Taishik, and repeated this several times so that the arrows flew at him from all sides. Noticing something, the master of the Palace of Monstrous Venom was very surprised. The man was enveloped in energy that threw all the arrows back, and Yanren, in anticipation, even climbed onto the table to take a closer look. Yulchan realized what kind of power it was, and that made him angry. And then the guy's loud screams were heard. Taishik, not sparing him at all, inflicted many powerful blows, and at one point there was a crash and something hit the floor. The Palace Masters froze in anticipation, and when the dust settled, they saw that the man had pressed the beaten Wang Yi to the floor with his foot. Not long before, Soso and Tong Jegol conspired with Taishik. First, they will help Zhang Salmon, who needs urgent help. She needs the Bloody Master to go with Chanbiran to the Palace of Worldly Riches. Perhaps the Palace of Dancing Blood will insist that the Palace of Worldly Riches hired the Black Sun to fight Jason, but Yulchan will most likely disagree. Tong agreed with this. It is quite possible. After all, Jason cannot be defeated with money. It was at this moment that Tactic 29 came into being. Confuse the opponent about what is actually true and what is a lie. They wanted to show that Master Zhang Salmon hired a person who can defeat Jason. At this moment, Yulchan was very surprised that this man uses bloody arts and asked in confusion, "Is it him, Yul Taishik? And why did he not recognize him before?" At this news, Salmon jumped out of his chair. He was shocked that this was the former leader of the Supreme Overlord Guangyong's squad. Dongbang looked up at him and asked how he managed to breathe life into a cripple. Yulchan called out to Salmon and apologized to him, adding that he had underestimated him, and Salmon laughed nervously and asked if he was going to ask him to spare this guy's life. He told him that was not the case. The punishment would be carried out. He caused a bright flash that quickly filled the entire room with light. And then he directed it at Wang Yi, and now there was a headless corpse under Taishik's foot. At this point, Tactic 15 worked. Lure the lion out of his den. If everything worked, then Yulchan, who was gaining strength at an accelerated rate, would change his behavior and become less obedient. Since something had appeared that was not included in his calculations. Looking at Wang Yi's corpse in rage, Yulchan told Salmon that he was looking forward to what he would show them in the future, and then headed for the exit, announcing the end of the meeting. When he passed by Taishik, he asked if he was really the Black Sun. He denied it and turned to him with a menacing look, deciding to give him advice. He hoped that he would not make the mistake of raising his sword against the Palace of Worldly Riches, because everything is not as it seems. At this point, tactic number 3 comes into play, having someone else do all the dirty work. It would be better to make Yulchan think that someone else is behind this. Yulchan said goodbye to everyone and walked out of the pavilion, nervously wondering if the Council of Elders was behind this. The tactic worked as Tong wanted. He began to suspect them. If this all goes well, the Palace of Worldly Riches and Dancing Blood are in danger of completely breaking off relations. Zhang Salmon will have nowhere else to go. All the masters came out of the pavilion, and Soso turned around, smiling at Taishik and Salmon, and at that moment, Tactic 25 worked, to win by replacing the truth with lies. And only now did Salmon understand what all this turned out to be. When Yulchan returned to his palace, he began to smash everything around in a rage, shouting Salmon's name, and Yulchan waited patiently. Finally, the palace master calmed down and stopped, after which he said that each palace would send them food, and ordered Yulchan to secretly transport everything to Tibet. From this, he was surprised and worriedly said that Grandmaster Jason would not just watch this, he could plan a counterattack during the heavenly festival of the Guangyong cult. Yulchan turned to him and said that he would be destroyed even if they did nothing. His son thought about it. If he is called the Grand Master not because he is a direct descendant of the Khan, even though he has incredible strength. However, now that he has proclaimed himself almost an emperor, there will be many who will want to challenge him. Is his father trying to take advantage of this? He said that if he succeeds in conquering the Timurid Empire, everything will become much worse. His father said with displeasure that the Palace of Worldly Riches has bared its teeth against them. There are only 2 reasons why a trained dog will bite its master. Either it is about to die and is unable to recognize its master, or it has found a new one. He asked, does he suspect the first elder? His father sat on his throne and told him that he is not sure. Everything will end with the beginning of the heavenly festival next month. Let him go to Tibet and help them, and he will deal with the council of elders. After talking with his father, Yuljin left the palace. So Wang Yi is dead, and what's more, it was because of his father. He doesn't know what exactly happened, but something went wrong. When the heavenly festival celebration starts next month, the palace slaughter for the cult leader will drown the heavenly mountain in blood. This is the future that awaits them, and it is almost impossible to change. He remembered the masked protagonist saying he would do his best and wanted to ask him what he would do in his place. He passed by Hito, who greeted him respectfully and informed him that his brother had passed on to the other world. This news stunned him for a second, and then he closed his eyes and, holding back his emotions, thanked him. A bird landed from the sky on Yuljin's hand. He called Taiwa and told her that they were going to Tibet. Time passed, and the villagers crowded around the pier, happily watching the approaching boat. After the Xinjiang leader fell, countless carts of food and medicinal herbs began to arrive in the village on behalf of the Black Sun. The residents of the Stream of Tears village, touched by such a gesture, began to work hard in the fields, and although only a few were able to get rid of their addiction, the village that once had a bleak future no longer saw sad tears. This place now knew tears of happiness. Rejoicing at another boat with food, they all smiled, but contrary to their expectations, the boat was empty, and a suspicious stranger in a mask arrived to them. He immediately asked where the village leader was, and one of the locals discontentedly told him not to dare mention this man's name anymore, unless he wanted to be stoned to death. The suspicious man asked in shock, "Is there no more spirit joy powder?" The villager became very angry and began to scold him, but suddenly received a blow and fell to the ground. The man asked again where the village chief was, and one of the villagers told him that he had died. When he learned that all the powder had been destroyed by fire, he killed the villager who had told him about it, and the woman next to whom his corpse had fallen begged him in horror to spare them. When he asked where Yul Tashik and his daughter were, and the woman told him that they had left with the young leader, he finished her off with just one blow of his fist. The rest of the villagers were terrified and began to run, but the man caught up with everyone and killed them. After that, he set fire to the village and went into the forest, where he finally took off his mask. It turned out to be the current leader of the Guangmyung Supreme Lord's detachment, Bi Seik. In this forest, he came across Yenhua, which surprised him greatly. He asked her what she was doing so far from home, and she tiredly answered him that she was there looking for something. He said with a smile that it was fate that they met here. Let her tell him what she was looking for, and he would help her. She called his words about fate nonsense and said that she did not need help. Seeing jewelry on the ground, she asked where it came from. Did someone really drop it? The man immediately frowned and called out to her, asking with a threatening look what she was looking for here. Noticing this, she asked with displeasure, "Is he sick? Why is he looking at her like that?" She came to find the Black Sun. Is that an answer enough? He looked at her suspiciously, then smiled and said that she would not find anything there. He had just been there and had already checked everything. She asked why he needed it, to which he replied that the cult leader could be there. If a person named Black Sun exists, then it must be the cult leader having fun. She was a little surprised and asked him to tell her what he knew about it, and he said that the day Black Sun showed up, the young leader was here too. The Black Sun then killed the village chief, who escaped after forcing the villagers to make substances, and then the young leader suddenly disappeared without saying a word. After introducing him, Yenhua was a little embarrassed and said in a displeased voice that he was so nasty, after which the man asked if it was bad that the young leader's reputation had reached this area. She gritted her teeth indignantly and told him not to make her laugh. His personality was terrible. Seik pointed out that there was no one more impressive in the cult than the young leader. She got angry and said that if he liked him so much, then he could take him for himself. She didn't need him. This made him laugh and asked what she was going to do now, and she thought about it. Now she has a lot more questions. If the young leader saw the Black Sun, then he might know who he is and where he went. But why isn't he doing anything to help this place? To get the answer to these questions, she would have to go to Myung Palace. She informed Seik about this and headed back, asking, "He won't follow her, right? People might find it weird, so let him stay here." He just smiled and watched her go, then clenched his fist in anger and mentally called her an arrogant fool. This dirty girl refuses to go with him when she came to look for another man? Soon, night fell. In the cult territory, on top of a wooden peak, MC was sitting under a tree and wondering, did the mask change shape because he reached a higher level of the Demon Lord arts? He read the message from Tong. It advised him to throw the plate on the ground when he was on the wooden peak. After removing the message, he thought about it. He was sure he wasn't talking about the Guangmyung plate. Maybe he was talking about the Hao clan plate, but no one had shown up. Hearing some sounds, he looked to the side and saw a girl wearing a fox mask dancing on the path leading to him. She approached him while dancing and showed him the plate, smiling and saying that he dropped it. She suddenly ran up to him and started sniffing him, which made him nervous and asked what she was doing. She said that since she could feel a sweet scent coming from him, she was sure that the plate belonged to him, but she had no idea who he was. Was there someone in the cult that she didn't know? He thought it was because he was wearing the Sacred Flames mask. If even he couldn't recognize himself, then how could she? Did the plate smell like something? He asked her who she was, and she immediately introduced herself. Her name was Hyang Mio, and she was from the Hao clan and would now serve him. She was a special envoy who carried messages from the clan to important people. He asked her to tell him everything she knew, and she pointed her finger to the side and said that he needed to go 272 steps north from here, then 139 steps south along a forked path. Then he needed to go another 78 steps north of the cedar tree, and then he should go into the bamboo forest, and he would see the Palace of Murders. It was located in a village at the very end of the bamboo forest, and there weren't many buildings there. Nothing remarkable. However, as soon as he entered these lands, he would immediately become the target of murderous demons. He followed her directions and found himself on the path leading to the palace, but soon found himself surrounded on all sides. When he asked the girl if there was a way to get around them, she replied that there wasn't. One day, the seventh elder walked in without any preparation and was killed, and all they could find was his toe. These people even kill their own allies, and the murderous demons are categorized by numbers from 1 to 300. If he kills the top, that person will immediately be replaced by someone else. He asked, but how long will their people last? She told him that they kidnapped children for this purpose. For his information, Gu Yanren is number 1. By the way, the people from the Mirim Alliance recently visited the Palace of Murders, so everyone here will be on guard. Chunso noticed a blue piece of cloth in front of his feet, and when he picked it up, his eyes widened in shock. It was the symbol of a storm, which means that the people from the Dragon Storm Squad are now in the Palace of Murders. After that, there was a loud sound. He turned his gaze to the side and noticed a small depression in the ground, and when he looked at the bamboo, you saw holes and immediately realized that these were all traps. It was quiet around, only a slight breeze was blowing, and the people of the Palace of Murders decided that this was the perfect moment to attack. All the traps were activated at once. Chains jumped out from under the ground, arrows shot out of the bamboo, and then the people of the palace themselves appeared. Even though all of this fell on MC at once, he managed to dodge and remembered how he asked Mayo if there were any more messages for him. She told him that they say you can't catch a tiger without going into its lair. He decided to do as they say and, spinning in the air, dodged the attacks of his opponents. After which he twirled daggers around himself and, turning sharply, pointed them at the enemies. While he was fighting them, the leader of the Dragon Storm Squad, Mo Yonghui, was hanging upside down from the ceiling in the torture chamber. When he woke up, he immediately felt pain, and the man sitting next to him asked, "Did he finally open his eyes?" Number 3 was sitting in front of him, cutting a caterpillar out of a tree with a knife. He asked, did he think he said his name was Mo Yonghui? It was useless for him to resist. He was going to die anyway. Even if not, it couldn't be called life either. The guy remained silent, and after a short pause said that he still intended to survive, and number 3 asked how he would do it. He was going to die even if he just left him here alone. He told him that even if he died, they would still pay, and he laughed, asking, was this some kind of orthodox positivity? Yonghui remained silent and thought that he had to get out of here, no matter what, before he returned here. He noticed the caterpillar in his hands and asked, did he also want to be free? It seemed that he was not the only prisoner here. Number 3 looked at him with displeasure and ordered him to shut up. So the guy asked how he was finding life without a name. Was he betrayed by a demonic cult, or was he born in the Palace of Murders? He told him that the cult didn't abandon children in places like this, and the guy laughed, asking if even he found this place creepy? He didn't know there were any sane people left in the demonic cult. Number 3 threatened him that he had no orders to keep him alive, so he shouldn't dig his own grave. Yonghui continued anyway and asked who abandoned him here. When he told him that they did, he looked very surprised, and the man said that even wild animals don't disgrace their own children. But they, the dirty true believers, are such hypocrites. They act so pompous in public, but behind closed doors, they do their nasty deeds. And if anyone finds out about this, they will be thrown out in an instant. Because of his words, he became indignant and exclaimed, "What kind of nonsense is he talking about? He was abandoned by the faithful. That's just not possible." Number 3 said that the caterpillar needs to get out of its cocoon to become what it's destined to be. Who does he think he became after being abandoned by the faithful and raised in the palace of murders? Yonghui exclaimed in rage that he was just a dog of a demon cult, and he stood up from his chair, agreeing with him. That's why he better shut his mouth and not twitch, unless he wanted to die from that dog's bite. He gathered energy in his hand and then hid it in the chest and burned the caterpillar, saying that there was no way he could get out of here. He better hope that he dies before the palace master gets here. With that, he left him alone with his hanging dead comrades. Exhausted from terrible pain, he mentally apologized to Jagak. He is not like him. If he were in his place, he would definitely find a way out. He remembered how they used to spend their days. One day, an enraged Jagak woke him up and he exclaimed discontentedly and still sleepy, "Who would disturb a sleeping person? Did not he know that he was on duty? What happened?" Jagak rolled up his sleeves and swore that he would kill this idiot, and Yonghui looked at him in bewilderment, then grabbed him and told the others to help him. They needed to stop him. Even though he was the son of the leader of the Union, he was much simpler than everyone else. He treated everyone equally and obediently, like a child, carried out the simplest orders. But when it came to something bigger that required everyone's attention, he became bolder and was ahead of the entire planet. This is what the former leader of the Dragon Storm Squad, Yang Jagak, was like. Now he misses him so much, he wants to see him. Realizing that he won't be able to stay upside down for long, he thought that they would probably meet very soon, and then he would apologize to him in person. At this time, Chunso had dealt with the enemies and was heading towards the palace, but he didn't expect more warriors to come out to meet him. Number 3, who was leading them, asked if he was from the Murim Alliance, but his manner of moving was different. It didn't look like he was from there. He looked more like those Tibetan idiots. He asked where they were, to which he replied that it didn't matter. The moment he stepped on that ground, whoever he was, he signed his own death warrant. He didn't care about his words and asked about the state of the squad, and Number 3 asked if he would soon be fed to the dogs, and was he worried about the others? Hearing another question from him, he chuckled and remarked that he was so impatient, after which he said that 8 of them had passed away. But one was still breathing, the most stubborn of them. This news shocked MC greatly, and he grabbed his head, and Number 3 asked, "Does he regret it already? Is he sad because he couldn't save them?" The Murim Alliance is in their repertoire. They feign sadness, bitterness, and madness, acting like saints and pretending that they didn't know anything. But there is no reason to be sad. He will send him to the afterlife after his squad leader, Mo Yonghui. Hearing this name, he looked at him in shock and asked, "What does this mean?" Number 3 raised one eyebrow in confusion and asked, "Didn't he come for the young master of the Moyong clan, the leader of the Dragon Storm Squad?" He was very surprised that he was here now, and Number 3 laughed at him, asking, "Did he appear in such a place without even knowing it?" He ignored him and remembered Yonghui, especially how he said that he would never want to deal with him. Although he constantly called him rude, showing that he despised him, but when they were in a difficult battle, he offered him a drink if they survived. Then he thanked him for being his friend. Realizing that his close friend and comrade was now here, Chunso was horrified. At the same time, Number 3 ordered the others to capture him, but not to kill him, since the palace master should deal with him. They pounced on him from all sides, even from the air, but he stood still and tried to comprehend the fact that his friend was alive. Right now, he was imprisoned here. And then only one thought appeared in his empty mind. He needed to kill them all. His energy flared up, and then black flames blazed up around him. His fierce spirit came out, and when the flames died down, charred bodies froze next to him, and Number 3 nervously asked, "So, he is a martial artist who has reached the highest demonic realm?" He ordered his men to retreat, but it was too late. MC was going to kill them anyway. Demonic energy spread throughout the area, gathered into a tornado, and began to destroy everything in its path. As it approached its opponents, the tornado fired magical projectiles at them. Number 3 took aim with his bow and ordered his men to get away from him, after which they all shot at him at once, and a formidable snake rushed towards him. With just one swing of his hand, he cut the air in front of him, and the blow reached the snake and the arrows, as well as the people who fired them. Black flames instantly burned them, and Chunso, stepping over the corpses, began to slowly approach Number 3 and asked where Yonghui was now. The man did not answer his question and ordered the warriors to kill him, after which they rushed into battle. He kicked the ground, splitting it and throwing the opponents off balance, then grabbed a sword from one of them and threw it at the other, then rushed forward and struck them several times with his palms. He struck one of them with the edge of his palm, literally cutting him, and stepped on the head of the other. After a few seconds, he dealt with everyone and headed towards number 3 again. He fired 3 daggers at him and then created a copy of himself and headed towards him with it. One of the knives injured MC. He looked first at the numbers 3 on the left and then on the right and wondered which one was an illusion. He quickly realized that there was no difference and decided to strike the Demon Lord's Legion, which caught the man off guard. He used his own technique and summoned many copies of himself, which surrounded both the illusion and the real number 3. They all started beating them together, and when one of them started bleeding, Chunso dealt him the finishing blow. Bleeding out, number 3 called him a monster and then ordered everyone to use the explosion absorption technique. The palace people pounced on him, and he hesitated for a second, and then suddenly black flames burst out and dust rose. Covering his face with his cloak, MC said that he had encountered explosions so many times that he was fed up with them. Moving in a zigzag pattern, he managed to hit everyone in his path with the Demon Lord's holy fire, and number 3 exclaimed, "Did he manage to block and dodge the explosion absorption technique?" Chunso quickly approached him and grabbed him by the neck, lifting him off the ground, and he asked if he wouldn't be interested in knowing where Mo Yonghui was now. He told him that he would find out for himself. Most likely, he was somewhere nearby. Number 3 turned his attention to the demon spirit and said that he didn't understand anything. Something looming behind him was definitely a demon. He seemed to understand who he was, but MC didn't let him say it, squeezing his neck harder and looked at him menacingly. He noticed that his gaze was wandering, but it wasn't because of fear. He didn't even say anything. Did he really give up? Number 3 was extremely upset. He couldn't believe that the person in front of him was doing this, and in the meantime he thought, did he really understand that he was using the art of the Demon Lord? He immediately dealt him a fatal blow, and blood spurted out of his mouth, and then he threw him to the ground. Number 3 still couldn't believe it and muttered something, and Chunso, after giving him one last look, headed towards the palace, leaving him to die. He opened the doors. Inside were the dead squad members hanging from the ceiling and their still alive leader. MC immediately recognized his face and his vision became slightly clouded. Without wasting any time, he laid him down on the floor and decided to first release his body from the numbness. He poked several points on his body and soon he opened his eyes, but thought he was still sleeping. Chunso called him a fool and asked him upset why he came here. Yonghui was still delirious. He thought he went to the afterlife and laughed, saying that it was very good. Because of this, MC got angry and exclaimed, "Why would he be happy about death?" The guy asked who he was, but he did not answer and told him that he had to survive. He should not have come here. At this moment, Yonghui's eyes widened in shock. He vaguely saw his friend and his savior and exclaimed, "Is it really him? His friend, Yang Jagak?" Chunso neither denied nor confirmed it. He still asked why he came here and said that he should have quietly sat in the Union. He knows what it means to fight demons. Just like Yonghui intended, he apologized to him for not being able to protect them. They were all killed in front of him. It's all his fault. The MC looked up. Chongsu, Wanggak, Wanjin, Jinho, Zhongseo, Kenseo, Quangjin, and Heon were hanging from the ceiling. Yonghui said that he asked him not to leave before, but now he wants to leave too. He missed him so much. Chunso didn't listen to him anymore. He looked at his dead comrades and realized that he had witnessed their last moments. He clenched his teeth so hard that they creaked, and helping his friend up, told him to stop kidding. He once made a fuss about waking him up, and now he's telling him that he missed him? That's just disgusting. He's a crazy idiot. And who even trusted him with his position? He has to survive no matter what. Gritting his teeth, he needs to keep fighting for his life. His friend laughed and noted that it was just like him to say that. Heading towards the exit, MC thought that he needed to go to the Palace of Monstrous Venom. If he could make it in time, maybe he would have a chance to save him. As his leader, he wouldn't let him leave before him, no matter what. As they ran through the bamboo forest, he said that he had managed to survive and he would do it too. He had always been more stubborn than anyone else, hadn't he? His friend agreed with him, and he asked if he remembered how they went to deal with the Bloody Death Combine. They almost all died back then, but he continued to persist despite being wounded 3 times. Yonghui laughed and added that everyone was still cursing at him back then because he was the only one who looked okay. He made a sack and asked if that was the real reason. He was stronger than all of them after all. His friend agreed with him and said that was exactly how it was last time. He apologized for being stronger than everyone and promised to treat them to lunch when they got home. MC said that they always ended up starving after a massacre. He knew a good place that served sliced pork belly with garlic sauce, so they should go there. He was sure he would feel better if he tried it. Already starting to lose strength, Yonghui asked if he knew that when he turned away from them, there were arrows sticking out of his back. 5 arrows to be exact. They were so shocked that they couldn't even speak. Breathing heavily, he laughed, and MC asked why he only remembers things like this. After these words, he stopped abruptly. Palace of Monstrous Venom was ahead. He immediately called out to his friend and happily told him that they had arrived. Everything would be fine now. They just had to endure a little bit. But Youngwee no longer answered him, and his body became completely weak. His quiet breathing and weak pulse that he had felt just recently were now gone. He fearfully laid him on the ground and in confusion asked him to wake up and not to joke with him like that. This was not like him at all. He waited for a few seconds. But there was still no answer, and he said that he had so many things to ask him and so many things to say. His voice began to tremble, and he, dropping tears on his friend's face, said that he only needed him to wake up. He missed him too. Now that he thought about it, he realized it. Meanwhile, Yanran arrived at the Palace of Murders, and the first thing he saw was charred corpses and black flames. He immediately remembered the rumors. The black sun would save everyone with its black flames. He thought that this was just a crazy fantasy, but the black sun really was here. He smirked and said that this was so wonderful. Then he stepped aside, and his subordinates appeared behind him. Number 2 told him that they could not find number 3, Yongwee and Du Chungsu. All the others were dead. What are your instructions? Yanran told him that they would return to the palace. The missing and those who contributed to this disappearance, let them take care of it. He waved his hand and his dagger cut through the walls of the palace in an instant, and then they collapsed, and he ordered his people to destroy the missing. After changing his clothes, Chunso entered the Palace of Monstrous Venom, and Dongbang ran out to him, exclaiming that he heard that he had finished his training, but was still acting weird. Why was he carrying a corpse on his back? Did he take something and was now looking for adventure? He turned to his men and ordered them to immediately close the main gate, and no matter what happened today, let them keep their mouths shut. The MC told him with a gloomy expression that he was not a corpse, and he asked why he was in such a state then. He looked more like a dead person than a living person. And he still thought the meeting of the palaces was interesting. He headed towards the main building and told him to follow him, and as soon as they entered, he cast a displeased look at the lost young leader and asked what was he taking so long for. Let him lay the patient down. He put his friend on the pedestal, and the old man exclaimed with displeasure, "How dare he dirty this place with some dead body? Does he even know how much all this costs? How dare he desecrate a jade pedestal that can even raise the dead?" As soon as those words were said, MC got the chance to save his friend and grabbed Dongbang by his clothes, exclaiming, "He said that this pedestal can raise the dead?" The old man was indignant and asked why he was staring at him like that. Losing his patience, Chunso ordered him to be serious and asked, "Can he save Yongwee?" He yelled back, spitting saliva, "How can he save a dead man? That's such a figure of speech. If he wants to save him, then let him go and rescue him from the hands of the god of death himself. Let him stop talking such nonsense and let him go finally. He's the one who should be lying here. Did he start a fight with the wrong person in a drunken stupor? His hands are injured." He pulled the knife out of his shoulder and asked him what the fuss was about over some guy. He looked like he was going to die soon too. Chunso pursed his lips and quietly told him that he was his friend, and the old man looked at him for a moment before calming down and walking up to Yongwee and saying that he thought Yultak was his only friend. But even if someone managed to beat him up that badly, he never had such a pretty face, despite all the mess they made of him. It looked like this was the work of the Palace of Murders. The MC said sadly that he was a straightforward, honest, and loyal friend, and the old man grumbled that it sounded like he was actually a complete loser. The MC said that he didn't tolerate injustice or take the easy way out, and the old man remarked that it was just his destiny, and that's why he ended up like this. MC said that this shouldn't have happened, and the old man told him that it seemed so, otherwise he wouldn't be here. After that, Chunso asked, "He is called the Demon of Poison and the Furious Healer, right?" Dongbang turned around and exclaimed indignantly, "Who said such nonsense? He is the Heavenly Healer." After calling him that, Chunso fell to his knees in front of him and grabbed his hand, tearfully asking him to save him. Let him do whatever it takes to save him. He is his friend. He is the Heavenly Healer, right? Then he should save him. Because of his actions, the old man realized that it was important to him, and he thoughtfully looked at the corpse, after which he checked it and said that there was no pulse, but rigor mortis had not yet set in, which means he died not long ago. Judging by his body temperature, he died as soon as they got here. He took off his clothes, after which he felt different points on his body, and an idea came to him. He asked how much he wanted to save him. MC immediately perked up and asked, hopefully, "Is there a way to do that?" He told him that if he saved him, he would no longer be a heavenly physician, but a god himself. He glanced at the young leader and said that the palace was already full of corpses, but the value of the body's vitality was still different. Chunso immediately understood what this meant. He is strong and was born with a strong body like steel. What does this have to do with the fact that he was dead? The master of the Palace of Monstrous Venom said that death is determined by breathing, heart rate, involuntary reflexes, but these are all for weaklings. The fact that he still had energy meant that his soul was still here. So he could live if they made him a Jiangshi. MC immediately became furious with rage and grabbed the old man's clothes, exclaiming, "Has he completely lost his mind?" He asked back, didn't he want to save him? He pointed to his corpse and said that this was the first stage, he was already half dead. He had only lasted this long because of his body's vitality. That's why there was still a lot of energy in his core. If he refused this method, then he could only pray to God. He had no other choice. If they hesitated, then even if they succeeded, he would no longer be in that state. The more energy he lost, the closer he became to the afterlife. Chunso didn't listen to him at all, and now only one thought was spinning in his head. How could the first young leader of the Moyang clan be reborn as a Jiangshi? But he wouldn't die like that. He gritted his teeth and asked what would happen to him if he became like that. Dongbang told him that he could use the martial arts he had learned, but since his body had already died, he didn't need to drink, eat, or go to the toilet. Based on the theory, he would live and move normally, following his master's orders. Also, he won't be able to think and feel on his own. This made him angry, and he shouted in his face, "Is he mocking him now?" The old man got angry too and exclaimed, "What does he want then? He should be happy that at least he will live. There's no other option except to turn him into a living corpse. He doesn't eat, doesn't defecate, doesn't cry, and doesn't even sleep. He only needs to kill. No one is forcing him. He is his healer, not his master. And in general, he regrets saying this." MC looked at him in rage and realized that there was no other choice left. He could kill Yonghui with his own hands, but he remembered how his friend told him not to ask him to stay. Now he also wants to leave in peace. He knows that he would hate him if he found out what he was going to do, but he can do otherwise. He let go of the old man and said that he didn't need any master, he just needed him to live and move. Now he decided to be selfish, because he was no longer young Jagak, but the young leader of a demonic cult. So he wouldn't let him go that easily. Smoothing his clothes, the master of the Palace of Monstrous Venom told him that it was impossible. When creating a Jiangshi, someone was needed who would have to feed it with internal energy. The purer the demonic energy, the better the condition of the Jiangshi will be. Did he really think that bringing a dead man back to life was nothing? In any case, he would have no choice but to serve the one who fed him with internal energy. Noticing that the young leader was doing something, he looked at him in surprise and asked, what was he doing? Was he joking? Chunso sat down next to the pedestal and said that he would do everything. Let him start preparing. He could start in a couple of minutes. Didn't he say that he needed to feed it with internal energy? The master of the Palace of Monstrous Venom chuckled and said that he had never had so much energy, but MC immediately made him take it back. A purple light fell on the old man's face. He saw the young leader's energy flare up, and he ordered him to start preparing now. They don't have much time. Let him remember that they have no right to make a mistake. If he screwed up, he would wipe the Palace of Monstrous Venom off the face of the earth with his own hands. After that, they approached the corpse, and the old man said that it was a little exciting because he hadn't done this for a long time. Let him remember one thing. Touching the head and skeleton is not allowed. Everything else must be destroyed. Did he understand? He confirmed this, and he grumbled with displeasure. Did he know how delicate this procedure was? But Chunso surprised him when he got down to business. He was doing well. He joined him and began to work on his body, which was not so easy. Their joint work continued until dawn, and finally there was one last step left. Wiping the sweat from his face, the old man brought the needle to the head of the corpse and said that now they will see how lucky his friend is. Their hearts began to beat faster. Only the injection was left, and then they would find out if he would rise from the dead. Dongbang pricked the corpse, and then suddenly raised the needle in the room at the same time. An icy wind rose, gradually freezing everything around. Chunso nervously exclaimed, "Is this cold energy? Did all the heat get sucked out of him?" The old man himself was shocked. Judging by his face, this should not have happened at all. Noticing this, MC exclaimed, "Is he making fun of him?" The master of the Palace of Monstrous Venom became worried and said that this was strange. Why did he start spreading cold energy? He should either open his eyes and get up, or just die. But why is this happening? What the hell did he do? He exclaimed in response. Why is he asking him this? Has he forgotten that if he screws up, then the palace is finished? The old man pulled himself together and touched the frozen corpse to check its condition, but suddenly it burst into a bright flame, which made Chunso even more worried. He grabbed the old man's shoulder and worriedly asked him to tell him what was going on. Why was his body on fire? The palace master was at a loss and his eyes widened in surprise, seeming to understand what was going on. He called out to the young leader and asked if he had learned the Demon Lord arts. The MC remained silent, only staring at him in surprise, and the old man laughed, convinced of his guess. He had mastered the ultimate demon arts during his training, but this was so absurd. Only an ultimate demon lord could have such pure demonic energy. He laughed nervously and said that he had been such a fool. After calming down, he stated with a serious face that they had failed to make him a jiangshi. But before Chunso could become enraged, he said that despite this, they had still managed to save him. Blazing with demonic energy, Yonghui began to slowly rise, and the old man exclaimed in delight that his friend would live again. They managed to create something that the world had never seen before. The legendary Supreme Demon Jiangshi. Feeling a powerful sway of energy behind him, MC turned around in surprise and Yonghui asked, "Are they the minions of the demonic cult? Where is he? He is sure that he died in the Palace of Murders." MC was glad that he turned out to be a supreme demon, and the old man, noticing Yonghui's furious gaze, hid behind the young leader and called out to him, asking if he wasn't his friend. But he looks at him like his sworn enemy. Hearing him call out to him, Yonghui became even more angry and asked, "So he is the young leader of the demonic cult?" Quickly rising from the pedestal, he rushed towards Chunso and clenched his hand into a fist, endowing him with energy, and was about to hit him, but for some reason he froze. He gritted his teeth in rage and exclaimed, "What did he do to his body?" Dongbang laughed and noted that he was literally overflowing with energy. However, a jiangshi would never be able to harm his master. It was useless to even try. After learning that he had been turned into a walking corpse, he became even more angry, and the old man said that he was not just any jiangshi. He was the jiangshi of the Heavenly Demon Lord. He knew no limits. He should be grateful to the young leader for the rest of his life and recognize him as his master. MC called out to him and ordered him to get out of here, which made the old man indignant, and the young leader said that he needed to talk to him alone. "So let him go," the old man indignantly asked. So he was kicking him out when he showed up at his house in the middle of the night? He was about to start swearing, but quickly moderated his ardor when he saw the energy emanating from Chunso. He silently disappeared behind the door, and finally MC was left alone with his resurrected friend. He told him to go sit on the pedestal, and not to do such nonsense, and he obeyed him, and then asked with displeasure, did he think his current state was a joke? Chunso smiled nervously and thought that his words did not match his actions at all. He told him that it was not so, and Yonghui said that he could not believe that he had become a puppet of someone like him. In that case, he said that he would rather kill himself and raised his palm above his head. But just as he was about to hit himself, Chunso gave an order, and he stopped. MC said that he did not want him to die, and Yonghui exclaimed in rage, did he intend to use him as a weapon for a demonic cult? He immediately denied this, which surprised him a little, and told him to live freely, let him leave the heavenly mountain and go back to where he came from. He asked in confusion, is he trying to play some kind of game with him? He told him that it was not so. He still had something to do in this life. Besides, he did not belong here. At this moment, he wondered what else he should tell him, that he was his close friend, Yang Jadok. Will it work? But will they be able to go back? Yonghui asked, did he save him from the jaws of death to send him back to the Miram Alliance? Does he really think he will believe that? He told him that if he does not believe him, then there is nothing he can do. Let him go, he is free, but he is not allowed to touch anyone here. He became stubborn and told him that he does not want to, and Chunso asked displeasedly, then what does he want? Does he want to live here? Let him go, he will not hold him back. He exclaimed in rage that he does not believe him. He is sure that he is guiding him to get something from the Miram Alliance. But because of the order, he still headed towards the exit and threatened him that he would not give up so easily. And MC noted that while he was talking like that, his legs were carrying him. He smiled and said goodbye to him in his mind and asked him to never come back here. He was glad that he was able to meet him again. It was great to see him. He watched his silhouette leave, and the master of the Palace of Monstrous Venom said with disappointment that they finally managed to create the first jiangshi of the Demon Lord. Where did he send him? He told him that it was none of his business and invited him inside and asked, he called himself a heavenly physician, right? He confirmed it and asked, did he really need anything else? Chunso said that he would only ask him one question, and it would be better if he thought about the answer first. Are those crimson jiangshi at the peak of beauty his work? He was outraged by this accusation and exclaimed that he had never been at the peak of beauty. MC told him to think carefully. His Demon Lord art had improved so much that killing him wouldn't be that hard. He exclaimed again that it wasn't him. He thought it was that easy to create a jiangshi? He really had that much time to do it. Why would he even do anything if it wasn't even unworthy of his time? MC reminded him that he had just created a jiangshi supreme demon. Did he really expect him to believe his words? He became angry and shouted that it was because he had managed to attain a level of the Demon Lord's supreme art that no one had ever achieved except for the First Lord. It was also because he was in such good physical condition. He thought it was that easy? It would have been much easier to raise the dead from the grave. Realizing that he was talking about the Crimson Jiangshi, he immediately calmed down and asked if there really were those. Chunso confirmed it and said that they had red skin and a unique body structure. If they are attacked in the chest, they explode, like the all-consuming explosion technique used by assassins. On the other hand, their bones are harder than diamonds. Dongbang remarked that this was very unusual. Does he know where the Jiangshi came from? He shook his head to the side, and he told him that they were brought here from Western China. The Guangmyung cult was originally the divine fire cult of Persia, and the art of creating Jiangshi came from there. There are two main types: the bloody Jiangshi from the Tibetan Patala Palace, and the living ones from the Guangmyung cult. They are already completely complete and cannot grow anymore. The other types are growth Jiangshi, which can still grow, just like ordinary people. He said that he saw them at the peak of their beauty, right? In order to grow, they need to eat something, and they feed on corpses. He asked, so they could come from Western China? The old man shrugged and told him that it was possible. But why didn't anyone tell him that they saw something like that at the peak of beauty? He needs to leave there right now. MC told him that it was useless. He wouldn't be able to find them even if he went there. He was more important now. How did he become his heavenly healer? Dongbang looked at him in surprise and said that he had a feeling that something was wrong. Had he lost his memory or something? Chunso pointed out that he called himself a heavenly doctor, but he couldn't even diagnose his condition. He thought that everyone in the cult already knew about his memory loss. The old man was stung by his words and looked away, then said that most people also said how perverted and worthless he was, but in his eyes, he was just a patient who was dying without any hope. He was a child whose acupuncture points had been blocked since birth. At first, they didn't know what to do with him, so they gave him all sorts of elixirs or taught him martial arts. However, he continued to suffer in agony because his internal energy couldn't come out. At first, he thought that he would get better, but as time went by, rumors began to spread because there was no progress. They said that he didn't deserve his title and should be stripped of it. There were also many who actually tried to harm him. People held a grudge against him and wanted to kill him. How could a small child endure all of this? That's when he started taking the mind-numbing powder to calm his heart. MC asked, that's why he went to the Great Demon Corridor? He confirmed it. If there was no way to cure him in the whole world, then there was only one way out. The demonic art that could overturn the heavens, the art of the Supreme Demon Lord. Now MC understood what the meaning was. Ma Chunso went to the Great Demon Corridor to free himself. However, his body was incapable of holding the Supreme Demon art, and that's why, even though he managed to open the acupuncture points, he couldn't hold the energy and met his death. Palace of Monstrous Master Venom asked what he was going to do now. He didn't leave the Great Demon Corridor without a plan. Right? He asked if he was curious. He replied that from the Jiangshi at the peak of beauty, the birth of the Jiangshi of the Supreme Ruler, and ending with his mastery of the Supreme Art of Demons, all these events could shake the entire heavenly mountain. But what was more important now was that no one paid attention to him until the Palace of Monstrous Venom, even though he was carrying the strange man who was attacked at the Palace of Murders. MC smiled and asked with a gloomy expression, was it because they didn't care about him? The old man exclaimed in response that this was just ridiculous. He thinks the palace masters are blind? Palaces of welcoming joy, worldly riches. Or someone else would have already spread the word. Noticing his expression, he immediately fell silent. The young leader stood there and smiled. He jumped back in fear and asked, was it not the Council of Elders that was behind the Palace of Worldly Riches, but Myung Palace? He nervously reminded him that he was his healer first, and the palace master second. Chunso approached him and said threateningly that he would not kill him, since he had saved his friend's life. But if he became his healer, he would have to do his job until the very end. Dongbang asked in surprise, so he was trying to become a cult leader? What the hell was going on here? He told him that this was a natural progression for a young leader, and the old man looked at him nervously, then closed his eyes to calm himself, and said that even if he became a demon lord, it would not be an easy battle. The master of the Palace of Dancing Blood is approaching the level of a supernatural demon and has been preparing for it for a long time, so his strength will be great. But he is not his only opponent. He cannot stand against the Council of Elders or Gu Yanren, so let him run away and hide well. Once the situation gets better, he will let him know. Seeing him leaving, he ordered him to stop and shouted in displeasure, "Where is he going?" He told him that he is going to Mung Palace, and he asked worriedly, "Why is he going there?" "He needs to hide." MC looked at him and said that he wants to find other ways to escape this situation. Let him keep everything that he already knows to himself. He already said that if he wants to be his healer, then just do his job. Now that they are on the same side of the barricade, the only way he can leave is death. Dongbang sighed heavily and grabbed his head, saying that he can't believe that he is going through something like this at such an old age. It drives him crazy. But is there a real way to escape all this? His help alone will not be enough. They went outside, and suddenly Yonghui's voice was heard, asking Chunso, "Is he making fun of him?" He stood at the door with his back to the wall and waited for him. MC asked in surprise, did he not hear him? He told him to leave. Dongbang said that it was useless to send him anywhere. He should stay close to him within a 15-kilometer radius. But since he was still here, his survival rate increased by 10%. MC smiled nervously and noted that he was only telling him this now. The old man hid behind him and said that even livestock would not eat from someone else's feeding troughs. Is there any meaning in his Jiangshi leaving him? Hearing all this, Yonghui became angry and exclaimed, "Was he trying to make a fool of him?" He started arguing with the old man and Chunso. After watching them, he sighed heavily and decided to take Yonghui with him. Time passed. A conflict broke out in some inn. Yanhua encountered a man from the Palace of Murders, and he ordered her to reveal her identity if she did not want to die. She responded by saying that rumor had it that the Palace of Murders only recruited eunuchs, and it seemed to be true. Does he even know who she is? He said with displeasure that she better be strong enough to stand by her words. But before they could escalate into a fight, MC stepped in and said that the woman was his maid. But how did it come to this? Some time ago, all the men in the inn couldn't take their eyes off the one beautiful flower that was Yanhua. She sat at the table with a thoughtful look, enjoying the view from the window, and wondered what the young leader would say if she went to Myung Palace right now to look for him. It was obvious that he would call her his maid again and order her to get back to her job. She literally burned with rage and wondered if she should just finish him off. At that moment, MC and his friend entered the inn. Yonghui told him to get him out of that place immediately. If he did that, then maybe he could forgive him for all his past misdeeds. He told him that he couldn't, and then his friend asked, so he was willing to take the sin on his soul? If he let him out of the demon lair, he would give him a chance to pay for his mistakes. Chunso easily agreed to this, but only after he became the master of that demon lair. Yonghui got angry and threatened to rip his head off, and at that moment Chunso froze in place. He saw Yanhua and thought that he had told her to go to Myung Palace. Why was she still here? They sat nearby and Yonghui asked, does he know her? Why was he staring at her like that? He pretended like nothing happened, and Yonghui said that he had been staring at that girl since they entered. MC turned around to look at her again, but to his surprise, she was already standing next to their table, and now she was the one staring at him. She called out to him, and he became nervous, afraid that she might have figured out who he was, but luckily that was not the case. She smiled and asked if he had ever been to the Tears Creek village. Luckily, she did not recognize him because of the Sacred Flames mask. He pretended not to understand what she was talking about, and she suspiciously said that he was dressed just like that person. After that, she smirked, hit her knee on the outside of the table, causing the chopsticks to fly into the air, and then she used her ability and threw them at Chunso. They pierced the window next to him at high speed. She expected him to do something to prevent this, but alas. Because of this, she realized that he could not be that person. She walked away from their table and apologized to him. It seems she just made a mistake. But she thinks it's true that in the last few days, all sorts of scum of society will become more expensive for him. At that moment, a large group of people entered the inn, and everyone immediately paid attention to them. Judging by their dark clothes and hats, they were the killers from the Palace of Murders. They started looking at everyone present, and one of them said that they were from the Palace of Murders. They were looking for people who stayed at the village of the Stream of Tears. The people became very nervous, and Yonghui clenched his fist in anger as soon as he heard about the palace. MC mentally told him to sit still and not move. Nothing good awaits them if they reveal themselves. Yonghui told him not to call him by his name. And why is he telling him to hold back? They are looking for him, and he will not let someone else suffer because of him. He asked if he has ever been to the village of the Stream of Tears. Why is he so worried about the people of the demonic cult? He asked, does he want him to allow such an injustice to happen just because they are from a demon cult? How pathetic to hear that from a young leader. It must be nice to be them, to serve the likes of him for generations. Chunso ordered him to shut up and just sit quietly. After which, he nervously turned his gaze to the murderers and counted at least 20. He is sure there are more hiding somewhere. This is exactly the kind of situation that will only get worse if he interferes. Unexpectedly for him, Yenhua intervened in the matter. She crossed her arms over her chest in displeasure and ordered the man from the Palace of Murders to leave here and not disturb her peace. Because of this, MC became even more nervous than before and thought, has she completely lost her mind? How dare a simple servant behave like this? Meanwhile, the man approached her and noted that she is such an impudent person. Did she really want to die? She responded by saying that he was just a simple mongrel from the Palace of Murders. Why would she be afraid of him? The fact that they came all the way to the peak of the day, where the Palace of Dancing Blood is located, suggests that this is serious. He ordered her to reveal her identity if she didn't want to die, so she joked about him being a eunuch and asked if he didn't know who she was. He threatened her and his men began to emit an ominous energy, causing ordinary people to choke while Yenhua stood calmly in place. She smiled confidently and was about to declare herself, but Chunso intervened and shouted that this woman was his servant. They were both surprised by this, and Yonghui sighed heavily and said that he was crazy. She exclaimed that she didn't even know who he was, and the man asked if a simple servant dared to act so brazenly. She was indignant and asked who else was a servant here. Is he looking for a fight? MC asked her to shut up, and she turned to him in anger, exclaiming, who is he to tell her what to do? The man ordered them to shut up and said that they would both be going to the Palace of Murders with them. His men surrounded them, and Chunso mentally asked Yonghui to protect this woman while he dealt with them. She was his maid. He doubted it and pointed out that she was a maid with a high level of proficiency. He thinks he would believe that? He told him that he was also a high level of proficiency. What if the maid was also a high level? The men from the palace took out their weapons and started approaching them, and MC told Yenhua that she shouldn't have gotten involved in this, to let her go. She took out her weapon and asked him not to say stupid things, and he again tried to send her away, saying that he didn't want her to get hurt. At this moment, she noticed someone familiar among the crowd and became confused. Seik entered the inn and asked if they were still here, but he saw that there were many unexpected guests here today. The killer was surprised by his arrival, and he said with a smile that they had come a long way to get here, but it seemed like they were about to make a huge mistake. The man frowned and asked what this meant, and he asked if they didn't know who it was. The man thought that if the leader of the Demon Lord Guangyung's squad said that, then it must be someone special. There was only one person he could think of. He pointed at Chunso and asked if it was the young leader. Yonghui's voice immediately appeared in his head, telling him to take off his mask, since it had come to this point. How pathetic it looked. He nervously ordered him to shut up and told him that he should quietly get out of here and then hide, and let him help others escape. He decided that since he was caught, he could use his authority and his hand was already reaching for the mask, but it turns out that Seik was not talking about him at all, but about the precious daughter of the master of the Palace of Broken Swords, the Ice Flower, Lady Dan Yenhua. Finally finding out who she was, MC was shocked and turned to her, asking, "So she is Dan Yenhua?" She was slightly surprised that he knew her, and he said that she is the young leader's woman. She was outraged by his words and exclaimed that they were not even married, and at that moment, Chunso remembered how he called her a servant every time, and was horrified. Without knowing it, he not only abandoned his bride, but also insulted her every time, calling her his servant. Seik smiled and said that everyone knew that the relationship between the Murders and Broken Swords palaces was not particularly friendly, but even so, he could not understand how mere murderers dared to insult Lady Yenhua, and they also dared to do it in front of everyone. The man told him that they came here to look for people who had been to the village of the Stream of Tears, and Seik's smile became nervous. He asked what happened, but the murderer refused to say, since it was none of Mian Palace's business. Because of this, Seik got angry and ordered them to leave. The murderer wanted to object, but he moderated his ardor, realizing that they were too few to be able to deal with the leader of the demonic squad himself. He ordered his men to leave, and they headed for the exit, and MC decided to quietly leave with them. Seik immediately called out to him and said that he did not allow him to leave and asked him to sit next to him. He noticed his mask and said that it was rare to see that in their area. Chunso told him that he was sure that the cult was full of things like that. There were too many different people here, and masks were in fashion lately. He asked if he was too confident in himself. He was acting too arrogantly. He told him that he didn't see the need to act politely, and Sake asked if he didn't know who he was. He was the leader of the Demon Lord's squad. Chunso introduced himself in response, saying that he was Subong, living at the peak of the sun. The girl laughed at him, which he didn't like much, and she asked if he was afraid of anything at all. He told her that he had one fear, after which he looked up at her and said that it was her. Her face immediately turned red with embarrassment, and she turned away, smiling, saying that this phrase was quite original. She liked it, but that was enough. If he dared to be impudent again, then she would not leave him alone so easily. After that, she turned her gaze to Sake and ordered him to let him go, but he refused. She asked in displeasure, how dare he refuse when she didn't see a problem with it? More importantly, what was he doing here? He told her that he was on his way to Myeon Palace and stopped by here on the way. In any case, he can't let him go so easily, otherwise, discipline can be forgotten. They need to make sure that discipline between the lower ranks is observed, then everything will be in its place. She asked then, is it okay if he is not a follower? After that, she called out to her new acquaintance and offered him to join the Palace of Broken Swords and become her guard warrior. Sake called out to her in displeasure, and she asked, did she need his permission for that too? As the direct heir to the Palace of Broken Swords, she has the right to convert people to her faith. He knows that, right? She took out her weapon and said threateningly that she didn't remember their teachings saying anything about mistreating believers. MC was surprised that she was so quick and had a straightforward nature. Then the girl took his hand and led him along with a smile. They went out into the streets of the city and she asked if he knew who he was. He may seem innocent, but he took hierarchy very seriously. He was in a situation where he could easily kill him. Chunso asked if she could act like that then? She responded with a displeased exclamation. Why was he talking to her so arrogantly? Did he want to die? After calming down, she smiled and remarked that he was so funny. What could some leader of a Demon Lord's squad do to her, a direct descendant of the Palace of Broken Swords? He thought that he was a master above martial arts, and she was all alone. He didn't think that would stop him. They reached the forest and Manhwa turned to him, telling him that he should go far away now and not be seen by him, and he remained silent and thought that it would be much easier for him if she were cruel, evil, and had a terrible character. He asked, isn't she called an ice flower? Why is she so friendly? She told him that bad people have all of that. He is an ordinary follower, right? Since she lives in the upper echelon and enjoys life, she should be kind to others. Let him not forget to tell that the kind-hearted and beautiful lady Dan Manhwa saved him, and now let him go. MC was surprised. Why did such a girl have to marry this black sheep, the young leader? She had already run away, and he remained in place, staring at one point in surprise. Evening came, the assassins informed number 2 that Sake and Manhwa were here, and he remarked that this was such a strange turn of fate. His subordinate asked what they should do, and he ordered them to secretly follow them, but to his surprise, one of them came to them himself. Sake said that they had not seen each other for a long time and came closer to them, showing off his charming smile. Sake noted that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Number 2 yelled, is this the leader of the Demon Lord squad? Sake said that they say that the time of the Palace of Murders comes when the moon is covered by clouds. It just so happens that the moon is hidden right now. Number 2 asked, confused, what the leader was talking about. Sake clarified that he heard that number 2 was looking for people who were in the Tear Stream village. He came because he thought he could help. Number 2 replied that it was a Palace of Murders matter, so they would handle it themselves. The leader said that he understood, but he didn't think he could accept that answer. He himself had recently returned from the Tear Stream village and didn't want any misunderstandings to arise between them. Number 2 thought that in order to find the Black Sun, they used a ferret that tracks objects by blood, and it led them here, to the Fire Peak. And now the leader wants to tell them about the Black Sun? Number 2 asked in surprise, is the leader serious? Sake remarked that it was his job to look for the cult leader. Number 2 asked him to continue, and the leader said that in any case, he had met Lady Manhwa in that village, and this is what she had told him. There was nothing here, so he should go back. Number 2 remarked that this was very hard to believe. The leader meant that Sake knew what had happened in the village by the stream of tears. The leader thought for a moment and replied that, as he had said, he had not been there long. Sake clarified with a terrifying smile. But the fact that they came to the peak of fire, they acted at random? Number 2 tensed and looked down. He put the ferret down and asked him to check. Sake looked down at the approaching ferret. The animal circled the leader and ran back. Number 2 put his hands on the ferret and thought that the animal had found no traces. He said that the misunderstanding had been resolved. They were busy with their task, so they were leaving. Sake clarified that he hoped they would be able to finish what they had started. After a while, The leader smiled sinisterly and thought that whoever is in the Guangmyong cult has long known that the Palace of Murders uses its ferrets to search. He has already erased all possible traces, but this girl does not know anything. At the same time, in the inn, Number 2 turned to the lady and noted that they had not seen each other for a long time. Yenhua looked at him and asked, "What is this?" Number 2 put the ferret on the floor. The animal approached the lady and immediately growled. Sake thought that the matter was that on the decoration she picked up there were traces of his murders. The person who attacked the Palace of Murders, Number 2 said with fury that this was a person with the energy of the Black Flame. The Palace Master gave them an order to kill everyone involved, no matter who they are. He terrifyingly clarified that the lady must go with them. The leader grinned ominously and said that if these guys kill Yenhua, a war will break out between the Palace of Murders and the Palace of Broken Swords. He lowered his head and laughed. Yenhua screamed angrily. Do they even know what a mistake they are making now? Are they trying to start a war before the Guangmyong cult Heavenly Festival begins? Don't they know that it is better not to mess with direct descendants? Are they not familiar with the concept of substitution of punishment? Number 2 clarified that they would then take some of her people. If there are none, it would be better for the lady to leave with them herself. Yenhua asked to listen to her advice. They should pay the owner for the reception and go as far away as possible. Number 2 sternly clarified. Did this woman dare to threaten them? He ordered to seize her, and the assistants quickly rushed into battle. Yenhua put her foot to the side and ran past her opponents at lightning speed. She instantly stopped and looked at the weapon that flew to the side. Yenhua waved her weapon and offered to fight fairly with swords. Number 2 replied that it would not do them any honor to fight with the daughter of the Master of the Palace of Broken Swords. The assistants threw kunai shrouded in red mana in her direction. Yenhua thought that she needed to leave here. She shrouded her body in aura and ran past the opponents, striking them. The assistants quickly appeared in front of her and waved their weapons, leaving traces of mana. Yenhua tensed up and wondered what she should do. The assistant extended a sword in her direction and she fearfully asked for help. A powerful beam of mana threw the opponents aside. Yenhua heard a scream and opened her eyes. The protagonist confidently raised a fist shrouded in lightning, and Yenhua asked, "Is he Subong?" Number 2 asked with confusion, "Who is he?" He ordered him to hide if MC does not want to die. Chunso confidently raised his hand and replied that from this day on he was her guard warrior, so the opponents could attack if they wanted to die. Number 2 ominously clarified that if the protagonist so desired to go to hell, he would send him there. The opponents quickly rushed into battle. MC dealt them many blows. He snatched the weapon from the opponent's hand and said that he would borrow his sword. Chunso enveloped the sword in mana and looked at the opponent. He attacked with a series of Supreme Emperor blows, the Supreme Blow and the Moon Rupture. Blood gushed from the opponent's bodies. Yenhua asked in surprise, who was he? The protagonist smiled and replied that he was her guard warrior, Dan Subong. She screamed angrily. Was he making fun of her? MC clarified that they would talk later. Number 2 angrily barked that a martial artist who had reached the highest level, and even in a mask, was the protagonist. MC replied with bewilderment that he didn't know what he was talking about. Number 2 yelled that he would make his life a living hell. Chunso noticed that he was already there. The protagonist noticed Yenhua's bloody hand. He wondered how she could have gotten hurt. MC filled the space with a terrifying red aura. He looked at the blood flowing down Yenhua's hand and closed his eyes. Chunso put his hand on her waist and quickly jumped up. They passed through the ceiling, and the protagonist directed mana from his hand into the sky. Number 2 angrily ordered to catch them. The kunai broke through the roof and flew up. Number 2 looked up in annoyance and said that it was a curse. He ordered the ferret to find them. The animal headed to the side and a loud sound was heard in the building. The ferret quickly climbed onto its owner's hand. Number 2 wondered in confusion, did the protagonist erase his trace? Ferrets are able to smell blood at a distance of 50 kilometers. That's why they got to this inn. If you think about it, all the events took place within the Palace of Murders. But even there, they failed to pick up the trail of the intruder. It must be MC, that's for sure. Number 2 with a terrifying look said that it was the Black Sun. After some time in the cave, the elder asked him to pull himself together. Number 3, lying on the ground, asked Chungsu to pass this on to the young leader. The elder asked him to speak and clarified that he would make sure that his message would definitely be delivered. Number 3 remembered the past. He yelled, Chungsu came here on his own to fall into this trap? The elder with blood running down his face asked to kill him. Number 3 noted that Chungsu was trying to act tough because he didn't want to die. He was lucky. Number 3 had something to pass on to the Murim Alliance. The elder could go to them right away. Chungsu yelled, What does the leader mean? Number 3 kept his hand on the wound and replied that the Dragon Storm Troop was interested in the Palace Masters. He was unable to change this, but perhaps the Elder could. Number 3 resolutely asked to tell the military advisor that the hidden Dragon Storm Troop, Sangang, would not wait any longer. Number 3 came out of his memories and Chungsu called out to the warrior while crying. Number 3 calmly said that the Heavenly Dragon Plate was the symbol of the Demon Lord's palace. He asked to beware of Yulchan. Number 3 asked to tell Yulchan that this was not the end. The Elder thought that this was the Heavenly Dragon Plate and the Demon Lord's palace. He sternly pressed his lips together and lowered his head in agreement. Number 3 asked to be pulled out and Chungsu did so. He asked to be fed to the animals while bleeding, because this was the most fitting death for him. Number 3 began to cry and a moth flew across the dark sky. The Elder slammed his fist into his palm and said goodbye to the Sangang warrior. After some time, Chungsu is standing on the rocks under the night sky. He looked at the river and thought that if he goes this way, he will reach the Murim Union. The Elder will be able to return to the clan and reunite with his family. He clenched his hand into a fist with rage and remembered the past. Number 3 asked to convey this to the young leader. Chungsu, coming out of his memories, quickly ran towards the forest. He thought that he needed to remember about the plate of the Heavenly Dragon, the palace of the Lord, and the young leader. After some time, Yanhwa clarified, does he know about this? What the protagonist does is called kidnapping. MC asked, didn't she herself ask him to save her? Yanhwa wondered, but where are they? It's very beautiful here. She laughed happily and Chunso thought, how could he know? He himself is here for the first time. Yanhwa clarified, he is the Black Sun? She didn't think that they would meet like this. The protagonist noticed that she spoke as if she was looking for him. Was the lady in the village by the stream of tears for this? Yanhwa replied that she wasn't looking for him. She was just curious about MC. Because usually when people gain power, they just try to enjoy it, not using it to protect others. If Subong is the kind of person the rumors say he is. The protagonist interrupted her and clarified that he had heard that she was the precious daughter of the Palace of Broken Swords. Wouldn't the Palace Master be very upset if he found out that the mistress was looking for him? Yanhwa crossed her arms in irritation and replied that it was better than marrying a freak. She was honestly irritated by the very thought that some guy dared to call her a servant. Chunso tensely turned his head to the side and clarified, maybe he had a reason for that? Yanhwa screamed furiously that it was not true. Why would that be? He was just an idiot, visiting the Palace of Welcoming Joy himself, and then telling her that he didn't hate her? Tries to influence Yanhwa by acting like a saint. The protagonist thought she was being too harsh. He didn't give his consent to this marriage. The other party wasn't happy about it either. He may live his life like Chunso, but MC wants to make his own decisions. It would be unwise to lie and agree to this union. Yanhwa wondered, why is the Palace of Murders looking for him? Did Subong really attack them? Yonghui asked, so it was MC who rescued him from the Palace of Murders? Why did the protagonist do that? Chunso, surprised, addressed him in a friendly manner, and Yonghui clarified that he had told the protagonist not to call him that. The leader sternly asked, who is MC anyway? Yanhwa wondered, weren't they together? Does this mean that the Black Sun belongs to some group? The protagonist clarified, maybe they can discuss this later? Yonghui noted that MC had better think of an explanation. Chunso suggested leaving here first, after some time in the Guangyong cult at the Peak of Water. The residents walking down the street exclaimed that they said that the Palace of Murders had fallen. Rumors have it that the Black Sun burned them. 150 mercenaries lost their lives at once. Now, the Guangyong cult belongs to the Black Sun. The man sitting at the table said that someone was behind this. The old man asked, is there such a rumor too? He asked to tell him about it quickly. The man asked only not to be too surprised and not to tell anyone. Rumors say that the Palace of Worldly Riches is behind the Black Sun. The old man screamed and the man exclaimed that he told him to be quiet. This must remain a secret. They also say that the Black Sun settled on the peak of the moon. Yonghui noted that someone was deliberately spreading rumors and asked, is the protagonist behind this? Chunso replied that something like that. Mayo sat on the roof and asked for attention. Yanhwa yelled, who is this child? Mayo quickly jumped off the roof into Yonghui's arms. He looked at her sternly and asked what she was saying. Mayo happily replied that she knew he would catch her. MC asked how much she told him. Mayo smiled, put 2 fingers to her head and exclaimed that she told him that the protagonist went to the Palace of Murders, to be exact, in less than 8 minutes. MC killed all 147 assassins and they are gone. And after dealing with the Palace of Murders, the protagonist went to look for him. That's all she said. Mayo followed the Black Sun because it dropped the Guangmyong plate at the Peak of Fire. and Yonghui suddenly stood in her way. She remembered the past. The leader sternly reached out his hand to her head and ordered her to stop, saying that he wouldn't let her pass. Mayo came out of her memories and yelled in admiration that he was very charismatic. Totally her type. She told him everything because Yonghui impressed her so much. Chunso pointed out that she shouldn't brag about it. The protagonist asked what about what he asked her to find out. Mayo replied that there was no order to destroy Yanhua, but they were definitely looking for her. The MC thought with irritation that it was a curse. He was trying to help, but he only made things more complicated. Chunso asked what they were planning. Mayo replied that they were all around the moon's peak. There were several hundred of them, if you count the ones in the shadows. The protagonist noted that that was good. Yanhua asked with confusion, what does good mean? They surrounded them from all sides. MC said that the fact that they were spread out all over the perimeter meant that they didn't know where to look. That meant that the enemy wouldn't be able to find them like that kid did. Mayo sniffed Chunso and said that the Palace of Murders was known for using ferrets to track people by blood. Why couldn't they track the protagonist? She could sense him really well. MC thought that it wasn't that they couldn't smell him. He just burned away his presence with the black flame energy that emanated from his core. More importantly, they came for the lady at the Mangwan Inn. That meant they had something on her. Chunso asked what happened in the village by the River of Tears. Mayo looked down tensely and replied that, about that, they were dead. The protagonist asked who exactly. Mayo replied that everyone who was in the village by the River of Tears. No one managed to survive. This place was abandoned from the very beginning. No one knew that there were people there. MC got really angry and thought, are all the people, those believers whom he saved with such difficulty, dead? Mayo looked at the lady and noted that, if she thought about it, she heard that Yanhua was in the village by the Stream of Tears. The lady waved her hands in fear and screamed that it wasn't her. Yanhua didn't even see them. When she was there, they were definitely there. The lady paused and remembered the past. Seik said smiling that she wouldn't be able to hide anything there. He had already checked this place. Yanhua asked, why would he do this? She came out of her memories with rage and thought, did Seik do this? But why would he do this? Yanhua held out the wreckage and clarified that she picked it up in the village by the Stream of Tears. The lady briefly told how it all happened. She met Seik at the entrance of the village, talked to him, and then went to the Min Palace. That's why she didn't meet any people along the way. Chunso looked at her and clarified that the Palace of Murder's henchmen were also in the village, so it's hard to say who killed them. Yanhua tensely clarified, didn't the protagonist contact the Palace of Murders? Of all the palaces, it should be this one. Then MC should have killed the Palace Master right away. Chunso clarified, what was she talking about? Yanhua angrily replied that once they choose a prey, the Palace of Murders will never give it up unless the master dies. The protagonist thinks they only have one palace where they train mercenaries? There will be countless assassins hunting them. MC looked at the lady who was stupefied. He turned to Mayo and asked if she could safely lead Yanhua to the Palace of Broken Swords. Mayo replied that this was beyond her duties. Is the protagonist willing to pay extra? The mistress yelled in displeasure, why should she go with her? Yanhua isn't going anywhere. Chunso placed his hand on the mistress's head. She raised her fist and asked what he was doing. The protagonist said that they would part ways here. He smiled and added that he would deal with the Palace of Murders. Yanhua asked angrily, didn't she tell him? Only if their master dies, the Palace of Murders. MC interrupted the mistress and took the ornament from her hand, saying that that's why he was going to kill Yanren. Chunso thought that now that many mercenaries were scattered around, the Palace of Murders was left without protection. The fact that they dragged the moon's peak into this has nothing to do with him. Chungsu must have done all this in order to distract them. The protagonist asked Mio to tell the owner that he would pay him generously, so she has to make sure that the lady gets to the palace safely. Mio happily raised her hand and exclaimed that this will be enough. After all, there are no impassable paths for them. MC turned around and ordered Yonghui to leave. Chunso thought that this was a signal for him to kill Yanren. Yanhua angrily grabbed his hands and screamed. She confidently said that this is just the beginning. After the Palace of Murders, other palaces may start hunting for the protagonist. What will MC do with the Council of Elders? He will just die. Why go so far? Chunso replied that it was wrong. He smiled and noted that he would do everything differently. Yanhua looked at him sadly and said nothing. She embarrassedly clarified, did he say that they would part here? The lady asked not to make her laugh, and asked who the protagonist is to decide this. She pulled him close and noted that they hadn't even started yet. Yanhua put her hand on MC's chest and kissed him. Sometime later, in the Guangmyung cult, at the peak of the earth in the Palace of Broken Swords, Junghak said that her nanny told him everything. Yanhua sat on her lap with confusion. Her father looked down at her and asked her to tell him right now. He asked with a terrifying look, "Who is this Subong?" Yenhwa became embarrassed remembering the past. She moved away from the protagonist. Yenhwa, with flushed cheeks, asked MC to win and come back for her to the Palace of Broken Swords. Then she will take him as her husband. Yenhwa came out of her memories and thought about what to say. That Subong lives at the peak of the sun? She can't tell him that he is the Black Sun. How can Yenhwa tell him about this? After all, everyone is trying to kill him now. But she herself doesn't know anything about him, except that he's the Black Sun. Jiho turned to the lady and pointed out that she has a young leader. How could she suddenly propose to a man no one had ever heard of? Yenhwa turned her head to the side in anger and yelled that she would still marry Subong. She had decided so. So what if no one knew him? He was 100 times better than the young leader who loved bad places. Jiho raised his fist and yelled, "How can she make such an important decision on her own? He won't let her do that." Bong punched his chest and said that they couldn't accept it either. Shigun clarified that if the lady continued to insist on this, she would have to deal with them first. Yenhwa sadly asked, "How could they all do this to her?" The lady lowered her head and asked in a trembling voice, "Will they only be happy when they sell her to the leader? They forced the lady to lie with such a person on the same bed." Jiho asked tensely, "Why is she changing their words?" Yenhwa said that in the village by the stream, the young leader immediately hid. As soon as the Black Sun appeared, the young leader is the one who would grab her and hide behind the lady if an arrow was shot at them. Yenhwa fell silent and immediately burst into tears. She smirked and thought, do they feel so sorry for her that they don't know how to act? She noticed her father's calm face and wondered, is something wrong? Doesn't he see her tears? Why does father look so cold and indifferent? Junghak turned to the captain and asked him to take Yenhwa to the Min's small palace. Since the young leader is absent, the wedding will have to be postponed, but from now on, she will stay there. The captain listened to him, and the master said that in order for the couple to become closer spiritually, they needed to experience physical intimacy as well. Yenhwa screamed in rage. Has her father completely lost his mind? Why should she stay there when her home is here? Does her father want her to clean the bride's room or something? The assistants quickly surrounded her. Yenhwa looked around angrily and ordered them to stay back. Have they all gone crazy? Why are they doing this to her? Sometime later, at the Gwangmyeong cult at the peak of the sun in the Ming Palace. The Gwangmyeong cult, rank 9, right emissary Li Sun asked, did Saek bring the spirit joy powder? He, looking terrified, sitting on the floor, ordered them to give it to him quickly. Saek replied that he was doing his best. He asked them to wait a little longer. The Gwangmyeong cult, rank 4, left emissary, Jan Hogun called him a freak and screamed, how much longer will Saek make him wait? Saek smirked and said that he would do his best to get them as soon as possible. They snorted in displeasure and Saek left the room. He angrily called them old freaks. After some time, Saek was sitting at the table. He noticed that the henchmen of the Palace of Murders had visited the village by the Stream of Tears. The vice-captain agreed and said that it seemed that they were searching the entire heavenly mountain for the Black Sun and the girl. Saek angrily called them fools and yelled, he gave them a good opportunity, and they still haven't killed them? The vice-captain was surprised and clarified, does the leader know this person? Saek asked terrifyingly, did the captain just ask him a question? The vice-captain was very scared and apologized. The leader noted that the captain should be careful with his words, unless he wanted to die. The vice-captain replied that he would remember that. Saek looked out the window and called them freaks. He asked furiously, how could mercenaries act so openly? Were they trying to make things worse? Saek asked the vice-captain to move their men to another location. Before those old fools went completely crazy over their spirit joy powder. The vice-captain obeyed his master and left the room. Saek calmly closed his eyes and threw his head back. He instantly opened his eyes in fear. Yulchon's subordinate pointed out that Saek had obviously made a mistake. He was even a little disappointed. Saek replied that they would soon start producing spirit joy powder again. He asked him not to worry, since he just needed a little more time. The subordinate clarified that there was no need. He was not one to assign the same task to the same person twice. Saek knew that very well, didn't he? The subordinate said with a terrifying smile that this meant that the leader should return the heavenly dragon plate to him. Saek tensely picked up the plate. The subordinate extended his hand towards the plate and asked the leader not to be so upset. Saek should go somewhere else. He should enjoy his life while he still had it. Saek thought fearfully, so as not to be made fun of. Most likely, he was already doomed to die. This was the decision of the elders. The one who would carry out their verdict would find him very soon. Saek quickly knelt down and asked for mercy. The subordinate looked down at him ominously and asked why the leader was behaving so badly. Sake was an ordinary insect that was removed when no longer needed. What was so strange about that? The leader, looking down, noted that the subordinate's words were true after all. He raised his head and added that he only wanted to say that he could still be useful. The subordinate thought for a while, and sitting down on the pedestal, clarified that he would give him 3 chances. He asked Sake to hurry up and demonstrate what the leader was good for. Sake said that the person who was involved in everything that happened in the village by the stream of tears was the Black Sun. The subordinate clarified that he already knew this. The leader yelled that the young leader was also there. The subordinate replied that he was too. Sake added that the former leader of the demon lord Gwangmyeong, Ul Taesik, was also there. The subordinate smiled, and the leader happily added that Taesik, who had been walking around there like trash, suddenly disappeared without a trace. The subordinate interrupted him and remarked that Sake deserved another try. Sake thanked him and said that he would produce spirit joy powder. The subordinate asked him to forget about it as he left. He asked the leader to go to the metal peak to the ancient hall and help a certain person there. For a while, he would leave the plate with the leader. Sake looked at the plate with great tension and thanked him. The bag forcefully fell to the floor near the leader. The subordinate smiled terribly and remarked that the Gwangmyeong cult emissaries should remain safe until the festival began. He asked Sake to tell them this and headed for the exit. The door closed and the leader threw his head back in relief. He smiled and said that he never thought that the squad leader would save his life again. Does Taesik still feel sorry for him? This is not how things are done. Sometime later, at the Gwangmyeong cult, at the peak of the water, a street vendor yelled that these new shoes were brought from Western China. They can come and choose a pair. High-quality Northern Yuan loafers are also available. Chung-Soo looked away worriedly and thought that he must have gone completely crazy. Why did he come back here again? The elder pushed the man in the shoulder and Yu Nam-seok yelled furiously. Are his eyes in the wrong place? Chung-Soo sadly asked him for forgiveness. Nam-seok asked him to wait and asked, did the man come from the east? Chung-Soo tensely confirmed this and wondered, did the man take him for a man from the east? Nam-seok happily grabbed his hand with his own and exclaimed that he could not believe that he met someone from the same provinces. He never thought that he would meet a fellow countryman. Nam-seok introduced himself and exclaimed that he once lived in Guangdong. Chung-Soo said that it was nice to meet him and introduced himself. Nam-seok laughed happily and said that he was glad to meet him. He suggested going to a bar and exclaimed that he was very happy to meet him. Nam-seok will treat him. The elder thought that judging by the pulse, the man did not have any internal energy. He was an ordinary follower. Perhaps Nam-seok could really help him. After a while, Nam-seok noticed that Chung-Soo looked like he had not eaten for a long time. Although, with the closure of the Palace of Worldly Riches, and the way the Palace of Murders calmly kills people, there are not many opportunities for making money. Chung-Soo asked, surprised, while eating meat, what was his comrade talking about. Nam-seok asked, did Chung-Soo come from the mountains or somewhere there? He put his hand to his mouth and asked, had the elder heard anything about the Black Sun? Over the past 6 days, dozens of dead people were found near the borders of the market. Many have gone missing. It is becoming scary to live there. It will be better if this person shows up and destroys everything. He needs to think about what Nam-seok is talking about, because the Palace of Murders is everywhere. Chung-Soo asked, can he ask him a question? Perhaps Nam-seok knows where the young leader is now? Nam-seok irritably crossed his arms and asked, this freak? Yes, the young leader is most likely sitting in some cat house again, or looking for dangerous adventures. Chung-Soo clarified that he received a message that he must convey to him. Nam-seok noted that Chung-Soo is a very strange person. A message to the young leader who is not himself? What kind of message is this? The elder asked him not to ask questions. He could not tell him the details. Chung-Soo slammed his fist into his palm and lowered his head, adding that he could only say that it was a very important message. He asked Nam-seok to pass this on to the young leader. Nam-seok grinned maliciously and remarked that Chung-Soo was so naive. Who would reveal the details when it was so important? Where was the one who wanted to pass on the message? Chung-Soo clenched his fists in irritation and replied that the man was dead. The one who wanted to pass on the message was already in critical condition when he asked for help. The elder asked for help so that he could fulfill the dying man's last will. Nam-seok clarified that perhaps Chung-Soo could find the young leader in the Min's small palace at the peak of the sun, but the elder would not be able to get there. Chung-Soo was very surprised and his eyes instantly became cloudy. He yelled, why is that? Nam-seok crossed his arms ominously and replied that he had told you that the Palace of Murders was everywhere. He asked Chung-Soo not to worry and sleep peacefully. Nam-seok will take him to the palace. After some time, Yanren, with a scary smile, said that he knows that the elder woke up and asked him to open his eyes. At the same time, Yonghui asked why the protagonist saved him. He knows his body better. Yonghui knew that he could not be saved. He thought that he had already died and dreamed of a voice that was no longer there. Yonghui remembered the past. Jagak asked with fury why the comrade came. He should have been sitting quietly in the Union. Yonghui came out of his memories and clarified that the voice was that of the person he missed. He no longer understands whether it was a dream or reality. That's why he asks the protagonist about it. If it was not a dream, then who is MC? Chunso thought that Yonghui of the Moyang clan, the fighting dog of the beggar sect, Gai, the wanderer of the wanderer clan, Tang Pyeongsan, the princess of the Namgun clan, and Jagak, the former young leader of the Imperial Supreme sect. Each of them had their own reasons, but they became part of the Dragon Storm Squad, which none of the rising martial artists wanted to join. They would quarrel every time they met, but they would help each other when there were fights. Even though they would yell at each other furiously, the next day they would talk and drink together. That was how they had gone through countless dangerous situations together. The 5 stars of the Dragon Storm, his precious friends. MC asked sternly, "Is that not clear?" He is Chunso, the young leader of the demon cult. He was just teaching those assassins who dared to go against the young leader of the Heavenly Mountain a lesson. Chunso thought Yonghui would be useful, so he took him along. The protagonist thought it would be better for his comrade not to know all this. He doesn't want Yonghui to remember him as a monster who brought his friend back to life. Yonghui asked seriously, does MC mean to say that he made enemies among the hired killers and used a celestial item of a demonic cult just to hide his identity? It's hard to believe. Chunso noted that it's up to his comrade to decide whether to believe him or not. But right now, something else is important. Yanren. The enemy may look like a child because he learned the art of immortality in his youth, but in fact he's already 60 years old. Yanren is known for making his opponents beg for death, uses a flying dagger carved from 10,000-year-old black iron tied to a silk rope. Yanren is also very skilled in using fast special killing techniques. Yonghui asked, what is the protagonist doing? MC replied that he was giving him a detailed report. Isn't Comrade Dragon Storm Squad leader? Wouldn't Yonghui do his best for his dead comrades? He would be able to get rid of his political opponent, and Yonghui would be able to take revenge. It would only benefit both of them. If the leader didn't agree, he would do it himself. Yonghui disagreed and said that he would go with him. Chungsu said that the Black Sun was not part of the Orthodox faction. Yanren asked, so why did the protagonist take Yonghui with him? The leader himself couldn't get out. Yanren cut the tendons on his legs. If you think about it, it's pretty weird that Yonghui came here at all. One of the leaders of the Murim Alliance came here literally on the eve of the Gwangmyeong Heavenly Festival. Because of this, the festival had to be shifted in time. The Palace of Murders lost half of its power, and Yonghui was also lost. I wonder who benefits from this. Maybe the Palace of Worldly Riches, or the Palace of Broken Swords. Yanren smiled terrifyingly and laughingly noted that it was Chungsu. Is it really that painful for him? Can Chungsu see that he shouldn't have come back? Did he really think that he would be able to hide here, and that he would be able to escape again? Since this happened once? Why was the elder looking for the young leader? What did number 3 tell him? Yanren approached Chungsu's face and said that he would kill him immediately. How could Chungsu do this? Chungsu clenched his teeth in rage. Black crows rose into the sky, leaving their feathers around. Yanren turned his head to the side with a terrifying smile and thought that everything worked out. They caught both the Black Sun and Yonghui. Suddenly, explosions thundered in the forests and dark smoke rose into the sky. Yanren looked to the side in great surprise. The protagonist and Yonghui terrifyingly opened the door to the palace. The leader asked, didn't he tell him that he would come back and kill Yanren? Yonghui would keep his word. Yanren asked madly, is it really Yonghui? Did the leader really come himself? This is really very interesting. MC asked smiling, is Yanren so excited? He also wanted to meet him. Chunso was a little disappointed that this did not happen during his last visit here. Yanren horrifiedly covered his mouth with his hand and asked, does this mean it is the Black Sun? Could it be that the protagonist came to kill him because the palace is empty now? MC sternly called him a damned lunatic. Yonghui filled his body with mana and asked if he could kill him. Chunso smiled and clarified that they would stop talking unnecessary things. The wind does not disappear even if it is cut off. The bloody storm will continue to whistle until the enemy dies. Yonghui filled his body with mana and quickly headed towards the enemy. He tried to attack Yanren with his fist, but the opponent dodged. Yanren smirked and tilted his head to the side and asked, did the leader have an epiphany or something? What did Yonghui do anyway? Did the leader eat too much 10,000-year-old ginseng? Or did the leader manage to trick him somehow? Yonghui dealt a lot of blows with great speed, but the opponent calmly dodged them. Yanren noticed that only the leader's strength had increased, but his skills had worsened, no variety or connection in the attacks. Even if you don't take that into account, a person has to breathe. He grabbed the leader's hand and looked into his eyes. Yanren madly asked, "Yonghui isn't a living person, is he?" The leader was very surprised, and Yanren dealt a powerful attack to him. Yonghui quickly slid backwards, leaving a trail of smoke on the floor. The leader noticed that the opponent was really strong. The protagonist calmly asked, "Yonghui wants MC to help?" The leader replied that this was not true. He asked not to worry about him and clarified that this was just the beginning. Yanren enveloped his body in red mana and rose into the air, said that it was a good idea to bring this guy to the palace when it was empty, because then Yonghui could catch him off guard. It's sad that the plan they had won't change the fact that they will die today. He instantly disappeared from the spot. MC tensed up and yelled that the enemy was above his comrade. Yanren grabbed Yonghui's clothes with his hand and dealt multiple attacks to his back. He calmly threw the leader aside, creating an explosion. Yanren smiled and asked, "How does he feel? Has he already regretted it?" The leader is scared, right? Chunso turned to Yanren and the enemy asked, "Will the protagonist beg for him to spare his life? MC wants to run away, right? Is the Black Sun worried that the person the protagonist brought here was defeated so easily?" Chunso terrifiedly noted that Yanren himself said that the leader was not a living person. Yonghui raised his mana-shrouded hand with a terrifying look, appearing behind the enemy. Yanren turned his head to the side in fear, but the leader instantly launched a powerful attack at him. A beam of mana flew to the side at an incredible speed, cutting through the air. Yanren happily crossed his arms, laughed and clarified, "Yonghui took such a powerful attack, survived, and even became stronger? The leader must be the living Jiangshi. Didn't Dongbang do this? Is that damned old man in cahoots with him?" Threads shrouded in red mana quickly flew out from behind Yanren. They hit the objects in the room, cutting them. Yanren raised his hands and swung the threads, directing them towards the leader. Chunso tensed up and thought that Yanren's speed dagger was so fast that it didn't even make a sound. It didn't get such speed from demonic arts. This is the level of true enlightenment. Yonghui needs to awaken the power of the Demon Lord. If he doesn't, his comrade will lose. The leader raised his hands to cover his face from the blows. He clutched the opponent's blade in his hand and noted that his promise to kill Yanren would definitely be kept. Yonghui resolutely pulled the blade towards himself and Yanren flew towards him in surprise. The opponent grinned and instantly ducked, running under the leader's hand. Yonghui quickly strikes, trying to hit the opponent. Yanren dodges the attacks, smiling. He clarified, "The leader's promise?" Yanren quickly ran around Yonghui, surrounding him with a thread. The leader looked tensely at the thread binding him. Yanren, smiling terribly, pulled the string, lifting the leader into the air, and said that the promise can only be used when Yonghui has the necessary abilities. The leader landed on the ground, raising a stream of smoke. Yanren clarified, "The protagonist is the Black Sun?" He enveloped his body in mana and noted that he had a lot of questions for MC. Yanren licked his lip with his tongue and added that he thinks that he will simply kill him. Chunso calmly replied that he was unpleasant, but he thought the same thing. The enemy's desire is mutual. The protagonist thought that even though they only talked a little, now he knows for sure that he cannot be left alive. Yanren clarified, "Is something wrong?" He instantly moved behind MC, spreading streams of wind around. Yanren pulled the string and asked, "Is the Black Sun worried?" Chunso thought, the enemy was just in front of him, and now he is already behind him. Yanren quickly swung the thread, but the protagonist managed to duck. Yonghui brought his fist to the opponent's face with great speed, intending to attack. Yanren smiled and asked if the leader would be able to catch him at such a speed. The threads with blades instantly moved to the sides. Yanren flew over the protagonist's head at great speed, surrounding him with threads. MC clenched his teeth in rage and thought that although it was annoying, the opponent was much faster than him. After all, there was always an opportunity to beat speed. Yanren used the same move when attacking Yonghui. Chunso created a mana sphere between his palms, a series of 10 imperial strikes, ultimatum of 3 palms. He quickly raised his hand and used the palm of the Tiger King. The blades flew back and Yanren looked at them with confusion. He approached the protagonist, and MC used a series of 10 imperial strikes, 6 blows of rupture and a blow of fracture. Yanren terrifyingly flew past the debris and yelled that it was too slow. He instantly tensed up and Chunso confidently smiled and clarified. He said that he would kill him. Yanren remembers that, right? The debris of the floor enveloped in mana quickly flew to the side. Yanren dodged them with great speed. MC instantly appeared in front of him and hit the opponent's face with his knee. Chunso turned around in the air and kicked Yanren with great force, creating a stream of mana. The opponent flew into the floor and broke it into many pieces. The protagonist fearfully called the opponent a monster. Yanren laughed ominously and said that this was very interesting. Chunso thought that a series of 10 Emperor strikes, enhanced by the energy of the Demon Lord, were too little to break through his enhanced defense energy. Yanren was definitely a difficult opponent, but it seems that this is not the opponent behind the creation of Jiangshi. The protagonist wouldn't even be surprised if he found out that it was Yanren who destroyed them. MC clarified that he had been to the Peak of Beauty. Yanren asked, so the protagonist is in cahoots with Junghak? Chunso asked, is the opponent pretending not to know anything about the Peak of Beauty? Yanren replied that he did know something. He grinned ominously and laughingly clarified that he heard that this was MC's homeland. Chunso yelled that the opponent had gone crazy. Yanren jumped up and sent mana-wrapped threads towards the protagonist. He created clones and flew around MC. Many blades hit the ground, creating an explosion. The smoke turned purple. Chunso wrapped his body in mana and used the art of the Demon Lord. Yanren crossed his arms in fear, having received injuries. He slid back on the floor and asked, who is the protagonist? MC said seriously that he could ask the opponent the same question. Chunso thought that summoning his shadow clone and being able to duplicate his own power were definitely the specialties of the Demon Lord's Legion, part of the Demon Lord's art. It could be a demon art. However, the Demon Lord's art would not be legendary if anyone could master it. So what kind of person is Yanren anyway? The opponent ominously noted that there was no way MC could be. Yonghui interrupted him and asked who gave the protagonist permission to interfere. He wrapped himself in mana and noted that this guy was his. Chunso clarified that they needed to defeat him in 7 minutes and asked if his comrade could handle it. Since they were making too much noise, his minions would be here very soon. Yonghui sternly replied that he would try. Yanren smiled and swung his blades and clarified. The protagonist was afraid that someone else might come here. He asked them not to worry and noted that he would try to kill them quickly. Yanren and Yonghui attacked each other at the same time, creating streams of mana. The leader asked, has Yanren also reached the highest level? The opponent asked, is the leader scared now? This is very interesting. How fun it is. They attack each other, creating explosions around. Yanren stabbed the blade into the leader's shoulder. He laughed madly and yelled that he caught it. Yonghui tensely grabbed the blade with his hands. Yanren asked, does the leader think that the Jiangshi will still be able to move if they are killed? He noted that he really wants to know and asked, does the leader disagree? Yonghui clarified, is he interested in this? The difference between the highest level of mastery and the highest demon can be captured by breaking them into sword energy and enhanced energy. Simple sword energy cannot penetrate enhanced energy. Yanren most likely wanted to end it quickly by giving his flying demon dagger enhanced energy. But Yonghui's body itself was enhanced energy. The leader punched Yanren's arm. The opponent furiously asked, who would break first? He laughed and asked, Yonghui or him? The leader angrily replied that they would have to find out. Yonghui punched Yanren's cheek with great force and the opponent quickly flew to the side. The blades quickly flew to the side. Yonghui, with great rage and lightning spreading around, said that he would definitely keep his promise. The leader ran towards the opponent with great speed. Yanren raised his blades and laughed, asking, is the leader talking about some promises when he himself is falling apart? Yonghui stretched out his fist furiously and the blades approached his body. Yanren terrifyingly ordered him to die. The blade fell to the floor. Yanren quickly ducked down and looking at the blade stuck in the leader's chest, he asked, Yonghui doesn't even have a heart? He smiled, lowered his head and coughed, noting that this old fool had created something really interesting. Yanren fell to the floor with a wound in his chest. Dark smoke spread throughout the room. Yonghui said that this was revenge for his squad members. Will that be enough? Chunso looked down and wondered why his comrade was asking such a question to the young leader of the demonic cult. The protagonist noted that this was good. He was sure that they were drinking and having fun in heaven right now. Yonghui laughed and agreed, saying that he thought that was true. He was in the protagonist's debt again. MC lifted his comrade onto his back and asked, did he hate this? Yonghui asked, wasn't it obvious? He was a master of the martial arts of the faithful, but he allowed himself to be carried by an evil follower of the demonic cult. Yonghui noticed the back of Chunso's head and remembered the past. The protagonist, carrying Yonghui on his back, said that after a fight he always wants to eat. He knows a place that serves very tasty food. He suggested that his comrade go there, because after eating, they will immediately feel better. Yonghui clarified, but did MC know? When they turned to look at him, arrows were sticking out of the protagonist. There were 5 arrows in total. They were so shocked that they could not say a word. Yonghui came out of the memories and thought that it was MC. He sternly noted that it was Jagak. The protagonist, as Yonghui remembered him, was the first rising martial artist who made him feel the taste of defeat. MC was the first master that he recognized, and the first friend with whom Yonghui wanted to spend his life. In a half-drunk state, Jagak told him that they would meet again at the bar the next day. The moment they buried Jagak. The moment everyone forgot about him. Or when Yonghui remembered Jagak, despite his heavy workload, as the new leader of the Dragon Storm Squad. Yonghui hoped that they would meet again, and now here, it happened. The young leader Chunso, the man who must be gotten rid of in the name of the Cult of the Faithful. Funny, Yonghui felt something familiar in him. He saw the shadow of the man he was so eager to meet. Not true, this can't be. This is wrong, MC is the one who must be torn apart and killed. Yonghui denied everything and didn't pay attention to anyone. But the moment Jagak carried him, Yonghui remembered all the moments of the past. He noticed that the protagonist saved him, but the leader couldn't even recognize him. Chunso yelled in rage. What is a comrade saying? He is from a demon cult. The protagonist thought that he hoped that his name was forgotten, like a letter hidden in the far corner of a drawer, but it turned out that it was not so. Yonghui cried and said that he missed him. The MC thought that it turned out that there was someone who remembered him. Someone who shed tears of happiness when they met. Chunso noted that it took a long time. He cried and thought that there was nothing good in it. So why was the protagonist so happy? The elder, barely breathing and bleeding, turned to the young one. The MC looked at him in amazement and clarified, "Is this Chungsu?" Chunso thought that he had met him before in the Murim Alliance. Chungsu asked him to convey this. The protagonist quickly knelt down next to him and asked, "How is Chungsu?" The MC thought that the elder was almost dead. How did he last so long? Chungsu asked him to convey one message. Chunso asked him to speak, and said that he would convey whatever Chungsu wanted to say. The elder said that the heavenly dragon plate was a symbol of the heavenly palace. He asked him to beware of Yulchin, and to convey to the young leader that this was not the end. The protagonist wondered, why did Chungsu say that? He calmly lowered his head and replied that he would definitely convey this to the young leader. The MC asked him to rest in peace, and the elder instantly closed his eyes. Chunso thought with a terrifying look, the heavenly palace plate and the palace itself? There is no place called the Heavenly Palace in the Gwangmyeon cult, and there was nothing like this in the Murim Alliance. What does it mean to be careful with the master of the Palace of Dancing Blood? Yonghui asked what the protagonist would do. MC replied that he had never heard of such names before. But he had to check everything, because these were the last words of a dying man. His comrade noted that first they needed to leave here. After a while, Yonghui noted that it looked like there were a lot of them here and asked if they could handle it. There were people from the Palace of Murders standing in the middle of the forest. The protagonist thought that he had so many questions for Yenren, but nothing. He would personally figure everything out as soon as he returned to the small Ming Palace. The plate of the Heavenly Palace, the Peak of Beauty, and Chunso's past movements. MC asked his comrade to hold on tight and pass through the building at great speed, leaving behind a beam of mana. The people from the Palace of Murders raised their bows and pulled arrows towards the protagonist. Chunso, holding a bamboo stick, said that he was already very tired of this. He raised his hand, shrouded in mana, and offered to end it all right now. The protagonist, with a terrifying look, created a sphere of mana. The opponent screamed that this energy was too powerful. Everyone needed to retreat immediately. MC increased the size of the sphere and a bright light filled the space. The opponents looked at the mana sphere approaching the palace. A powerful stream of mana quickly hit the building. There are 3 pillars in the Gwangmyeon cult. Gwangmyeon and the small Ming Palace, which reigns over the entire territory of the Heavenly Mountain. 7 palaces that have long established their positions within the borders of the Gwangmyeon cult. The Union of Elders, who are also known as the 10 Demons of the Demon Cult. Yulchan announced that the Great Heavenly Festival will begin by the end of next month. He asked to give up the position of the cult leader, because this role is not at all made for the Union of Elders. Roxanne thought for a moment and asked why the leader thinks so. Yulchan clarified that the Gwangmyeon Alliance consists of Ma Yilu, Dan, Chun, Dongfang-ul, Zhu, Yu, Ouyang, and Han, the 9 great families. The Ouyang and Han families were expelled long ago, so they have no claim to anything. Yes, and the Elder Alliance consists of the original followers, so no one claims their place. Roxanne thought about it and clarified that this does not mean that they should neglect the young leader, who is the direct successor, and pass the right to the Yahello family. Yulchan said that of the 2, it is better to choose the smaller one. Roxanne can consider this his second best decision. If necessary, he will destroy everyone for him. The elders yelled furiously, "This is impudent. How dare Yulchan show such disrespect to the first elder?" Roxanne clarified, since the leader says so, then apparently he is very confident in himself. Yulchan thinks that Gwangmyung's emissaries will step aside and do nothing? The leader put his hand under his clothes and replied that they already knew everything. He took out the heavenly dragon plate. Roxanne asked furiously, "Is that so?" He wondered who dared to cause all this chaos on the heavenly mountain. It was the leader, right? The silence of the Ming Palace and control of the northern route of the heavenly mountain. Roxanne finally understood why the heavenly festival was moved forward in time. He thought that since the heavenly palace was a small group, finding their traces was not so easy. And Yulchan became their leader? The leader clarified that everything was already happening in his favor. The Gwangmyung cult will be reborn. They will regenerate the cult and become stronger. Yulchan will conquer Beijing and find a country that will allow the Liao dynasty to rise again. The elders wondered in amazement. Will he find a country? Yulchan wants to become an emperor? Roxanne noted that the leader was certainly ambitious, but whatever Yulchan was planning, building a country with only a handful of followers, would not work. Was the leader willing to send everyone to their deaths? Yulchan responded horribly that they had no other choice. They could choose to step aside and remain elders or face death in the heavenly mountain. That was the only end that awaited them. Roxanne grinned sinisterly and said that since someone as young as Yulchan had such ambitions, it would be natural for old people like them to make way for the younger generation. The leader noted that he would then consider that they had come to a common decision. Roxanne added that as someone who had lived longer than him, he would give the leader advice. The heavenly mountain was not a place that would move just because it was shaken up a bit. If someone decided to wait, the way would open up for them one day. There was no need to rush things. Yulchan sternly said that he hoped that they would continue to sit and do nothing. The leader headed for the exit and clarified that he himself would bring about changes. Roxanne asked Yulchan to be careful on the way back. After a while, MC said that he was too selfish to want to save his comrade at any cost. Yonghui, sitting at the table, asked him not to say such things. He remarked that he was very happy that he was able to meet his friend again, albeit under such circumstances. Chunso asked if Yonghui didn't feel embarrassed. The friend replied that he didn't. How could he feel embarrassed when they were telling the truth? The protagonist agreed and apologized. He asked how the others were doing. Yonghui replied that they hadn't met much since Chunso's death. The protagonist clarified why that was. The friend replied that it was because it was harder for all of them when they met. The MC sadly raised his cup and asked how Yena was doing. Yonghui said that immediately after MC's death, she returned to her clan. He doesn't know the details, but he heard that she got married. Chunso sadly noted that it's even better that way. Yonghui said that he heard that a demon cult was involved in the protagonist's death. MC stood up in anger and yelled, his friend went to the Palace of Murders because of him? Yonghui is just an idiot. His friend clarified that it was not a simple rumor. The source of the information was reliable. Chunso barked, who could even say such a thing? Yonghui replied that the military advisor Jaegel Mundung. News came out that the person who sent the protagonist was found in Baihe province. The informant asked for a meeting late at night. He was told to check the information because very important matters of the alliance could be affected if this news reached the leader of the alliance. MC remembered the past. Roxanne asked to give him the military advisor of the Murim Mundun alliance in the future. Chunso came out of his memories with rage and asked, is it Mundun again? After his death, he had been secretly following him. The protagonist knew that Mundun was very ambitious, but no one said a bad word about him because the military advisor worked day and night for the good of the alliance. However, one day, Mundung told a lie to the protagonist's father. Perhaps there was nothing wrong with it, but it was really strange. Yonghui asked in surprise, isn't it too hasty to suspect him based on just that? MC sadly agreed and clarified that that was why he was only following him. He didn't do anything else, but he was not the only one like that. After some time, the comrades walk along the corridor lit by lanterns. Mundung looked at them and greeted them. MC thought that the fall of the Palace of Murders and the fact that Mundung would not participate in the Heavenly Festival had caused quite a commotion on the Heavenly Mountain. With the Celestial Festival approaching, everyone was surprised by the unexpected turn of events. But he was surprised for a completely different reason. The small pavilion of Gwangmyo, which looked like a shelter. The library of Gwangmyo, which seemed to have collected books from all over the world. A vault filled with an amazing amount of jewelry and gold. A frightening tunnel that led to who knows where. Chunso asked in amazement, has Mundun completely gone crazy? The military advisor clarified irritably, doesn't the protagonist think it's too early to be surprised? The construction isn't finished yet. MC asked, are they spies? How long will these tunnels be? They can immediately build a tunnel to the Murim Alliance. Mundun clarified that he can arrange that too if they give them a little more time. But who is that person behind the protagonist? The protagonist introduced his friend by a false name and said that from now on they will be working together, so they should greet each other. In any case, it's already time for the Celestial Festival. What's the news about the Palace of Murders? Moonjing noted that with the MC's efforts, they might forget about them for a while. He's a little worried since they haven't been able to find Yanren's body. Chunso replied that he was certain that Yanren was dead. Moondong pointed out that among the countless martial arts that Yanren had mastered, there might be one that could help him fake his own death. The protagonist thought that the enemy had a hole in his chest. In the end, he even completely destroyed the remains with the Demon Lord's art. And Yanren could still be alive? That was simply impossible. The MC was certain that the enemy was dead. The military advisor clarified that the Palace of Murders would be inactive for a while. Since Yulchan had eliminated the Council of Elders, only the leader himself remained. The young leader must defeat Yulchan with his own strength. During the Heavenly Festival, with everyone watching, the protagonist would gain the followers' recognition. Tishik and Soso paid their respects to the young leader. Chunso remarked that he heard that something momentous happened at the palace meeting this time. That was good work. Soso replied that they were not as good as the young leader. She heard that the protagonist had eliminated the Palace of Murders. With that, they had gotten rid of a huge obstacle. MC pointed at his friend and pointed out that it was not he who had dealt with Yanren, but his friend. He asked them to introduce themselves. Yonghui introduced himself as a black shadow. Soso said that she thought he was the Demon Lord's Jiangshi then. They should buy him a drink since he had gotten rid of the Palace of Murders for them. Yonghui said that he would refuse. Moondaeon laughed and said that to think that there were 5 masters with the highest level of mastery in the Min Palace. They were no longer afraid of anything, and that was enough. Chunso looked at him and asked, what was enough? The military advisor replied that of course, he was talking about the time when they, having captured the entire Heavenly Mountain, would set course for the Murim Alliance. The comrades were dumbfounded upon hearing this. Yonghui filled his body with mana and noted that Moondun was definitely talking a lot for someone with an immobilized body. Taishik crossed his arms with a terrifying look and surrounded himself with mana as he stood behind the military advisor. Moondung clarified that they were talking about the original goal of the Guangmyung cult. Is there a problem? Chunso used his mind to ask his friend to stop. Yonghui mentally asked why the protagonist was saying this. Even though they were MC's family, they were against the Murim Alliance. How could Chunso restrain himself in front of these demons? The protagonist replied that they were not his family. Yonghui mentally said that it was even better that way. He would definitely be a problem for them. They should get rid of him now. The protagonist said that the military advisor was their senior comrade. Yonghui furiously asked what the MC was trying to say. How could a demon like him be their senior comrade? What the friend was trying to say was that Moondaeon was from the faithful faction? Chunso mentally replied that the heavenly sower, Moondaeon, was their missing senior. The protagonist thought that the military advisor was saying that he had forgotten the past and had chosen the path of the demon. Even though he knew about the Dragon Storm troop falling into a trap in the Palace of Murders, Moondaeon did not try to save them. When he mentioned the Murim Alliance to provoke Yonghui, the military advisor drew a clear line. Moondaeon said that he had forgotten the past and had chosen to walk the path of the demon. MC seriously said that after the Guangmyung cult, they needed to talk about the Central Plains. The Heavenly Palace was more important now. Have they heard anything about it? Soso calmly replied that she had not heard anything. Chunso said that Chungsu had asked him to beware of Yulchan. There was another person who had warned him. In the past, Yesion had told him to beware of Yulchan, the master of the Palace of Dancing Blood, but the protagonist did not understand him at the time. The Palace of Dancing Blood took control of the northern paths of the Heavenly Mountain thanks to their good connections with the Oirats, and used this opportunity to encroach on the wealth of the Palace of Worldly Riches. But Jason lost to the MC and decided to go his own way, so that Yulchan could no longer put pressure on the Palace of Worldly Riches. That's why at the palace meeting, he tried to blame the Palace of Worldly Riches for the strained relationship with Jason. Soso wondered, but didn't they find something strange? Yulchan is only after the Palace of Worldly Riches. Chunso smiled and agreed, saying that it is. The power of the Palace of Worldly Riches comes from the great wealth they possess. As the protagonist understands, Yulchan sees a need for them in the coming war, but MC thinks the leader is too harsh. From the beginning, Yulchan only showed interest in the Palace of Worldly Riches. The leader is confident that he can control everything except money. Moreover, Yulchan now has a tense relationship with Jason. Before, the leader was relaxed, but now he felt the need to speed up the start of the Heavenly Festival. You can add to this the Heavenly Palace and the Heavenly Dragon Plate. This means that Yulchan is raising his own army. A large army is hard to support with the money that the leader received from the Palace of Worldly Riches. And the name of this army is the Heavenly Palace. Everyone was very surprised to hear this. Mundun clarified that all those who until recently lived in the village by the Stream of Tears disappeared without a trace. Taishik asked in amazement, "What happened?" The military advisor replied that he did not tell him because he thought that it could distract Taishik. This could also be related to the Palace of Dancing Blood. Chunso wondered if the village leader was producing spirit joy powder to raise money for the war. The protagonist ordered to keep a close eye on Yulchan and the Palace of Dancing Blood. They need to find out where the money they received from the Palace of Worldly Riches went. More about whether the Palace of Dancing Blood has ever been at the peak of beauty. MC wants to know all this. Yonghui clarified that he has a lead on who might know about the problem of the village by the Stream of Tears, so he will look into it. Chunso noted that if Yulchan has problems with money, then the leader will definitely take the direction of the Palace of Worldly Riches. His plans were disrupted, which means that Yulchan will not just sit and wait. The protagonist clarified that Samin is in danger and asked where Samin is now. Moondion laughed happily and replied that it seems like the heavens are favoring them. After some time, Samin laughed and asked, because he is sending gold bars to the Little Myung Palace, they built a house for him where he can stay? The owner of the Palace of Worldly Riches pointed at the workers and yelled, "What the hell is this?" He ordered them to be careful and unload everything. Samin grinned wickedly and rubbed his palms together, noting that to think that the financial support of the small palace turned out to be a useful investment. Thanks to this, he would be able to hide from Yulchan and save his treasures. Samin thought about it, but why did he feel that something was wrong? Biran turned to the palace master and announced that the young leader had asked Samin for a meeting. The palace master pointed at him and asked him to show him the way, because he was ready for the meeting. Biran clarified that the young leader had asked for the master to be alone. Samin became angry and raised his fist and yelled, "How dare this freak set conditions? Trying to act like a master?" He would go to him and teach him a good lesson. Samin headed to the palace and asked Biran to be ready to immediately come to his aid in case the bloody master was there. The assistant yelled that he obeyed him. Biran ordered the Forbidden Squad to load back everything they had unloaded. The workers clarified, "Why all of a sudden? They just finished unloading." Biran smirked and looked at them and asked, "Do the workers think the palace master will be comfortable knowing that all the things are unattended?" He asked them to follow him. At the same time, the protagonist ordered to begin. The huge list said that these are the 12 small halls and all the names of the leaders of the 8 halls. MC clarified that the list is in the order in which each of them joined the small palace. He asked them not to be sad and clarified that all of them are those whom the protagonist recognized. Therefore, based on the 3 major commandments and the 5 minor ones, they should not quarrel with each other or try to demonstrate their superiority on each other. Chunso also forbids them to turn their weapons against mere mortals who do not possess martial arts. Since they have their own powers or families, they can safely increase their retinue. The protagonist turned to Soso and asked her to convey this to all those who were not here today. MC thought that even though he didn't really want to give them tasks, Soso and Mundung were insisting on extra duties. Palace masters are the kings of Gwangmyeong who keep order. Mundung is the military advisor. The protagonist's guards will be Yonghui and the Bloody Master. The assistant standing next to Samin said that he brought him. Samin yelled in confusion, "What does this mean?" He pointed his finger at Soso in surprise and asked, "Where did she come from? What kind of damn place is this? And where did the Bloody Master come from?" Samin ordered them to explain everything immediately. Chunso irritably replied that he thought the palace master didn't need an explanation. He asked him to just look at this. Samin looked at the list and barked, "What is this?" He was very scared and MC with a terrifying grin noted that Samin was a good boy for coming here. Chunso thought that he would gladly take what Yulchan had prepared with such difficulty. Samin yelled, "What does this even mean?" The protagonist, radiating dark mana from his body, noted that the master already understood very well. There was no need to complicate things, right? Samin surrounded himself with streams of light mana and rage and called them freaks. MC asked the master to hold back his internal energy and noted that if Samin released it, he would die. The master looked angrily at the protagonist's comrades and barked, "Did they trap him?" Chunso asked, "What did the master say?" Samin himself came here looking for him. The master pointed at them and yelled that they, cunning freaks, secretly planned all this. The protagonist clarified, "Did the master even hear him?" Samin yelled, "So it turns out that he considered someone else to be evil, but all this time it was MC?" Chunso turned to Soso with irritation and she replied that she was listening to him. The protagonist ordered to get rid of the master, and Soso smiled and asked if it was worth it. She radiated ice streams from her body and headed towards the master. Saman fearfully extended his hand towards Taeshik and ordered him to stop this woman right now. Would the bloody master really let him die? Taeshik asked if the master of the Palace of Worldly Riches was still not himself. Hadn't Saman seen his name written there? Saman asked to wait a minute and called out to the protagonist. The master yelled that they were united by a common enemy. Maybe they could come to an agreement? MC raised his hand so that Soso would stop. Saman noted that since he also did not want to see Yilchan as the leader of the cult, he would help eliminate him. Chunso asked if agreements were not concluded with conditions of equal value for both parties. The protagonist would do just fine without him, wouldn't he? But how could he know? MC grinned ominously and noted that the master might have the information he needed. Saman asked tensely what the protagonist wanted to know. Chunso wanted to know how much money the master had already given to Yilchan. Saman asked, why bring up his painful past? The master had been taking 50% of his income every month this entire year. The protagonist thought that the income of the Palace of Worldly Riches was so high that it could feed all the believers of the Heavenly Mountain. Could it really be 50% of that income? There was definitely something wrong with this. The MC asked in surprise what about the number that was offered to the Myeong Palace. Samin replied that of course it was less, since all of his income was taken away as soon as it fell into the master's hands. The MC clarified, so the master was laundering the money that the believers brought as offerings? Samin cried in rage and yelled that it had been stolen from him. It was so difficult for him. He tried to ignore it once or twice, since Jason had said that it was money for the Heavenly Festival. But when the master tried to get it all back 2 months later, Jason tried to stop his trade with the Oirots. Chunso thought that the master of the Palace of Dancing Blood asked for 5 times the original amount. When that didn't work, the master called the Oirots for help. The protagonist raised his hand and asked what the master used the money for then. Samin replied that he didn't know what that meant. MC ordered the bloody master to get rid of him. Samin raised his hands in fear and ordered him to let him go, yelling that he would be able to find out. If the master of the Palace of Worldly Riches disappears, who does MC think Yilchan will target next? Considering that the Palace of Murders is also gone, Chunso thought that the second richest palace among the 7 palaces is the Palace of Welcoming Joy. Since the Palace of Murders that guarded the Palace of Welcoming Joy is gone now, the other palaces will no longer have a reason to hold back. Samin noted that perhaps the protagonist was thinking about the Palace of Welcoming Joy, but then MC was very much mistaken. Yilchan would go to the market. Since he would need the money urgently, instead of the cat house, the leader would most likely go to the markets. Chunso thought tensely that the markets were the peak of water, a place where a huge number of believers of the Heavenly Mountain earned their living. The protagonist asked if the leader would really head for the market. What would the public's reaction be after that? Samin confidently noted that this man and common sense were incompatible. Yilchan was one of those who were ready to sacrifice hundreds of lives for the only thing he needed. MC closed his eyes and thought that if everything was as Samin said, then he should post patrols in the markets and monitor people's movements. If he did this, he would at least have a clue as to where the leader would go next. MC opened his eyes and asked what the master wanted. Samin raised his finger and replied that now that the situation had changed so much, he would like to become the head of the 8th Hall. Then, when the Heavenly Festival was over, the protagonist should only allow the Palace of Worldly Riches to conduct trade with Tibet and the Northern Yuan, as it always had. Chunso agreed and Samin smiled maliciously. The protagonist added that the offerings the master had received should go to the needs of the small palace of Myeong. Samin asked if the protagonist knew how much it was. MC smiled menacingly and replied that, of course not. But does it really matter? After all, the master's life depends on it. It would be as easy for them to get rid of Samin as it would be to hide from the rain. The master burst into tears and closed his eyes and said that he would give him 30%. Chunso clarified that he needed 50%. Samin yelled that he needed 40%, and the protagonist clarified that he needed 60%. The master barked that it was important to make concessions in negotiations. How dare MC take everything? Chunso calmly offered 70% or 80%. Samin pointed his finger at him angrily and ordered him to stop already. He exclaimed that he would give the protagonist 80% and called him a freak. MC smiled happily and said that he would think about the master's offer. Chunso ordered Samin to be thrown out. Taeshik led the master to the exit, and Samin screamed to be let go. Soso turned her attention to MC and asked to simply accept Samin into their circle. Chunso clarified, why? Soso calmly replied that the master may look like a fool, but he had good instincts. There was no one who understood the market as well and knew how to meet its demands. It would be important for them to completely take control of the markets if they wanted to build their cult. Yultak angrily noted that it was not such a bad idea to accept him into their circle. He is simply irritated by Saman's manner. But the fact that the master cares about his security suggests that Saman knows how to stand up for his people. Chunso closed his eyes and brought the brush to the list. He asked to teach Saman everything well, so that the master would not say unnecessary things. He needs Tong to take charge and find all the information on the Heavenly Palace for him. Tong calmly agreed. The protagonist turned to the master of the Palace of Welcoming Joy and asked her to send people to the markets and monitor the movements of the master of the Palace of Dancing Blood. Let everyone be careful, since it is possible that it is dangerous. Soso agreed and said that everything will be done. MC ordered everyone to be on guard and remember only one thing. The war will end only when he defeats Yulchan. They still have a lot of work to do to change the worldview of the future cult. Until then, they must take care of themselves. Yultak raised his hand and asked what they should do with Lady Yenhua. Chunso asked to leave her alone and mentioned that he needed to go somewhere first. Yultak asked, "Is the protagonist leaving again? But MC just came back, right? Where is the leader going again?" Chunso asked him not to worry and replied that it wasn't that far. The protagonist thought sadly that since all their preparations were complete, all he had to do now was prepare himself. Not being able to fully use the Demon Lord's art was definitely becoming his disadvantage. MC couldn't tell if he was getting used to the Guangmyong cult, or if the Demon Lord's art was eating away at his mind. Sometimes he would have bad thoughts, or if Chunso was becoming very sensitive. Besides, Yulchan was much stronger than Yanren, so the protagonist needed to attune the 10 Emperor strikes that would work well with the Demon Lord's art. He also needed to find an art that could be used with the Holy Fire Demon Sword. MC said that before the Heavenly Festival began, he would head to the martial arts corridor, sometime later in the small palace. Yenhua asked, "Did he just up and leave without her again? Who does he think he is? This is just some kind of weird." Taeyong said that he was sure he had a good reason. He asked the lady to calm down. The assistants noted that Taeyong was right, he must have a reason. The comrade said that if some unforeseen circumstance arose, then the first thing to do was to solve it. His stomach would hurt, and the first thing Yarong would do would be to run and solve it, and not wash his hands. Isn't that right? Yarong agreed with his brother and exclaimed that it was so. Yenhua angrily swung her sword. She confidently asked what kind of weird thing was happening to them. Why were they continuing to protect him? The lady angrily ordered them to explain. Jiho raised his hand smiling and suggested that they calm down first. They would be able to talk normally only after the lady lowered her sword. He was sure that he had his reasons. Yenhua angrily ordered him to shut up. Jiho pointed out that he was her brother after all, and asked the lady not to forget it. Yenhua interrupted him and replied that of course, he was probably adopted as a child. Jiho was surprised to hear that she had to be rude, and the mistress interrupted him and ordered her brother to shut up. Jiho asked her to calm down first, and pointed out that the leader was clearly not the one to be spoken to so rudely. Yenhua angrily said that their young leader was a real freak. She called the protagonist a fool and a damned animal with great rage. Is the mistress the only one who thinks that way about him? Why are they only expressing their dissatisfaction to her? Jiho closed his eyes and replied that he thought she was missing something. The brother confidently raised his fist and yelled that he was a loyal servant of a heavenly demon. Yenhua angrily barked that he was more like the biggest curse in the world. She ordered everyone to get out of the way and said that she was leaving. The brothers resolutely raised their swords and ordered them to stop her. Yenhua confidently raised 2 fingers to the mana-shrouded sword and said if they stood in her way, she would kill them all. And they could not say that she did not warn them. The lady swiftly swung the weapon, leaving bright traces of mana. The opponents tensely gritted their teeth and ducked from the attack. Yenhua jumped between the opponents with great speed. She kicked her brother in the face and jumped forward. Yenhua terrifyingly crossed swords and destroyed the palace wall. Jiho looked through the hole at the lady running along the rooftops and ordered them to catch up with her. At the same time, the Heavenly Sword Master said that the young leader had gone somewhere, and Lady Yenhua had escaped. He looked at the figure standing on the table. The Sword Master pushed Yanren's figure forward with his hand and said that he had high expectations for him. But since he underestimated Yanren's opponent, there would be no more indulgences. The master threw the Yanren figure onto the floor and remarked that fate was a cruel but interesting thing. He turned his attention to the figure and said that by now his intentions should be clear. But the figure was still silent. I wonder how long he can hide his plans? Only the 3 of them were left. The Swordmaster took the Tong figure in his hand and added that, although it seemed like the Heavenly Sower was not doing anything, Tong was still in the foreground. This was very clever of him. Had his hopes really helped Tong go so far? The master placed the Tong figure forward. He remarked that one could never be sure of anything until the very end. He had already thought that Tong was finished, but to think that the heavenly sower was still taking steps and continuing to entertain him. The master raised his hands to the figures of the protagonist and Yulchan and asked them to just wait a little longer, because they would meet again soon. Sometime later in Tibet, in the Timur Empire. The royal person of the empire, Ibrahim, sitting on the throne, remarked that they had not seen each other for a long time. Yulchan slammed his fist into his palm and said that he was glad to see him again. How had the royal person been? Ibrahim noticed the jewelry and remarked that Yulchan had brought so much with him this time. What did Yulchan want in return? Yulchan replied that he came after he learned that General Jason had proclaimed himself Khan. Ibrahim remarked that he had a very strange style of humor. Yulchan replied that if the royal person understood the purpose, he would soon find out that it was true. There was no point in him telling a lie. Ibrahim raised his hand and remarked that it seemed that some common General Oirat did not value his life at all. He would send his men to check it out. Ibrahim was not in the mood now, so the eldest son of the palace should get to the main thing. Yulchan said that the head of the Guangmyung cult would soon change. Will the royal person be able to attend the ceremony as an ambassador? Ibrahim smiled ominously and asked, will his father finally take his place? But he is quite a busy man himself. Instead, Ibrahim will take care of sending the most expensive gifts. Yulchan asked, can he choose the gift himself? Ibrahim laughed ominously and replied that he did not know if it was because Yulchan was so similar to his father, but he certainly had good requests. Of course, since Yulchan had come all the way here, he would listen to him. What does Yulchan want? Yulchan replied that they, the Guangmyung cult, would support Ibrahim in his quest to become sultan. In return, he would like to borrow these people, the Imperial Assassination Squad. Ibrahim asked sternly, are they planning to kill the Guangmyung emperor? Does Yulchan know who these people are? Yulchan asked, how could he not know? 2 years ago they announced their existence to the world and have already prevented 7 uprisings. They also help Ibrahim keep power in Timur in his hands, although they are located near the very borders. Ibrahim thought that this is not entirely true. Just one person, a monster-like man who is now sleeping. Only he alone was able to defeat the Black Yang division without outside help. Ibrahim noted that even his father does not know. How does Yulchan know this? The eldest son did not answer and asked to go with him to the sacred mountain. At the same time, at the peak of the sun in the small palace of Mu, comrades are walking along a dark corridor. The protagonist looked away and turned to Yonghui. MC noted that since his friend is closer to him, he thinks they have something to discuss. Yonghui can talk to him for now and find him later. The friend seriously agreed with him. After a while, Tong, sitting at the table, said that Yonghui looks like he has nothing to say. The assistant wants to leave? The leader didn't seem to be very happy to talk to him. Yonghui lowered his head tensely and asked, Tong is a black crane, right? Sky Sour clarified. The leader came here just to ask that? How ridiculous. Yonghui clarified. Sky Sour knows him? Tong asked, should he? Yonghui introduced himself with a terrifying look and said that he was the leader of the Storm Dragon Squad. Tong asked, so what next? The leader clarified that no matter what Sky Sour's goals were, he wouldn't be able to harm the Miram Alliance. Tong asked, Yonghui was trying to act legitimate in a place like this? That wouldn't change the fact that the leader of Jiangxi was a demon lord and obeyed the young leader. Yonghui pointed out that Sky Sour was right, but the fact was that he was still Yonghui, and that wasn't easy to get rid of, as well as the spirit of the righteous faction in him. Tong laughed furiously and shouted that he wondered if the leader would be able to say that with such confidence after he had spilled the blood of a Miram ally. Could it be the spirit of the righteous faction? Yes, it was just another illusion made by the righteous hypocrites. Yonghui clarified, so that was the reason why the Heavenly Sower ended up like this too? Did the Heavenly Sower think that he wouldn't recognize him? The leader asked him to tell him how it happened. That the Heavenly Sower ended up in the demon cult? Tong replied that nothing would change even if the leader found out about him. He was the Heavenly Sower of the young cult leader, and Yonghui was the Jiangxi of the Heavenly Demon. The Miram Alliance was their enemy, and they had to get rid of him. Yonghui stood up in anger and placed his hands on the table and yelled, is this what Tong, who lived his entire life in the Dragon Storm Squad, working for the righteous faction, has to say? Tong pointed his finger at him in anger and asked him to look at the state they were in. What did the Miram Alliance do while they were missing here? When Yonghui captured the Palace of Murders, where the leader was being tortured in various ways, the Miram Alliance decided to hold a tournament where everyone had a good time. Yonghui placed his hand on his chest and yelled, Not all of the Miram Alliance is like this. Didn't they join the Dragonstorm Squad to stand up for what they believed was right? He can't believe that Tong is associated with this organization and speaking on their behalf. Is this, in his opinion, the rightful path that Tong spoke of before? Yonghui remembered the past. Tong asked, "Does the comrade think that the Azure Dragon Squad went to war only for the great justice that they always talk about?" Yonghui answered that the comrade was wrong. Tong said that the true believers do not go into politics. They only defend what is right. Yunhui came out of his memories and thought that he had never forgotten the words that Tong had said to him back in the manor. After all, this was the reason why the leader joined the Dragon Storm Squad. Tong asked to be allowed to give the leader advice, as the one who was once his senior comrade. Destroying the Miram Union is one of the main goals of the demon cult. He told Yunhui, with a terrifying look, not to try to stop it. And if the leader dares, he will kill him first. From this moment on, Yunhui will soon come to the realization. Although it will not be easy for him to accept, the leader is now part of the demon cult. Yonghui quickly grabbed Tong by his clothes and said that he would never give up, so the master shouldn't even try to stop him, because he didn't want to kill Tong either. Yonghui headed for the exit and said that he was leaving now. Tong laughed and noted that the leader hadn't changed at all. If Yonghui was going to continue acting like this, then he should have died a dignified death in the Palace of Murders. What will the leader do now? And even if the Heavenly Sower doesn't know why the young leader saved Yonghui, and how the leader knew about him, his decision will remain unchanged. After some time, Yultak, walking up the stairs, noted that nothing had changed here at all. MC asked if his comrade had been here before. Yultak turned his head to the side in anger and asked, "Is the leader seriously asking him that now?" When the protagonist was little, MC insisted on going to the Lord's library and had to carry him on his back. This world has really gone bad. Now only the sufferers remember what happened to them. Is that what the Guangmyung cult is all about? Chunso put his hand on the pattern on the wall and thought that he had definitely seen it before. The same pattern was drawn on a building in a place on the Peak of Beauty that was hidden by the fog. Where did it come from? Mu Myung turned to the young leader. Yultak happily noted that it had been a long time since they had seen each other. Had Myung become even stronger since their last meeting? The protagonist turned to him and Myung smiled and noted that it was a pity. He had heard that MC had lost part of his memories, but had he forgotten him too? Chunso apologized and asked, if the man was in the library, did that mean he was the owner of this place? Myung laughed and replied that he was no master. They have a young cult leader, don't they? He's just a simple librarian. MC pointed out that even though the librarian guards the library of the heavenly demon, the librarian doesn't know martial arts. Myung replied that he lost the chance to learn martial arts because he came to the heavenly mountain when he was too old. Later, he didn't feel the need to learn martial arts because he enjoyed watching the man grow up. Chunso was surprised and asked who he was talking about. Yultak irritably clarified that he knew the protagonist had lost his memory, but he shouldn't talk to him like that. Myung replied that it was fine. Of course, he was talking about the master of the heavenly mountain, the supreme demon. MC asked, so Myung was close to his father? Did the librarian see him before he disappeared? Myung replied that he was unable to do so. Taepyeong only left him a message, asking him not to look for him. Would MC like to read it? The letter says that Taepyeong reminisces about the times they used to talk while looking at the peaks from the heavenly mountain. However, there is no longer a place for Taepyeong to go. Nothing has changed in his life in the past few years, so he must leave for the next chapter of his life. Taepyeong does not know when he will be able to return, so Myung may not try to find him. Best wishes from Taepyeong. Chunso wondered if Myung was his nickname. The librarian replied that he came from Tibet and did not have a local name, so the cult leader called him by that name. The protagonist put his hand on the wall and noticed that in that case, there was a pattern on the wall. Myung said that it was the symbol of the White Flame cult, which is believed to be the ancestor of the Gwangmyung cult. This pattern can easily be seen on old buildings, such as the Heavenly Demon Library or Myung's palace. MC pointed to the door and said that he was going to visit the Heavenly Library. Is this the gate that leads to it? Myung replied that there are 3 types of gates in the Demon Lord's library: heaven, earth, and man. If they pass through the human gate, the MC will find all the information they need to live, from medical techniques to the art of dual cultivation. In the earth section, the leader will be able to find all the weapons and elixirs that exist in the world. Behind the last one, the heavenly gate, are hidden secret manuals that will allow man to reach the level of gods. Among these gates, only the cult leader and the young leader are allowed to cross the gates of earth and heaven. Chunso opened the gate and Myung said that he hoped the protagonist would find what he needed. Yultak happily exclaimed that they would see each other later. MC walked into the room and looked at the many books. He noticed that they were all wrong. Where is the Wubu herbology book? Chunso was surprised and thought, is there someone here? A person can't hold the Wubu book in their hands? The third elder Vanya, happily sitting on the floor, picked up the book and yelled that he found it. Does the book know how long he's been looking for it? He happily noted that he didn't think he'd meet him like this. The protagonist doesn't remember him? Vanya introduced himself and MC asked, have they met? Vanya laughed and exclaimed that of course they had met. The protagonist really did lose his memory. The rumors are true. He may not deserve this position, but he is one of the elders. Vanya, nicknamed the Holy Demon. His position is the third elder. His martial skill is the 7th rank, and his estimated level is the realm of the Supreme Demon. Chunso remembered the past. Tong said that the third elder knows the martial arts of Western China. Why doesn't the protagonist look for him? He lives a modest life, giving his all to the followers of the cult, and now lives at the peak of fire. MC came out of his memories with surprise and thought that now he remembered. Vanya is a holy demon, the third elder. Tong asked Chunso to find him. The protagonist pointed to the book and asked if he could borrow it for a while. Vanya laughed and said that it was funny. He didn't remember the leader ever asking for permission. Vanya handed him the book and asked him to understand correctly. He personally always thought that MC was much better than others thought. Chunso noted that they say about Vanya that the elder wanders too much. Do the elders not care about this? Vanya replied that he is constantly told not to go. That's why he is thinking of staying at the peak of the sun for now. The protagonist thought that he is an ambiguous person. MC wondered if the elder is looking for weak medicine. Vanya said that this summer was too hot. Many followers got boils. Since it is difficult to get high-quality medical care on the Heavenly Mountain, he thought of making something from more accessible herbs. Chunso, holding the book in his hand, thought that it was no wonder that he was called a saint. Was Vanya from a demon cult at all? The protagonist noted that there were a lot of realgars at the peak of fire. If it was heated, ground into powder, and given to the followers, it would definitely make things easier for them. It should be mined in the shadow mines. The elder adjusted his glasses in amazement and asked, was this true? If he had known, he would have gone looking for the protagonist much earlier. The leader had pleasantly surprised him more than once today. MC really is an unusual person. Chunso asked, had Vanya gone to the peak of fire? The elder confirmed this and replied that he would do so. Would the leader mind if he paid him a visit after he sorted out his business? The protagonist replied that he did not mind. Vanya thanked him and said that he was glad to meet him today. Now it was time for him to go. MC asked him to wait and said that he heard that the elder is knowledgeable in the martial arts of Western China. Vanya looked at him smiling and agreed, saying that only a little. Chunso looked down and asked if the elder knew of any art that involved daggers. They are held with the blades outward. The daggers themselves resemble a curved saber and are a little less than 1 foot in length. Vanya looked up thoughtfully and said that he couldn't think of anything special. But maybe the protagonist should learn more about the art of the hour of lethality? MC asked in amazement, is this the time between life and death? Does such an art even exist? Vanya replied that since it originated in the Pallava of Western China, it is not a very common art. It was invented by the assassins of the Liang dynasty to kill Bodhidharma, an art that best reveals the principles of formless transcendence. Chunso tiredly thought that the elder talked too much. Dharma is considered the strongest. Only the Lord of Demons can fight it. Vanya added that in general, they have a lot of different types of arts. He thinks that if it is destined, then the protagonist will be able to find it, then the only one. The elder headed for the exit and noted that they would see each other again. MC, looking at the leaving elder, thought about the holy demon. He turned his head to the side and thought that at least he did not feel hostility towards him. Maybe ask him to become the master of the 9th hall? After a while, Vanya smilingly descended the stairs. He said that 50% that he will learn and 20% that he will not. If a fight cannot be avoided, then you need to fight with dignity. Sake, climbing the stairs, asked, is Vanya leaving already? The elder replied that he had already been on one side, it was time to go to the other. Sake said that he understood everything. Vanya asked, did Sake say he was close to Tasek? Sake replied with a smile that he did not know if the former leader thought the same, but there was some unfortunate connection between them. The elder replied that this was very good. He was thinking that they needed to establish contact with him as well. Sake bowed and said that if Vanya allowed it, he would personally handle the matter. The elder laughed horribly and asked, did Sake want to handle this personally? The leader still did not understand where his place was. That was why Sake did not know anything. He asked him to just wait and clarified that someone else would deal with him for them. Vanya handed him a bag and noted that it contained what the Gwangyong emissaries had asked him to give to the other two emissaries. Vanya passed by Seik and asked him not to forget that the leader could only survive if he did as he was told. Seik should not bother himself with unnecessary mental activity. The leader understood everything, right? Seik lowered his head tensely and agreed. At the same time, in the gate of the heavenly library of the Demon Lord, the protagonist sitting among the books thought that the series of 10 martial emperor strikes is good even compared to other arts. The only problem is that he can't control the internal energy of the divine art of the Demon Lord, since it immediately bursts out. But when MC fought with the Demon Sword, he could definitely use the series of 10 strikes together with the art of the Demon Lord. Shunso threw the book aside and thought that in fact it doesn't matter, since he didn't even understand how this happened. The protagonist noticed something. He looked at the book Hour of Fatality and asked, "Is this what Vanya was talking about?" In the book it is written that, here is the question. When a fatal blow is approaching him, from which he cannot escape, what will he do? MC wondered, maybe he should use the improved energy of the defense of the Lord's art, or should he instead set his mind to accept, so that he can then deliver a crushing blow to his invulnerable opponent? The book says that the moment a person starts thinking about what to do, the person will already be dead. He spent his entire life wanting to fight a person he could not surpass. Even though he experienced 100 moments when life and death came together like thousands of stars in the night sky, he never once managed to emerge victorious from a battle where Dharma was his opponent. Even when neither the top general nor the 7 sword cavalry masters could hide from his blade, he still lost every time. He was Dharma. The person had learned all the principles of martial arts. Then Dharma could reflect any step in an instant. That is why the person decided to abandon his steps. If any step is able to move and change freely, then it becomes formless. Then the one who uses it will be able to get rid of any restrictions on movement, speed up his thinking process, and begin to move his body with the flow of internal energy. Chunso opened his eyes and saw ghosts in front of him. The opponents quickly prepared to attack. The protagonist calmly created steps, reflected them, and changed them. The opponents attacked him with great force, but MC instantly cut their bodies into pieces. The book says that breaking the limitations of movements with forms. This is no longer a series of 10 Emperor strikes. The name, a series of 10 strikes of the Demon Lord, is very good. MC, kneeling, looked at the book and said that he did not know how he could thank him. He was using the martial art he left behind for good. Chunso picked up the book and added that if you think about it, he had not read the last page yet. The protagonist opened the book and looked into it. He was instantly very surprised. The book says that he is so scared. No matter what Chunso does, he cannot free himself from the demonic hands. They condemn and blame him for everything. But the protagonist hates himself more than they do. He is very scared. Who is he anyway? Chunso is afraid of the eyes that are looking at him. Who are they? The protagonist thought with great fear. Isn't this Chunso's handwriting? After some time, Yulchan was sitting on the floor. He thought that Yenren had disappeared. The leader thought that these were all untrue rumors. Does the Black Sun really exist? Yulchan turned to Hito and asked how things were going at the Palace of Murders now. Hito replied that since Yanren's Guangyong plate had never been found, he was most likely alive and hiding in a shelter. Yulchan noted that number 2 was pretty good. Yanren wasn't that easy to kill. It didn't matter who the Black Sun was and who sent him. In the end, they would all meet their deaths. The leader ordered the release of bloodhounds, and Hito asked, should he send them to the Palace of Worldly Riches? Yulchan clarified that the master of the Palace of Worldly Riches would appear himself at the beginning of a heavenly festival. He wanted Hito to go to the Peak of Water and bring the money they lacked. Hito asked, in that case, where should he send the bloodhounds? Yulchan replied furiously that the Palace of Murders hid out. Everyone there needed to be gotten rid of, and Hito had to give him a list. Hito quickly knelt down and agreed with the master. The leader pointed out that the outcome was still the same. Starting with the Guangyong cult, the demons would once again stake their claim to the world. They would plant a flag on the emperor's neck and show the world who the real master of the Central Plains was. Sometime later, in the Guangyong cult, at the Peak of Water, in the market, in Biding Village, the butcher chopped a piece of meat with great force with an axe. He held out the meat impaled on his knife with a smile and asked if the man would like it. The assistant yelled, "How dare a butcher offer them raw meat?" Hito raised his hand and his comrade fell silent. The butcher happily pointed out that this newbie definitely had no respect. Any meat tasted better when it was freshly cut. Hito clarified that they had come to deliver instructions. He sternly announced that hunting was permitted. The butcher would go to Fenyue, which was at the peak of the tree, where the slaughter demon would be waiting for him. The butcher's eyes filled with rage. He joyfully raised his axe and laughed, exclaiming that this was as it should be. They didn't care who the target was, they would seize any opportunity. The butchers raised their weapons with terrifying looks and smiles. Hito noted that they just needed to do everything as usual. They would pay double as soon as the deed was done. The assistant turned to the captain and asked who these people were. Hito replied that if the assistant took one more step towards the butcher, he would already be a corpse. The assistant remembered the butcher with great fear. Hito clarified that these were smiling demon people who loved human flesh. The Lord of the Bloodhounds is a demon who devoured human flesh, a butcher demon, a hired killer who established trade thanks to the Gwangmyeong plate. At the same time in the Gwangmyeong cult, at the peak of the tree, at the peak of Fengyue, Manhwa exclaimed angrily, "This is serious. There's no escape from them. Must be completely crazy. Will the cat be able to track her?" Manhwa quickly crawled out of the bushes and asked how the lady managed to call her on her day off. Manhwa ran to her and raised her finger asking her to be quiet. She thanked Manhwa for coming, but the lady is now being chased. Manhwa seriously asked, "Where is the Black Sun now?" Manhwa was surprised and scratched her head looking down. She asked, "Does the lady hate the young leader so much?" Manhwa clarified, "Why is Manhwa asking this?" Manhwa replied that she's just asking, she's collecting information. The lady said that what she thinks about him does not matter. Now Manhwa can only think about Subong. She wants to see him and touch him. Manhwa asked, "Does this mean that the mistress has fallen in love with him so much that she wants him all at once?" Manhwa screamed in confusion. "Who is it that has fallen in love? Does the assistant really want to die?" Manhwa remarked that she could not believe that Subong had made such a girl fall in love with him. Manhwa ordered her with great rage to stop. She asked, "Does the assistant know where he is?" Manhwa happily raised her hands and answered that she knew it. "He's at the peak of the sun." She and Subong live at the peak of the sun. Manhwa was stunned when she heard this. She happily clenched her fists and screamed, how could she have forgotten about it? The mistress ordered them to go there. Manhwa asked in surprise, "Right now?" But she had just come from there. Manhwa wondered, "So what, the assistant won't go with her?" Manhwa replied tiredly that she was not in the mood at all. The lady laughed maliciously and said that this was very good. This time she would be her guide. Manhwa noticed the terrifying laughter. The butchers ran towards her with frightening smiles. At the same time, in the Palace of Murder's shelter, Number 2 exhaled heavily and thought that he had run to the shelter in a hurry. But they could find him too quickly. The assistants quickly jumped to the floor near Number 2. The assistant announced that the Palace of Worldly Riches had disappeared, and the Palace of Dancing Blood had taken over the Peak of Water. The Myeong Palace had not taken action. He thought that it would be better to leave the Gwangmyeong cult as soon as possible. Number 2 noted that they could not do so yet. How were things with the Palace of Welcoming Joy? The assistant tensely replied that he felt that they had turned their backs on them. The cash infusions had stopped. It seems like everyone from those hiding in the shelter to the dealers have been defeated. They can't contact anyone. Number 2 yelled with great rage. What does this mean? They quickly turned their heads to the side after hearing a malicious laugh. Number 2 noticed the green smoke and asked, "Is this the poisonous fog?" He quickly raised his hand and used the demon art of the floating cloud to order his comrades to spread out. The floating cloud headed towards the poisonous fog. Suddenly, dark streams of mana shot towards the assistants at great speed. They instantly coughed up blood. Number 2 looked at the demons who jumped towards him. They yelled that this is where Number 2 was hiding. Number 2 raised his hand furiously and created a stream of smoke, asking, "Are they from Biting Village?" He quickly enveloped his body in an aura and sent streams of mana towards the opponents. The demons flew to the side and fell to the ground, raising clouds of smoke. A poisonous fog spread around, and the opponents smiled terrifyingly. Number 2 and his assistants looked at the many demons surrounding them. Number 2 yelled angrily, "Have these freaks completely lost their minds? How dare insects that don't even have a Gwangmyeong plate come here?" The butcher frighteningly clarified that if Number 2 was going to hide, he should have done it much better. It seems the opponent doesn't know how things are in the real world. The butcher smiled madly and said that he heard that Number 2 has a name register, the Palace of Murders. Is that true? Number 2 gritted his teeth furiously and asked, "Did the butcher escape from the 10,000-year-old demon cave? What is the butcher doing here?" The butcher ran his tongue along the edge of his knife and replied that his boys were simply hungry. Number 2 thought tensely that the butcher demon possessed the highest sphere of martial arts. Even if he used all his strength, he only had a 30% chance of being defeated by Number 2 alone. The butcher yelled, "What are they waiting for? If their comrades are hungry, they can kill." The demons laughed and rushed into battle. Number 2, surrounded by his comrades, thought that perhaps this day would be the last day of the Palace of Murders. Manhwa, watching their fight, asked, "Who are they all anyway?" Everyone looked at her in surprise. The lady confidently turned to Mayo. She grabbed her by the clothes and ordered Mayo to get out. The assistant, hiding in the bushes, replied that she was not here. Manhwa asked her to stop saying such things and ordered her to get out. The lady clarified, "And what does the assistant think is going on here?" Mayo raised her hand tensely and asked, "One from the Palace of Murders and the others from Baiting Village? This is a very dangerous situation." Manhwa clarified, "Who is in danger, the Palace of Murders or the village?" Mayo disagreed and replied that they are the ones in danger. The mistress asked, "But why are they fighting?" Mayo clarified, "Does it matter? Why would they even interfere in the fight between the Palace of Murders and the Butcher Demons?" Manhwa clarified, "By Butcher Demons, Mio means the freaks that eat people alive." Butcher pulled his tongue out of his mouth and noted that they were cute children. He clarified that he wanted to eat them and ordered the demons to bring them back alive. Manhwa asked, "So these are people who enjoy killing others?" Mayo lowered her head in fear and confirmed this and asked, "What should they do now?" The butcher ordered the feast to begin and the demons quickly ran towards the mistress. Manhwa picked up the mana-covered sword and said that she could just leave them and go her own way. She cut off the demon's head and added that if she just let people like them go. The lady remembered the past. She said decisively that this was just the beginning. After the Palace of Murders, other palaces could start hunting the protagonist. What will MC do with the Council of Elders? Subong will die. Why go so far? The protagonist replied that it was wrong, but he would do everything differently. Manhwa came out of the memories and said that she couldn't just leave all this. Otherwise, she would be ashamed to look Subong in the eyes. She confidently raised her sword, standing surrounded by blood, and ordered them to attack. Manhwa would make people out of them. She quickly jumped off the ground and swung her sword, cutting through the demons. Number 12 struck the demon. Number 2 thought that he didn't know why the ice flower was helping them at all, but maybe this was their chance? They had a chance to win. There may be many of them, but all of them, except for the demon butcher, have a basic level of martial arts. He looked at the butcher's face and thought, "Is the demon laughing?" The demon lying in a pool of blood instantly raised his head. He smiled and swung his sword under the opponent's feet. Number 12 turned his head to the side with great fear and looked at him. The demons quickly attacked Number 12 and screamed. Number 2 called out to Number 12 with great concern. "Do demons really not feel pain?" Number 2 fearfully ordered to cut off the demons' heads. The butcher asked, laughing, "Does the opponent think they will lose to trash like him? What is wrong with people? Where does their arrogance come from?" The butcher heard that Number 2 lost to some child. He quickly swung his weapon and cut off the heads of Number 2's assistants. They instantly coughed up blood. Number 2 looked tensely at the butcher, who jumped towards him. The demon struck him with great force, breaking the ground into pieces. Number 2 gritted his teeth, clenched his hands around the hilt of his weapon, and blocked the enemy's attack. He thought that the butcher was strong. The demon raised his hand in rage and yelled that they would be fed to animals. Manhwa yelled, "What dogs?" She resolutely jumped towards them and exclaimed that dogs don't bite people. Number 2 and the demon turned their attention to her. Manhwa struck the demon with her sword with great force, and he flew off to the side. Number 2 wondered why she was fighting. The lady thought that on one side was the Palace of Murders, which was chasing her and Subong. On the other side were demons devouring people. Her intervention could be considered unnecessary, since it would be beneficial to her if both sides lost. But the great heavenly festival was approaching, and one of the important people of the Yanren cult was still missing. It would be nice if the Palace of Murders ended up in her debt. Manhwa kicked the butcher in the face with all her might. He flew to the side, raising a cloud of smoke. The butcher made a face in pain and put his hand on his neck, calling the lady a fool. He was very surprised, looking at the dark clouds, and asked, "What kind of fog was this?" The butcher confidently raised his weapon and said that these were damned tricks. Number 2 appeared behind the butcher and used the art of the hovering cloud demon, Endless Fog. He quickly moved forward and stabbed the butcher demon with his weapon. The demons screamed in severe pain. Number 2 calmly looked down at the fallen opponent. He looked at the lady with confusion and asked why she helped them. They could have killed her. Manhwa calmly replied that the Palace of Murders was still one of the 7 palaces. Better them than these man-eating demons. The lady smiled and said that since she was kind enough to help them, Number 2 should not forget to repay the debt. Number 2 smiled and calmly exhaled. He looked at the butcher's corpse and thought that he couldn't leave anything that could come back and bite him back. This was the basics of being an assassin. Number 2 quickly filled his sword with mana and pointed it at the demon. The butcher turned over with great speed and cut off his opponent's hand with the weapon. Number 2 was amazed, and blood gushed out. The butcher smiled maliciously and pressed 2 fingers to the opponent's chest. Number 2 thought that these were paralyzing points. The butcher noted that it looked like he would have to spend a few months recovering from this damn fool. Manhwa raised her hand and noted that the demon was certainly tenacious for a yard dog. The butcher laughed and said that perhaps she should be taught some manners. He quickly ran towards her and yelled that he would eat her piece by piece. The mistress can expect this. Manhwa tensed up and thought, are these the threads of the sword? She decisively swung the weapon and blocked the opponent's attacks. The butcher slammed his weapon into the mistress's sword, creating a stream of smoke. Manhwa tensed up and instantly her sword broke into 2 pieces. The butcher quickly grabbed her by the throat with his hand and lifted her up. Neo looked back in fear and called out to the mistress. She quickly ran towards the butcher and ordered him to let her go. The demon threw her aside and ordered her to wait her turn. The butcher grinned maliciously and laughed maliciously, noting that he would start with the mistress and then move on to that fool. He ominously bulged his eyes and yelled that he would eat them all. The butcher was very surprised when he looked at the blade in his shoulder. Threads covered in mana pierced the demons' bodies. Yanran laughed and noted that it was very noisy. Manhwa barely breathing, wondering what was going on. Yanran asked terrifyingly, who woke him up? The lady wondered, didn't Subong say that he got rid of him? Some time ago, the protagonist looked at the book and wondered what scared him so much. What is it about MC's past? Chunso doesn't believe that he was just a crazy heir. It all started with the Palace of Welcoming Joy. A girl named Yuwal used a charm technique on the protagonist without the knowledge of the palace master Soso. Why did she decide to run away? Why did she choose to die in vain? Next comes what MC saw at the Peak of Beauty. He found traces of Chunso in the prison that was hidden by fog. On the wall was written, uninterrupted constancy. The words were written on rice paper to make it harder to recognize the writing. The protagonist suffered from a rupture of the body meridians, so he was only at the beginning level of martial arts. He could enter the fog zone, but it was impossible to get out. However, he succeeded, and in addition, he also brought Yaran with him. This means that someone from the Peak of Beauty helped him. Oh, lastly, Palace of Murders. Someone tried to warn him about the Heavenly Palace through Chungsu. MC was sure that the master of the Palace of Dancing Blood was the owner of the Heavenly Palace. But here's the strange thing. Chunso left records in the Hour of Lethality when the cult leader was still in the Palace of Myung. Could the master of the Palace of Dancing Blood come here whenever he wanted? No, that's definitely impossible. To sum up, someone has been suppressing and controlling the protagonist his entire life. And this someone had simply enormous powers that helped him create Jiangxi at the Peak of Beauty without the knowledge of the master of the Palace of Broken Swords. A martial artist who surpassed the demon himself. The leader of the cult of Gongmyung who hid his whereabouts for 2 years. The protagonist's father, Taepyeong? Currently, Yanran walked forward and the demon's hand shook. The demon looked at number 1 with a terrifying smile. Yanran asked ominously, the demon dares to laugh? Was it he who woke him up? Yanran quickly raised his weapon. He stabbed the blade into the demon's body with a terrifying smile and yelled that he slept so well. Why did he have to make such a noise? Does the demon know that it was very painful? How can a demon feel when he himself is in agony? Or does it not hurt the enemy at all? The butcher thought in fear that this guy did this without even understanding. Yanran is even worse than him. If he also has the highest level, then all tricks are meaningless. He needs to get out of here as soon as possible. The butcher raised his hand in fear and ordered to retreat. The demons quickly ran after him. Yanran turned his head to the side and laughed maliciously. He pulled the threads and roared, "Won't they even say goodbye?" The blades quickly pierced the demons' bodies. Yanran pulled the threads and grabbed the blades in his hands, standing among the corpses. Number 2 turned to the lady in amazement. He noted that it would be better if she left here while there was a chance. Manhwa asked confidently, is he asking her to run away after seeing what happened to those who ran? If they are going to be killed anyway, then it is better to be hit in the face than in the back. Yanran walked towards them and laughingly noted that he had always wondered who she was. Wasn't she the daughter of that old man, the sword demon? Couldn't they find her when Yanran wanted to kill her, and now the lady found him herself? Manhwa noted that since she came here herself, she wants to leave herself. Will he let her go? Yanran smirked and did not agree. The lady asked with great fear, does that mean he will kill her? Yanran said with a terrifying look that she has a lot of impudence, especially after what she did to the village by the stream of tears. The lady thought that he would let her live. Manhwa angrily asked, who does he take her for? It wasn't her. The leader of the Heavenly Demon Squad had been there before her. He stopped her on the way. Yanhwa doesn't even know what happened there. Yanren noticed that she was telling too many lies. Yanhwa swore on her father's life that she was telling the truth. Number 1 laughed ominously and noted that it was funny. The mistress happily raised her fists and clarified if it was so funny for him, could he cancel the order to destroy her? Yanren replied that he didn't want to. Yanhwa was surprised and instantly fell to the ground and said that she didn't care then. She asked him to kill her. The mistress thinks that then either her father or the young leader will avenge her. Number 1 seemed to have been badly beaten. Is he sure he can handle them? Yanren raised his weapon with a terrifying smile and clarified that it seemed like she was trying to put a lot of pressure on him. She thought that he would start acting like that. Number 1 thought that Yulchan was behind everything. But it seems that is not the case. Who does the lady think it could be? Does she know it? Yanhwa asked irritably. Is it Subong who lives at the peak of the sun? Yanren asked. Does she not know anything at all? He thought that she at least knew this. Yanhwa yelled angrily that she did not know. Yanren replied that she would find out someday. He ordered them to be locked up so that they could not escape. The assistants stood behind the comrades. Sometime later in the Guangyun cult, at the peak of metal in the Hall of Elders, Roxanne, pouring tea into a mug, said that he had prepared something for him. The elder asked the comrade to drink it and calm his nerves. Vanya asked, was Roxanne waiting for him? The elder asked, is it not natural for an elder to come to the hall? Of course, it would be even better if this elder came here as an envoy of the heavenly palace. Vanya smiled sarcastically and asked how long Roxanne had known. The elder, holding a teapot, replied that the Guangyun cult had experienced several rebellions over the past 100 years. 3 times the number of rebellions he had witnessed. Anything would spill over if there was too much of it. Since there were many leaders among them, division was inevitable. Roxanne shook the cup with his finger and added that if this cup shattered into pieces, it meant that someone had applied force. That was how it had been before. The world was inhabited by too many rulers, but in an instant they had rebelled against each other. In the end, their predecessor had lost. This happened during the 3rd and final rebellion. Roxanne had been watching everything closely. Vanya, smiling, asked what it had been like. The elder replied that although battles between rulers were a busy business, the main interest was the heavenly mountain, like the mouth of a dragon. It did not matter who would emerge victorious. Their fate was to disappear into this mouth. Vanya asked in a menacing tone, so what decision had the comrade come to? Roxanne sternly replied that it was better to be the tail of a dragon than the head of a snake. He believed that it would be better to think up a grand plan for the revival of the Guangyun cult. Vanya clapped his hands and remarked that this was very good. It was immediately obvious that experience had helped a lot. He suggested discussing the elder's wishes and asked, did Roxanne want to become the leader of the cult? Vanya could arrange this if the comrade really wanted it. The elder laughed and clarified, what was the point of this position at his age? But initially, the Guangyun cult did not belong to the 9 clans. It belonged to the followers. Roxanne was thinking about returning this right to them. There is no place for clans in the Guangyun cult. They must change it, make it a place of power. Vanya clarified, the comrade wants the elders to be in charge of the Guangyun cult and not the 9 clans. Roxanne clarified that if such a thing were possible, he was ready to give all his strength to bring this idea to life. Vanya laughed and said that it was interesting. Let it be so. Roxanne thanked him and asked what he needed to do. Vanya stood up from his chair and turned around and asked his comrade to leave the showdown with the clans to him. But Vanya would send the elder to one place. Later he would tell him where exactly. Roxanne noted horrifyingly that nothing could be simpler for him. After some time, in the Guangyun cult, at the peak of the sun, in the small palace of Miu, Soso said that the Palace of Dancing Blood had spread its influence to the peak of water, the community of elders at the peak of metal. It even reached the peak of the tree, where the Palace of Murders is located. That is why it was difficult for them to find out what was happening in these territories. This is not all the information they managed to get about the Palace of Dancing Blood in the local markets over the past 2 weeks. Soso heard that they went beyond the Heavenly Mountain. If it was the current forces that required a lot of money, then the Heavenly Palace was the one that was the most suspicious right now. Tong pointed out that this was just a guess. They needed more information to be completely sure. In the meantime, the Master of the Palace of Broken Swords and the Master of the Palace of Monstrous Venom, following the young leader's orders, he needed them to look for Jiangxi at the Peak of Beauty. Dongbang laughed and said that the Peak of Beauty really was of great interest to him. Tong said that he heard that Biding Village, like the village of Tears Stream, was preparing a medicine. Since this was a good opportunity to find out how the Palace of Dancing Blood and the Heavenly Palace were related, he wanted the Master of the Palace of Welcoming Joy to handle it. Soso said that it wouldn't be easy. She heard that the western regions had sent a delegation to them. It was said that the feudal lord of the Timur Empire would personally visit them. She couldn't be absent. Tong specified that then Yultak and the master of the Palace of Worldly Riches would take care of Biting Village. Salmon looked at his comrade and accepted the task. Tong added that they would leave Myung Palace to the Bloody Master, since he had his own connections there. With this, the meeting of the hall leaders came to an end. He hoped that everyone would feel well until the young leader returned. At the same time, the girls raised their hands and created a whirlpool around the palace. In the Gwangyung cult, at the peak of the water on Lake Hwagu, Ibrahim looked down and said that this was amazing. To think that the water in such a huge lake could disappear in an instant. Soso smiled and noted that for 2 years they fill this place with water to perform the cult's rituals. Then, 7 days before the festival, they dry up the lake and pray. They believe that the water will become rain on the peak of the tree and make the land fertile. Ibrahim replied that this was truly amazing. Even in their empire, he had not seen such a ritual. Soso headed for the exit and said that he flattered them. She suggested going back to the summer cat house Gwangmyeong. They cooked him breakfast. Ibrahim calmly clarified that they would go then. After some time, many dishes were on the table. Ibrahim happily raised his hands and said that the woodcutter sect should learn from the Gwangyung cult. If someone has seen God, then blessings cannot be avoided. Soso replied that she was sure that God would be touched by how different faiths came together and interacted with each other. She raised her fan with a smile and, standing at the exit, wished them a good rest. The door closed instantly. Ibrahim noted that this was a very beautiful woman. Yuljin, wearing a mask, clarified that she was not so simple. Ibrahim asked him to stop just talking and said that he had brought him here as he wanted. What should he do next? Yuljin replied that, for starters, the royal family should leave them. Ibrahim closed his eyes and raised his hand. Yuljin brought his hand to the mask and said that this woman they had just seen must be killed. He calmly removed the mask from his face. Ibrahim clarified that his eldest son had forced him to bring a whole squad of killers here to kill one woman. Yuljin replied that in order to fight her, thousands of heavily armed soldiers must be sent to their deaths. Since one mercenary squad would not be enough, they needed the help of a royal person. Ibrahim sternly said that Yuljin continued to irritate him. He did not like the condescending look of his eldest son. Yuljin sternly clarified, "So the royal person refuses?" Ibrahim laughed terribly and replied that now he can no longer retreat, because he gave his word. He shouted with fury that he will show Yuljin how powerful his empire is. Sometime later, under the night sky, in the palace, Soso picked up the snake and said that she wondered when he would come. Will there be news by morning? And when did he manage to mature so much that she, without knowing it, longs to meet him? She noted what the protagonist said last time and remembered the past. MC holding her neck said that he was going to change this place. He will create a place where everyone can live together without breaking the higher and lower commandments. Soso came out of the memories smiling and said that the protagonist said that they needed to change. She thought that these were just the words of an immature boy. But imagine that one day it could become true. Soso thought that the Myung small palace and the young leader had enough power. So if he became the leader of the cult, they would no longer have to bring innocent children to the pleasure palace and turn them into toys. If such a thing were possible, then she would gladly give her life. Soso noticed something and closed her eyes and remarked that she thought that nothing was ever simple in the Gwangmyeong cult. She was sitting in front of a door with several people standing behind it. The door quickly opened and the fighters looked at her. Soso clarified that she could not believe that an entire delegation had come to her at such a late hour without prior notice. Did they not like the dinner? Soso looked at the weapons in the opponent's hands. She smiled sinisterly and added that she would never have thought that the Timur Empire could behave so disrespectfully. They are ready for the consequences, aren't they? Soso took a step forward and froze the floor beneath her feet. The fighters covered their faces with their hands from the powerful flow of wind. Ibrahim laughed and said that he knew that she was full of talent. But he didn't think that she would turn out to be such an icy woman. Soso clarified that if they did not explain themselves, something worse awaited them. Although it seemed to be too late now. Ibrahim asked not to hold a grudge against him. After all, there is no place for emotions in politics. Anyone will do anything for their own goals, and it does not matter whether they have to make enemies or become friends. Soso asked if Ibrahim intended to join forces with the Gwangyung cult and start a fight for the throne. He calmly replied that if everything was that simple, he would not behave like that. He only had one request. Ibrahim asked to leave the young leader and join the Palace of Dancing Blood. So fell into a stupor and wondered how he knew that she was with the small palace of Myung. She smiled, raised her fan and asked, did he want to make a bet with her? Ibrahim was surprised, and So said that she offered to bet on how the royal person would end. His end would be worse than anyone else's. So enveloped the space around her with icy mana and swore on her life that Ibrahim would lose everything and regret what he had done today. The ice flows quickly headed towards the opponents. The comrades grabbed Ibrahim with great speed and ran forward. The fighters calmly raised their hands, creating light mana. So thought with great tension, are they all the best martial artists? She cannot drag out this fight. She needs to defeat them faster and find out how much they know. So quickly froze the fighters. Ibrahim remarked that it was not bad, and she was very surprised. Ibrahim, with a terrifying look, destroyed the ice flow. Ice fragments quickly flew to the sides. He raised his hand and said that they had little time. The royal person suggested to stop useless jokes. So with determination crossed her arms and asked who he was. He was definitely not Ibrahim. She raised her arms to the sides and sent pieces of ice forward. So used the ability Ice World, and the beams were directed towards the enemy. Ibrahim calmly opened his eyes and said that this was a weak attempt. Streams of mana hit him, and a piece of skin from his face flew to the side. So thought in amazement, did he brush off the ice with 120% of her energy charge with just a wave of his hand? So fell into a stupor seeing him. The cult leader noted that they had not seen her for a long time. She said in fear that this is the leader. At the same time, it is raining heavily outside. Vanya looked out the window and said that in a little while, a whole bunch of followers would gather in this place to shed tears of repentance. They would cut and chop each other just to climb the heavenly mountain. To do such a thing for such an unnecessary purpose? Now that they had dealt with the palace of murders and opened the curtain, all that was left was for the young leader and the master of the palace of dancing blood to take the stage. Vanya asked who his comrade thought would win. The leader asked, hadn't this issue already been decided? Vanya laughed and remarked that it would be boring if everything had already been decided. It was time for him to write a plan for the development of events. The leader also needed to prove his abilities, didn't he? A lot of hasty conflicts and shocking truths. He could expect this, couldn't he? For the leader's information, he loved tragedies. Vanya agreed to that scenario if there were no winners in the battle. Vanya smiled madly and said that he thought their battle would be the best spectacle. The leader replied that once they got rid of the palace masters, it would be difficult for the young leader to defeat the master of the palace of dancing blood alone. Vanya agreed and said that this was what they had planned. If they didn't kill him themselves, they would. Vanya filled his body with mana and asked, he already told you, didn't he? We need to create an amazing truth. What does the leader think about this? Did you manage to catch inspiration? The leader replied that he would prepare. Vanya noted that he knew that his comrade would understand his desires. Then he would leave the leader to think some more. The leader asked, did Vanya manage to find out about the delegation that arrived at the Summer Cat House? Vanya said that it looked like everything was set up by the Palace of Dancing Blood. Yuljin disguised himself as a member of the delegation and infiltrated the Palace of Welcoming Joy. If he tried to kill the Palace Master, Vanya thought that it meant that they had money problems. The leader asked, that was an order too, wasn't it? Vanya disagreed and replied that the money that leaked from the Palace of Dancing Blood had nothing to do with them. The elder understood that the situation was urgent, but what was the point? In any case, they were in a position where the dead Palace Masters were helping them. So the leader didn't have to worry about them. The leader just had to think about the gift they would give to the followers during the Heavenly Festival. Vanya smiled and remarked that this was very good. Now, the leader could go back and start preparing. He also had to pay close attention to what would happen to the Palace Masters. After a while, the comrades walked through the fog. Dongbang pointed at something and remarked that this was really amazing. Is this really possible? He had never heard of a mystical trap of this level. Junghak raised his weapon and wrapped it in mana and launched a powerful attack. Smoke quickly rose in all directions. He thought that the young leader had managed to get out of here because MC was studying the Demon Lord's art. Just getting out of here is already a whole ordeal. Who else managed to release Jiangxi? Does he really have no choice but to go there and find out for himself? Junghak ordered everyone to wait for him here, and clarified that even if he does not return, no one is allowed to cross the line. Dongbang barked angrily. Is the comrade going to go alone? The master may never get out of there. Junghak turned his head to the side and clarified, they have no other choice. Is that right? Dongbang irritatedly noted that the comrade is so stubborn. Junghak furiously raised the sword shrouded in mana. He struck the sword mountain, the first destruction. The smoke instantly dispersed around. The master calmly put the sword back in its sheath. The masters were very surprised to hear someone remark that they had not seen each other for a long time. The comrades quickly turned their heads to the side. They yelled, "Is it Roxanne?" The elder thought that he did not know that the sword demon and the poison demon were on such good terms. "What are they doing here?" Dongbang laughed and asked. Roxanne came here because he wanted adventure in his old age. Somehow it was too far for a simple walk. He thought that he didn't like all this. What was the elder doing here? Roxanne should be in the Hall of Elders? Besides, all the elders except the third one were gathered here. Roxanne asked, "Isn't there a saying that all roads lead to the same place?" Wherever they went, it was all part of the Heavenly Mountain. Dongbang noted that it looked like they were trapped. They shouldn't all be here. Junghak replied that it looked like that. The master asked what they would do. Junghak didn't answer and Dongbang tensed up. The master asked, "Are they sure they weren't lost?" Dongbang heard that Yulchan had caused them a lot of trouble. Shouldn't the elder go find him and pay him back? Roxanne clarified that it didn't matter in what order the rotten branches were cut. The main thing was to remove them. Dongbang thought, this scheming old man came to them when he had nothing against them? And right before the Heavenly Festival? If the others found out about this, then the Council of Elders would face a major purge. Could Roxanne know about the Myung's small palace? Dongbang yelled, "What would change if they just killed them? Do they think the others would just quietly watch?" Roxanne replied that the fact that Dongbang was so worried about them weighed heavily on his heart. But the master shouldn't worry, because the same outcome would await others. Dongbang said fearfully that this couldn't be. He thought that there was no way the old-fashioned elders would agree to something so crazy. Does this mean that they are together with Yulchan? No. The leader couldn't accept a bunch of old men who constantly do this, who even has the power to move the Council of Elders. Dongbang realized something and said that this was the Heavenly Palace. Roxanne asked horribly, "Why are they standing?" The elders quickly rushed into battle and Roxanne ordered to destroy them. Junghak tensed up and thought that there were 9 elders against them. 1 supreme demon and 8 with the supreme realm. Even if he took on Roxanne, it would be difficult for the comrades to deal with the rest of the elders. If they entered the battle, they would definitely lose. Junghak mentally told Dongbang that he would open the way for him, so immediately the master should go to the small palace of Myung. He asked to convey that the Heavenly Palace really exists and has united with the Council of Elders. The comrades quickly jumped off the ground and Junghak ordered to give passage. Roxanne thought that he had always been curious to know how strong the sword demon was. He quickly raised his hand and sent a demonic strike with a demon face from it towards the opponents. Junghak paid attention to the attack and quickly jumped to the side. Pieces of stones flew to the sides. The elders attacked Junghak's comrades. Dongbang dodges the enemy's attacks with great speed. He instantly ducked, exposing his comrade to the attack. Dongbang raised his hand and remarked that he shouldn't have gone far from home at his age. Just think, is this really how he's going to die? He pulled out the beads from the bag. Dongbang confidently raised his hand with the beads and ordered the opponents to attack. He remarked that if his end was near, he would try to take as many of them with him as possible. The elders screamed in fear. Is this toxinization? They ordered to stop the master. The elders quickly ran towards Dongbang. The elder instantly attacked, leaving dents on the ground. Dongbang threw the beads into his mouth and his eyes changed color. The elders attacked the ground and a cloud of smoke rose. Among the dark cloud of smoke, green light from the eyes was visible. Dongbang with green skin jumped up. He attacked the enemy and the elder cried green tears. Dongbang laughed with a terrifying smile and asked, "Didn't he say that he would drag them along with him?" One of the warriors shouted in panic that it was a poisonous flower. He had heard that it poisoned everything in the world, but how impressive it was. However, it would not last long. His body would not be able to withstand the poison, so let them spread out and block his passage. Dongbang gave them a displeased look and asked, "So they knew that too?" He realized that he would not be able to catch them, and he was sure that he could not keep up with their speed either. So there was no point in running. So what should he do? He was surrounded by fog on all sides. He wanted to touch it, but it immediately parted. He thought, so it dodges the poison? It was as if it were alive. Meanwhile, Junghak continued his battle with Roxanne. From their blows, all the rocks were in cracks, inside of which fire was shining. They stopped to take a breather, and Dongbang mentally contacted his comrade, telling him to be aware of his surroundings when he fought. He couldn't just smash everything in his path. He thought they were weak to poison, so he should go into the fog. Junghak asked if he was crazy. He told him that they couldn't win this fight and it was too late for him to run alone. He had to decide quickly. Junghak closed his eyes, making a decision. and then looked up at his opponent and thought that there was fog behind him and enemies ahead. He took his sword tighter and prepared to attack, and his whole body was blazing with energy. He made a sweeping swing, cutting through the mountains nearby, and after a few seconds, the severed treetops fell down with a roar. Roxanne noted that he had destroyed the escape routes and asked if he wanted to die. What a disappointment. The man told him that they would definitely pay their debts today, then jumped off the cliff and ordered the fire unit to move towards the peak of beauty. Roxanne laughed and stretched out his hand towards him, saying that he did not know whether to call him stupid or arrogant, but he would not go back there. After saying goodbye to him, he fired a clot of his demonic energy at him, and a loud explosion was heard upon impact. Meanwhile, Taeshik arrived at the cult. Looking at the nameplate above the main gate, he realized that he never thought that he would return here again. If only he had not committed one stupidity, his wife would be alive and his daughter would not have to grow up in the village of the Stream of Tears. At the entrance, he met B-Sake and his squad, and judging by his surprised face, he definitely did not expect such a meeting. Taeshik smiled. He was glad to see him again, and Sake, barely holding back tears, fell at his feet and asked why it took him so long to get to them. The man ordered him to get up. He was no longer the leader of their squad. And Sake began to blame himself for not protecting his wife back then. But as soon as he mentioned it, Taeshik flinched, but quickly calmed down. He said that it was in the past and asked if the emissaries were inside. He confirmed it and inquired what was the matter, and he stated his desire to speak with them personally. Saying goodbye to him, Sake and his squad folded their hands in a respectful gesture, and he noted that it seemed that he had managed to regain his inner energy. Taeshik confirmed this and headed towards the palace, and his former subordinate said without much joy that this was very good. When he entered, he was quite surprised. The emissaries were sitting half-naked on the floor and drooling like crazy. They were clearly out of their minds and did not even recognize him. He looked at them in shock and asked what happened, but they did not react to this at all and asked him only to bring them a potion and a woman. Taeshik trembled with rage, and when he heard the steps of the squad behind him, he asked what happened, and literally burning with anger overflowing him, said the name of his former subordinate. He bowed to him and admitted that he had committed a terrible sin. He should have taken better care of them. The man asked him to tell him everything without hiding anything, and he said that the reason for everything was his inattention. All because he was not good enough. He suddenly approached him and plunged a dagger into his side, and with a wide smile said that he could not help himself. It was so funny. He laughed, and the man stared at him in shock and asked who did this to him. He told him that he did it. He should have stayed in the village of the Stream of Tears, then his death would not have been so pitiful. That day, his wife's pleas were music to his ears. Now he can rest in peace, knowing that his revenge is complete. That day, it was Chunjong, the village chief, who got his way with Lady Hyun. Taeshik remembered that day. Seeing the corpse of his wife with the baby in her lap, he fell to his knees and the baby screamed. Realizing that Sake was behind all this, he became furious and said that he left her under his protection, not even knowing about his rotten heart. Sake pulled the dagger out of his body and smiled and remarked that he finally looked at him the way he was supposed to. Let him look at him as a man and not as a worthless person. He even felt a little hurt. He wished he could see his daughter in the arms of the young leader. He remembered how he met Sake. He asked him to take his students so that he too could become as strong. He remembered his words about how he was used to being constantly beaten, but he was afraid of disgracing his master. He also remembered how he allowed him to call him his senior comrade and how he told him in tears about his wife's death. Gritting his teeth, he realized that during all this time, he had not been able to see his true nature. He was hopeless from the very beginning. These are the consequences of his own actions. He declared that he would deal with this himself. He would show him what a terrible retribution awaits him. Having prepared for the fight, Sake smirked and noted that he had so much confidence even in such a situation. He thinks that even if he dies, he will never admit it. But now he will show him that he is not the same Sake from before. Before he could say those words, demonic energy enveloped him from all sides, and Taeshik himself was burning menacingly. Bloody tears flowed from his eyes, and he swore that he would kill everyone. They could not even hope to get out of here alive. His energy became stronger. The party members could barely withstand his pressure. Sake asked, so he reached the highest level of the art of bloody skies? He will remain an idiot until the very end, right? But today he has a special guest waiting for him, and he retreated. After his words, footsteps were heard behind Taeshik. Yulchan came out from a bright flash of light and told him that they finally met again. He immediately decided to test whether he was strong enough to threaten him, and Taeshik, preparing for a counterattack, ordered him to stay out of this. After that, they pounced on each other and their energies collided, causing a bright flash, and a second later, the palace was divided and dust rose. Late at night, the ceremony began. The followers of the cult gathered around a huge bonfire on the podium. Standing nearby, a priestess named Yu Soha, the master of the Palace of Sacred Flames, called out to the god of sacred flames and fell to her knees, asking him to cleanse them of all sins with his fire. She asks him not to abandon them just because they are simple observers. She asks for protection. She brought her hands together and lit a flame in them, after which she suddenly rose and shot into the sky, informing the believers that the god of the sacred flame gave the go-ahead for the heavenly festival. The people screamed joyfully, after which one of them pointed his finger to the side and advised the others to look there. These are the emissaries and the detachment of the supreme ruler Guangmyung. Their detachment passed by. Next to them was also the master of the Palace of Dancing Blood. He stood in front of the watchtowers and looked at them one by one, thinking that Yanren and Hong Raksan had finally retired. The stage was set. Realizing this, he smiled widely, and then the priestess spread her arms out to the sides and told the believers to repay the heavenly blessing. They launched lanterns into the sky, and with the sunrise, the heavenly festival began. That same morning at Myeong Palace, the MC went outside and looked around in surprise, wondering why it was so quiet. Had everyone left? Yonghui's voice came from the side, saying that he was late. The heavenly festival had already begun. Hearing this, he realized that he was late and excitedly asked him to wait, as he needed to take something with him. He went to get the thing, but Yonghui stopped him, asking, did he really have to go there? He didn't understand what he was talking about, and he suggested that they leave the heavenly mountain together and return to their homeland. Chunso was taken aback and looked away, saying that it would only take a little while. Once it was over, they would return to where they came from. Yonghui frowned slightly, then walked up to him and handed him the letter, saying that his senior comrade had asked him to give it to him as soon as he returned. When he read the message, his face darkened. It said that today, before the start of the heavenly festival, he had lost contact with the palace masters, which made him suspect treason. He would be waiting for him at Lake Huagu, at the peak of the moon in the crimson hut that was on top of the eastern hill, so he should hurry. He crumpled the message in anger, and Yonghui said that he never showed up, so the masters must have changed their minds. After all, Yultak is the right hand of the master of the Palace of Dancing Blood, and the Blood Master originally belonged to Myeong Palace. Did he forget that they are in the cult of Gwangnyeong, that den of evil? These idiots are completely devoted to a demonic cult. Thinking about this, MC said that something is wrong here, and his friend called out to him with displeasure, trying to reason with him, and he said that for him it may be a simple demonic cult, but not for him. He remembered spending time with the inhabitants of the cult, how he watched the reunion of the father and daughter with a smile, and how they, together with Yultak, happily welcomed him back. He also remembered Soso and Jungle Hawk, whose support he enlisted after the battle. He confidently stated that he was sure that they were not the kind of people to run away so easily, and told his friend that it was time for him to go to the heavenly festival. He looked away and asked, will he regret it later? He responded with a smirk and said that he had already been reborn and had nothing to regret. Yonghui frowned, and after a short pause, said that the masters had not betrayed him. Meanwhile, Vanya met with his accomplice and said that, since he had dealt with Soso, Junghak, Dongbang, Taeshik, and Saman, only Yulchan and Black Sun were left to fulfill their roles. Tong, who was his accomplice, came out of the shadows. He said that he didn't care whether the demon cult fell or was led by someone else, he just needed him to keep his word. The man passed by him and laughed, saying that since he was so obedient, of course, he would fulfill his promise. He would do everything to hand over the soldier from the Muram Union, Mundong Jagal, to him alive. After he left, a slight wind arose. The bell on the roof of the building rang, and the old man decided to look out the window. He looked at the people enjoying themselves at the festival and thought that in a moment this place would turn into hell. But he had already made his decision and did not regret anything. He would soon see his uncle again. He remembered when he was young, he came to him and told him about his suspicions. The martial artists of the Lesser Azure sect, the 3 true Hua swords, the disciples of the outer sect of Mount Hua. Too many people had disappeared without a trace in the past few years. Without looking up from his work, his uncle asked, weren't they all isolating themselves for training? He told him that he was sure that was not the case. There are at least 10 orthodox cults, and if they take into account the non-orthodox and those who do not belong to them at all, then they get about 50. They needed to investigate this. Let him allow the Dragon Storm Squad to act. His uncle smiled and agreed, but in return asked him to stop pestering him, and he would talk to the alliance leader. Just a couple of days after that conversation, they were ambushed. There was a lot of blood on the floor, and the corpses of his loved ones were lying on his lap. His lower body was paralyzed, and he lost his entire family. He lost everything that day. After that, he faked his death and tried to infiltrate the clan, but rumors began to circulate around the area that he was isolating himself for the sake of training. He lost his legs and his fighting prowess, his family and his clan. And there's only one reason why he survived all this time: curiosity. Why did he end up like this? He only received the answer when, living like a dog, he was able to become the leader of the Hao clan. He gained access to hidden records. The answer was in them. He found a notebook with orders, which stated that he and his entire family were targets for assassination, and the customer was Mundan Jagal. Then he realized that he needed a force that could resist the troops of the Muram Union. He had to leave the Central Plains and make his way to the Heavenly Mountain, and then he met the young leader who declared that he wanted to change the entire mountain. The current demon cult was like a hopeless abyss. Everyone was pushing each other into the hole they dug themselves. And since he was stuck here, he wanted to stop this cycle of evil. The young leader seemed like an unusual person to him. He said things that a rogue from a righteous cult would say, but over time he was able to feel his sincerity. One day, Chunso declared that he would put justice above profit and would never betray him. This battle would end with him and Yulchan. They had a lot to do to change the cult, so from now on, he had to be careful. Then the spirit of righteousness that he had buried under the blade of vengeance was revived again, just like the time when he was in the Muram Alliance. But one day, Vanya came to him in the middle of the night and said that there was much more life in his eyes than the last time they met. He approached him from behind in a threatening manner and greeted him, saying that he was from the Heavenly Mountain and wanted to give him an opportunity. Would he like to know the truth? He didn't have to think long. The spirit of correctness had died along with his family, and the only thing left was the demon, whose freedom had been taken away. Meanwhile, the people were celebrating the beginning of the festival. Women and men in beautiful, colorful outfits were walking along the streets of the city and trying all sorts of sweets and buying souvenirs. Among the crowd, MC appeared. His goal was the building where the old man was now. He entered inside with a gloomy expression, and the old man turned his gaze to him. Chunso looked at him suspiciously and nodded in greeting, after which he said that he had read his letter. What happened, and where are the other masters? He told him that he had not been able to contact them. Now everyone is for himself. And so their true nature was revealed. MC started to lose patience and asked if he found it strange. What if they had fallen into a trap? He said that in that case, there wouldn't be a soul left in the palace, but the inhabitants of the palace were fine. Chunso asked if he was really pretending not to understand. He asked if he had betrayed them. The old man remained silent, but then he chuckled and remarked that it was a plausible guess. But he had no reason to betray them. The master of the Palace of Murders was dead, and the elders had left their posts. And once he defeated the master of the Palace of Dancing Blood, everything he wished for would come true. Why would he leave the tigers back? He thought, what could he do at all, even if he had caught him? They had already gone too far. The process was irreversible. MC, meanwhile, thought that if he wanted to know what he was planning, he should first listen to him. He said that his words were like honey to the ears. What should he do next? He told him that the situation wasn't that bad, since the master of the Palace of Dancing Blood was also isolated. He looked out the window and said that one of the conditions to become a leader was to be recognized by the cult, and the other was to reach the highest level of martial arts. Chunso asked if he meant the Palace Masters and the Council of Elders when he said that he was being recognized by the cult. The old man confirmed this, but the Palace Masters had disappeared, and the Council of Elders had abandoned their positions. So he needed to appear on the clock tower as the Black Sun, and he needed to challenge Yulchan to a fight using the followers' faith as support. But MC doubted whether he would agree, and asked if the Black Sun hadn't reached an inexplicable level of strength. He told him that he was someone who put honor above everything else. He would agree as long as he could control the crowd. The problem would be the Palace of Dancing Blood's ghost squad hiding among the crowd, so he needed to be careful. As he headed for the exit, Chunso said that he would keep that in mind, but before he left, he decided to tell him one last thing. Someone had once told him that a person always had a chance as long as they were alive. There was always a chance to change everything, so he shouldn't forget that. He closed the doors and remembered telling the teacher that they couldn't do anything, and then he grabbed him by the clothes and called him a fool. They still had hope. A person always had a chance, as long as they were alive, and there was a chance to change everything. So he should think with his head. Frozen by the door, he turned to the teacher in his thoughts and said that he would keep trying, as he had advised. Gathering his thoughts, he sighed and headed out into the streets of the city. Now all that was left for him to do was subjugate the Guangyang cult. Soon he found himself in a huge crowd of wary people, and this made him nervous, because now he didn't know how to get where he needed to go. The guys from the extermination squad appeared nearby, and Jiho told his comrades that he was somewhere here. They just needed to get to the center and clear the way. Hearing their voices, MC was slightly surprised and immediately approached them. He grabbed Jiho by the shoulder, and he was about to hit the idiot who dared to touch him, and Chunso whispered that it was him. Jiho did not recognize him at all because of the mask and asked if he was a duck or something. MC said with displeasure that he was the young leader, and he was very surprised and was about to ask him about what he was doing here, but he asked him to be quiet and said that the situation was not the best. They needed to step aside so as not to attract attention. He agreed, and they went into some pavilion to talk without unnecessary witnesses. Jiho first of all asked why he was wearing this mask, and Shigun asked with displeasure where he had even been. Chunso wondered why they had only just come now, and Jiho told him that he had been looking for the squad leader and his sister, but had been informed that the palace master and the fire unit had gone missing, so the remaining members and the squad leader had returned to the Palace of Broken Swords. The MC said that word had already reached him to go, but he was a powerful man, so he shouldn't worry. He was sure that he was alive. The boys drooped a little, and Jiho, not about to be upset, clenched his hand into a fist and said that he was sure that he was still alive. Chunso wondered why he was looking for his sister. Did something happen to her? He told him that the brat had run away because she said that she didn't want to get married, and then the young leader pointed at himself in confusion and clarified, was he talking about a wedding between her and him? Jiho nervously confirmed this, and he thought that she was the one who suggested this wedding in the first place, so why was she running away? This was just ridiculous. Shigun walked up to him and exclaimed in displeasure, what was he doing here? Shouldn't he be at the clock tower challenging Yulchan? MC quickly calmed him down and told him that his speech was as meaningful as always. Now let him stop talking nonsense and listen to him carefully. When he told them everything, Shigun became furious and asked why he was still here. If those idiots were here, then they needed to kill them immediately. He thoughtfully told him that it was not the time yet. He didn't know if they noticed, but those idiots were hiding among the common people. It was important for them to know what they were up to. Jiho asked, what was the point of them targeting him? It wasn't like he couldn't escape from the High Realm Masters if he wanted to. Chunso thought that he was right. After all, if Tong had betrayed them, then the Heavenly Palace would know that he had learned the Demon Lord's art. If he had to flee during the duel with Yulchan, they wouldn't be able to catch him. So why was everything all about the Heavenly Festival? He told him to climb the clock tower as a black sun, using the support of his followers to duel with Yulchan. He was confused by this and asked if there was a reason for the believers to come to Lake Wagu. Jiho thought for a moment and told him that they could come if the lion dance began. It was a performance in which people dressed up in huge lion costumes and smashed wicker balls hanging from poles. Large crowds could take part in the performance, throwing sandbags and dancing. He remembered Tong had once said something similar. Fame is like this mountain, very difficult to climb, but easy to fall down. Merchants selling masks as if it were some kind of fashion, followers gathered by the lake, and warriors hiding among them. The fame of the Black Sun has risen thanks to the faith of his followers, and they want to make him fall. He realized what his teacher was up to and excitedly exclaimed that they didn't have much time. They needed to go to Lake Wagu right now. Gritting his teeth, he told his teacher in his mind that he wouldn't let his plans come true because he was going to stop him. After that, he and the boys went to the lake, where a performance was happening right now. The lions headed to the center, and Yulchan, looking at the crowd from the height of the clock tower, thought, so he won't show up after all? If he's late, it will be too easy to defeat him. Today, the myth of the Black Sun and his life will end. He smiled, and what he had been waiting for so long happened. A black flame appeared in the middle of the crowd. It soared into the air and, quickly enveloping the tower, climbed to the very top, and the Black Sun himself appeared. Meeting his gaze, Yulchan realized that such a huge reserve of energy could only belong to a warrior of the highest Demon Lord realm, the Black Sun. He smiled happily, already anticipating their battle. The two energies on the top of the two towers began to spread, and everyone's gazes turned to them. Among the crowd of enthusiastic people, Yanhua was also there. She looked worriedly at Subong and Mayo. Approaching her in a dance, said that the one she was looking for was a little busy right now. He didn't have time to meet her yearning gaze. She answered her with displeasure that she knew that. But what was he doing here anyway? She answered her that one could only guess. It was said that the palaces of welcoming joy, broken swords, and monstrous venom had been defeated. The situation was dire, to say the least. Yanhwa noticed that their situation was no better, and she, turning to number 2 in rage, pointed to the clock tower and asked why he brought her here at all. To watch him die? He wanted her to cry a lot of tears here? He told her that he did not know. He was just following the master's instructions. She said that he knew that those who were not prepared enough would definitely die in this place. Let him give her some poison that accelerates energy. She must save him. He looked at her in surprise and asked, didn't she just meet him yesterday? It would be better for her to forget about this stranger altogether. She exclaimed sheepishly that it did not matter when she met him, he was her protector, and she would not let him die so easily. Her pressure made him nervous, and asked who else protects whom. Moreover, he was the culprit of the massacre in the Palace of Murders. She understands which palace he serves, right? She realized that he was right and apologized to him, then went back to her business of anxiously watching her lover. Number 2, meanwhile, thought, what kind of woman is she? She has more courage than any man. Moreover, something is wrong here. He looked around and felt a demonic energy hidden in the crowd, which made him wonder what exactly the master is planning. Meanwhile, Yulchan gave the Black Sun his sinister smile and asked if he is his opponent. He promises that he will not take his pathetic life so quickly, since they need to respect the Palace of Sacred Flames for such efforts and preparations. But as soon as the lion dance stops, he will kill him. The Black Sun remained silent and remembered what instructions he was given earlier. It turns out that it was Yonghui. MC ordered him to climb the clock tower in the form of the Black Sun. Since it would be him, the Jiangshi of the Demon Lord, the 5 sacred weapons would react and he would be able to use the mask too. Yonghui reminded him that their opponent was teacher Tong Jigal, so he was sure that he had expected this option. Shinso agreed with him, but was sure that he would not use it since he knew that it was his subordinate. The Heavenly Palace subdued the leaders who had reached the highest realm of the demonic arts. Perhaps they thought that if the palace masters joined them, they would not be able to carry out their plan. But they did not even think about touching both of them. The Heavenly Palace does not know anything about him, so he will become the Black Sun. Meanwhile, the 2 lions were thrown apart. The people cried out in unison, rejoicing at the Black Lion's victory. Even the potential winner, the Red Lion of the first Ghost Fist, was defeated. It turns out that inside the Black Lion was the MC with Shigan, and he asked, do they really have to do all this? Can't they just beat up all the creepy idiots? He'll beat them up until they'll beg for death. MC told him that it's not as easy as it seems. They'll be isolated if they start attracting attention. He froze in place, suddenly feeling the demonic energy getting stronger. He ordered Shigan to get ready. He thinks they're starting to act. He turned his head to the side and saw a girl in the crowd, pleadingly looking at the clock tower. Chunso was very surprised that Yanhwa was here. She thought to herself that at this rate, even Subong wouldn't be able to escape unscathed. What should she do? She was sure that the Palace of Broken Swords would find her by the tracks she left using the light step technique. Until then, she should try to get some energy-dispersing poison so she could use a remote technique to inform them of what was happening. Mayo called out to her and clapped her hands in delight, saying that the Black Lion had defeated the other 3, and she asked her to shut up in a dissatisfied tone. Is that important now? Seeing the Black Lion coming their way, they became very nervous, while number 2 was looking around. When he saw the girls being devoured by the Black Lion, he was very surprised, and then went after them, but was delayed by the crowd and ended up missing them. He realized that he had screwed up badly. Since there were people with demonic energy among the crowd, the situation was not good, and yet he lost the Ice Flower and her company. But it was too late to go in pursuit. If they wanted to kill her, they would not have kidnapped her. Now he needs to find the source of the demonic energy. He whistled loudly and got down to business. Meanwhile, Yanhwa stared in shock at Shigan, who greeted her with open arms and tears in his eyes. He said that he had found her tracks and that's why he came for her, and she turned to the man holding the lion's head and asked, "Who is that?" She asked him to turn around, but he ignored her. She asked him again to turn around and asked who he was, to which he replied in a squeaky voice that it didn't matter. She asked, "What's wrong with his voice? Is he a woman or a man?" She grabbed him to make him turn around, and he asked her to stop pawing him, and then with a serious face, told her to listen carefully if she wanted to live. There were uninvited guests with hidden intentions here, and it was very dangerous to be here, so she should follow Shigan and run away from here. The girl was very scared for her protector at this news, and ordered Shigan to tell Subong, who was now at the top of the clock tower, to run away from here without looking back. At the same time, MC also gave him an order He told him not to listen to her and to leave quickly. The guy was stunned and didn't know who to obey. They started asking, and the poor guy covered his ears and thought that he had heard that you can't interfere with lovers arguing. Looking to the side, he noticed that something was wrong. The golden lion was climbing the stairs, and it seemed like the others were helping him. Chunso immediately understood who was hiding under the lion costumes, and now he had no more questions. Here it is, the source of the demonic energy. He looked at the top of the stairs. There was a ball, so there was definitely something inside. He touched the girls' backs, causing Manhwa to be indignant, but that quickly changed to surprise when he used his power. He said that even if she was going to take the poison that dispersed the energy, it would take time for her internal power to stabilize, so let her go to a safe place. She thought in surprise, is this an internal healing technique? Even her father can't use it so easily. MC said that he didn't want to put her in danger, but considering that she came to the Heavenly Festival with number 2, it was already too late. She slowly began to recognize his voice, and at that moment, Chunso threw her along with Mayo and Shigan out from under the suit and rushed towards the stairs, apologizing to her. Leaping over the crowd, he began to quickly approach the other lions, and Shigan said dissatisfiedly that he always does everything his own way. Manhwa meanwhile turned around in confusion and thought, what is he apologizing for? At this moment, the golden lion was halfway to the ball, and the rest were just watching him. The people cried out in dissatisfaction due to the boring spectacle, and at the same second, a black lion appeared above their heads. He used the secret technique of the Demon Lord's 10 Emperor Slashes, the Wind Dragon Strike, and threw the lion off the stairs and took his place. He began to quickly approach the lion at the top and thought, even if their comrades fell, they would still finish what they started, but he would not allow them to do that. Approaching, he reached out and grabbed the man in the suit by the leg, and then threw him off the stairs and rushed towards the ball himself to finally find out what was inside. Since they are going to it in the open, there must be something important there. But his enemies were not idle. They put several ladders to the pillar and started to climb up them. As soon as they were on the same level as MC, they took out their weapons and pointed their blades at him, which made him angry and told them not to expect mercy. He used the whirlwind strike technique, and black flames blocked their view, after which Chunso kicked each lion, but they did not even move, and he cursed, wondering if they made those masks out of steel or something. The enemies were already intent on killing him, and as soon as their blades almost reached his body, he used the Hour of Fatality and his eyes flashed purple, and then he quickly jumped to the side, after which he began to use his techniques one after another, throwing the opponents off the ladder. Meanwhile, Vanya was watching him from the hut on the top of the hill. He thought, so he used the Hour of Fatality? This is an endless martial art that allows a person to perform and stop any technique based on the flow of internal energy. He gripped the railing in rage and leaned forward, wondering, is it the Black Lion that uses the lethal hour and not the Black Sun? But how is that possible? After all, the young leader is currently on the clock tower. The lethal hour cannot be used at full strength even with the muscle alteration technique that changes the body structure. It can only be controlled by the Demon Lord's art, which is why it was bestowed upon the young leader. Does this mean that the one wearing the Black Lion suit now is the young leader and the Black Sun is an imposter? He abruptly turned away from the window and told the young leader in his mind that he cannot ruin the whole show, he must fight Yulchan and die together with him. Because of him, the entire plan went down the drain, but no matter what happens, he will kill him today. He went down and headed for the exit, passing by the butcher. Noticing this, he laughed and asked, was he going somewhere? The man turned to him with displeasure and asked, did he give him permission to ask questions? The butcher apologized to him if he had hurt his feelings, and Vanya finally told him that if he did not want to be disposed of quickly, then he should mind his own business. This was the last chance he could give to someone who had already screwed up once. As the door slammed behind him, he turned with a smile to the prison cell where Saman was sitting and said that it seemed like everything had gone wrong since the third elder was so upset. But whoever won, all he had to do was follow the orders of the one who supplied the powder. The master of the Palace of Worldly Riches and the other people who were captured were already completely out of their minds from this powder. Haran was in the cell opposite, but she was the only one with a clear mind. She looked nervously at Hami, who was rubbing her face against her chest, and asked her to pull herself together, after which she exclaimed embarrassedly, is she crazy? The butcher said that by now the powder should have taken effect. A girl who didn't even study martial arts was holding on for quite a long time. This was very strange. He licked his knife with a crazy smile and said that he would put special effort into cooking her. She turned to him and asked with displeasure, "What does all this mean? Let him give them the antidote immediately." She wanted to ask something else, but he didn't let her finish and asked, "Does she want to know if he will survive after this?" He walked up to her and threateningly jabbed her in the back with the knife, telling her that she shouldn't be surprised. Everyone says that at first. Let her continue to pray, maybe even cry. The more desperate she is, the tastier it is. She asked him to stop in fear, and he said that maybe if she prayed sincerely, the savior she was hoping for would break in and save her. He laughed loudly, and at that moment there was a crash. The front door was knocked down and a man appeared in the doorway. The butcher was very surprised and nervous when he saw him, and then a purple light lit up his face. A bright clot formed in the man's hand and he pointed it at him. At this time, Yulchan was observing the situation around him, and Vanya's voice rang out in his head, asking what he was waiting for. Was he just going to watch? He saw him on a hill nearby and told him that the situation would not change no matter how hard he tried. He thought he could stop him by changing the numerical advantage in his favor? Vanya said that pride is poison. What happened to the Liao dynasty when the Song and Jin united? The support of the Black Sun believers has spread throughout the entire Heavenly Mountain. This needs to change immediately. They need to blacken it. As much as Yulchan didn't want to do it now, he still had to. Gritting his teeth in anger, he mentally told Vanya not to forget that as soon as this day comes, he will be the next. And then he will burn out all the parasites that have settled in the cult. He rose from his chair and sharply waved his hand. His men in lion costumes understood what they needed to do. They threw off their costumes and the audience was very surprised and thought, "Are they really giving up?" One of them noticed that they were all wearing masks. It turns out that the warriors were dressed in black sun clothes. One of them stepped forward and loudly told the followers to look up. The one who climbed the clock tower is the messenger of the Black Sun. He condescended to them to punish all who sinned. Death will help them cleanse themselves. After that, the masked men started killing everyone they could get their hands on, and they ran away in terror and begged for mercy. Watching this massacre from the top of the tower, Yonghui gritted his teeth and contacted Yulchan, asking, "Is this his doing? Why is he doing this?" Now he realized what he did all this for. He decided to turn the Black Sun into a ruthless killer in order to deprive him of the support of the believers and increase his own importance. Now he understands what Yulchan and Tong are planning. Yulchan told him that this is a small sacrifice for a great goal. This is not the end yet, so let him watch. After that, he began to act out his role and shouted, "Is he committing such a dastardly deed while hiding behind a mask?" He finally showed his true face. Perhaps he has managed to deceive his followers so far, but it will not work with him. How dare he do such a thing in the middle of a heavenly festival, and after what he did in the village of the Stream of Tears? What is this, if not the highest evil? After giving his legs strength, he walked towards Yonghui, and he used his powers to collide with the palm of his opponent and block his blow. At this time, he turned to his subordinates and shouted that Myung Palace must give the kill order. The kill order is an absolute command of the Gwangmyeong cult, which allows its followers to kill whoever they want, whenever they want. At this moment, everyone was waiting for their fate. Originally, only the highest patriarch could give such an order, but since he is currently absent, the right to give the order passes to the emissaries of Gwangmyeong. Yonghui contacted Chunso and nervously asked what the next step is. Why is he not taking action? They need to incapacitate them and clear himself of the false accusation. Watching the carnage from the top of the stairs, MC told him that there is no next step. He suspects that he has fallen victim to the teacher's trick. Meanwhile, at the Hao clan's hideout, the old man approached Tong, who was watching from the window, and informed him that he had passed on a message asking the Ghost Demon Squad to target the orb. He said that it was good, and thought that it was impressive that he had promoted Yonghui so much and planned such a scheme. But he thought that he was able to foresee everything. That's why he was preparing to arrange everything, so that he couldn't change anything even if he found out. So what will he do now? Meanwhile, Jiho contacted the young leader and asked what was going on. Chunso immediately turned around. His comrade was currently fighting the enemies below. While parrying another blow, he told him that he had left his sister in a safer place. But what is going on here? Are all these people related to him? He told him that it wasn't so, he had been deceived. There was still a high probability that there was a deadly poison inside the orb. Tong wanted this. He knew that he couldn't open it because he didn't know what was inside. Jiho suggested that he just burn it, and he told him to look back. The martial artists who were hiding in the crowd of commoners were keeping them in their sights. If he took a single step, they would rain down arrows on them and break the wicker ball. The wind was strong here. If it spread the poison around, many people would die. Tong had foreseen this too. Jiho wondered what they should do then, and MC frowned, trying to think of a solution. Maybe he should use demon arts to burn the ball? But if it wasn't poison but explosives, the damage would be greater. He had to be careful. After all, this wicker ball was created by none other than Tong, a genius of arithmetic and mechanics. As the screams continued to echo around him, he continued to rack his brains to find a solution, and at the same time, the warriors of the two palaces clashed, but without an order, they could not act. The emissary waved his hand, thus giving the order to kill, and both sides, the Iron Cavalry troop from the Palace of Dancing Blood and the Heavenly Savior Spirit troop from the Palace of Sacred Flames, rushed to attack. Tong had counted on this as well. The young leader had to flee as far away from these mountains as possible while he had the chance. And now that fate had done its work, he must immediately face the combined might of his enemies. This was the end he had arranged for him. The two troops rushed at each other with loud screams, and Chunso could only watch from above. Even if he forgot about the wicker ball and simply fought, he would still be accused of killing his followers. Now he realized that there was no way out. Suddenly Yanren's voice came from inside his head and laughed at his miserable situation. MC was dumbfounded. He had killed him. Yanren said that now that the kill order had been given, he was also a corpse. He had every reason to finish him off. Chunso became nervous and started looking around, trying to find him. He knew that since he was alive, he would definitely not let him get out of here if he was involved too. Yanren was behind him. He put his blade to his neck and asked if he had managed to bury him yet. He called him the Black Sun and said that the Palace of Murders is everywhere and nowhere at the same time. He better remember that. Or should he call him the young leader? Or maybe Yang Jagak? He suddenly appeared in front of his face and smiled widely, and MC became nervous. He could only wonder how much he knew. Yanren said that he should have been more careful. Anyway, they may still have some time to figure out who he is, but he still feels like he's become part of a carefully planned plot. That idiot Yulchan wouldn't send some demon butcher to kill him. So this time, he should be the one who lives. It's much more interesting that way. He laughed and disappeared into a red haze, and a bloody sight appeared before Chunso again. The warriors attacked without sparing each other, but for some reason the number of victims increased in an instant. Murderers appeared among them. The Palace of Murderers has returned. MC thought that Yanren was a crazy idiot, but to his surprise, he smiled. He doesn't know if he's gone crazy or if the cult has influenced him, but right now he really likes his crazy behavior. The commander of the Iron Cavalry shouted that the order to kill had been given. They were all traitors, so they must kill them. He and his troop rushed into battle, and Chunso finally jumped down from the stairs and said that they shouldn't have taken innocent people hostage. They were causing a rebellion. All eyes immediately turned to him, and he, demonstrating his demonic powers, slowly walked towards them and said that anyone who dared to approach him would be killed on the spot. One warrior from the Iron Cavalry troop immediately suffered this fate, and his commander thought that this looked like some kind of demon lord art, but he was most likely bluffing. He would quickly deal with him. He ordered the warriors to prepare for night formation, and they began to take their places. Shieldmen at the bottom and archers at the top. It turned out that they surrounded him from all sides, and he, looking around with a smile, said that it was impressive. And this is called night formation? Even the highest Imperial fire archers would have difficulty breaking through, but they had just made a mistake. Stretching his hand out to the side, he created a fireball and threw it towards the formation. Hito was nervous and surprised at the same time, because this was impossible. He was stronger than the Supreme Master. He ordered his warriors to defend themselves, and they began to extend the defensive wall in height. They managed to finish just as the fireball approached, but they failed. The type of night formation was created to be able to repel the fire squad of archers, which has destructive power and mobility, and now part of the formation was destroyed, which could not help but surprise Hito. Chunso achieved this in just one attempt. At the same moment, he flashed past him at high speed, and he turned to his men to order them to rebuild, but it was too late. MC broke their formation and set them on fire with black flames, after which he began to rush around the battlefield like a madman and kill everyone in his path. The black flames grew stronger, and the survivors were terrified. After watching him, they realized that he was the demon god himself. Chunso slowly walked up to the squad leader and, burning his mask, said that he had made a mistake. As the mask revealed his face, Hito became more and more surprised. MC called him a traitor for trying to kill him, the young leader, but he suspected that it was he who was hiding under the mask. Meanwhile, Yulchan fought with the Black Sun and told him that people were so ignorant, they suddenly stopped caring who he was. They just wanted all this to end quickly. Yonghui exclaimed that it was he who gathered the followers here, and then deceived them. This was all his doing. He told him that he deceived them too. Will he continue to hide behind the mask? For them, he is the same puppet as he is. Yonghui was surprised by his words and thought, isn't he in league with the Heavenly Palace? Yulchan strained himself and using more strength, ordered him to surrender and sacrifice himself. After which, Yonghui was blinded by a bright flash and his opponent took advantage of it. He appeared behind him and said that you can't block the sun just by covering your eyes. He delivered a blow that sent Yonghui flying towards another watchtower, but he managed to land softly. He looked at his opponent and noticed that he was very fast. Besides, he couldn't get close to him until he got rid of his blinding light. In that case, he decided to burn him to ashes. Pushing off, he dashed towards his opponent, and he, lighting another flash, shouted, "Is he trying to imitate the art of the Demon Lord? This technique is just an illusion that their ancestors dreamed of." He aimed a blinding light at Yonghui, but was immediately surprised. His flames began to burn out his light, and he wondered if this was really the art of a Demon Lord. He jumped to the side, avoiding his blow, and Yonghui gritted his teeth in displeasure, noting with annoyance that he was very fast. Turning around, he went after him and tried to attack him, but he dodged every time. Now he can see much better, but he can't catch Yulchan because he himself is now like light. He needs to limit the radius of his movements. A watchtower caught his eye. He climbed inside and Yulchan, following him, exclaimed, "He's running away? Does he really think he can get rid of him?" Quickly moving from side to side, he destroyed the watchtower with his blows and threw Yonghui away. While he was blocking his blow, he thought that he was not only fast, but also frighteningly strong. Yulchan noticed that he was not a human and asked, "Is he a Jiangshi?" But Jiangshi would not be able to resist the blinding light of the heavenly art. What is he anyway? He landed and looked up at him, smilingly telling him that he was his dark reader. Towering above him, Yulchan said, "This is amazing. How can he extract something like this despite his condition?" However, no matter what was done to him, he cannot be fooled so easily. After his words, a bright light flashed before Yonghui's eyes, quickly moving back and forth. He thought that the Demon Lord's flames were suppressing his light, meaning that if he restricted his movement with the flames, he would be able to see him. He started to emit black flames from himself and spread it throughout the entire area, even enveloping the entire watchtower. Avoiding his flames, Yulchan charged towards him and shouted, "Does he really think he can defeat him by trapping him?" Meanwhile, Yonghui prepared for the strike, determined to defeat him before he escaped, and fired a fireball at him. But the enemy was fast, and easily avoided the attack. As soon as he approached him, he touched his chest and fired an energy beam that passed through. Yonghui didn't pay attention to this and realized that now was the most opportune moment. He had nowhere to run because of the black flames. He waited for him to reach him. While he was nearby, he threw a punch and a roar was heard. His opponent was still standing, yet he was defeated. Yulchan said that it was a good try, but it was still stupid to trade his life for a simple bruise. Noticing that he was still moving, he asked if he was still alive despite having a hole in his heart. He raised his leg over him to finish him off, but Yonghui smiled and told him to look back and face his death. The man turned around and was shocked to see corpses burning in black flames around him and the young leader staring at him. He gritted his teeth and thought, did he single-handedly take down a squad of iron cavalry? So he was the true opponent sent by the Heavenly Palace? Was he deliberately playing dumb? Yonghui walked towards him and told him that since he was trying to kill him, he didn't deserve any respect. He had committed too many sins to voice them all, so he suggested that they just end it all. When Manhwa saw him without his mask, she was confused and disappointed. She asked, "So this man is him?" Shigen smiled and proudly confirmed it, saying that he is so powerful that even a troop of iron cavalry would seem like a trifle next to him. The cruelty with which he grinds enemies into dust without a second thought, no one is capable of doing what he can. She pointed her finger at him and exclaimed, "How is this possible? He could barely maintain his rank." Shigen said that if he is at the very top, then next to him they are third-rate bugs. After all, he is a top demon realm. She exclaimed in shock, "At 20 years old?" He confusedly confirmed it and added that he is only 20. The world is full of injustice. There are those who are destined to have everything, and they just have to give in and accept it. What else can they do? Besides, he is the one who maintains the legacy of the heavenly demon. She opened her mouth in shock and thought that she should have understood everything then. How could he catch her so easily when she was about to advance to the highest level? Big Brother and the extermination unit were against her marriage. Why were they so insistent on her going to Myeong Palace? It was all because the young leader, Chunso, was a heavenly demon. That was why she was disrespected. That was why he treated her like a servant. That was why he scolded her all the time. So what? Why was it so important? She didn't care about someone like him. It didn't matter if he was a demon lord or not, he managed to hurt her a little, but only because he tricked her. The only one she would love was Subong. She shouted his name out loud and Mayo asked in surprise, how did she know that? He was Subong. She was surprised too. It turns out that the respected man was the young leader. She should have left a better impression. Because she called her cute Subong some young leader, she got angry and asked, did she want to die? Subong is currently fighting the master of the Palace of Dancing Blood. Mayo said that she doesn't think so. Judging by the smell, it is the young leader's friend. A handsome, dark-skinned man wrapped in bandages. She giggled, and Yanhwa asked in confusion, what does all this mean? She was horrified and began to deny everything. It turns out that all this time, she was worried and thinking about the young leader whom she hated so much. And then she finally realized that before this, there were many hints that the young leader, the Black Sun and Subong are one person. When she was walking to the village, Sake just told her about how the Black Sun and the young leader were here on the same day, but the latter decided to pretend that nothing happened and just ran away. Also, when she talked about the young leader with Subong, he was on his side. And the last thing was when the masked guy pushed her out from under the lion costume and apologized to her. Realizing that the young leader was Subong, she looked at him in shock. He took out his mask at that moment, and as soon as he put it on, his outfit changed and he became the Black Sun. Yanren's voice was heard behind the girl, asking, so she didn't know that? This is so interesting. She turned to him and asked in confusion, where did he come from? But it didn't matter now, she asked indignantly. Did he know that the young leader was the Black Sun? He confirmed it and she laughed nervously, but he said that now was not the time for laughter. Even if the young leader knew the art of the Demon Lord, Yulchan is a strong opponent and not the only one. Mayo said that he is the young leader, he can just cancel the assassination order. Yanren turned to the emissaries and asked with a smile, did she really think so? One of them meanwhile ordered the warriors not to hesitate. He is not the young leader, he is just a traitor who led the cult into chaos. Myung Palace demands that they immediately carry out the assassination order. Mio opened her mouth in surprise and said that this can't be, he is the young leader. Yanren laughed and said that he knew it would be like this. Those old men's eyes were clouded. Yulchan managed to fool them all. That's why he needs to kill those useless old men and take over the power. Yanhwa called out to him and he, noticing how her face was turning red and her body was starting to tremble, asked what was the matter. She looked up at him with a confident look and asked him to help the young leader, but he asked why he should. She became angry and exclaimed, why was he even here then? He didn't come here to shift all the responsibility to others? He laughed and said that it was true, he should finish him off himself, and she sheepishly ordered him to stop laughing and help him. Let him make it so that he survives. He decided to mock her, and pointed out that she was very attached to him, but she immediately denied it with an embarrassed expression. Yanren looked up at the emissaries and said that he didn't want Yulchan's plan to work either, so he thought he could try to be kind. After that, he walked towards them and appeared next to them from a black haze. They immediately paid attention to him, and he said that he could understand why Li Sun, this smart little right emissary, would need this. But he never thought that the left emissary, Zhang Hogun, would let this idiot push him around like that. He was ashamed of him. Sake became nervous and said that now the Heavenly Festival was in full swing, making statements at such a time was clearly against the commandments of the Gwangmyeon cult. Yanren immediately grabbed him and threw him aside with such force that the ground after cracked, then put his foot on his head and asked, will these be his last words? Since they are both a little busy, he suggests that he decide everything right now. Let them cancel the order to kill the young leader. The priestess's voice sounded behind him. She ordered him to surrender. The master of the Palace of Sacred Flames along with her people approached him, and he said with a smile that he thought she would be more persistent than the previous priestess. But he was disappointed. He did not think that she would send a Heavenly Spirit rescue squad. If she continues to advance, even though she knows that he is the young leader, then it means that she is on Yulchan's side. Soha asked him to let go of the Demon Lord squad leader and leave. The Heavenly Festival is the ceremony of the God of Sacred Flames. If he continues to distract them, then they will have to issue an order to kill him too. He laughed at her words and asked, is she talking about those old fools? He sent his dagger flying, and the emissaries instantly lost their heads. This sight horrified her, and as soon as their corpses fell, Yanren said that they were now in no condition to give orders to kill. The priestess can't give an order, but she can cancel it. What else is her palace for? She said she would cancel the kill order, but in exchange let that man go. He asked, is she talking about that foolish child? He looked down at Sake and said that since it was a heavenly festival, he would show mercy. He kicked him in the shoulder, causing him to cry out in pain, and threateningly told him not to show off in front of him anymore. Next time it would be his neck instead of a shoulder. He walked away from him and asked the priestess why she was hesitating. Let her cancel the order. But she was in no hurry to do so, and asked why he was doing this. He killed the emissaries of Gwangmyung. He knows what the consequences will be, right? He laughed and asked, "She's joking, right?" He looked at their corpses and exclaimed, "Are these feeble idiots the emissaries of Gwangmyung? They are just a pathetic parody of them. But even if they are real, they were just weak-willed traitors. But if that is not enough, then let her think that it was an order from the god she adores." At this moment, Chunso and Yulchan clashed in battle, and he, looking up at the bright flashes in the sky, said that he may not be able to stop Yulchan, but he definitely cannot catch him. He is looking forward to seeing what the young leader is capable of. Meanwhile, he walked towards his opponent and lit a black flame. Yeah, Yulchan is the light. The endless dots create a line, then expands into a curtain of light and penetrates his entire body. It is impossible to block. There are only two ways to deal with it: either become faster than the speed of light or endure this light. MC used the Demon Lord technique and, avoiding the bright rays, approached the enemy and the black flames flared up. Yulchan realized that even his shining heavenly light art couldn't withstand his flames and asked if this was really the art of a superior craftsman. Chunso confirmed this and said that he himself was not bad. His shining heavenly light art was extremely impressive. He had managed to create a truly beautiful thing. He was using a light that he couldn't capture. Reflecting his blows, Yulchan asked why he had been hiding his talents all this time. With his sky demon art, he should have been able to claim the position of leader. He exclaimed in response, does he think that if he had simply asked, it would have been given to him? There are already too many rats now that are trying to take over unclaimed positions. Isn't he right? Yulchan was indignant at his words and said that the Gwangmyung cult originally didn't belong to the Ma family and that his father and his greedy ancestors were to blame for everything. His internal energy should be running out now, so he would easily finish him off. He spread his arms out to the sides and ordered his subordinates to form a formation to reflect the beams. They put up shields in front of them that reflected the light coming from their master and directed it at MC. He began to tort himself in the air in every way to avoid the beams of light, and cursed, realizing that it was making Yulchan stronger. Things were bad. He was reducing his internal energy absorption with the formation and was waiting for his energy to run out. He needed to figure out where he was, or else he would lose. He looked down at the formation that was emitting dark energy and thought that things were not going well there either. But what was this? It was hot and dark. It looked like a demon lord's art. His demon art was responding to it. It was clear that they were preparing a formation, and it was attracting the same type of energy. Yulchan said that even a demon lord couldn't escape from the Heavenly Spirit Defense Squad's Supreme Darkness formation, so he was finished. He walked towards him, and Chunso noticed his power reaching out to the black energy, the demon lord absorbing the energy of the formation. As his opponent approached him, he became stronger, and he said, "Is this the formation of the supreme darkness of the heavenly demon?" He smiled and thanked him for it, and then thought that Yulchan was the light. The Iron Cavalry Squad and the Ghost Demon Squad help him from the ground using mirror shields. They amplify the speed of the shining art of the demon light, so that the human eye cannot detect it. But it still does not matter how bright the light is. When Yulchan approached him, he noticed the danger and immediately ordered everyone to retreat. The warriors below were afraid, and then they ran away from MC, whose internal energy was now starting to boil. Thanks to this, he will be able to do something he could not even imagine. The third principle of the Demon Lord's art, which he encountered in the Greater Demon Corridor. He spread his arms out to the side, and the demonic energy flared up with renewed vigor. At first, nothing happened, but then the black flames engulfed the sky and earth, devouring everything around them. Bright purple sparks began to thicken around Chunso, and Yulchan, hiding behind his warriors, began to watch him. He used the power of the Greater Darkness Demon Lord, Eternal Flame Prison, and the black flames spread even further. Yulchan was surprised. Where did he get such incomprehensible energy from? Could it be that he absorbed the Greater Darkness Demon Lord's formation? MC, meanwhile, took out his daggers and mentally told his opponent that he had nowhere else to run, after which he used the Demon Lord Legion's strike technique and created copies of himself, which headed towards the opponent from all sides, raining down their techniques on him. Several formidable black flame dragons headed towards him along with them. But Yulchan wasn't going to just stand there and watch them. He used his powers and shouted that his clones were just an illusion. He would just get rid of them all. He created a cloud of light in front of him, which grew with each passing second, and then brought it down on the illusions, and a bright flash blinded everyone around. But the black flame broke through the light, the Chunso copies disappeared, but the dragons remained. Yulchan tried to hold them back, but the black flame was stronger and struck like blades, and then his defense was broken. The dragons struck. Powerful attacks rained down on him from all sides, rendering him unable to do anything, while the dragons took care of his men. Everything that was trapped inside the eternal prison of flames was destroyed. Watching this spectacle, Yanran laughed and remarked that it was simply unbelievable. Soha said in surprise that this was the realm of a greater demon, but Yanran disagreed. The moment he absorbed the formation of a greater demon, he became a perverted demon. He now had the realm of a perverted demon. He looked at the priestess and laughed, noting that it was all over before she even cancelled the kill order. It seemed that she had little hope left. She was forced to agree with him, and at that moment the fight ended, and the black flames calmed down. MC walked up to his opponent lying on the ground, and he opened his eyes, wincing in pain. Seeing him pointing his finger at him, he asked him in surprise what he was doing, to which he replied that he was stopping the bleeding. Now let him shut up and not move if he doesn't want to die. Yulchan wondered why he would let him live, and when he told him that it was because he was Yultak's father, he remarked that it was such a pathetic reason. Chunso said that it wasn't a pathetic reason. He was the first one to become his family. He didn't know what else he had planned for this day, but he shouldn't have sacrificed the followers. The wicker ball was made to kill them, right? Yulchan told him that it contained bombs brought from the western regions, and he asked if he was completely crazy. Among the followers, only a small number knew martial arts. Although, let him forget about it and stop talking, it made him want to kill him again. After continuing to treat him, he asked where the heavenly palace was, and Yulchan looked at him with a puzzled look, and then asked if they were the ones who sent him? He told him that was not the case. He did not know how deep their involvement was, but he would not leave them alone so easily, especially now that he knew who they were. His words made Yulchan chuckle, and then he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Was this all just a coincidence? Or was their prediction wrong? MC didn't understand what he was talking about, and he told him that he had been cooperating with the Heavenly Palace to take over the Heavenly Mountain. He didn't know how long they had been parasitizing here, but they had the power to raise his position. There were no problems, but for him to be stopped not by the cult leader, but by his ignorant son, who called himself the young leader. He laughed again and said that he understood everything now. They wanted him to kill him and take the blame. Chunso said he thought he was in on it. When he noticed him looking behind him, he turned around and there were people in red robes standing on some junk nearby. Yulchan said their plan was to pit them all against each other like pieces on a board, and the last one standing would become the patriarch. If the elders were the ones who started this, he would have died too. MC turned to him and exclaimed, he knew all this and still agreed to work with them? He told him that he had no other choice. If he didn't do it, his family would continue to keep the Gwangmyeong cult within the Heavenly Mountain. He said that he wouldn't leave the Heavenly Mountain alone, right? Then he should kill the third elder Vanya, the one called the Holy Demon. He is the emissary of the Heavenly Palace. Now he realized that the man who looked for useful potions in the Demon Lord's library and told him about the Hour of Mortality turned out to be the emissary of the Heavenly Palace. He was distracted from his thoughts by the priestess's voice. She announced to the entire area that the Lord of the Sacred Flames had given an answer. A new flame was born in the Gwangmyeong cult. Let them revere and love it again. Let them welcome the new Supreme Master of the Gwangmyeong cult, the young leader, Ma Chunso. The cult followers who had been scared a while ago rejoiced and all greeted him with a joyful cry. Meanwhile, Hito helped his master up and he said that they were going back to the palace. The warrior led him out of the square and he said that Yultak was a good-for-nothing son, but he would leave him with him. The MC told him not to worry, the position of the master of Myeong Palace belonged to Yultak. Yulchan remarked that he had become a wonderful person after leaving his home, and the MC said that if he changed his mind, he could come to him too. The man remained silent, and after a short pause, said that if he realized that he had become the heir of the Demon Lord, he could have followed him. But now it was too late. A loser has only one path. He recognized Chunso as the cult master, and he smiled in response to this. Meanwhile, in the hut on the hill, the beating of the old man began. Vanya pushed Tong to the ground and kicked him several times, furiously saying that he didn't come here to make small talk. Yulchan had to get rid of the young leader and pay for it. Only in this way could he become his equal. He understood, right? Otherwise, he was just a bug that would die powerlessly under his feet. The old man laughed and asked, so this was his master's will? After all, he was the one who told the young leader about the Hour of Mortality. The man got angry and hissed through his teeth that he would cut out his tongue. Of course, it was stupid of him to give a second chance to the damned soul who climbed these peaks after losing everything. So let him finally die. He raised his leg above Tong and said that he accepted his fate, and at that moment, his master contacted him, forcing Vanya to stop. Looking at the dark silhouette against the bright light outside the window, he immediately fell to his knees, and his master said that the heavenly sower had completed his task. He should be rewarded, not punished. Let him return it back. Vanya was surprised. He did not want to do this, but he could not contradict his will. Pulling himself together, he rose from his knees and extended his hand to Tong, smilingly saying that there was a lot of dust on his clothes, so they needed to buy a new one. He could not meet his master like this. The old man accepted his help, after which he returned to his wheelchair and left with Vanya, dissolving into thin air. After a while, Seik and his squad were running through the forest. He said with displeasure, "What a bastard! How dare he treat him like that?" The vice captain ran after him and remained silent. He thought, his shoulders are smashed. He doesn't know if he can recover even after treatment. Now the young leader will spend 2 weeks in the Sacred Flame Palace, where he will learn to be a leader. Today is the last chance to pay their respects to him before the ascension ceremony. The vice captain screamed, "Is it okay for them to run away like that, without saying a word to the young leader?" Seik asked irritably, "Is this the only thing he cares about now? The emissaries of the Gwangmyeong cult are dead, and it's only a matter of time before everyone finds out who drove them crazy. They are heading to Myeong Palace. They need to cover their tracks." Suddenly Seik stopped and waved his hand, ordering them to stop. They saw a tall silhouette in front of them, and Seik asked who he was and why he was standing in their way. He ordered him to come out into the light. Taesik appeared from the shadows, and Seik shouted, "Old Taesik! But how is he?" He waved 2 fingers to the side, and the warriors surrounded Taesik from all sides. Seik smirked and asked, "Even if he was 100 times a master, he thinks he can defeat them all, since they all learned the bloody art?" He knows very well that even a master with the level of the 5th star, it is enough to inflict 1 internal wound on an opponent to kill. Taesik exhaled in irritation, and Seik felt spirits behind him. He turned around and shouted in fear, "Master of the supporting sword, Master of the Palace of Pleasure, Master of the Palace of Poison, why are they still alive?" Taesik frowned and said, "Be Seik." The day he first met him in the village by the stream of tears. He remembered their conversation when Seik was kneeling in front of him and saying that his sister was more. She has not eaten anything for several days. If this continues, he asks Taesik to kill his sister and himself. Taesik looked at him carefully and thought that he felt sorry for him, the one who stole the Demon Lord's party's food for his sister. He brought him to the hut, and when they opened the door, they saw his sister's lifeless body. Seik rushed to her and asked to kill him. He wants to be with his sister. Seik was currently holding a sword in his hands and screaming. He saved him. Yes, that was the problem. Every day since his sister's death was hell for him. He didn't let him go after her and forced him to live a life worse than death. Does he know what his pity led to? Seik was treated like trash, but he trained every day, waiting to take revenge on someone like him, a hypocritical saint. Taesik told him to shut up. He doesn't want to know. He admits he felt sorry for him. After all, he was in a pathetic situation. But he crossed the line. Taesik released fire mana throughout his body, and then swung his arm and said that if his family was so dear to him, he should have known better than to touch someone else's family. He rushed forward, thrusting his fist forward and hit Seik, causing blood to gush out of his mouth. The fighters asked in fear, "With one blow?" At that moment, Dongbang appeared behind them and said, well, they better not move. Well, unless they want to be burned by poison." Seik tried to crawl forward, and Taesik asked where he was going. Seik screamed in fear and tried to crawl forward. Taesik asked, "Is he afraid of dying now?" He swung his arm and cut Seik's tendons, causing blood to gush out in all directions. Then he swung his arm and hurt his arms. Seik screamed very loudly and shrilly in pain, and Taesik swung his fist and hit his back. He grabbed him by the hair and told him to listen carefully, "Be Seik. He will not kill him. Let him live with torn tendons and a broken spine. Let him be trampled by the same weak, and let him suffer as much as he brought suffering to others. Isn't he grateful?" He brought him back to the day they first met. Seik screamed loudly and asked him to kill him. Taesik held him by the hair and said, "Seik, he was right. He shouldn't have pitied him. It wasn't his sister's death that made him angry, or the state he found himself in. He just needed an excuse to show off his strength, so let him be happy. Old Taesik, who saved him from a miserable existence, is dead. Now he is free, be Seik." He let go of his hair and looked at the warriors, saying that from now on, the Gwangmyeong cult's demon troop will wait for a new leader in front of the Heavenly Flame Palace, and then beg for forgiveness. Otherwise, he will chase them until the end of time to kill them, their entire family and relatives. The vice captain frowned in displeasure and said, "They obey the Lord." He shouted, "Demon Lord Min's squad is heading to the Heavenly Palace." The fighters rushed to run away, and Sake fearfully asked them to wait. "Wait, do not leave." Taesik went after the warriors, and Sake asked Taesik to just kill him. Sometime later in the Gwangmyeon cult, at the peak of the moon in the Heavenly Flame Palace, MC looked around and asked, "Is this a heavenly demon?" Soha approached him and said that he was the son of the god of the sacred flame and the first savior. He already has 2 of the 5 sacred weapons, right? Each sacred weapon has destructive power. She knows where 2 of the 3 remaining weapons are. Chunso was covered in mana and asked irritably, "She is not plotting anything, is she?" He didn't come here to find out the location of the 5 sacred weapons. Soha looked at him carefully, then exhaled and said that she could see that he didn't trust her. MC replied that he had a choice. Didn't she work with the Heavenly Palace? Soha smiled and replied that that was right, that was it. To be more precise, she had to. Does he know why the royal family calls them a demon cult? MC replied that it was because they didn't follow the laws of the Ming dynasty under the auspices of religion. Soha asked, "The laws of the Ming dynasty?" he said. "Then does that mean that the orthodox and unorthodox cults follow their laws? What about the others?" In the western regions, there is the Black Yang Division and the Timur Empire, which preach Islam. And then there is Tibet and the Potala Palace. Are these all demon cults too? Chunso asked, "What does she mean by that?" She replied that he must become the roots of the Gwangmyeon cult to know the reason why they are called demons. Only then will he be able to know what he once left for her. MC asked in surprise, "What he left? Is it more important for him to know what she did to his family now?" Soha replied that they are all alive. The sword demon and the poison demon escaped from the Peak of Beauty. The white snake flower also left her refuge, and the master of the bloody art was able to escape from the Myeong Palace. Ye Yultak and Jong Semin destroyed the prison at Lake Wagu and escaped. MC frowned and thought, and the Heavenly Palace allowed them? He no longer knows whether to be happy or doubt her words. Soha said that he can trust her. They may have already returned to their palaces. Or did he ask her a question to not believe her answer? Chunso replied, "That's fair." Okay, he believes her. The next question is, who is the master of the Heavenly Palace? Soha said, "He is an immortal being, the one who has been painting the Gwangmyeon cult in black tones for many years, drawing darkness from the depths of the Heavenly Mountain. He is the master of the Heavenly Palace." The master of the Heavenly Palace changes his face. He has lived for hundreds of years. No one remembers what he looks like now. But the more important thing is that if he does not want something, no one can resist his influence, even if it is. After a while, Taesik reported on the cliff that, on his orders, he had dealt with Bisake. Ma Taepyeong replied that the fruit of ambition would never feed him to his fill. Someone would definitely eat it and destroy everything. Taesik replied that it was his fault that he was so stupid. Ma Taepyeong asked again, what is his fault? If the beasts rush about unsupervised in freedom, but this is only the fault of the king of the mountain, who left his place, master of the Heavenly Mountain. Long ago, a demon lord and his followers created the Gwangmyeon cult on the Heavenly Mountain. However, he had no successor. After the lord's death, the 9 families of Ma, Yu, Dan, Dongfang, Ju, Yilu, Yang, and Han, who had helped him create the cult, began to fight for the position of leader. Not a single representative of the 9 families ever learned the art of the Lord. So every time they elected a leader, the Heavenly Mountain turned crimson. The 9 families continued to exterminate each other, but for the sake of their own survival, they decided to hold a heavenly festival where a leader would be chosen. This is how the history of the Ming dynasty began. The head of the Zhu family, Ma Jihong, who represented one of the 9 families, was chosen as the 14th leader at the heavenly festival. The two were as close as the moon and the sun. They worked together and tried to create a state despite the tyranny of the Yang dynasty, but were too weak to openly oppose the Yang dynasty. They needed a different kind of power. And then they came across the cult of the White Lotus, which staged a Red Turban rebellion against the dynasty. The 2 leaders, after some deliberation, joined forces, settled accounts with the Yang dynasty, and founded their own, the Ming dynasty. But they didn't know then that the White Lotus had another name, the Heavenly Palace. Very soon, the Heavenly Palace blinded the leader Ma Jihong and set up their own rebel forces on the Heavenly Mountain, forcing some of their people to infiltrate the royal family. The royal family, having learned that the Gwangmyeon cult had been infiltrated by the people of the Heavenly Palace, declared it to be demonic, thus separating the Gwangmyeon cult from the royal family. At present, Soha said that the current emperor and the late emperor Juqiu's younger brother, the minister of the armed forces Yuqian, have become part of the Heavenly Palace. There is also the eunuch Wang Zhen. MC frowned and thought, Wang Zhen, if he was part of the Heavenly Palace, then most likely the entire situation with Zhu Qizhen was also planned. Jason was holding the Heavenly Dragon Plate. He was sitting at the table, and Soha was on the floor. She said that it was difficult for her to say what the real plans of the Heavenly Palace were, but what she is sure of is that they don't want the Guangmyung cult to grow, and will continue to spill blood by sacrificing others. But this heavenly festival didn't go as planned, and now they will think of something else. After a while, Tom was crawling along the corridor, breathing heavily, and Vanya was walking in front of him. After a while, they stopped and Vanya knelt down, said that he was a servant of God. He was begging for an audience with the master. The Heavenly Sword Master turned around and said, "He has returned, the child of the Jagal family that was lost long ago." Tong leaned on his hands and said that he welcomed him. "He is Tong Jagal." The Heavenly Sword Master said, "It is too unacceptable for a human to read the heavenly energy. There is a price to pay for it. The reason for all his misfortunes in life is precisely this." Tong looked down and replied, "I see." He wondered what the master knew about his past. It was all so long ago, only a small circle of people have knowledge of what goes on inside the righteous. This means either he has the ability to see into such depths, or he is behind everything that happened to Jagal Mundung. The Heavenly Sword Master turned around and said, "But if he accepts him into his circle, he should free himself from such restrictions." Tong replied, "Thank you, but shouldn't he punish him?" His plan to assassinate the young leader failed, and the Heavenly Festival. The Heavenly Sword Master extended his hand to him and asked if he wanted to punish him. Would he call him here? He used his mana to lift Tong's body into the air, who looked at him in surprise. The master said that the purpose of the Heavenly Palace is to make others pay for their sins. It doesn't matter who pays, as long as they are worthy of the payment. Tong thought fearfully, pay for sins, worthy of such a payment. He asked, "What will the payment be?" The master replied, "Self-execution." The followers needed to understand each other and wash away their sins with blood. Only then will they be granted forgiveness. In all universes, there are laws that do not change for centuries. When peaceful existence drags on, a great catastrophe occurs. And after the catastrophe, another peace comes, to save countless lives by making a sacrifice. This is all a big mistake. Tong said, "So all that bloodshed in the Guangmyung cult and the killing of followers at the Heavenly Festival, all this happened. Why is he telling him this?" The master replied, "The faithful, the unfaithful, the demon cult and everyone else, and then there is the royal family. The balance they maintained was broken, and therefore this chaos will soon come." Tong asked puzzledly, "Is he asking him to prevent the war?" The master interrupted his thoughts and said that it was quite the opposite. He needed to lead the followers to a bloodbath and paint the heavenly mountain crimson. He needed to create a never-ending battlefield, killing and killing again. That's why they're accepting him into their circle. Tong's eyes widened and he thought, demon cult and heretics. The Heavenly Palace Master wishes for the end to come. At this time, Hito was dragging Yuljan's body on his back, and Yulchan was fighting the fighters. He thought, "Let him go, Hito. He must take Yuljan away and find refuge by the Red Dragon River. Once everyone falls and dies, the war will end." Yulchan fought the fighters, quickly striking and dodging. He mentally spoke to Hito that once he fell into the embrace of the mortal earth and met his brother, he would tell him that he had done well. Yuljan, in 10 years he would reach the highest demon realm, and maybe in 30 years, he might even be able to reach the perverted demon realm. Until then, he shouldn't even come back. Yulchan clenched his fists and spread his mana everywhere, throwing the fighters' bodies in different directions. He mentally asked him not to torment himself because Yuljan betrayed him and helped the palace masters with the young leader. He said that he was Yulchan. Suddenly, his back was stabbed, and Roxanne said that the Guangmyung cult should not belong to the 9 families. It's time to return it to the believers. Yulchan fell to the floor, and the fighters lined up around him. He thought that it was worth it for him to die at the hands of the young leader. For him to live, Yuljan. At this moment, MC was sitting in the hut and frowned, thinking, if the Heavenly Palace was preparing a new sacrifice to make up for the failure of the Heavenly Festival, then it would happen while he was here. He needed to go back. He had prepared before coming here, but it was not enough. He needed to go back and prepare with the Hallmasters. He turned around and said that he couldn't waste time here. He had to go. Soha replied that it was too late. Chunso turned around and asked what she meant. Soha said that they didn't know what they would do or where. MC clarified that she thought he should sit here and listen to the stories of the Guangmyung cult. He should go to the Lesser Palace and prepare. Soha said that the Heavenly Palace Master always met with the current leader before the Ascension ceremony. He would never know when it would happen, but he would come anyway. That was when he should get it. One of the 5 sacred weapons that the Demon Lord used was the Sacred Flame Hourglass. An item that looked like the hourglass from the western regions. It allowed him to stop the time of death. The Heavenly Palace Master was supposed to die much earlier, but he used the popularity of his internal energy to replace the Demon Lord's art to use the hourglass, although it was unstable. He relies on this power to extend his life. MC needs to destroy the clock and kill him. Only then will the Heavenly Mountain be saved. Chunso turned to Yusoha and said that it was a good story, but he couldn't trust her yet. He needed time. He would just warn the Hall Masters and come back, and then he would listen to her story. MC pushed the door with his hand, and the surrounding area was illuminated by bright and shimmering mana. He looked around and asked, "What is it?" He looked down and asked, "What is this horror?" Soha walked towards him and said that she also needed time. Chunso shouted in annoyance, "You Soha." She said that he can't just leave. She put her hands on his shoulders and said that she had something to tell him. MC stretched out his hand in front of him and then screamed loudly and shrilly. At this moment, the master ordered the followers to be brought to the bloodbath and paint the Heavenly Mountain crimson. He ordered Tong to create a never-ending battlefield. He should kill and kill again. That's why they accept him into their circle. Tong looked at him in surprise and asked why. Why him? The master replied that he had already paid the price a long time ago. He was worthy of becoming his son. Tong asked again, what did that mean? The master activated the mana ring and began to chant, after which the ring squeezed Tong's body and he screamed loudly in pain. Blood and tears flowed from his eyes and he began to wheeze. The master released his body and Tong fell to the floor. Vanya was kneeling behind him all this time. He asked, "Master, what should he do with the young leader?" The master replied that he had achieved his position himself, so it would be right to give him a chance. He would meet him himself. Vanya frowned and thought that meant he would give him a chance to switch sides. He didn't like it, but he answered, "As the master wishes." He asked again, "Master?" Suddenly the master turned around and asked puzzledly, "This aura? Has he finally returned?" A bright energy flow rushed into the room, causing the master to barely stand. He spread his arms out in different directions and said in surprise, "What an aggressive greeting." He looked up and saw a silhouette standing on the mountain, spreading mana. The master asked, "Is it because he is his father, or did he come to keep his promise?" He laughed and said that it doesn't matter anyway. He turned around and ordered Vanya to follow the light. It will lead him to the Lesser Mung Palace, where, as he promised, he will gain the form of a dragon. And Vanya should destroy everyone who is in league with him. And he is going to the Palace of Heavenly Flames. Vanya asked, "Does this mean?" The master replied that the Supreme Demon has returned. Vanya said, "Is that so?" He lifted Tong's body onto his shoulders and walked forward along the corridor. The master asked, "Why now?" He said that he would give him the dragon form on the day he returned to the Heavenly Mountain and sacrificed his flesh. He looked at Taepyeong and asked, why would he give up? What would he do if he couldn't keep his promise? Friend, to get even with him, he would take the life of his child. At that moment, Taepyeong asked, how much do they know about the Heavenly Palace? So frowned and replied that she didn't know the details, but she knew that they had been managing the Gwangmyeong cult from behind the scenes for a very long time. She managed to find out that they were working with the master of the Bloody Arts Palace, and she remembered Taepyeong saying that they hadn't seen the master of the Pleasure Palace for a long time. He said to listen to his order. The other palace masters are in danger. Junghak cried out, "Leader?" After a while, Soso sat in front of Taesik and said, "Squad leader, the cult leader sent him this." At this moment, Soso thought, if the cult leader had not returned with Yuljin, disguised as a messenger, chaos would have awaited them. They were trapped in the Heavenly Palace. Taepyeong said, the people of the palace had been inhabiting the Heavenly Mountain for centuries, like spiders. Soso asked with displeasure, and he knew this? Taepyeong turned around and answered, he knew this before becoming the leader. Soso jumped up and shouted in irritation, then why? Taepyeong said, the master of the Pleasure Palace. It is not difficult for him to name the reason, but if this happens, he will have to kill them to keep the secret. He distributed mana to his followers, and then said, keep it up. He will need their help again. The Heavenly Palace is very powerful, but it is always hiding behind someone. Like light and darkness. The Heavenly Palace can be a reliable friend, but one wrong step and it returns to the origins of the ominous omen. That's all he can say for now. The Heavenly Palace wants to cause a bloodbath on the Heavenly Mountain. And in order to stop it, they need to sacrifice the young leader and the small palace, Myung. Everyone's eyes widened in fear at what they heard, and Taepyeong told them to return to their palaces and protect their family and friends. He would not tolerate disobedience. All the masters closed their eyes and bowed silently, saying as he wished. All the masters evaporated, and Soso remained in place. Taepyeong turned around and said, Master of the Pleasure Palace, she has something. She quickly approached him and stabbed him with her fan. Taepyeong spoke, Master of the Pleasure Palace, she wanted to die? Soso clenched her jaw and said, The heavenly palace is teeming with secrets, but they, the ladies of pleasure, are accustomed to them. Palace of broken swords, palace of welcoming joy, palace of dancing blood, palace of monstrous venom. She managed to notice scars on some of the palace representatives. Soso tried not to think about them, but there were too many of them. So she must know where these scars came from, and why they had to sacrifice the young leader. Taepyeong kept his hand on her fan and replied, as if he were warning her, that he would have to kill her if he told. Soso replied that if it weren't for the young leader, the palace of welcoming joy would still be in a nightmare, so she would rather die than harm him. Taepyeong said that if she wanted to die so much, then let it be as she wished. Mana decreased, and Taepyeong turned away and said that the master of the heavenly palace had gotten involved with the dark arts of the western regions. By this time, many followers may have become his eyes and ears. At one point they may be loyal followers, but if he wants, they will become warriors of the heavenly palace. Soso spoke, so he will too. Taepyeong clenched his fist and replied, "No, this sign is a sign of a deal and bears the seal of prohibition." The master of the heavenly palace came to him before the ascension ceremony and ordered him to spill someone's blood. Of course, Taepyeong refused him. They fought for 4 days and 4 nights. After he inherited the heavenly art of the Black Northern Sea from his grandfather, he had no equal in battle. When Taepyeong climbed to the top of the Gwangmyeon cult, all he felt was emptiness. He needed someone as strong as him, and he could become that person. In the end, they stopped fighting and started drinking together. It was too arrogant and wrong of him to do that. It was only after a very long time that he stopped suspecting him and began to rely on him as a good friend. Taepyeong realized that someone's whole life was just a short moment for him. Soso asked, "What is he?" Taepyeong said that in order to save his life, he changed shells for hundreds of years. He is older than the mountains themselves. When his strength began to fade due to time and the constant changing of shells, he came to him to learn the heavenly art of the Black Northern Sea, which is able to absorb internal energy to achieve reverse circulation. After devoting a lot of time to research, he finally managed to find a body suitable for himself, the form of a dragon. After Taepyeong learned the whole truth, he hid the dragon form to stop him, but in return he offered a deal. On the day of his return, he will return the dragon form and paint the heavenly mountain crimson. Taepyeong showed his hand and said, "The scar symbolizes that promise and the ban." Soso shouted in irritation. So he is willing to sacrifice the small palace of Myeong and the young leader. How can he do this? He is the leader of the cult. Taepyeong said, if he gives him the dragon form, then the master of the heavenly palace will become a monster of immortality. He only wanted to save the lives of the followers. That's why he asked not to ask questions. He stretched out his hand and said, "Han Soso, she knows too much." Taepyeong sent mana towards her and Soso waved her fan. Fragments flew towards her, and Taepyeong grabbed Soso by the neck. She began to wheeze loudly and think, her energy is being absorbed. Soso said, "No, young leader." Taepyeong looked at her without regret and continued to squeeze his hand on her neck. He thought that they should sacrifice the small Hmong palace and the young leader. After a while, masked fighters stood in the palace courtyard, after which Yultak opened the gate and greeted. He asked, "Have they eaten yet?" The warrior grabbed the hilt of a sword and said, "The master of the heavenly palace gave the order for the complete destruction of the small Myeong palace." He swung his sword and ordered to kill him. Yultak clenched his jaws and said discontentedly, "Horror, how impatient they are." He held out the seal and ordered everyone to stand. After some time in the dungeon of the small palace of Myeong, Yultak said discontentedly that he worked like a dog for so long for this young leader, but his work went unnoticed. The guy replied that he already understood what he wanted to say. He asked to just tell him already where they are hiding. "Why is no one here?" Yultak shouted. "He's leading them to the secret palace, where they are all hiding right now. They are so impatient." He waved his hand and asked the warriors not to worry and just trust him. The heavenly palace is helping him too. The warrior said that Yulchan must have already been destroyed by the elders. Yultak spoke. He knew that this would happen. It was difficult for him to find a common language with his father. That is why he escaped from the palace of dancing blood. He frowned and thought, this is awful. He got a role he is not suited for. Why did everything turn upside down like this? 2 hours ago, a loud scream came from Yultak's residence. What kind of nightmare is this? He grabbed his head and screamed. Who wanted to disturb him in the middle of the night? Isn't that the heavenly dragon plate? There was a message from Chunso on the piece of paper, saying that the heavenly palace had targeted the lesser Myeong palace. He needed to get ready. Yultak's eyes widened in surprise and said, "What the?" Yes, he had just returned. What a horror. Yultak started running and screamed, "Haran, Chunbiran, Chihami." He was currently walking down the hallway and thought that he wouldn't be able to detain them for long. They would soon realize that they were going in circles. Please let them run away quickly. He suddenly stopped at the gate and said, "They have arrived." These doors lead to a secret passage that comes from the small palace of Myo. He asked the warriors to get ready to escape. They answered, "Okay." The warrior said that 2 squads would go to check the fork in the tunnel underneath them. No one would escape from the palace today. Yultak asked, "What did they think of this?" "This is the exit." The warrior said that he just remembered. He ordered Yultak to show him his plate again. If he is an emissary of the Heavenly Palace, then his name will be engraved on this. He is sure that the name of Essen Taishi is written on this. Master Jason gave this to the young leader when he lost the battle to him. Yultak clenched his jaw in fear and pressed the stone, after which the floor collapsed and the warriors screamed loudly. Yultak looked into the pit and screamed mockingly, "What geniuses! Essen Taishi is one of them too." He thought that he could have died if he had not known about the trap that this old man had come up with. He looked down in surprise, where the warriors were climbing out of. They jumped out of the pit and swung their swords. Yultak screamed in fear, horror. At that moment, a group of people led by Biran were running down the street. Hami asked to stop and talk. She asked why they were running. Heron looked at her and told her to just run. The Heavenly Palace was chasing them. Hami asked with displeasure, "What kind of Heavenly Palace?" Haran screamed. It was a secret organization that had captured them. Biran ordered the 2 of them to leave, and Hami asked, "Why?" He turned around and took out his sword from its sheath and said that he could not hold them off for long. Lady Ji and Lady Ul, hurry! The warriors rushed towards them and ordered them all to be killed. The battle began and a loud cry was heard. Hami turned around and asked, "What the hell? Why were they doing this to them?" Heron replied that she did not know either. "Let her just run, Hami." Suddenly she hit Hami's back, who asked, "Where?" In front of them stood warriors, of whom the girls were very frightened. Hami clenched her jaw and said, fighting did not suit her at all, but she would fight because she did not want to die like her father. She grabbed the sword and turned to Ulharan. She ordered her not to dare come out from behind her. At that moment, the warrior pointed his sword at Yultak and laughed out loud, saying that he was a fool. Did he really think that they would fall for his cheap trick? The palace master's command was to completely destroy the small Myung palace. The Heavenly Palace took control of all the surrounding areas. And what does it mean that a pursuit has been sent after the fugitives? Yultak clenched his jaw and thought, "Horror, horror." He rushed to run away, and the warrior waved his hand and ordered them to catch up with him. Yultak thought, and why did he volunteer to take the blow? He pressed the stone on the wall again and wondered if he even needed these 12 halls and everything connected with them. Arrows flew into the warriors' bodies, and Yultak remembered how MC stroked the leaves of the flower and said how thin, soft, and curved the leaves were. This is probably an oriental orchid. What a pleasant aroma. Justice is above profit, he will not betray him. This battle will end with him and Ya Yulchan. They have a lot to do to change the Gwangmyeong cult, so he asks them to take care of themselves until then. Yultak ran forward and thought, there must be something wrong with him. It must be because he was so close to that crazy idiot. The warrior ran after him and shouted, "Yeah, Yultak, does he think they will let him die so easily after his tricks?" He also lost his mind because of his close contact with the young leader. Yultak turned around in irritation and ordered them not to dare insult the young leader. He thought there must be something wrong with him too. He shouted, "Idiots, it's time for them to get out of the Myung small palace." Yultak swung his sword and ordered them to die. The warrior's blade was aimed at him, after which Yultak thought that he was the master of the first of the 12 halls of the Myung small palace. Ya Yultak. Drops of blood splashed on the walls, and at that moment, Taepyeong stood on the mountain and said, "Here he is, Fanya." He stood behind him and replied that they had not seen each other for a long time. He came to get what he promised him. Taepyeong asked again, did he promise something? He could not remember. Vanya laughed and asked him not to behave like that. Did he come empty-handed? He should not forget what consequences awaited him. Taepyeong replied, well, if he needs to get something, he will get it. But it is not for him to decide, so let him get lost. He will hand it over when the time comes. Vanya smiled and said, he knows perfectly well that he cannot do such a thing. He will not tolerate such a thing. He should not do stupid things. He asked for a promise given to him, a very serious matter. He cannot just brush it off. Taepyeong interrupted him and asked where the simple third elder got the courage to lecture him. Vanya asked him to reconsider his decision. If he behaved like this, he would not be able to wash away the indignation of all those gathered, even after death. Taepyeong replied that he was probably mistaken. These people had long since left him, so he should not worry about them. He should do as he wanted. He turned around and said that he would not be able to pass because he said so. Vanya asked with displeasure, did he think that he would back down so easily? He cut his hand and said that he would definitely make him pay the price for his broken promise. He squeezed his palm, from which blood spurted, and said that from now on he would appeal to the Lord himself. Vanya raised his hand and asked to listen. Their night would be long and divine, and his night would be dark and painful. Let everyone know that at the end of this night, only they will survive. He authorized the cleansing of blood. The warriors with burning eyes screamed loudly and rushed towards Taepyeong. He waved his hand and said, "You idiots, have Vanya tell him that he will pay with the young leader's life and he will pay the price for disobeying him. Oh, and one more thing." He gave him the Lesser Myung Palace as promised. But apparently he was gone too long. At that moment, a sword was pointed at Yultak and then a voice was heard, ahead. Taesik appeared in the dungeon and struck the warrior. He said he thought these were no longer his subordinates. He looked at Yultak and said that his lower body was very weak. He should add this to his training list. Bloody Master, Master of the third of the 12 halls of the Lesser Palace. Yultak cried out with tears of joy, "Old Bloody Master." He realized what was happening and cried out, "Why is he here? He should be saving his daughter now." Taesik kept punching and asking if he thought he was here because he missed his ugly face. No need to worry, they have someone to protect them. At this time, Hami and Haran looked at Junghak and Yenhwa, fighting the warriors in surprise. Father turned around and asked, she was so stubborn about not wanting to get married, why the sudden change? Yenhwa replied embarrassedly, she was just venting all her anger. He shouldn't talk to her, she was ashamed. Junghak replied, oh well. He swung his sword and shouted, Sword Mountain, first level destruction. Dan Junghak, master of the 5th of the 12 halls of the Small Myung Palace. At this moment, Jong Semin appeared in front of Birang and shouted, Birang, the Forbidden Squad, is he okay? Birang cried out in surprise, Palace Master, Jong Semin, the supreme demon of the pursuit of money, master of the 8th of the 12 halls of the Small Min Palace. He ordered to monitor the flow of internal energy. He will take care of the rest himself. Birang replied, he doesn't think there is anyone else left. Semin slew all the warriors and even looked at it in surprise. Dongbang activated his mana and ordered the Steel Poison Squad to deal with the rest. Yul Dongbang, the master of the 6th of the 12 halls of the Myung Small Squad. At this moment, Vanya stood on the edge of the cliff and said, the one who saved their lives and interfered in their affairs all this time? Was it him? The palace masters fought together, and Salmon asked, the master of the Poison Palace, wasn't he the one who said that everything would go as the leader planned? Why is he here? Dongbang waved his hand and grinned and asked, is he asking because he really doesn't know? It seems they are thinking about the same thing. Dan Junghak looked around and thought that they disobeyed the leader. After all, there is only one of him in the Gwangmyung cult. The cult leader, Ma Chunso, the one who was chosen at the Heavenly Festival. Some time ago, MC's body was covered in mana and he screamed loudly, releasing energy streams from his eyes. He thought his energy and blood were boiling. This incredible energy, his veins felt like they were burning. Heavenly Flame Palace Master, was this all a trap? He needs to remove this energy from his body. Soha ordered him not to resist. Chunso screamed, why? Why should he trust her? Soha held her palm on his back and said that they were in a place where even the Heavenly Palace Master cannot enter, since it is surrounded by eternal fire. What she gave him was called the Essence of Eternal Fire, which was left over from the Demon Lord. It is one of the 5 sacred weapons, the Spirit of Heavenly Fire. MC shouted that they were in a place that was itself a spirit of heavenly flame. That is why he feels such incredible energy. Soha held his body from behind and said he needs to stop resisting and accept the spirit of heavenly fire. She asks to deal with the forces of Heavenly Palace and save this land. Chunso said, well, okay, you Soha. No matter what her reasons were, he was willing to absorb what she gave him. Mana permeated his body, and he tried to stand. MC thought that the spirit of the heavenly flame had reached the top of the Dantian. These are the focal points of chi in the lower abdomen, near the heart and head. MC screamed loudly in pain, and the mana continued to illuminate everything around. After a while, the flow of it decreased, and Chunso barely stood on his feet. He tried to catch his breath and began to think about what was so clear in his head, as if he had dipped into a vat of cold water. Now he was not afraid that he could be blinded by bloodlust, even if he used the powers of a demon lord to the maximum. He turned around and saw Soha lying on the floor. She asked to forgive her. She was rude to him. She was just sure that he would meet the master of the Heavenly Palace before he got to the Small Myung Palace. MC cleared his throat and said that now is not the time for that. They will immediately head to the Small Myung Palace. Soha answered that as she said, he will not be able to get into Myung Palace. He will meet the master of the Heavenly Palace before he gets there. So she would like to give him some advice. After a while, MC opened the doors and heard the master's voice, that he did a great job coming all this way. Chunso smirked and said that he heard that he would come, but he never thought that he would come alone. how shameless he is, and this is after he tried to kill his near and dear ones. He understands why Soha gave him the heavenly flame spirit. He hasn't done anything yet, but his breathing is already labored and his head is spinning. If it weren't for the spirit of heavenly flame, his legs would have given out before he had a chance to fight him. The master said, with great projects, unexpected things always happen. All those he values so much, he has no interest in at all. If he proves his worth, he will simply replace them. He will have the best people. MC asked again, worth? Hasn't he shown enough already? He felt like the heavenly festival was upset because of him. The master said that he couldn't be more proud of returning and achieving such a position for the child he thought was dead. But he is missing something. The child of the Yulchan family was chasing social status, forgetting about nobility. The child of the Hong family has suffered in silence for too long. Sacrifice. He sacrificed nothing. Thus, the small Myung palace would soon be reduced to a bloody mess to become a symbol of his ascension. If MC submitted to the master, he would allow him to leave his position as the leader of the cult. Chunso asked again, what did he want? The master replied that he would be free of any restrictions if he painted the heavenly mountain crimson just once when he ordered. MC asked again, did he want him to massacre the Guangmyung cult twice? He activated his mana and clenched his fists and sent it out. He used the ultimate strike, the 10 Emperor Slashes technique. Chunso used Moonbreak and the master asked, the Demon Lord's art and the 5 sacred weapons? That's impressive. MC moved behind him and used the 10 Emperor Slashes technique, 6 break slashes. Break slash. The master asked, did he learn all of this from the Demon Lord's library? He dodged and said that it was definitely a demon art, but he could see the echoes of the attacks. Chunso kicked his arm and flew to the side. He hit his head on the wall and broke it. He wondered if he was blown away by the recoil before he could use the hour of lethality. Although he did not feel even a slight movement from him. The master turned around and said that it was useless. He could not win against him. MC replied that he had not even started yet. He once again activated the technique of the 10 Emperor Strikes, the art of the supreme weapon, the weapon of heavenly destruction. He rushed towards the master, who held out 2 fingers to the side and said that he thought he was smart, but it seems that there is no intelligence here. Chunso used the technique of the 10 Emperor Strikes, the supreme strike, and kicked off the ground. He cast World Annihilation and aimed it at the master, who said that when he first came back, he thought he was capable of surprising, but he was still lacking something. MC frowned and used Hour of Lethality, Demon Lord's Heavenly Flame Charge. The master spoke, but now he was here, pointing his weapon at him. He approached MC, who dropped his blade and screamed loudly. He flew aside and the master clarified, how could he not be surprised? Chunso replied that he thought it was strange, but have they met? The master looked at him and said, he heard that he lost his memory. Apparently, he forgot everything in the world. He guessed that he was too scared to face reality. This is how he is, that's why he did not single him out. He came to the heavenly palace on his own and then foolishly tried to escape. MC spoke, only because he lost his memory, you can't say whatever you want. Why would he work with him? The palace master replied that he shouldn't be asking that. The past can't be erased so easily. He chose the heavenly palace and walked that path, and now he ordered him to answer. Is he willing to join forces with the heavenly palace? Chunso lowered his head and asked if he agreed. Would he spare the lives of his family and friends? The master replied that if he wished, he would allow the small palace to escape its sad fate. MC smiled and said, he thinks he misunderstood him. He is the leader of the Guangmyung cult. The Guangmyung cult is his family. He won't give him a single soul. Chunso remembered the conversation with Soha, who asked, the probability of winning? 10%. MC asked again, 10%? And she is not the type to risk her life for the impossible. So how to win? Soha asked what is considered the basis of most martial arts. The art of the Demon Lord. Their supreme formation of the Demon Lord of Darkness temporarily enhanced his abilities. So he will create a formation right here. MC currently activated his mana and gripped the hilt of his sword, saying that if he hasn't chosen a place in the cemetery yet, then so be it. He will show kindness and bury it right here. The price will be his life, and he would like to receive the payment immediately. MC used the Supreme Heavenly Darkness Sovereign Strike, Inescapable Flame Prison, and released the energy into the city. Suddenly a voice called out to Jogok. MC turned around, and Yongwei said that he delivered the Heavenly Dragon Plate and a message to the cat. Is it him? Chunso replied, yes, the others are fighting the Myung Small Palace. He thought that he had carried out the plan they had thought of before coming to the Heavenly Flame Palace. He felt calmer. MC looked to the side where the master's mana appeared. He looked to the side in fear and thought, such a powerful force that can break through the barrier? He's on a whole other level. Besides, that's not even his full power. This is so infuriating. Chunso used the Demon Lord's 10 Strike series and swung his 2 swords. He also used the Supreme Strike, and then the Moon Break, and directed it towards the Master. The Master said, he thinks he's still the Demon Lord's successor, despite his inferiority. MC swung his leg and screamed. He's infuriated by his gaze. How much longer will he look down on him? He used the Wind Dragon kick and thought, now, the strongest technique he knows. Chunso used the Hour of Lethality, the Demon Lord's Legion strike, and headed towards the Master. The dragon's lightning fury stretched across the palace, gathering into a large stream of energy. The mana in the form of a dragon approached the Master and then stretched out and exploded brightly. MC said, "This is impossible," he screamed. How? A huge flow of energy went in the opposite direction, and Chunso couldn't understand how he could use the Demon Lord's 10 Strikes technique. He thought, but something was wrong. Yonghui appeared behind him, and a blow slammed into his body, and he screamed loudly. MC called out to him in fear, and the Master said that nothing would change even with the presence of his Jianshi, and suddenly a loud scream was heard, and the Master remembered Vanya's request to God to listen to him. Their legs would be long and divine, and his dark and painful. Let everyone know that at the end of this night, only they will survive. He allows the blood purge. When the leader Matepyeong broke the promise made to the Master of the Heavenly Palace, Vanya activated the spell. It even worked on the spies that the Master sent to the Palace of Heavenly Flames. At this moment, Soha waved her hand and screamed, "Don't leave your positions. She will deal with the spies." Vanya resorted to the extreme measure. Does this mean that he is not going to give him the dragon form? Matepyeong? Then he will have to answer for this. The Master said, "What a pity, Chunso. He just lost the right to the cult leader." He rushed towards him and ordered him to die. The Master began to try to strike, and Chunso covered himself with his hands and asked, "How?" He wondered, is dodging the attacks all he can do despite strengthening his internal energy through the formation of the Supreme Demon of Darkness? Somehow the energy of the formation has weakened. He needs to finish this battle as soon as possible. But he does not have to defeat the Master of the Heavenly Palace at all. He mentally turned to Yonghui. The hourglass on the waist of the Master of the Heavenly Palace is his weakness. It is the clock of heavenly flames. If they destroy it, the Master will die. Yonghui replied that he thinks he will fall before they succeed, but there is no other way. Compared to Yang Ryong and Ye Yulchan, he's on a completely different level. He'll help him like before. MC rushed towards the Master and shouted, "Who is he to decide who should be the cult leader?" The Master replied, he should ask his father that question. He's the one who sacrificed him. Yonghui rushed towards the Master and shouted, did he underestimate him because he's just a Demon Lord's Jiangshi? The Master looked at him in surprise and ordered this pathetic creature not to interfere with him. He swung his sword and struck at him. MC suddenly said, apparently he's really so confident in himself that he'll allow himself to be distracted. He used the Demon Lord's 10 Strike series, the Supreme Sword's Illumination, the Tearing Slash. The Master wondered, what does this mean? He heard that he only recently became a Demon Lord's Jiangshi, but it feels like they've been fighting together for decades. Chunso swung his arms and used a series of 10 Demon Lord's strikes, a Supreme Strike, and a Moon Break. Yonghui chuckled loudly and rushed towards the Master again. The Master said, he's sure he said that nothing will change no matter how hard he tries. He swung his arm and sent a stream of energy towards the boys. MC thought, he knew it. It's not that he's learned the 10 Strikes technique, a martial art that ricochets with the opponent's force 10 times stronger. Chunso asked, the legendary martial art, the Great Shift of the Universe? The Master asked, did he recognize it? That's impressive. Then, he's sure Chunso knows how the fight will end. He ordered him to stop resisting and accept his fate. Yonghui looked towards MC and thought, what should they do? If this is truly the Great Shift of the Universe, then this art is flawless. There's no point in continuing the fight. MC replied, no, there is a point. We need to keep attacking. He has a plan. Chunso used a series of 10 strikes of the Demon Lord's Supreme Sword Illumination and Ripping Splash. Yonghui shouted loudly, swung his hand, he will burn him to the ground. The Master attacked the boy's back and said, how stupid. Did he think he would win if he persisted? The Demon Lord's Jianshi is still just a Jianshi. It will tear him to pieces. MC mentally signaled to his friend, who frowned. Chunso used the Demon Lord's 10 Strikes series, Supreme Strike, and Moonbreak. He thought, Heavenly Palace Master, he probably knows a lot about Chunso. He is sure he knows him better than him. But there are some things he doesn't know about him. MC used Hour of Lethality. Time slowed down, and he began to see everything more clearly. The Heavenly Palace Master has incredible energy within his body. This energy runs through his entire body and attracts the yin and yang. He is the son of the Marima Alliance Master and the leader of the Dragon Storm Squad and the 10 Strikes Star Yang Jagak. The master ordered him to die, and MC decided that he could master any art if he had seen it 10 times. He didn't have time to perfect it, he just needed. Chunso folded his hands and activated mana. He screamed, he has taste too. He stretched out his hand and used Great Universe Shift. The master asked in surprise, how is he? This was a chance to break through his flawless defense. Mana was sent towards him, and the master screamed hysterically. MC gave the signal to Yonghui to act. He suggested to end this. Yonghui used the Demon Lord 10 Strikes technique, the 5th Claw combat limit, and the Fang Strike. Bright energy stretched across the entire area, and MC flew to the side and spat blood on the debris. The master said, to do something like this and hope for luck? How stupid. He asked to tell him he approved of every martial art of the Guangmyung cult. Where did he learn the 10 Emperor Strikes technique? MC spoke. He realized very late, but he does not have to defeat the master of the Heavenly Palace. The main thing is his weakness. Heavenly Hourglass. Chunso took out the hourglass and said with a smile on his face, if the master is so interested, then he can find out the answer himself. Idiot. The master goggled in fear and asked to stop. He directed an energy flow towards MC, and he swung the clock and mockingly said that he will stop only in hell. He smashed this clock, and the fragments flew in different directions. At this moment, Taepyeong stood on the corpses of warriors, and the rest were eager to fight with him. He waved his hand and said, finally, he is free from the way. He looked towards Vanya, lying on the ground, and said, if he wants the heavenly mountain so much, then let him take it. Vanya asked, is he going to run away like a coward? What a wonderful cult leader. Taepyeong stepped on his hand with his foot, and Vanya cried out loudly in pain. Taepyeong spoke up. Apparently he was not battered enough. He did not kill him only because it was not he who should do it. And now it was time for him to go and hand it over to the master. Since he had repaid the debt, it was his turn. He promised that on the day of his return, he would wipe the heavenly mountain off the face of the earth. Vanya laughed and said that he would remember this, remember it, and repeat it to himself constantly. Taepyeong said, so that's it. He frowned and looked towards the settlement. He had to make such a decision in order to free himself. If they had followed his order and started fighting the Heavenly Palace, he would still be bound by his promise. So he had to neutralize the master of the Pleasure Palace. But even then, after a while, Yultak asked, did he see? He did well, right? Taesik smiled and told him to be silent. He still has a lot to learn to catch up with his boastful level. Yultak replied, he is so rude. Yenhua asked, isn't she from the Pleasure Palace? The one who flirted with the young leader? Hami laughed loudly and screamed in fear. No, she's from the small Myung Palace. Right, Haran? Junghak told Yenhua to behave decently and use the sword instead of words. Summon asked, the master of the Poison Palace, can they go a little further from them? What if their Chunbirang gets poisoned? Dongbang replied, it seems good to have such a caring master. Birong smiled and replied that he is not worried about him. He is more afraid of getting poisoned himself. MC has gathered a lot of followers. That's not bad, young leader. But will they understand that Taepyeong's bonds have loosened? And he, as the young leader. Yultak said, they are here, but where is the young leader? At this moment, MC broke the hourglass. It's finally over, they won. Master will finally disappear. He must disappear, MC is sure of it. Now he has to save his palace members. So why hasn't Master disappeared yet? There was a loud scream, and everything went dark. Master was standing in the center, and then he turned around and asked, you Soha, was this her doing? What did she do? Soha stood behind him and asked, what could a pathetic person like her do? It must be the doing of the god of heavenly flame. Master turned around and said that she replaced the child's life with an hourglass. How stupid. Soha asked, but she slowed down time, right? Now he won't be able to take over the dragon form, and without the hourglass, it will be hard for him to maintain his shell and he will have to hide for many years. Master said, how insolent. Was this Ma Taepyeong's idea? Soha replied, who knows, but he shouldn't worry. When the cult leader is the one they want to be, everything goes as planned. She will see to it. The master said that she managed to escape death again. Soha bowed her head and spoke, until it was her time to act. The master told her to keep in mind that no matter what she tried, the outcome would not change. Soha said, of course. The master disappeared, and she said that he managed to get the hourglass at the very last moment. That was amazing. But she lied to him, the young leader, 3 times. First, she never worked with the Heavenly Palace. She used it. She only serves the cult leader. The formation of the Supreme Heavenly Demon of Darkness was used during the Heavenly Festival for a reason, and she knew that everything would end this way. Second, the Ancient One is not immortal at all. He is just an evil spirit that creates suitable shells for himself from the sand in the hourglass. But even so, at his last breath, without the dragon form, he will die. Third, the 5 sacred weapons are not something that anyone who has mastered Yang Qi can control. Only those who have inherited the true energy of the Demon Lord. The sacred hourglass is the key that will allow MC to see the past. He will see the past that he does not know, and why everything happened the way it did. Her sins, if he can return, she will gladly answer for it. After a while, people were chatting. Did they hear the news? What, about another massacre in the small Myung palace? They heard. The murder of the young leader with a bunch of rebels. You shouldn't have been so greedy, these little people. Someone said that this is not the news. The first elder, Hong Raksha, killed those behind the murder and dealt with Ya Yulchan, and became the new leader. The man screamed. That's why the Heavenly Sower became the new chief strategist and announced that the Gwangmyung cult will change. Someone asked, what? Ya Yulchan will rot in the demon cave for the rest of his life, and the other masters have all left the Heavenly Mountain. So now they are really no longer in the Gwangmyung Seven Palaces cult. The man replied, that's true, but aren't the new leaders going to restore everything? After all, they are part of the 9 major sects. The guy frowned and said, he thought no one would, and they were told that they would allow anyone, even a commoner, to take up important positions if he was worthy of it. The elders took over and are now redoing everything. This is their chance. He is thinking of supporting them. The man asked, is this true? The guy asked, does he think he would lie to him when he buys him food? By the way, does he pay? The man asked puzzledly, what? At this moment, Mayo was drinking and said that everything was ruined. Everything was irrevocably ruined. A voice rang out. It seemed like she had drunk a lot. Mayo replied dissatisfiedly that she didn't know. There's no point in bothering her. Let him just go away. She doesn't care. Yanran laughed and said, but he does care. Mayo looked up and said, she doesn't. She widened her eyes in fear and screamed. Yanran asked, if she was trying to hide, she should have tried harder. Don't you think? Mayo screamed in fear, and he motioned for her to be quiet. He had heard that Yulchan had killed the young leader, and that the others had helped him and escaped from the Heavenly Mountain with the successor. But why was he not at all satisfied with this news? He laughed and ordered her to tell him. Mayo replied that she thought he was mistaken. They had never met, and she did not know anything. Yanran asked, is that so? That was too bad. If she really did not know, then she would be in trouble. Mayo turned around and said that she was leaving then. She was asking for forgiveness from the master. Yanran ordered everyone to get out of here. All the citizens stood up and headed for the exit, and he spoke, except for her. The door slammed in Mio's face, and she sat down on a chair in fear and asked why he was doing this to her. Yanran put his feet up on the table and said that he was giving her 5 seconds. She should bring him the cat. 5, 4. Mayo screamed that she didn't know who he was talking about. Really? Even if he did that, she really didn't know. How could she bring someone she didn't know? Yanran reached 2 counts and Mio asked him to spare her. He said 1 and stuck the blade into the table. Mio quickly put on her mask and screamed, a special cat messenger at his service. Yanran laughed and said, cheerfully as always. She sat down on a chair and asked, so why is he here? Yanran handed over a piece of paper and said that he needed to find a person. The elders were really insolent. Mayo replied that the Palace of Murders itself was perfectly capable of finding people. Yanran slid the paper across the table and said to just read it. Mayo opened the letter from MC, where he addressed Yanran. It was proposed to make a deal. If anything happened to him, then he should protect Dan Yenhua for him. He can find her with the help of the cat. She has an incredible sense of smell. If he does this for him, then MC will be able to repay him properly. Mayo was puzzled and said that an important person gave this to him. Yanran began to sharpen his blades and said, yes, that idiot sent him a letter and ran away. Isn't it strange? It smells rotten, just like his master. Everyone insists that that idiot is dead. Mayo asked again, is his master alive? He killed him. Yanran replied that he thinks he is alive. Mayo raised her hand and asked, respected palace master, Lady Yenhua left the Heavenly Mountain. They will have to go a long way to get her. Yanran replied, that's good, he was getting bored. In any case, she owes him, she must lead him to her. Mayo meowed and said that she wanted to go to her mother. That day, the Palace of Murders disappeared from the Heavenly Mountain without a trace. Chunso had a dream, a very long dream, the endless stories he told him while he was trapped in the black flames. They were all either figments of his imagination or predictions of the future. But it doesn't really matter. In the Gwangmyung cult, in the Myung Palace sat the chief strategist, the supreme demon intellect of the Gwangmyung cult, Tae Genjun. Mong's left emissary Jang Hogan asked, does she ever get tired? She turned around and asked in surprise, how long has he been here? He replied that she was so focused on her work that she didn't notice him. Does she really have that much work? Gangjun stretched and replied that more and more people were disappearing from the peak of the earth every day. She contacted the Palace of Broken Swords. Apparently they don't even have a lead yet. Hogan exhaled and said that the cult leader himself could do this. She was overworking herself. They looked at each other and sighed together. Gangjun asked, But what is he doing here at this hour? Hogan replied, he didn't expect Bloodmaster Asura to act like this. He heard that she was very upset about this outcome. Gangjin replied that it was fine. He made his choice. What can she do? Hogan spoke up. That's right. Well, he doesn't think it's that bad. Bloodmaster has always been against violence. Gangjin asked again, is he talking about the young leader? Hogan asked, the young leader? The same to him. In the Gwangmyeong cult, in the Myeong small palace, a loud cry was heard and words that he was sorry. Just a pathetic demon slayer. The young leader asked, is he upset? The old man spoke up. It was a mistake. He didn't think the pot would break. He never would have thought that. Chunso replied, he knows, he took good care of the flowers. But does he know that if an orchid is broken even once, it will never bloom again? He stuck the blade into the old man's neck and said, never. He laughed loudly and screamed, that's why he should have been more careful. MC thoughtfully asked, was the knife deep enough? Why was he grabbing his hand? He should have stopped the bleeding. Yes, right there. The old man was wheezing heavily and the girl was kneeling to the side and wiping away the blood. At that moment, Hingno knocked on the door and asked, can he come in? MC turned around and said, of course. The housekeeper of the small Myeong palace, Hingno opened the door and saw the old man lying on the floor, shaking. He said that the new palace guard was greeting the young leader. They went inside, and Gangsan walked up to the old man and covered his nose with his hand, after which he turned blue and finally died. He said that the MC was skilled with a knife, but if he used such a huge blade, he might hurt himself. He handed him a blade and asked him to use this one from now on. Chunso took it in his hands and asked, what is his name? Gangsan introduced himself, and the MC asked again, Gangsan. He turned to Hungno and asked for Gangsan's place to live. Hungno threw the old man's body over his shoulder and replied, yes, the young leader. The MC's bright eyes flashed and then closed them. New members were joining the small Myeong palace, run by the young leader, who was nicknamed the Little Demon of the Gwangmyeong cult. That night, a loud scream was heard, after which Gangsan ran into the room and asked, young leader? He thought he was being attacked. He saw the MC sitting on the bed and asked, is he okay? Chunso ordered him to leave, and Gangsan came closer and said, young leader. MC turned around and threw the blade and yelled, get away! It passed by Gangsan's head, who only had time to widen his eyes in surprise. He looked at it and thought, the dagger that he gave him? Chunso started throwing everything he could get his hands on at him and demanded that he get away. Gangsan thought about it. This kid, he had heard a lot about him. But he really was crazy. After a while, he was sitting in the yard on a chair and wondered why time was crawling so slowly. As soon as he saw the table, he immediately turned everything upside down. He splashed herbal decoction in the maid's face and even tried to stab her. And he's not the only one who's weird. Gangsan remembered how the maid said that if he wasn't going to help, then he should go outside and collect herbs instead of staring at her. He asked, could he help her with anything? The old woman asked, how could he help her with such terrible hands? Is he that stupid? Gangsan was thinking, why is everyone so angry? This man Hungno is the same. Will he get used to it? He just wants to finish his job quickly and go back. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by a servant of the small Myeong palace, Old Man Bang, who asked, is he okay? Gangsan replied that he was fine. Bang said he didn't have to lie. At first, everyone was shocked. Gangsan replied that he was not shocked, he was more confused. Bang sat down next to him and said that it was all because he had nightmares. Gangsan asked again, nightmares? Bang said that this was the reason for his constant bad mood and why he was assigned to guard his chambers. Gangsan thought about it. It seemed like anyone who didn't know martial arts would have died right there on the spot. He introduced himself as Gangsan. Bang said he could just call him Mr. Bang. Gangsan said that yesterday it seemed like there were a lot of people here, but today there was almost no one left. Bang said, the young leader doesn't like it when there are many people here, so they only come when there is a need. Gangsan looked at him carefully and thought, the old man who was in charge of the household here was forced to leave yesterday, so there are only 6 people here, including him. He said that there are 12 different dwellings here, but they are all abandoned except the one where the young leader lives. Bang replied that there used to be many people here, but they all died. He laughed loudly, and Gangsan decided that he would just observe for now. Once he receives the secret order and the target is chosen, suddenly a small finger poked him in the back, and he swung his blade in fear and shouted, who is here? He looked down and saw Chunso, asking, the young leader? Chunso rubbed his eyes and said that he wanted to go out for a walk. He didn't want to sleep anymore. He ordered him to get ready and yawned. Gangsan replied, okay. He wondered, is this a coincidence? How did a kid like him come to him so unnoticed? After a while, at the Water Peak Market in Gwangmyeong Cult, a merchant flipped coins and laughed. He shouted, come on, it's time to choose, heads or tails. It's a 50-50 chance. Chunso folded his hands and answered, heads. The merchant spoke. Their little master chose heads. Well, it's time to see. He opened his palms and said, no, tails. What a pity, he'll have to take the money. Chunso ordered to kill him, and Gang-san suggested that they go back. There are too many people here. It's a bad idea, killing someone just because he lost. Chunso replied that he didn't lose. The merchant cheated. The man danced and twisted happily, which embarrassed Gang-san. Chunso asked him to watch the man act. Gang-san thought, horrible, he doesn't know how he noticed, but when the merchant caught the coin, it definitely came up heads. He was right in that the man had cheated. He said so, but the man was a petty crook who lived by cheating others. There's even a proverb about a two-headed bird that can live just fine without the second head. He shouldn't make a habit of killing, it could cost him his life. The man asked discontentedly, a petty crook? And pathetic. Chunso replied, okay. Gang-san thought, did it really work? Chunso ordered to kill him. Gang-san thought, no, he didn't understand at all. He replied that he couldn't. He was his bodyguard, not a killer. Chunso smiled and said, exactly. A bodyguard, he says? He grabbed a burning stick from the fire and started running through the market rows, setting everything on fire and laughing happily. He shouted, this burns pretty well. Gang-san had heard rumors about the young leader's recklessness, but the man shouted in irritation. How was he raised by his parents? How dare he behave like this at his age? He needs to talk to his parents. Chunso replied that he doesn't have a mother. The man yelled, what? Yes, he is a daredevil, as he sees it. Is that why he grew up like this? Chunso happily replied, yes, you idiot. The man said in irritation that he would kill him. Chunso thought this was nonsense, and the man swung his sword and shouted, he is a little one. He destroyed his business and he must pay for it. He thought that he looked like a spoiled child from a noble family. He should just scare him. Chunso turned around and thought that his guard was supposed to protect him. He turned around and the man's sword almost touched his neck. Gang-san thought that the young leader was not just some reckless troublemaker. He was a real demon. Gang-san immediately threw his dagger, hit the man's weapon, and parried the attack. He ran up to him very quickly and delivered a strong punch to his face. He ran forward very quickly and began to deliver many quick punches to the people who were nearby. Chunso laughed loudly and said that he really knew how to defend. He looked at him with a dissatisfied expression and asked loudly, what did he do? He could have died. He said with a smile that, however, he did not die. He picked up the sword from the ground and walked up to the man who was lying on the ground. He said with a frightened expression that he asked not to kill him, he would return all the money to him. He looked down on him with a serious expression and said that from now on he would be the one asking the questions. If he answered correctly, he would live. If incorrectly, he would die. That's not bad, right? Gang-san thought with a dissatisfied expression that he did not know mercy and common sense, only inexplicable cruelty. How can there even be a young cult leader, Myung? It would be better to get rid of him now. The protagonist put a sword to his throat and said that there once lived a stupid murderer. He made a living by deceiving people. However, one day, he suddenly decided to kill his boss. The man asked why he needed to do that. He said that greed overshadowed everything. Anyway, the boss was also quite harmful, but he had another subordinate. It was time for his question. Who was he? The one who tried to kill the boss, or the one who tried to help him? He tried to answer something to this question, but passed out and foamed at the mouth. He turned around abruptly and looked at several men who were standing nearby. Gang-san looked at him and wondered where he was looking. He was definitely looking at someone. The MC threw the sword on the ground and said that this was very boring. He started to leave and said that, by the way, the proverb he mentioned earlier. The one about a bird with two heads and one body. If one head dies, the other one dies too. He should think about what could have happened to him too if he died. He was his bodyguard after all. Gang-san looked at him with a very worried look and wondered if he had noticed. Judging by his look, he was definitely ready to kill. This was definitely not the look of a child who was raised as an orphan, a chilling look of bloodlust. What is he? After some time, at night, he heard loud screams from the building, went inside and loudly asked what happened. Inside, he saw Chunso, who was looking at the maid lying on the floor with an angry look. He loudly said with a displeased expression that she touched the food with her finger when she was putting it out. He should cut off her finger. Gang-san looked at what was happening with a very worried look and thought that he was just a crazy freak. Today, he demanded to cut off the maid's finger because she accidentally touched the food. When he took the knife from him, he turned the table over and tried to use a shard of broken bowl. In the end, the cook beat the maid with a whip. The expression on the cook's face did not change even once during this time. It was a mistake to think that this would resolve the situation. It would have been much better to cut off the maid's finger. This demon child laughed the entire time she was being beaten. He did not even blink, and when she lost consciousness, he demanded more. Ever since he came here, he felt terrible. 3 months is too long. Every day he prays for the secret order to be given. He will kill anyone who is chosen as a target. There is not a single normal person here. Not a single cook who emotionlessly clears the table. Not a maid who crawls on all fours when she mops the floor. That is why people call them a demon cult. He heard someone calling him loudly and saying that the young leader wanted to have some fun, so he should get ready. Gang-san heard this and walked out of the room, and his attention was drawn to what he saw outside. He saw the young cult's demon squad kneeling in front of the protagonist and greeting him. Seik said his name with a serious expression and said that he was the current leader of the demon squad. The leader summoned him to Myung Palace. Gang-san thought that word of the young leader's tyranny in the market would reach the cult leader very quickly. Sometime later at Myung Palace, the Taepyeong cult leader sat on his throne and asked with a displeased expression if he had anything else left in his head. The MC looked at him with a calm expression and said that despite what was there, it was clearly not what he wanted. His father called him a rude idiot, and he said that he knew it, but that was not why he called him here. He should just say what he needed already. Said that he heard that he had set the market on fire just for some paltry money. He stopped any talk about it among the followers, but if something like that happened again, he didn't have time to finish because he heard him laugh. He raised his head with a big smile and started laughing really loudly. Jang Hogan, with an indignant expression on his face, called the young leader and asked loudly how he was behaving in the presence of the cult leader. He, with a calm expression on his face, said that he didn't think he should get involved in this. Taepyeong got really angry about this and hit the armrest with his fist really hard. He, with a very displeased expression on his face, asked what he was doing. Chunso looked at him and asked, was it bad that he just wanted to put him in his place? It's just the two of them talking. Who is he to butt in? Why shouldn't he be honest? He hates him because of his mother's death. He already knows that everyone here wants him dead. Hogan gets even more angry about this and calls out loudly for the young leader. Tae Gangjin stops him, asks him loudly to stop, and asks how can he treat the cult leader like this? He should admit that he was wrong and apologize. He should remember his manners. He smirks at this and asks what he did wrong. She says that as a young leader, instead of staying true to his duties, he hurt his followers. Unexpectedly for her, he says that she should stop. He's going to throw up. They are the main evil here, locked in Myung Palace like rats and plotting. He admits that he did wrong because he didn't cut out their tongues earlier. Taepyeong grabbed him by the throat with his magic, lifted him off the ground and loudly told him to shut up. He thinks his privilege allows him to act like this. The protagonist continued to look at him with a wide smile and asked if he was worried about a little thorn when his own heart was rotting. How long did he intend to avoid reality? Alone in the mountains, closing his eyes and ears? He was the master of the heavenly mountain? Who even cares about his title? He doesn't need this rotting role. The father got really angry about this, swung his fist and loudly called him a freak. Gangjin looked at this with a worried expression and loudly called out to the cult leader. He still managed to control himself and threw him back a few meters. Seik caught him and Taepyeong said that they should get him out of here right now. The MC sat up and abruptly pulled his hand back. He stood up, called him the master of the heavenly mountain with a big smile, and said that it was time for him to go then. The cult leader sat back on the throne and said that he had shown himself to be a terrible person. It was his fault for failing to raise him properly. Hogan said loudly that the young leader was already born with a thirst for blood. They couldn't just sit and wait. There would come a day when the young leader would take control of the heavenly mountain. However, he was not at all suited for this role. He should consider stripping him of all his rights. The left emissary said loudly that he agreed with him. The 7 palaces of the Myung cult and the Council of Elders also expressed doubts about the young leader. It was easy to understand, considering that he hadn't shown himself in any way. They couldn't hide him forever. They were only giving them more reasons to doubt him now. Gangjin walked to the center of the hall and said that stripping him of all his rights would be too harsh. He's still young, and it's true that the Myung cult relies on force, so it's not bad that he's so cruel. They can teach him some manners, and he'll get better with time. Taepyeong said that he's already killed over 20 people. It's only hurting the cult. It'll be better to just... She said with a serious expression that then he should kill him. She said with a small smile that he still can't. She knows that deep down, he means more to him than anyone else. So instead of constantly getting angry and scolding him, he should find another way. He should keep him close and take care of him. Maybe he'll change if he grows up close to his father. He thought about it and asked if she thought he'd come here just because he said so. He'd probably just get angry. Maybe it'd be better if he just gave him everything he could and disappeared. She asked then, what did he think of the other idea? He is constantly in the company of people from the Myung small palace, but he is still a child. What if they introduce him to children his age? She heard that the eldest sons of the master of the Palace of Dancing Blood and the Palace of Worldly Riches are very gifted children. Why not invite them here and ask them to keep an eye on the young leader? They can let him have fun. He thought about it, and she said that peaceful rule is good, but since he does not intend to punish his son, the palace masters are starting to resent him. The Union of Elders is also not happy with the fact that he taught him his martial arts. She is sure that the master of the Palace of Dancing Blood is very angry. Maybe he will calm down a little when he sees how close their children have become? Taiping thought about it and asked, "It sounds good, but will he agree?" He always hated all these meetings. Gangjun stood there with a small smile and said that perhaps it is so. He said that she would do it then. A message had to be conveyed to Hyungno. If Chunso harmed any of the heirs of the 7 palaces, everyone in Myung's small palace would die, not just his direct subordinates. She agreed to it and asked, however, where was he going? He said that he was going to the Palyon. The left emissary, with a displeased expression, loudly called out to the chief strategist and asked, what was she even thinking, bringing the young leader here? He had to be stripped of all his powers. Hogan loudly agreed with him and asked, what if the cult leader really gave up his position to the young leader? They couldn't let the young leader become the cult leader. Does she want to destroy the Myung cult? Gangjin turned to him and asked, do they really think stripping him of his powers is justified? They don't know the cult leader at all. Once he leaves the young leader, the Myung cult will meet the same fate. Is that what they want? If not, then they should stop pestering her. Hogan asked loudly with a dissatisfied look, how could he let this matter drop? She herself said that only the strongest would prosper, right? What sense did she make in saying this, if she knew that the young cult leader, Myung, was suffering from a meridian disorder? A meridian disorder? The young leader was unable to learn martial arts. This was his curse. There was nothing they could do to help him. The secret of his body could not be solved, so Taepyeong hid him and tried to distance himself from him. There was no other way to cure the meridian disorder except to teach the young leader the art of the Lord of the Northern Sea. However, she knew that they had to prevent it, right? The dark art of the Lord of the Northern Sea. A heavenly art of the Ma family that absorbs the energy of others to purify and use as one's own internal energy. Many young leaders absorbed the energy of the past generation to become a cult leader. Taeyun was no exception. It would be good if it worked, but what if the young leader couldn't accept the energy? Then the cult leader would die too. They might lose the master of the heavenly mountain. Because of his condition, the young leader had a pretty small chance of absorbing the energy of the Lord of the Northern Sea. However, he was confident that there was a way out. She said that they should stop this already. It was late. They had to go home. They called Gangjin, but she said with a calm expression that they should leave. Hogan started to leave with a dissatisfied expression and said that, however, she shouldn't try to stop him. He would handle it himself. A couple of days passed. Gang San thought that maybe it was Chunso had changed so quickly, or that he had simply calmed down. However, except for the screams that had become habitual at night, the small palace of Myung was quiet. He didn't like quirks and preferred simplicity. He read poetry and took care of flowers, that was all. Perhaps he hadn't noticed because of his terrible behavior, but now everything suggests that he likes to organize his leisure time well. Today, he only watered 5 out of 6 orchids, and his curiosity got the better of him. He asked why he didn't water the last flower. The protagonist said that it was because he didn't want to. The tips of the flower turned yellow and bent even lower to the ground. He tried everything he could, but it didn't make him feel better, so he didn't want it. Gangsan asked, however, shouldn't one take better care of it in such cases? He said with a calm expression that even if a person wanted to take care of a flower, if the flower didn't need it, then a person would only make it worse. He asked, then why was he growing these flowers at all? He said that in order to possibly try to understand his thoughts.